Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2671 to Chapter 2721. Zhang Sunin and the others were puzzled as they looked at the formation in Zhao Hai's hand. They didn't know what Zhao Hai's formation was for. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This formation is a defensive formation. I made it to defend against the defensive formations of the Six Realm Alliance. It's an illusion formation. This illusion formation can emit the same aura as the vampires. This way, the vampires would think that you're one of them. Naturally, they wouldn't attack you." As soon as Zhang Sunin and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up. They knew what this formation meant for them. With this formation, they can come and go freely in the Blood Mainland. This was an advantage compared to the Six Realm Alliance. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. Then he said, "Don't think about it. This formation can't be used casually. Unless it's to deal with the Six Realm Alliance or something special, you won't be able to obtain it. We've already found a way to restrain the vampires in the Blood Mainland. However, we still can't treat them lightly. Therefore, you still need to go out and fight the vampires in the future. This can be considered as a form of training." Zhang Sunin and the others nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. Then Zhang Sunin said, "Captain is right. This formation can't be used casually. If it's like what Captain said, then the vampires will evolve in the future. If we don't fight them for a long time, then we'll lose our understanding of them. This isn't a good thing for us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Zhang Sun, you and the others come with me. The others can disperse. If you have time, go look at the projections and see if there are any movements from the Six Realm Alliance." Then he led Zhang Sunin and the others away. Before long, everyone arrived at Zhao Hai's room. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the conference room. It was too big. With so many people talking, it was very uncomfortable to hear echoes. He might as well have a small meeting in his room. After everyone sat down in his room, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I'll give each of you an illusion formation. You can distribute it according to the time. I'll be going out a few times. You don't need to worry, nothing will happen to me." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Morong Qian immediately said, "Captain, where are you going? Do you want me to go with you?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need. When I went out this time, I went to the Blood Mainland. I discovered that the blood qi there is much richer than here. Most importantly, there are a lot of vampires there. Moreover, they are very powerful. Each of them has the strength of a divine condensation expert. I want to go there and take a look. It would be best if I can find a way to trap them there and prevent them from coming here. Otherwise, we would all be in danger." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Sunin and the others' complexion couldn't help but change. They didn't think that there would be more powerful vampires. Sima Dao's complexion turned ugly as he said, "Captain, what are those vampires like? Have you fought with them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I haven't fought them yet. Those vampires all look like beasts. Although I haven't fought them, I think that the methods we used to deal with the other vampires would be useless against them. Therefore, I want to go there and see the situation of the vampires." Zhang Sunin and the others' complexion turned solemn. The appearance of a higher-level vampires caused them to panic. Although there were a lot of vampires in the Blood Mainland, these vampires were at most in the teleportation realm. Because of this, they were able to deal with them easily. If divine condensation vampires appeared, then they would be in big trouble. If the freezing method wasn't enough to restrain the vampires, then what method would they use? To deal with the vampires, moreover, they also thought of another matter. Now that a higher-level vampires had appeared, does this mean that Zhao Hai's guess about the vampires being able to evolve was true? If this was the case, then it wouldn't be a good thing for them. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I won't be observing the higher-level vampires for the time being. At the same time, I want to use formations to trap them and prevent them from coming out. I'll leave the base to you. The Six Realm Alliance suffered a huge loss in our hands, they certainly won't let it go. They will certainly find a way to deal with us. You need to be careful." Zhang Sunin nodded and said, "All right, Captain can rest assured." "Captain, do you want us to send a few people with you?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no need, there's no need for that. If I really face the vampires, then having them follow me would be troublesome. If I'm alone, then it would be easier for me to escape. Zhang Sunin and the others knew about Zhao Hai's strength, so they nodded. Then Zhang Sunin said, Captain, you can go, but please pay attention to your safety. If you can't deal with them, then we'll find another way. Don't take any risks. Zhao Hai nodded and said, rest assured, there won't be any problems. Alright, you can go back. I also need to rest for a few days. Remember, pay attention to the Six Realm Alliance's situation. After a while, I'll find a way to install a sound on the monitor. This way, we'll be able to know what the Six Realm Alliance's people are talking about. Currently, only images can be seen in the monitoring formation, no sound can be heard. This wasn't because Zhao Hai couldn't make the formation, but because he did it deliberately. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Sunin and the others stared for a moment before they rejoiced. Although they could see what the Six Realm Alliance's people were doing, they couldn't hear what they were talking about. This wasn't a good feeling, but they had no other choice. Now that Zhao Hai said that he could install sound on the monitor, this was definitely good news for them. After Zhang Sunin and the others left Zhao Hai's room, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the villa. When he arrived, he couldn't help but stare. This was because Laura and the others weren't there. Zhao Hai's mind moved, he immediately knew where Laura and the others were. They were currently on the sea with Kuan Pengzi. Kuan Pengzi didn't transform into a Taoist priest, he was still in his Kuan Peng true body as he swam around the sea. On the other hand, Laura and the others were standing on the back of the Kuan Pengzi with excited expressions. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't think of anything to be excited about standing on the back of a Kuan Peng. However, he didn't care about them. It was rare for Laura and the others to be happy, so he just let them play. Zhao Hai sat inside the villa and turned on the monitor. Then he said, Space, tell me how to use law crystals. The Space's prompt was immediately heard, law crystals are made by decomposing and compressing law power. Law crystals have three uses. First, it can be used as a source of energy. Each law crystal can produce energy equivalent to 100 million jade essence. Note, using law crystals as a source of energy will waste a lot of energy. Second, it can be used to help people comprehend law power. After the host absorbs a law crystal, the host would be able to understand the formation of law power. Third, it can be used as a tool to activate the law crystal. The law crystal will release law power to attack the host's enemies. It can be activated with spiritual chi or with artifacts such as energy cannons. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, Can the space produce law crystals on its own? The Space's voice was once again heard, it can't. This is because the host has yet to comprehend law power. In order to make law crystals, one needs law power. The law power that the host obtained in the past is an external force. Because the host has no way to control law power, the Space cannot produce law crystals. As long as the host grasps law power, the Space can produce law crystals. If the host grasps one law power, the Space can produce law crystals. If the host grasps two laws, the Space can produce law crystals. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that law crystals would require so many things to do. In the past, the Space could produce anything it wanted. There was no need for it to be this troublesome. It seems like law power was indeed different from other things. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, Alright, then I'll start comprehending law power. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared on the back of the Kuanping. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai come out, they couldn't help but be happy. Laura immediately said, Brother Hai, you're back. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll be in seclusion for some time to comprehend law power. You can play by yourselves. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, Kuanpingzi said, Young master, if you want to comprehend the law of rupture, then this is a good opportunity. But the young master needs to be careful. The law of rupture has very high requirements for the body. If you don't have a strong body, then it's best not to comprehend the law of rupture. Otherwise, the damage to your body would be too great. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, Then what kind of physique do I need to comprehend the law of rupture? Kuan-Pingzi said in a deep voice, based on my understanding of this realm, young master, your physical fitness must at least reach the immortal body realm before you can comprehend the law of severing. Otherwise, I advise you not to make a move. Zhao Hai knit his brows, he still hasn't reached the immortal realm. Although he has learned how to imprint his soul force into his cells, there were too many cells in the human body. He couldn't even imprint his soul force into half of his cells, let alone reach the immortal realm. Could it be that he couldn't comprehend the law of rupture? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, Kuan-Ping, you know a lot about the power of laws. My body is different from ordinary people. Can you take a look and see if I can use the power of laws in my body? Kuan-Pingzi nodded and said, yes, young master. Please wait a moment. Then a white light was released from Kuan-Pingzi's body. This white light surrounded Zhao Hai and then went back to Kuan-Pingzi. As soon as the white light returned, Kuan-Pingzi's voice was heard. Then he said, the young master's body is indeed different. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just waited for Kuan-Pingzi to continue. Kuan-Pingzi said, young master's blood is different, its energy is very strong. However, it seems like young master can't exert the true power of this blood. Moreover, young master's body is very strong. Moreover, it seems like young master is using a secret technique to cultivate an immortal body. However, this method isn't truly immortal. Young master has just started to cultivate this technique. Am I right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, my body has fused with the immortal blood, the blood of the 9 heavens divine dragon, and the blood of your Kuan-Ping. Therefore, the power of my blood is very strong. Moreover, I have another ability. It can be said that it's called crystallization. It's because of this ability that I was able to block the attack of the laceration law. Kuan-Pingzi said, no wonder when young master blocked the attack of the law of severing, your arm was only injured and wasn't crippled. At that time I found it strange, but I couldn't ask about it. So it was because of this reason. Young master, you can now comprehend the law of severing. Your body is strong enough to guarantee that you won't suffer a backlash when using the law of severing. However, I still hope that young master can become an immortal as soon as possible. After becoming an immortal, a part of the potential in your blood will be stimulated. This is very beneficial for you. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I also want to. However, my soul's power can't keep up with the power of my blood. It won't be easy to become immortal. Kuan-Pingzi thought for a moment and said, young master, I know a method to cultivate the soul. This method is called the star soul tempering method. This method uses the power of the stars to cultivate your soul. However, this method is too overbearing. Your soul will be in a state of shock. You need a large amount of soul force to replenish it. But the purest soul force isn't easy to find. If you don't have a large amount of soul force to replenish it, then your soul will be damaged. Upon hearing Kuan-Pingzi, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He immediately said, then how do you obtain the power of the stars? Kuan-Pingzi replied, replying to young master, the power of the stars is generally obtained by absorbing the power of the stars. Of course, this method is very slow. I heard that in the immortal realm, there were still some cultivation methods that contained the power of the stars. But now, they have been lost. It would be great if young master can obtain a cultivation method that contains the power of the stars. But if there is a cultivation method that contains the power of the stars, then it's best to replenish your soul. Otherwise, your soul's damage. When Zhao Hai heard Kuan-Pingzi, he couldn't help but laugh and said, good, very good. Ha ha ha. This cultivation method is simply tailor-made for me. Kuan-Ping, teach me this cultivation method. Kuan-Pingzi nodded and said, all right, all right. When Kuan-Pingzi heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. But he still replied, all right, I'll have to ask the young master to wait a moment. Then after a while, a jade slip floated in front of Zhao Hai. Kuan-Pingzi's voice was heard, young master, the cultivation method is inside. But young master, it's best if you prepare well before practicing. Kuan-Pingzi nodded and said, young master, the cultivation method is inside. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, you can stay here and play for a while. I'll head back first. I need to comprehend the law of rupture before practicing the star soul tempering method. Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "You can stay here and play for a while." Laura and the others naturally knew that the astral soul tempering method was most suitable for Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai wouldn't have any problems practicing this method. Because of this, they didn't stop Zhao Hai. They just nodded and told him to be careful. Then they watched as Zhao Hai left. After Zhao Hai returned to the villa, he didn't immediately practice the astral soul tempering method. Instead, he went to his room and rested. After restoring himself to his best state, he said, "Space, extract the law crystal." The space issued a prompt, "The law crystal has been placed in the space warehouse. However, it has been locked. After unlocking the lock, the host can use it." The method to use it is very simple, just use your spiritual force or thought force to communicate with it. It is recommended that when using the law crystal, it would be best to use your spiritual force to avoid damage to your thought force. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he opened the space warehouse and found the law crystal. There was a small lock on it. After Zhao Hai opened the small lock, he took out the law crystal. The shape of the law crystal was very strange. It looked like a circular crystal saw, it was very sharp. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the law crystal. Although the law crystal looked very sharp, Zhao Hai knew that it couldn't hurt people right now. Only by activating it would it be able to hurt people. Zhao Hai took the law crystal and then slowly closed his eyes. Then he sent his spiritual force into the law crystal. Just as his spiritual force entered the law crystal disappeared. Then Zhao Hai felt a light appear in front of him. This light was very bright, but it was also very thin. It flashed and disappeared. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that his spiritual force was divided into two by this light. Split, this was the law of split, it could split everything in the world. Although the light appeared for a short time, Zhao Hai could clearly feel how powerful it was. The light didn't seem to contain anything, but Zhao Hai could clearly feel that it contained a belief that could split everything in the world. This feeling was very strange, but it made Zhao Hai think of a lot of things. The word belief was mentioned by Kuan-Ping-zi. In other words, this word had an inseparable relationship with the law. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately took out another law crystal and sent his spiritual force into it. This time, another light appeared. Then his spiritual force was divided into two. Moreover, it was impossible for him to merge the two spiritual forces in a short time. It seemed like there was something blocking the two spiritual forces. After a while, the blocking feeling disappeared and his spiritual force merged. Zhao Hai was very clear that the reason why his spiritual force could fuse back into one wasn't because he failed to sever it. The reason why his spiritual force was able to recover was because he used the law crystal to comprehend the power of laws. If someone really used the law crystal to deal with him, then his spiritual force might have already been severed in two. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to use the law crystal. Although he had a lot of law crystals, Zhao Hai always believed that learning something didn't mean that the more you see, the better. Instead, it depended on how much you comprehend. If you comprehend a lot, then one law crystal would be enough. If you can't comprehend it, then even if you have 10,000 law crystals, you might not be able to comprehend the law. Zhao Hai kept replaying the light in his mind. First of all, the light was very fast. Secondly, the faith in the light was very strong. The strength of a person's belief determines his ability to carry out a task. For example, if a person believed that he could lift 100 kilograms, then he would work hard towards this goal. In the end, he would definitely be able to do it. However, if he doubted whether he could do it, then he might not be able to do it. This was the power of belief. Faith was different from confidence. Faith was stronger than confidence. Therefore, the power of faith wasn't easy to comprehend. If a person's confidence was equivalent to a wooden sword, then faith was a sword made of the best steel. Zhao Hai sat there motionlessly as he strengthened his faith. He knew that once his faith reached a certain level, then he would be able to comprehend the law. Zhao Hai didn't know how much time had passed, but he still couldn't comprehend the law of separation. This made Zhao Hai a bit irritated. This discovery surprised Zhao Hai. He immediately knew that he was too anxious, and this led to a heart demon. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. This discovery surprised Zhao Hai. He immediately knew that he was too anxious, and this led to a heart demon. After using the heavenly demon art to get rid of his heart demon, Zhao Hai immediately took out another law crystal. This time, he didn't use his spiritual force to communicate with the law crystal. Instead, he used another power, the power of thought. The space said that when he first started to comprehend the law, he shouldn't use his power of thought to communicate with the law crystal. Otherwise, it would be too easy to get injured. Zhao Hai did the same before. But now, he couldn't do the same. Although he only used 2 law crystals, Zhao Hai knew that he could only use his spiritual force to communicate with the law crystal. Even if he used his spiritual force too many times, he would still only be able to comprehend up to this point. Because of this, he decided to use his power of thought to communicate with the law crystal. Using the power of thought to communicate with the law crystal was dangerous. This could be heard from the space's warning. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about that right now, he had to do this. He took a deep breath and then slowly used his power of thought to explore the law crystal. At the same time, he kept his power of thought in a very fast state in order to deal with any unexpected situations. Slowly, his power of thought reached the law crystal. The law crystal disappeared once again. At this time, Zhao Hai felt a light appear in his mind. Zhao Hai was already prepared, so he immediately used his power of thought to entangle the light. If Zhao Hai didn't have the experience of communicating with various kinds of power of thought, then he certainly wouldn't be able to do this. Perhaps when the light appeared, he would have already been injured. It was even more impossible for his power of thought to entangle the light. But now, Zhao Hai was able to do it. He had experience in using his mind power to communicate with various things. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the law of split. Therefore, when the light appeared, Zhao Hai was able to react. In the end, his mind power finally wrapped around the light. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. Severing, this was an incomparably pure severing force. Its speed was fast, its strength was strong, and at the same time, it had the conviction to sever anything in the world, an incomparably firm conviction. The strength of this conviction was something that Zhao Hai had never seen before. It was like a shining diamond, incomparably firm. No, it was even harder than a diamond. Nothing could shake this conviction. It could be said that the most important component of the law of rupture was the power of belief. When the power of belief reached a certain level, it would automatically form the law of rupture. Slowly, Zhao Hai's thoughts finally fused with the law. Zhao Hai's thoughts became incomparably firm. He was now like the law, firmly believing that he could sever a part of it. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai's heart suddenly moved. Then he felt that one of his cells was producing a crystal that was similar to the law crystal. This crystal was very strange. It was inside Zhao Hai's cell, just like the Dao core in Zhao Hai's other cells. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. He knew that he had succeeded. He had successfully comprehended the severing law. Now that the law crystal had been formed, Zhao Hai could use the severing law at any time. However, Zhao Hai also knew that his severing law wasn't mature enough. Its power was still far from being comparable to the severing law used by Kunpingzi. But in any case, Zhao Hai had already grasped the severing law. It can be said that Zhao Hai was the only one in this layer who had grasped the power of law. In this layer, he wouldn't have any opponents. Even void-piercing experts wouldn't be his opponents. In addition to mastering the law, the most important thing for Zhao Hai was that he finally understood how to cultivate the power of laws. The power of laws was one's own strength and one's beliefs. Once you have the strength to cut everything, you would be able to comprehend the power of laws. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to say that he had the strength to cut everything in his path. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space. Host has comprehended the severing law. The space can now produce severing law crystals. Because host's comprehension of the severing law is too low, the space can only produce 1,000 law crystals per day. Host can absorb the law crystals to improve his comprehension of the severing law. Host can also comprehend it on his own. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly. He understood what the space meant. Absorbing the law crystals produced by the space can indeed improve one's power of law. However, this improvement wasn't as good as comprehending it on your own. This was because comprehending it on your own would give you a better feeling. Zhao Hai stood up, then he opened the door and walked out. He saw Laura and the others waiting for him outside. Upon seeing him come out, the group immediately surrounded him. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile as he said, "What's wrong? Are you worried?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, did you finally comprehend the severing law? Comprehending it in just 2 months, you're really amazing." Zhao Hai stared, then with a serious tone he said, 2 months? I didn't expect my seclusion to take 2 months. At this time, Zhao Hai felt Kuan Pengzi arrive outside the villa. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately led Laura and the others downstairs and opened the door. Kuan Pengzi had now turned into a Taoist priest. When he saw Zhao Hai come out, he cupped his fist and said, "Young master, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. Young master, being able to comprehend the severing law in such a short time is beyond my expectations." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I was just lucky." "Why are you here? Did you come here to congratulate me?" Kuan Pengzi shook his head and said, "No, young master. I wanted to teach you my law, but now I don't want to anymore. Young master has just comprehended the law of rupture, you're still not proficient in it. Moreover, your comprehension of the law of rupture isn't complete yet. If I teach you my law now, it would only harm you. You should first comprehend the law of rupture before learning my law." Kuan Pengzi shook his head and said, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai looked at Kuan Pengzi and said, "I heard you say that your law is freedom? Freedom can also be a law? And it's even stronger than the severing law?" Kuan Pengzi nodded and said in a deep voice, "Any kind of belief can become a law when it reaches its peak. But first, you have to have the strength to make your belief reach its peak. Just like a person who has just learned how to use a saber, it's impossible for him to comprehend the law of severing because he doesn't have the strength to do so. Even if he has that kind of belief, it's impossible for him to comprehend the law of severing. However, we, the Kuan Peng race, yearn for freedom the most. We swim in the ocean and fly in the sky in order to pursue the path of freedom. We want freedom, freedom is our belief. We, the Kuan Peng race, also have the ability to turn our belief into a law. Therefore, the law we learn is the law of freedom." At this point, Kuan Pengzi paused for a moment before he continued, "Laws are also divided into grades. For example, the severing law is a low-grade law. As for the law of freedom, it's a high-grade law. This is because the severing law is just a simple severing. The law of freedom has a single attribute. Although this can make the law purer, it's still too simple. Its potential for development is limited. My law of freedom is different, it doesn't only have a single attribute, it has a lot of attributes." Kuan Pengzi said in a deep voice, "It can be said that freedom is the highest level of all the laws that I know. It's also the strongest because the law of freedom is an inclusive law. It can even absorb other laws and make them a part of itself." Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Kuan Pengzi and said, "Does the law of freedom also have attributes?" "The law of freedom can actually absorb the power of other laws and make them a part of it?" Kuan Pengzi said in a deep voice, "Of course, the power of law has attributes. The law of severing belongs to the metal attribute. The higher the level of the law, the more attributes it has. Of course, it is harder to cultivate. The law of freedom is a law without attributes. It can absorb all the power of law because we believe in one sentence. With strength comes freedom." Zhao Hai's body shook. Kuan Pengzi's words hit the nail on the head. If you don't have strength, then there's no need to talk about freedom. Anything can make you lose your freedom. In this case, if you still pursue freedom, then it's no different than courting death. This sentence allowed Zhao Hai to understand the root of the freedom law, it was strength. No wonder Kuan Pengzi said that the freedom law was an elemental law. It was because other laws might have attributes, but the freedom law didn't. This was because the freedom law needed all kinds of strength. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He was now looking forward to Kuan Pengzi's law of freedom. However, he didn't intend to learn from Kuan Pengzi because he already understood the principle behind the formation of the law. As long as he knew how the law was formed, then Zhao Hai could comprehend the law by himself. This was because the law that he comprehended himself was the most suitable for him. Kuan-Pengzi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you can practice the Rand law, but you can also practice other laws. In fact, laws are like cultivation methods. A person can learn many cultivation methods and comprehend a lot of laws. But unlike cultivation methods, the power of laws is very powerful. Even if it's the lowest level of law, as long as you continue to refine it, it would become incomparably powerful. Just like the Rand law is a very common and low-level law. It shouldn't be able to hurt me, but the human immortal who fought me, a heaven-rank human immortal, used the Rand law. Moreover, he didn't seem to know any other laws, only the Rand law. Because of this, his Rand law is incomparably pure. His Rand law is countless times more powerful than other people's Rand law. Because of this, he was able to injure me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Right, Kuan Peng, now that you're in the space, will it affect your law of freedom? Do you feel that you've lost your freedom inside the space?" Kuan-Pengzi shook his head and said, "It won't. In fact, the freedom that we Kuan Peng people yearn for is very simple. We can swim freely in the water and fly freely in the sky. Now that we can do these two things inside the space, it won't affect my law of freedom." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can go back. If I have something to ask you later, I'll look for you. If you want to go somewhere else, you can go. If you want to go, just tell me." Kuan-Pengzi nodded, then his figure moved and disappeared in front of Zhao Hai. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what are you going to do next? Are you going out?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I've already learned the law of rupture. However, there's still another cultivation method that I haven't learned yet, the astral soul tempering method. In any case, I don't need to wait for a few days. I'll have the magic cube and my avatar practice it together. In any case, with the hell space, I don't lack soul force." Laura thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, "All right, you don't need to wait for a few days. Xianxia and the others are managing the base very well. Moreover, they would send people out from time to fight against the vampires. However, the Six Realms Alliance seems to be making some movements. They've also made an illusion formation that can be carried around." Zhao Hai understood what Laura meant, so he smiled faintly and said, "That illusion formation was originally learned from the Six Realms Alliance. It's not strange that the Six Realms Alliance was able to research it. The Six Realms Alliance has a shortcoming compared to us, that is, they don't know the weakness of the vampires. After I go out, I'll study how to raise the vampires. As long as we can raise the vampires, then the Blood Continent would be ours. It might even become a surprise weapon for us." Laura nodded, but she immediately knit her brows and said, "But Brother Hai, aren't the vampires afraid of light energy? If that's the case, then the vampires would suffer a lot if they go to other realms to fight." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Laura, how could you forget about the hell space and the undead? The vampires were born because of the Kuan Peng's blood qi. If we replenish their souls, then wouldn't they slowly become undead? In that case, do you think that they would still be afraid of light? Moreover, weren't the undead afraid of light in the beginning? But what about now?" Laura stared, then she smiled faintly and said, "I forgot about that. Right, with the hell space, there's nothing to be afraid of. Big Brother Hai, you should go and cultivate. After you succeed, you should go outside as much as possible. You've been in seclusion for quite some time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "All right." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "What happened? What's the situation outside? Did something happen in the underworld?" Zhao Hai knew that if there wasn't something happening outside, then Laura wouldn't have said this. Laura replied, "There's a problem in the underworld, but it can still be solved. The people from other realms are still attacking the underworld. Moreover, the attack this time is very fierce. I've already sent some undead to support them. At the same time, the 5 great clans and Elder Tang are also preparing to move. If we don't solve this matter as soon as possible, then the Void Realm and the other realms might go to war." When he heard Laura, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. Then he said, "Send more undead to participate in the battle. If necessary, send void-piercing undead as well. We need to solve this problem as soon as possible. Once we defeat those people, we'll be able to deal with them. Laura nodded and said, "All right, all right. All right, all right." Laura replied, "All right, I'll arrange it now. You can't leave the blood continent right now. As you said, if we can control the blood continent, then it would be very beneficial for us. Right, Brother Hai, do you have time to have Kuan-pung take a look at the space barrier here? The space barrier was destroyed by someone, and it still hasn't been repaired yet. Why do I feel that it's similar to your injuries? Is there something in the space barrier that's preventing it from recovering? If that's the case, then we can have Kuan-pung take a look and see if he can clean it up. If the space barrier is restored, then the 5 great clans wouldn't need to worry about this matter. They might even stop sending people to the blood continent." Zhao Hai understood what Laura meant. If the space barrier in the blood continent is restored, then the 5 great clans would be relieved. The 6 Realms Alliance wouldn't be able to invade the Void Realm through the blood continent. The 5 great clans wouldn't care about the blood continent as much as they did before. They might even withdraw their people and just keep an eye on the 6 Realms Alliance. This way, it would be much more convenient for them to act in the blood continent. If the 6 Realms Alliance were the only ones left in the blood continent, then Zhao Hai would have a way to drive them out and dominate the blood continent. When that time comes, Zhao Hai would be able to control another plane. And this plane would have the blood race, a race that was hard to deal with. Zhao Hai was calmly sitting in his room. He was using his spiritual force to check his body's condition. He was now ready to start practicing the stellar soul tempering technique. Zhao Hai hasn't started practicing yet. He was just adjusting his body. He wanted to make sure that his body was in its best condition before cleaning it up. Before long, Zhao Hai had adjusted his body to its best condition. Then Zhao Hai opened his eyes. Then with a move of his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and poured his spiritual force into it. A cultivation method appeared in front of Zhao Hai. After carefully reading the cultivation method, Zhao Hai used his thought force to fuse with the stellar soul tempering technique. Just as his thought force fused with the stellar soul tempering technique, he immediately felt a suction force coming from his body. Zhao Hai stared, but he immediately understood that the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique was absorbing the cultivation method. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique was different from ordinary cultivation methods. It can actually absorb other cultivation methods to strengthen itself. Zhao Hai withdrew his thought force and allowed the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique to absorb the stellar soul tempering technique. But when the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique absorbed the stellar soul tempering technique, Zhao Hai felt something explode in his body. This explosion caused Zhao Hai's spiritual force to pause. When he was able to check his body again, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that his body had changed once again. He discovered that the Tao Lotus, Star, and Dwarf had all disappeared. Now, there was only a huge Rubik's Cube in his middle dantian. On this Rubik's Cube, there were 2 long lines. One was connected to his dantian while the other was connected to his upper dantian. These 2 Rubik's Cubes were smaller than the Rubik's Cube in his middle dantian, but they weren't small either. From these 2 Rubik's Cubes, there were thin lines that connected to all of Zhao Hai's acupuncture points. In each of his acupuncture points, there was a small Rubik's Cube. From these small Rubik's Cube, there were countless thin lines that connected to all of Zhao Hai's cells. At this time, Zhao Hai felt that he could control any cell in his body with just a thought. One must know that this was impossible in the past. Aside from the cells that were imprinted in his Tao core and his spiritual force, Zhao Hai couldn't move the other cells. But now, he could. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he could gather the power of all the cells in his body in an instant. His body finally became one. Zhao Hai also discovered that the acupuncture points on his body were moving. Generally speaking, it was impossible for the acupuncture points on a person's body to move. However, Zhao Hai's acupuncture points were moving. Zhao Hai discovered that all the acupuncture points in his body were moving along the path of the stars. At the same time, Zhao Hai had an inexplicable feeling in his mind. It turned out that the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art that he obtained before wasn't complete. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art was like a machine that lacked the most important part of its soul. The stellar soul tempering art was the soul of the myriad stellar transformations in Yang art. Now, Zhao Hai's cultivation method was complete. This cultivation method wasn't called the myriad stellar transformations in Yang art, nor was it called the stellar soul tempering art. It was called the stellar art. It was a very simple name, the stellar art. However, the stellar art was very powerful. This was a cultivation method that could be practiced by the body, soul, and spiritual qi at the same time. It could borrow the power of the stars to temper the body and soul. At the same time, it could also absorb spiritual qi. It could make a person's body appear like a universe. It could be seen how powerful this cultivation method was. However, the most important point of the star arts was not this, but the three above. He could cultivate at the same time. He could absorb the power of the stars and spiritual energy. After absorbing the spiritual energy, he could convert the spiritual energy into the power of the stars. At the same time, after absorbing the power of the stars, he could also convert it into spiritual energy. Of course, when there was both the power of the stars and spiritual energy, he could absorb these two powers at the same time. After absorbing these energies, the stellar art would automatically use these energies to temper Zhao Hai's body and soul. In addition to tempering the body and soul, the stellar art could also store the excess spiritual qi he absorbed in his cells. Those cells were like a storage device, and the Rubik's Cube was an even bigger storage device. Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the speed at which he absorbed spiritual qi was now about 100 times faster than before. Moreover, it wasn't just spiritual qi, he could absorb almost all the energy in the world and transform it into the power of the stars and spiritual qi. Spiritual qi and the power of the stars were different. Spiritual qi could be used anywhere, but the power of the stars couldn't. The power of the stars could only be used by Zhao Hai. It was a power that was completely similar to spiritual qi. If spiritual qi was like water and air, then the power of the stars was like fire and lightning. Spiritual qi was gentle, but the power of the stars was very overbearing. Although the power of the stars was very overbearing, it didn't cause any harm to Zhao Hai. On the contrary, it was very beneficial for Zhao Hai. The power of the stars could make Zhao Hai's body stronger, and at the same time, it could also strengthen his soul. Moreover, the power of the stars could also temper and integrate into Zhao Hai's body and soul bit by bit, making his body and soul even more powerful. Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. After receiving all the information, he was finally completely awake. His face showed a trace of joy. He didn't think that the stellar art would be so powerful. Now that all his problems were solved, the stellar art would automatically operate in his body. Zhao Hai could cultivate at any time, and not only his spiritual qi, but also his body and soul. This was very important for him. In fact, his body didn't need to cultivate, but his soul did. Compared to his body, the difference between his soul and his body was too big. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he didn't need to worry about this. The most important feature of the stellar art was balance. His body and soul, as well as his spiritual qi, must reach a balance. If one side was weak, the stellar art would focus on that side. At this time, Zhao Hai's body was strong while his soul was weak. In this case, the stellar art would slow down the refinement of his body and focus on the refinement of his soul. This way, his soul would become stronger in a short period of time until it synchronized with his body. This was what Zhao Hai wanted. When Zhao Hai came out of the room, Laura and the others were sitting in the living room, staring at the screen. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and couldn't help but frown. This was because the situation inside the base wasn't very good. The cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance had already arrived and were attacking the defensive shield of the base. Zhao Hai didn't think that this was a good situation. The cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance had already arrived and were attacking the defensive shield. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had come out, Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you came out? Look, the Six Realm Alliance is attacking the base. You really came out at the right time." Zhao Hai coldly replied, "It seems like they can't wait any longer. Last time I destroyed their defensive formation, causing them to lose a lot. They immediately came back to retaliate. Hee. Interesting." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you want to go out?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, since the matter here has been dealt with, I'll naturally go out. How about the underworld? Laura replied, it's almost done. This time, we used a lot of undead. However, we didn't use any void-piercing undead. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I'll go out. I'll leave the matters of the base to you. After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the space. In the next moment, he pushed open the door of his stone room and went out. After coming out of the stone room, Zhao Hai saw Morongqian. Morongqian was standing outside Zhao Hai's stone room. It seems like he was guarding Zhao Hai. When he heard the door open, Morongqian immediately turned his head and saw Zhao Hai coming out. Morongqian's face couldn't help but become excited as he said, Mister, you came out. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Morongqian and said, Morong, did the Six Realm Alliance attack? These guys are really impatient. I just went into seclusion for a few months and they already came. Morongqian's face couldn't help but show a trace of killing intent. He said, Mr. can rest assured, Zhang Sun and the others have already arranged everything. The Six Realm Alliance will certainly suffer. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if they want to leave, they'll have to ask for my permission first. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared on the edge of the barrier. Zhang Sunin and the others were standing there. Each of them took out their weapons and stared at the Six Realm Alliance. When Zhao Hai appeared, everyone was startled. But when they saw that it was Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be happy. Zhang Sunin was very happy as he said, Captain, you came out? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance who were still attacking the barrier. These people didn't dare to fly in the air. They were all on the ground, using the magic artifacts in their hands to attack the barrier. Each of them had at least 4 to 5 magic artifacts. One was used to protect their body while the others were used to attack the barrier. If this barrier wasn't set up by Zhao Hai and had accumulated enough energy in the past few days, then it would have been very dangerous for them right now. Zhao Hai looked at the Six Realm Alliance's cultivators, then he coldly snorted and said, they dare to bully us. Do they really think that we don't have a way to deal with them? Zhang Sun, distribute formations to everyone. I want to see how strong the Six Realm Alliance is. Then Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and gave it to Zhang Sunin. Zhang Sunin took the space and looked inside. There were a lot of formations inside. These formations were all illusion formations, making the vampires think that they were on their side. With so many formations, they can go out and fight against the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance. The formations were quickly distributed. Everyone had the formations on their bodies, but nobody dared to act recklessly. In the past 2 months, the Void Realm hadn't sent any reinforcements to the base. Therefore, the people in the base knew that Zhao Hai's words were absolute. Without his orders, nobody should act rashly. Zhao Hai's words were very clear to the people in the base. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, being beaten without being able to fight back doesn't feel good, right? Ha ha ha. This Zhao Hai is known as the Hell King in the Void Realm. Do you know why I have this nickname? Everyone stared, they didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. They all knew about Zhao Hai's status in the Void Realm. However, they didn't know why Zhao Hai brought this up. I don't want to change my style of doing things. Therefore, now that the Six Realms Alliance is attacking us, I will retaliate. Not only will I retaliate, I will also retaliate. If I have the opportunity, I will also go to their realms to retaliate. So now, listen to me. From the moment we leave the base, the Six Realms Alliance will become our mortal enemy. I want you to do your best. If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's because I won't just retaliate, I will also retaliate. Not only will I retaliate against the Six Realms Alliance, I will also go to their realms to retaliate. So now, listen to me, from the moment we leave the base, the Six Realms Alliance will become our mortal enemy. I want you to do your best. If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's because I won't just retaliate, I will also retaliate against the Six Realms Alliance. Not only will I retaliate against them, I will also retaliate against them. Everyone trembled, then they simultaneously complied. However, Zhao Hai didn't let them off. He looked at everyone and said, "Do you know what your biggest weakness is? Especially in the Blood Mainland?" Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Morong Qian was the closest to Zhao Hai, so he said, "Mister, please enlighten us." Zhao Hai said, "Cold-blooded, you people aren't cold-blooded enough. What is this place? What you have to do is to be cold-blooded and keep yourself calm. Only in this way can you survive and avenge your comrade. When you are surrounded by enemies, you have to be cold-blooded so that you won't panic. Only in this way can you find the enemy's weakness and survive. When the enemy is about to cut you, you have to know that it's useless to be afraid. What you have to do is to be cold-blooded. You have to be cold-blooded before the enemy's knife cuts you. You have to know what you have to do to minimize the damage to yourself, what you have to do to ensure your fighting strength, and what you have to do to kill the enemy after you are injured. Only in this way can you be a qualified fighter. You have to be cold-blooded." Everyone was silent as they stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say something like this. In fact, just hearing these words made them feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "A good cultivator doesn't necessarily make a good warrior. All of you aren't weak, but I dare say that if you encounter a warrior whose strength isn't inferior to yours, then you would be the one to die. Because you aren't cold-blooded enough. Now, let's go out and comprehend what a true warrior is. The cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance are just your practice subjects. Kill them and come back alive. This is our only goal." Then Zhao Hai turned around and rushed out of the base. The others stared, but they immediately sobered up. Everyone took out their weapons and followed behind Zhao Hai. The cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance had already noticed Zhao Hai. Although they didn't know what Zhao Hai was talking about, they thought that Zhao Hai was about to take action. Because of this, the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance made their preparations. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai come out, they immediately used their artifacts to attack Zhao Hai. At this time, a long sword appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. As soon as he came out of the base, the long sword was brandished. All the artifacts that were attacking him were blocked by him. After blocking all the artifacts, Zhao Hai's figure moved and rushed towards the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. The cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance were already prepared for this attack. The Six Realms Alliance had fought against people from many realms. Therefore, they were familiar with all kinds of attacking methods. This wasn't the first time that the Six Realms Alliance encountered an attack like Zhao Hai's. Therefore, they knew how to deal with it. The Six Realms Alliance used artifacts to attack. Because of this, when they encountered a close combat cultivator like Zhao Hai, their method was very simple. They just needed to increase the distance between them and attack with their artifacts. However, the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance clearly underestimated Zhao Hai's speed. Just as they were about to increase the distance between them and Zhao Hai had already arrived in front of them. With a flash of his sword, several heads fell to the ground. While Zhao Hai was killing the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance, the other cultivators of the base also rushed out. Naturally, they couldn't be as cold-blooded as Zhao Hai said. Therefore, they acted as they did in the past, shouting and attacking the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. This wasn't the first time that the five great clans and the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance had fought each other. Therefore, they knew how to deal with the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. Although the number of fights between the five great clans and the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance had decreased in recent years, causing the newcomers of the five great clans to be flustered when dealing with the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. However, when they entered the base to provide support, they already knew how to deal with the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. To put it bluntly, it was very simple. That is, delay. The cultivators of the five great clans weren't weak. While blocking the attacks of the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance, they would also use spells and energy to attack the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. They didn't hope to kill the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance, but they only hoped to slow them down. As long as they could get close to the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance, the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance would suffer. Both sides understood each other's fighting style. This way, the fight wouldn't be interesting. According to the previous experience of both sides, it would be a great battle if only a few of them died. However, this time was different. This time, the Void Realm had Zhao Hai while the Six Realms Alliance didn't. Zhao Hai's speed was very strange. Additionally, he also obtained the Star Art. One must know that the complete version of the Star Art was very powerful. Zhao Hai felt that his strength had increased by at least 3 levels compared to before. And this was because he had just obtained the Star Art. If he had more time, his strength would have increased even more. However, what made Zhao Hai speechless was that although his strength had increased, his realm didn't. This was because the spiritual qi and the power of the stars that he absorbed were tempering his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already stored it, then his realm wouldn't have increased. However, this was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai's attacks were getting faster and faster. Because of this, all the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance that were attacked by him were killed. None of them were spared. All the corpses of the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance were collected by Zhao Hai into the space and turned into undead. The people of the Six Realms Alliance also noticed Zhao Hai. They also sent a large number of people to deal with Zhao Hai. However, in the end, Zhao Hai managed to kill even more people. When the number of people who died in Zhao Hai's hands reached 200, the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance couldn't hold on any longer. There was another reason why they couldn't hold on, it was because the vampires had started to move after smelling the blood. The Six Realms Alliance wasn't afraid of the Void Realm. However, they were very afraid of the blood race. Because of this, when the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance saw that more than 200 of their people had died, and that the blood race couldn't hold back any longer, they immediately made the wisest decision to retreat. When Zhao Hai saw the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance running away, he didn't order his people to pursue them. He knew that the vampires couldn't stand the smell of blood. He wasn't afraid of the vampires, nor were the others. However, there was no need to pursue them. Because of this, Zhao Hai ordered everyone to withdraw to the base. This time, besides Zhao Hai, the others had killed more than a dozen people from the Six Realms Alliance. However, some of the Six Realms Alliance's people were also killed by the Six Realms Alliance's people. If you don't count Zhao Hai, then the Six Realms Alliance's people were tied. After everyone returned to the base, the way they looked at Zhao Hai had changed. They had heard a lot of rumors about Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai was very powerful. However, they had never seen it before. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was only at the divine condensation stage. How strong could he be? But this time, Zhao Hai's actions completely changed their view. They finally saw how formidable Zhao Hai was. He was able to kill 200 experts of the Six Realms Alliance. Such strength was truly shocking. Zhao Hai's strength was enough to shock them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, he knew what they were thinking, but he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he said, "All right, everyone go back and rest. Remember, don't go outside for the next few days. The vampires have been stimulated by the smell of blood, they would become very violent. Everyone should be careful. But don't stay idle, monitor the projections. Once the vampires become obedient, then we'll attack. I already said that if anyone dares to attack me, then I will retaliate. The same goes for the Six Realms Alliance, do you understand?" Everyone didn't dare to neglect as they replied, "Understood, Captain." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and returned to his stone house. The 6 elders of the Six Realms Alliance gathered together. When Zhao Hai destroyed the Six Realms Alliance's base, he didn't injure the 6 elders. They were all incomparably strong people, so naturally, they wouldn't get hurt easily. However, their complexions were still very ugly. This time, the revenge attack on the Void Realm's camp was planned by them. They just wanted to teach the Void Realm a lesson. They wanted the Void Realm to understand that the Six Realms Alliance wasn't a pushover. However, the result wasn't too good. They didn't expect that the people from the Void Realm would dare to come out of the base and attack them. They also didn't expect that there would be such a powerful cultivator in the Void Realm. This person alone killed nearly 200 of their people. There were nearly 200 experts in the Vajra realm and above. In Renbao's realm, having so many experts was not a small force. Although there were nearly 100,000 people in their camp, there weren't many true experts who had lived in the Blood Mainland for a long time. Just like in the Void Realm, they would also be rotated. This was because anyone who stayed in the Blood Mainland for a long time would go crazy, especially the cultivators. The Six Realms Alliance didn't use the improved version of the Blood Buddha sacrificial formation. Although their base wasn't afraid of the Blood Race's attack, the spiritual chi inside the base wasn't sufficient. With so many experts gathered here, the amount of spiritual chi they absorbed every day was a terrifying number. Because of this, the Six Realms Alliance's base was always in a state of thin spiritual chi. At the same time, the cultivators in the base were always in a state of insufficient spiritual chi. It was like a person who couldn't eat his fill. If an ordinary person didn't have enough to eat, then it wouldn't be a problem. However, cultivators were different. If a cultivator couldn't absorb enough spiritual chi, then not only would their strength not improve, it would also regress. This was the most terrifying thing. Because of this, the people of the Six Realms Alliance didn't dare to let the cultivators stay here for a long time. They were afraid that their strength would regress. If their strength regressed, then it wouldn't be easy for them to regain it. This time, in order to teach the Void Realm a lesson, the people they brought were all extremely powerful. They were all veterans of their base, and these people were much stronger than the newcomers in the camp. It could be said that they were the true elites of the base. But these elites were slaughtered by Xiao Hai in one breath. This made the six elders' complexion unsightly. Among the six elders, the red-faced elder said, "We miscalculated. I didn't expect the Void Realm to have such an expert." "Did you ask clearly? Were those people really killed by that person alone?" The elder next to him smiled bitterly and said, "Old Hong, if we didn't investigate clearly, how can we just talk about it? Ghostblade fought with that guy and almost died in his hands. If he wasn't wearing armor, then he would have already died. Although he didn't die, his armor was destroyed. And this was just the power of that person's saber. One saber almost took Ghostblade's life. Old Hong, it's not that I'm laughing at you, but can you do it?" Another elder said in a deep voice, "I have also asked our Tian family's people. That brat is indeed formidable. He has a blade. Not to mention his speed, his attack power is also incomparably powerful. One of our Tian family's disciples died in his hands." When Old Hong heard Elder Tian, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Your Tian family has always been good at defense. How can you not be his opponent?" Elder Tian shook his head and said with an ugly face, "It's useless. He only used one blade to break our Tian family's defense and killed that disciple on the spot. This person's strength is unfathomable, but on the surface, his strength is only at the spirit condensation stage. This is a bit strange. Looking at his strength, even if a void-piercing stage master comes here, he may not be his opponent." Old Hong nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Is there anything else you want to say?" The elders were silent for a moment. One of the elders who had been silent all this while said in a deep voice, "The appearance of this person is definitely not a good thing for us. We must do everything we can to deal with him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, more of our people will die in his hands. I suspect that the previous attack on the base was done by this person. The people in the Void Realm will not use that kind of method. They won't." When Old Hong heard this, his complexion couldn't help but change. He pondered for a moment and said, "Old G is right. We have to get rid of this person. But the problem is that we have almost no information about this person. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with him." Several other elders also nodded. This was also their biggest headache. They all wanted to deal with Xiao Hai, but they didn't have any information about Xiao Hai before. How can they deal with him? One of the elders who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Fight, we'll keep sending people to challenge him. That guy will always come out to fight. After fighting a lot of times, we'll naturally know his characteristics." Old Hong frowned and said, "But I'm afraid that our losses will be great." Old G said, "There's no rush. I think we should choose a few people to monitor the base in the Void Realm day and night to see if there's any opportunity. At the same time, we can also see how strong they are." Old Hong nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Old son, I'll leave this matter to you. Your son family is the best at this. Send a few people from your family." Old son nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me." Although we haven't fought with that person, I can see from his style that he is very vengeful and belligerent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to attack us, and he wouldn't have led people to fight against us. Therefore, it's best for us to be careful in order to avoid their retaliation. Also, did you notice that when the people from the Void Realm ran out of their base, the vampires didn't attack them? I think they might have a formation similar to ours. We can't underestimate them. As soon as they heard Old Sun, the elders turned silent. Then Old Hong nodded and said, Old Sun's reminder is right. Alright, let's do that. Now that the vampires are no longer a threat to us, we should focus our attention on the Void Realm. As long as we can attack the Void Realm and establish a base there, we can send an unending stream of troops over. When the time comes, the Void Realm will be ours. The elders nodded. This was the dream of the Six Realms Alliance. They dreamt that one day, they would be able to invade the Void Realm. It wasn't because there was something in the Void Realm that made them want to invade, it was because they were unwilling to accept the Void Realm. The Six Realms Alliance's expeditions had been very smooth. They even managed to destroy several realms. For example, the Blood Mainland was destroyed by them. Moreover, they didn't leave anyone behind. Because of this, the people of the Six Realms Alliance became arrogant. When they discovered that the Blood Mainland was connected to the Void Realm, they immediately sent an army to conquer it. However, they didn't expect that they would be held back by the Void Realm. After so many years, they still couldn't do anything about the Void Realm. Then the appearance of the vampires caused the Six Realms Alliance's casualties in the Blood Mainland to skyrocket. Because of this, the people of the Six Realms Alliance were very unconvinced. They wanted to destroy the Void Realm, but they didn't leave even the fowls and dogs behind. After the elders assigned their tasks, they went to arrange their manpower. The person they wanted to kill the most was Zhao Hai. Although they didn't know Zhao Hai's name, they still wanted to kill Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in the conference room with Zhang Sunin and the others. They were looking at the projection formation. Zhao Hai brought the projection formation from the outside to the conference room. He was afraid that the Six Realms Alliance would discover it. The attack of the Six Realms Alliance gave Zhao Hai a reminder. If the projection was released to the outside, then it would be very likely for the Six Realms Alliance to see it. After all, although the base's protective shield wasn't completely transparent, it was still translucent. Therefore, the situation inside could still be seen from the outside. Zhao Hai didn't want the Six Realms Alliance to know about the projection. Now that Zhao Hai has installed sound in the projection, no sound from the Six Realms Alliance's base could escape Zhao Hai's ears. The discussion of the elders was also heard by Zhao Hai and the others. After the six elders dispersed, Zhang Sunyin's complexion paled as he said, the Six Realms Alliance really has a good plan. They want to destroy the Void Realm. Aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need to worry. I didn't expect them to notice us in such a short time. Speaking of which, their vision is quite accurate. Ha ha ha. Sima Dao said, Captain, I think you shouldn't go out for a while. Those guys aren't easy to deal with. Moreover, if they find out that you're out, they would certainly send a large number of people to deal with you. When that time comes, you'll be in danger. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Sima Dao, his eyes lit up as he said, you mean, they would send a large number of people to deal with me? Sima Dao looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. He immediately said, Captain, don't think about it. The Six Realm Alliance's base isn't that easy to break. If we didn't use a trick last time, then it would be impossible to break through their base from the outside. If they send a lot of people to chase after you, then their base would certainly enter a state of alert. For us, this wouldn't be an opportunity. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Captain, don't think about it. Zhang Sunin and the others also understood the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was a warmongering madman. Because of this, Zhang Sunin said, Captain, what Fatty Dao said is right. If you want to lure their main force away, then you can forget about it. Those guys won't be fooled. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they won't be fooled. However, those people that they sent to kill me shouldn't have defensive formations on them. What do you think would happen if we suddenly go out and kill those people that were chasing me? What kind of expression would they have? Zhang Sunin and the others stared. Then Zhang Suning frowned and said, Captain, I'm afraid this won't be easy. They aren't easy to deal with. If you're too far away from us, then we wouldn't be able to support you. That way, we wouldn't be able to deal with them. Zhao Hai stared at Zhang Suning and the others and said, those portable transmission formations that I gave you a while ago, can you only go to one place? It took me a lot of effort to make them. Last time, when you activated them on the battlefield, didn't you immediately leave due to the spiritual energy in the surroundings? When the time comes, I'll have a signal device on me that will send you my coordinates at any time. As long as you find the right time to use the portable teleportation formation, you'll be able to surround those guys. When the time comes, dealing with them will be easy. As soon as Zhang Suning and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up. They were worried about the problem of the portable transmission formation. The portable transmission formation itself requires an environment with stable spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy in the coordinates that they were sent to was very chaotic, then it would be impossible to use the portable transmission formation. Even if they use it, they wouldn't know where they would be sent to. Therefore, although portable transmission formations were very convenient, there weren't a lot of people who used them. This was especially true in the Blood Mainland. This was because the vampires had their own energy. Moreover, they didn't know how to restrain their energy. Because of this, when they move, the spiritual energy in the Blood Mainland would become very chaotic. Using a portable transmission formation in this situation was no different than courting death. When they attacked the Six Realms Alliance's base last time, they were so focused on fighting that they forgot about the portable transmission formation. Naturally, when they returned from the Six Realms Alliance's base, they were attracted by the projection. Since then, they didn't have the opportunity to use the portable transmission formation. Because of this, they forgot about it. Now that Zhao Hai mentioned it, they remembered. Zhang Suning said, Captain is right. If we use the portable transmission formation to deal with the Six Realms Alliance, then we would certainly succeed. It seems like this is an opportunity for us. However, Captain, there's still a problem. The vampires can sense spiritual energy, they can also absorb spiritual energy. Additionally, when we attack the Six Realms Alliance, there will certainly be bloodshed. When the time comes, the vampires will certainly find out. If we let the vampires get involved, then things wouldn't be easy to deal with. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, rest assured, I've already thought about this matter. I can guarantee that when the time comes, the vampires won't interfere. Zhang Suning and the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. Sun Daorong was a member of the Six Realms Alliance's Sun family. The Sun family were experts in stealth, espionage, and assassination. Some people said that if the Sun family wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even know how you died. From this, one could see how brilliant the Sun family's assassination techniques were. Sun Daorong was a Vajra realm cultivator from the Sun family. Although he wasn't very strong, his stealth technique was very powerful. As long as he stealthily moved, it would be impossible for ordinary cultivators to discover him. At this time, Sun Daorong was lurking not far from the Void Realm's base. He had been lurking there for a few days in order to monitor the Void Realm's base. The Six Realms Alliance had only one goal in mind, and that was to kill Zhao Hai. However, they didn't know Zhao Hai's identity, nor did they know his strength. Because of this, they sent people here to monitor. First, they wanted to see if there was an opportunity to kill Zhao Hai. Second, they wanted to know more about Zhao Hai through monitoring. Sun Daorong has been lurking here for several days. He was an old member of the Six Realms Alliance, so he had some understanding of the Void Realm. He even knew Zhang Suning and the others. However, Zhang Suning and the others didn't know him. Sun Daorong was very curious about Zhao Hai. He wasn't able to participate in the previous battles with Zhao Hai. However, he was very familiar with Zhao Hai's name. He was very clear that they had suffered 2 losses in the hands of Zhao Hai. Moreover, the losses they suffered were not small. Because of this, Sun Daorong became even more curious about Zhao Hai. He wanted to know what kind of person Zhao Hai was and how he was able to make them suffer such a big loss. Although Sun Daorong hadn't seen Zhao Hai, he had seen Zhao Hai's image. It was made by a cultivator from the Six Realms Alliance. It was very realistic. It was impossible for a professional spy like Sun Darong to mistake it. Sun Darong had been lurking here for some time. He had seen Zhao Hai several times. Zhao Hai would patrol the base every day. It was hard for Sun Darong to miss him. However, Zhao Hai hadn't come out of the base. This made Sun Darong somewhat disappointed. However, he still patiently lurked there, paying attention to everything about Zhao Hai. Today, Sun Darong was still lurking there, watching the camp. He was calculating the time. He discovered that Zhao Hai would patrol the camp at this time every day. Today, it was almost time for Zhao Hai's patrol. At this time, Sun Darong's eyes suddenly lit up. This was because he discovered that Zhao Hai was different today. Every time Zhao Hai patrolled the camp, there would be no one following him. But today, there were people following him. Moreover, they were people with high status in the camp. These people seemed to be talking to Zhao Hai. They had a worried expression on their faces. Moreover, Sun Darong discovered that Zhao Hai and the others were slowly walking towards the edge of the camp. Soon, they would arrive in front of the protective shield. This discovery made Sun Darong's eyes shine. He immediately thought that Zhao Hai wanted to go out. When he thought of this, Sun Darong immediately began to slowly retreat. Then he found a place where he wouldn't be easily discovered and quietly lurked. Sun Darong couldn't see Zhao Hai now. However, he had a hunch that Zhao Hai might leave the camp. Moreover, it was very likely that he would leave alone. Sun Darong's heart was pounding. He was too excited. If Zhao Hai really left alone, then for them, this was an opportunity. An excellent opportunity to eliminate Zhao Hai. Sun Darong wasn't afraid that he would lose sight of Zhao Hai. The Sun family's tracking technique wasn't a joke. He only hoped that Zhao Hai wouldn't bring too many people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to deal with Zhao Hai. Sun Darong quietly lurked there. He perfectly blended in with the surrounding environment. It was as if he was a stone, a lifeless stone. It didn't take long before Sun Darong heard the sound of wind breaking. Sun Darong knew that cultivators couldn't fly in the blood mainland. Otherwise, they would encounter the blood clouds in the sky. This would cause their spirit to disappear even faster, making it even more dangerous. If they couldn't fly, then they could only walk on the ground. If they wanted to walk on the ground, then they could only use the body lightning technique. But using the body lightning technique would inevitably cause the sound of wind breaking. Sun Darong listened carefully. There was only one sound of wind breaking. In other words, there was only one person, Zhao Hai. This discovery made Sun Darong so excited that he almost called out. However, Sun Darong was able to control his emotions very well. He calmly lurked there, quietly listening to the sound of wind breaking away from him. Sun Darong slowly stood up from his hiding place when he could no longer hear the sound of wind breaking. He carefully looked at his surroundings, then decided on a direction and chased after it. While chasing, he took out a small metal formation. Then he took out a jade slip and placed it on top of the formation. A white light flashed as the jade slip disappeared. This small metal formation should be a transmission formation. However, what made people surprised was that this transmission formation didn't emit any energy fluctuations. Even the white light was indiscernible. This was too shocking. This metal transmission formation was specially made by the Sun family. It can only be used for short-distance transmission. If the transmission distance was too long, then the formation wouldn't be able to be used. However, this transmission formation had an advantage. It didn't have any energy fluctuations. It was the best communication tool for people like Zhao Hai. After the jade slip was sent out, Sun Darong began to pursue Zhao Hai. The Sun family's tracking technique was really good. It didn't take long for Sun Darong to catch up with Zhao Hai. Sun Darong discovered that Zhao Hai's speed wasn't very fast. It seems like he was observing the vampires. When he saw Zhao Hai's appearance, Sun Darong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Last time, he heard from the people who went to the Void Realm that the people from the Void Realm had started to use illusion formations to deal with the vampires. The vampires were no longer attacking the people from the Void Realm. This matter was attributed to Zhao Hai from the very beginning, and now it seems like it was true. While Sun Darong was tracking Zhao Hai, Elder Sun also received a message from the Six Realms Alliance. Upon seeing the contents of the jade slip, Elder Sun's eyes lit up. Then he immediately took the jade slip and went to look for Old Hong. Old Hong was currently in his room dealing with documents. In such a big base, there were a lot of things that needed to be dealt with every day. Moreover, they also needed to keep in contact with the Six Realms Alliance. At this time, Elder Sun took the jade slip and entered Elder Hong's room. When Elder Hong saw Elder Sun, his eyes lit up as he said, "Is there any news about that person?" Elder Sun nodded and said, "There's news. Dao Rong just sent a message saying that that person left the Void Realms camp alone. He seems to be observing the vampires. What do you think?" Elder Hong thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Let Dao Rong follow him for a period of time and report his location to us at all times. Let's see what he's up to. If he's really just here to observe the blood breeds without anyone by his side, then don't blame us for being rude." Elder Sun smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it." Elder Hong nodded and said, "Right, send a message to the others. See if there are any movements in the Void Realms base. If there are any movements, immediately report it." Elder Sun looked at Elder Hong and said, "Are you worried that this is a trap?" Elder Hong said in a deep voice, "I have no choice but to be careful. We still don't know the identity of that guy, but what we can be sure of is that he is a very cunning guy. If we aren't careful, we might fall into his trap. Isn't the previous lesson not enough?" Elder Hong nodded and said, "All right, I'll have them pay attention." Then he turned around and left. Sun Darong followed Zhao Hai for a few days. He discovered that Zhao Hai really came out to observe the vampires this time. Not only did he observe the vampires, but he also set up some traps to deal with them. It seems like he was testing which trap was the most effective against the vampires. But it was obvious that his traps weren't very effective. After following Zhao Hai for 7 days, Sun Darong was finally sure that Zhao Hai wasn't out to fish this time. Now that Zhao Hai was a long distance away from the Void Realm's base, even if the people in the Void Realm knew that something happened to Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to come to support him. This was the best time to get rid of Zhao Hai. Naturally, Sun Darong didn't know Zhao Hai's name. So when he reported to Elder Sun, Zhao Hai used the word "that person" instead. In any case, Elder Sun knew who it was. After Elder Sun received the letter, he was finally relieved. He took the jade slip and went to look for Elder Hong. After Elder Hong looked at the contents of the jade slip, he was finally relieved. He looked up at Elder Sun and said, "This is a good opportunity. We must get rid of that person. How many people do you think we should send?" Elder Sun thought for a moment, then he said, "It's useless to have fewer people. You've heard about that person's strength. He isn't easy to deal with. He's very strong. Last time, he killed so many of us by himself. This time, if we want to kill him, he'll definitely go all out. So this time, we must have absolute confidence in getting rid of him in one fell swoop. How about 5,000 people?" When Elder Hong heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Elder Sun and said, "Is it really necessary to send so many people? He's only one person, but we have to send 5,000 people? Isn't this too much of a compliment?" Elder Sun shook his head and said, "It's not excessive at all. If we send 5,000 people to deal with him, I think we'll have around 1,000 casualties. If we send 10,000 people, our casualties might be less. We don't know anything about that guy, so we have to be careful." Elder Hong nodded and said, "You're right. No matter how many people we send, it's fine as long as we can eliminate him. How about this, we'll send 10,000 people led by you and Old Wu. We must eliminate him. We must not let him return to the Void Realm base. We only have one chance. The next time we want to use this method to deal with him, it's unlikely that we'll be able to do so." Elder Sun nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai was sitting inside a cave with his eyes closed. This cave wasn't big, it was only a few meters deep. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai wasn't cultivating, he was waiting for the Six Realms Alliance to make a move. Zhao Hai already knew that someone was following him. He deliberately went outside to make the Six Realms Alliance lose their trust. This time, he really came out to observe the vampires. In order to not worry Zhang Sunin, Zhao Hai secretly contacted Zhang Sunin every day to let them know that he was still alive. However, the patience of the Six Realms Alliance was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He didn't think that the Six Realms Alliance would be this patient. After following him for so many days, they still haven't made a move. Naturally, Zhao Hai was aware of what Elder Hong and the others said. Because of this, he kept going outside, waiting for Elder Hong and the others to make a move. Now that he discovered that the Six Realms Alliance's army had been dispatched, he naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. Therefore, he found a cave and went into seclusion. He sat inside the cave and didn't go out. But in a place where Sun Daorong couldn't see him, Zhao Hai made preparations. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to lure out a portion of the Six Realms Alliance's army and then eliminate them. But this time, the Six Realms Alliance actually dispatched 10,000 troops to deal with him. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. However, this also made him very excited. Zhao Hai didn't want to let these 10,000 troops go back. Zhao Hai believed that if he left these 10,000 troops here, the Six Realms Alliance would certainly feel heartache. When the time comes, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, during the battle with the Six Realms Alliance, the vampires might come out and cause trouble. In order to focus on dealing with the vampires, Zhao Hai had the machine make formation plates and flags. These formation plates and flags were used to prevent the vampires from sensing their existence. As long as they were within the range of the formation plates and flags, even if they were to turn the sky upside down, the vampires wouldn't be able to sense them. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to isolate the vampires from their perception. This way, they wouldn't be disturbed by the vampires. This would allow them to properly deal with the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai didn't come out of the cave. Sun Daorong, who was monitoring him from the outside, was also happy. When he saw Zhao Hai sitting there, he thought that Zhao Hai was in seclusion. The Blood Mainland was different from other places. In other places, if Zhao Hai dared to seclude himself here, then it would be the same as courting death. Seclusion must be done in a safe environment. However, the situation in the Blood Mainland was different. At this time, the rulers of the Blood Mainland were the vampires. Vampires don't use their eyes to see, they rely on their perception. Although they have the appearance of a human, that was only their obsession. In fact, their intelligence was as high as that of a beast. They act purely on instinct. Because of this, seclusion in the Blood Mainland was very safe. As long as you make the vampires think that you're one of them, then no matter where you seclude yourself, the vampires wouldn't disturb you. Although Zhao Hai seemed to be in seclusion, Sun Daorong didn't dare to go out and disturb him. He knew that Zhao Hai was very strong. Although Zhao Hai's cultivation seemed to be at the divine condensation stage, Sun Daorong knew that Zhao Hai wasn't simple. Otherwise, the elders wouldn't be so determined to eliminate him. Sun Daorong didn't move, he just continued to monitor Zhao Hai. He knew that they only had one chance to eliminate Zhao Hai. If he acted rashly and lost this chance, then the elders wouldn't let him off. 2 days later, Sun Daorong suddenly felt his transmission array move. He immediately picked up the transmission array and found that there was a jade slip on top of it. He took a look at the jade slip and saw that it was sent to him by Elder Sunday. Elder Sun wanted him to report his current location. Sun Daorong immediately took out a small coordinate device and sent it over. This coordinate device was actually a formation. This formation can send out a signal to let others know one's position. Cultivators rely on this kind of thing to determine one's position. After sending the coordinate device, Sun Daorong waited quietly. He knew that Elder Sun and the others weren't far from here. As long as he waited for a while, Elder Sun and the others would arrive and surround Zhao Hai and kill him. Time passed little by little. 2 hours later, while Sun Daorong was anxiously waiting, Zhao Hai suddenly stood up. When he stood up, Sun Daorong couldn't help but be nervous. He thought that Zhao Hai was about to leave. If Zhao Hai left at this time, then it would be troublesome. However, Zhao Hai didn't leave. He walked out of the cave and looked around. Then he frowned and said, "Surrounded? Are you from the Six Realms Alliance?" Zhao Hai's voice wasn't low. Moreover, it seems like he used spiritual qi to transmit his voice. This made Sun Daorong stare. Then Sun Daorong immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai discovered that he was surrounded. In other words, the army had arrived. While Sun Daorong was in a daze, an old voice was heard, "Good. Ha ha ha. You're very good. I didn't expect you to discover us so quickly. Tell me your name. This old man wants to know who you are." Along with this voice, two old cultivators flew over. Behind them were nearly 200 cultivators. The weakest of these cultivators was in the Vajra realm. One could see that they were very strong. At this time, Sun Daorong also flew out from his hiding place. He flew towards Elder Sun's side and said, "Elder." Elder Sun nodded with satisfaction and said, "Daorong, you did a good job this time. Ha ha ha. This time, you'll receive the greatest merit." Sun Daorong replied, "I wouldn't dare. This is what I should do." Then he turned around and retreated to Elder Sun's side. Zhao Hai looked at Sun Daorong and said, "So it was you who was following me. No wonder I always felt like someone was following me, but I couldn't find them. Your stealth technique is very powerful." Sun Daorong nodded. Sun Daorong didn't speak, he just smiled faintly. He couldn't help but show a proud expression. When it comes to combat strength, Sun Daorong might not be as good as others. However, when it comes to stealth, Sun Daorong didn't lose to anyone. Even the other disciples of the Sun family wouldn't be able to compete with him in stealth. Elder Sun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you're very strong. You should be a top figure in the Void Realm, right? Tell us your name. Don't wait until you die and we don't even know your name." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Sun and suddenly smiled. "Void Realms, Pluto Star Regions, Pluto Zhao Hai. Greetings, Elder Sun and Elder Wu." When Zhao Hai said this, Elder Sun and the old man beside him were a little surprised. Elder Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "You know us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Sun, Elder Wu's name, how could this kid not know? Haha, I didn't think that this kid would be able to disturb the two seniors. This is really this kid's honor." Elder Wu, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time, "Pluto Star Regions, Pluto Star Regions, Pluto Zhao Hai. There doesn't seem to be a Pluto Star region in the Void Realm, right? Young man, you're not telling the truth, are you? Tell me, who are you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't think I'm a senior. Although I don't know where you learned about the Void Realm from in my previous life, I can only say that the information you obtained is somewhat outdated." Elder Sun looked at Zhao Hai, who was talking and laughing. His eyes showed a trace of appreciation, but there was also a deep fear. If Zhao Hai was a member of the Six Realms Alliance, then he would naturally admire him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't. He was an enemy of the Six Realms Alliance. This naturally made Elder Sun feel deep fear. Elder Wu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're nicknamed the Underworld King, and the Underworld Domain is called the Underworld Domain. We haven't heard of it before. Does this mean that you have a force that controls the Void Realm?" Elder Wu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Wu, then he smiled faintly. And said, "I didn't expect Elder Wu to be so powerful. Ha ha ha. Elder Wu's guess is correct. I do have a bit of influence in the Void Realm. And the Pluto Star region is indeed my territory. Since the two elders are unfamiliar with the Pluto Star region, then perhaps the two elders wouldn't be unfamiliar with my other name, the Free Star region." As soon as Zhao Hai said this, Elder Wu and Elder Sun stared. Naturally, the two of them knew about the Free Star region and the Void Realm. The reason why they knew about the Void Realm was because they had captured some Void Realm cultivators on the battlefield. Naturally, those Void Realm cultivators who were captured didn't have a good time. They were all killed by the Six Realms Alliance using the soul-searching technique. It was precisely because they used the soul-searching technique to obtain information about the Void Realm that they were very confident in the authenticity of the information. This was because the things found by the soul-searching technique were all things that were recorded in a person's soul, and it was impossible for the things recorded in a person's soul to lie. They also knew about the Free Star region, the Void Realm. It was a very special place where thieves ran amok. Although it was called the Void Realm, it wasn't under the control of the Void Realm. Unfortunately, the Six Realms Alliance didn't have any way to obtain the Freedom Alliance's coordinates. Otherwise, they would have killed their way to the Freedom Alliance and make it their own territory. Then step by step, they would have swallowed the entire Void Realm. Now that someone suddenly said that he was from the Freedom Alliance and had taken control of it, how could Elder Wu and Elder Sun not be startled? The two of them had some understanding of the strength of each starfield in the Void Realm. Every starfield in the Starry Sky Realm was very powerful. They didn't expect Xiao Hai to be able to occupy a starfield. This was beyond their expectations. Elder Sun looked at Xiao Hai and laughed, "Young man, lying isn't a good habit. Do you really think that we don't know anything about the Void Realm? Although the Free Star region is a part of the Void Realm, it isn't under the control of the Void Realm. Do you dare say that the Free Star region is yours? Do you really think that this old man doesn't know anything?" Xiao Hai looked at Elder Sun, then he smiled faintly and said, "Even if it's not the territory of the Void Realm, I can still turn it into the territory of the Void Realm. What's so difficult about this? Whoever dares to block my path, I'll just kill them." When Elder Sun and Elder Wu heard Xiao Hai, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Hai's words were calm, but the murderous aura in his words couldn't be concealed. This made the two elders shocked. They finally believed that Xiao Hai wasn't joking, he might really be able to do it. Xiao Hai looked at them with a smile on his face. When Elder Sun saw the smile on Xiao Hai's face, he suddenly understood something. He looked at Xiao Hai and laughed, "So that's how it is. Kid, you were bragging just to stall for time, right? Ha ha ha, let this old man tell you, it's useless. You're dead today. No one can beg you. You must die today." Xiao Hai looked at Elder Sun, then at Elder Wu, who had a look of sudden realization. Xiao Hai unconsciously shook his head and said, "If the two elders don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. But if the two of you think that I'm stalling for time, then you've wronged me. I'm not stalling for time. You can't do anything to me." Elder Sun looked at Xiao Hai, then he laughed and said, "You really don't know life from death. Do you know how many people are surrounding you right now? Are you still dreaming that the people of the Void Realm will come and save you? Xiao Hai, you're too naive." Xiao Hai looked at Elder Sun, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're the naive one. You only brought 10,000 people and you dare to deal with me? I really admire your courage. That's right, you don't know why my nickname is Pluto, so I don't blame you for making such a decision. However, I'm afraid you won't have this chance in the future, because today, all of you will die." When Elder Sun and Elder Wu heard Xiao Hai, their expressions changed. They brought 10,000 people to deal with Xiao Hai. It was impossible for Xiao Hai to receive the news. And now, those 10,000 people were surrounding Xiao Hai. It was impossible for Xiao Hai to count them. So how did he know that they brought 10,000 people to deal with him? Xiao Hai looked at Elder Sun and Elder Wu's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "These past few days, this man named Sun Darong has been following me. From time to time, he would tell you about my whereabouts. You are really patient, actually waiting for me for a long time. In order to make you believe that I really came out to observe the vampires, I've spent a lot of effort these past few days. But in any case, the results are pretty good. I originally thought that fishing out 5,000 people would be good, but I didn't expect 10,000 to come. Ha ha ha, I also have to thank Elder Sunday. If it weren't for your suggestion to bring 10,000 people to reduce the casualties, I'm afraid that 5,000 people would have come out this time." Elder Sun was stunned as he looked at Xiao Hai. He really didn't know what to say. Xiao Hai seemed to know everything about them like the back of his hand. How was this possible? Then Elder Sun's cold sweat dripped down. If Xiao Hai was really aware of their every move, then wouldn't they have a good time in the future? The day of the Six Realms Alliance's defeat wouldn't be far away. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In a while, the people from the Void Realm will come here to kill you. Before they arrive, I'll hold you back. I'll also let you know why I'm called the Underworld King." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right." After he said that, Xiao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared around him. Then when Xiao Hai waved his hand, the undead immediately rushed towards the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. The cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance were startled. They didn't think that Xiao Hai would make such a move. But since they were experts, they immediately began to organize a counterattack. This time, Xiao Hai didn't send too many undead. He only wanted to stall the cultivators here. He didn't want to kill them all. He wanted to leave them to Zhang Sunin and the others. At this time, many of the cultivators in the Void Realm haven't fought with the Six Realms Alliance. Even if they did, it was only once or twice. They didn't understand the fighting style of the Six Realms Alliance. But now, this was an opportunity to understand the fighting style of the Six Realms Alliance. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Because of this, he wanted the cultivators of the Void Realm to eliminate them. Elder Sun and Elder Wu's complexion were very ugly. They were now certain that Zhao Hai wasn't lying to them. What he said was true. This time, they were tricked by Zhao Hai. The two of them still haven't been attacked by the undead. Because of this, the undead that attacked them were blocked by the people around them. Because of this, the two of them stood there and stared at Zhao Hai. If their eyes could shoot fire, then Zhao Hai wouldn't even be left with ashes. Elder Sun clenched his teeth and said, "This time, we've lost. Old Wu, immediately send a letter to Old Hong. Tell him that there might be a spy in our base. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to know everything about us. Tell Old Hong to find that thing, otherwise we'll be finished." Elder Sun clenched his teeth and said, "Old Hong, you must find it." Elder Wu nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, a formation appeared in his hand. He took out a jade slip and engraved some information on it. Then he immediately placed the jade slip on the transmission formation and activated it. However, the transmission formation didn't respond at all. This made Elder Wu stare. Then his complexion changed. He turned his head and looked around. With a look of despair, he said, "It's over. We're trapped in the formation. There's no way to send any information out." Elder Sun's expression changed when he heard this. At this moment, a wave of battle cries came from behind them. Elder Sun and the others looked back and saw a large group of Void Realm cultivators charging at them from behind. Elder Sun and Elder Wu's hearts sank to the bottom. They finally understood that Zhao Hai wasn't lying to them. The Void Realm cultivators were really attacking. The two of them could not figure out how the cultivators from the Void Realm managed to kill their way up. They had always sent people to monitor the base of the Void Realm. No cultivators had ever come out of the base of the Void Realm. Where did these people come from? However, time didn't allow them to think too much. The two of them immediately turned around and faced the Void Realm cultivators. They had also made up their minds. Since they had already reached this point, there was no point in saying anything. Just kill them. Killing one was enough. Killing two was a win. However, Zhao Hai didn't give them this opportunity. As soon as they attacked the Void Realm cultivators, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in front of them. Zhao Hai held a long saber in his hand, looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, "Your opponent is me. How can you leave at will?" When the two of them saw Zhao Hai standing in front of them, their eyes turned red. Elder Sun gritted his teeth and said, well. I didn't expect you to dare to stand in front of me. Ha ha ha, God has opened his eyes. He actually gave me such a good opportunity. Killing you is better than killing 100,000 Void Realm cultivators. Kid, die." Then with a wave of his hand, a flying sword appeared in his hand. This flying sword was pitch black without any reflection. Elder Sun waved his hand as it went straight towards Zhao Hai. Elder Wu also took out a weapon silently. His weapon was very special. It looked like a formation. As soon as he threw this formation out, it expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a huge formation disc with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. It covered Zhao Hai in its base. At this time, Elder Sun's black sword had already arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his long saber and blocked Elder Sun's black sword. However, when Zhao Hai's long saber came in contact with Elder Sun's black sword, he felt the saber become lighter. His saber didn't manage to block Elder Sun's black sword. Zhao Hai was stunned. Then, he saw a black sword tip in front of him, heading straight for his throat. Zhao Hai's body leaned back, and the tip of the sword brushed past his nose. But then, Zhao Hai felt an energy slashing towards his waist. Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about it. His whole body was like a big bow that had been pulled back. He actually dodged the attack. At this time, Zhao Hai saw that the sword slashing towards his waist was actually half a sword. Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. Although Elder Sun's artifact looked like a sword, it was actually composed of two parts, the sword tip and the sword body. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't block Elder Sun's sword, but that Elder Sun's sword had automatically parted. Then, the sword tip pierced towards Zhao Hai, while the sword body slashed towards his waist. This artifact was the most creative artifact that Zhao Hai had ever seen. It was really easy to take a person's life. But now, he didn't have time to think about it, because Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the surrounding air seemed to have become a lot heavier. For incomparably powerful auras pressed down on his body. Zhao Hai was stunned. Then, he found that he was surrounded by 4 holy beasts. Beside Zhao Hai stood 4 holy beasts. The blue dragon on the left, the white dragon on the right, the vermilion bird in front, and the black tortoise behind. Although these 4 holy beasts were composed of energy, they were lifelike and incomparably solid. They were like living creatures. And the auras were emitted from these 4 holy beasts. Zhao Hai was stunned, but he immediately understood that these 4 holy beasts were probably created from Elder Wu's artifact. Although they weren't real holy beasts, their combat strength was definitely not low. Zhao Hai was not afraid. He coldly snorted and said, "So what if they are 4 holy beasts? Break for me." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. A huge saber aura flew out from his saber. This saber wasn't aimed at any of the holy beasts, but at the sky. A sound similar to tearing cloth came from the sky. Then, the figures of the 4 sacred beasts slowly faded until they completely disappeared. Then, 2 incomparably huge array discs fell from the sky. Zhao Hai actually broke Elder Wu's artifact with one saber strike. Elder Wu's artifact wasn't an ordinary artifact. It was his life source artifact that he had refined for many years. Now that his artifact was damaged, his mind was immediately damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen. It was obvious that he no longer had the strength to fight. At this time, Elder Sun's 2 flying swords attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai brandished his saber. When Elder Sun's 2 flying swords came in contact with the saber, a hissing sound was heard. Elder Sun's flying swords were actually cut into several pieces by Zhao Hai. Elder Sun's flying swords were also his life source artifact. He and Elder Wu wanted to use their most powerful sword artifact to attack and kill Zhao Hai on the spot in one fell swoop. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would break their life source artifact. Their souls were also damaged. Both of them looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai's strength would be so powerful. Under the siege of the 2 of them, their artifact was broken in just 2 moves. Moreover, their life source artifact was directly destroyed. The 2 of them couldn't accept this situation. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to defeat the 2 of them so easily was because of the law of severing. Although Zhao Hai had only comprehended a low-level severing artifact, it was more than enough to deal with Elder Sun and Elder Wu. After all, the power of law was something that shouldn't exist in this plane. After Zhao Hai destroyed the 2's artifacts, he didn't immediately kill them. Instead, he looked at the 2 and said, "I've said it before. Of the 10,000 people who came today, none of them will leave. Not only will I kill you, but sooner or later, I will kill the 6 Realms Alliance and turn it into the Void Realms territory. You 2 don't need to worry, you're just the vanguard. Everyone else will be reunited with you." After he said that, Zhao Hai took his saber and walked towards the 2. Elder Sun and Elder Wu looked at Zhao Hai, who was walking towards them step by step. Their eyes flashed with a sharp light. They knew that they would die today, but even if they had to risk their lives, they still wanted to drag Zhao Hai down with them. The 2 simultaneously shouted as a large pile of artifacts appeared around them. There were nearly 100 artifacts in total. Even if the 2 of them were at their peak, they wouldn't be able to control so many artifacts at the same time. But now, they released all of these artifacts. They didn't release these artifacts to attack Zhao Hai. Instead, they wanted to use a secret technique that they had learned to kill Zhao Hai. The people of the 6 Realms Alliance were experts in using artifacts. They had reached the point of perfection in their use of artifacts. The 6 Realms Alliance had already researched how to use an artifact to its fullest potential. However, among all the methods of using artifacts, there was one that was the most overbearing. It was also one that the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance didn't like to use, and that was artifact self-detonation. Artifact self-detonation was considered the strongest attack method by the cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance. However, very few cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance would use this method. This was because this method was too overbearing, and at the same time, the sacrifice was too great. Artifact self-detonation was easy to understand. It was to use a secret technique to make an artifact self-detonate. This was because these artifacts were able to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. Additionally, there were many formations inside these artifacts. Once they self-detonate, they would erupt with power that was several times stronger than the artifact itself. If an artifact's attack power was like a firecracker, then when it self-detonates, its attack power would be like a grenade. The people of the Six Realms Alliance were good at using artifacts. For example, Elder Sun's Black Sword and Elder Wu's Formation Disc. Naturally, they have other artifacts. However, these artifacts were the ones that they were most proficient in. The other artifacts that they used were very similar to their own artifacts. For example, Elder Sun was good at using flying swords while Elder Wu's artifacts were mostly based on formations. And when one's strength reached the level of Elder Sun and Elder Wu, their magic tools naturally couldn't be ordinary goods from the continent. They were all carefully selected by them. They have been using these artifacts for hundreds of years. Therefore, they have deep feelings for each artifact. Because of this, although the Six Realms Alliance has a method of self-destructing artifacts, very few people use it. Those who are good at using artifacts will always cherish them. Because of this, the Six Realms Alliance has a method of self-destructing artifacts. But this time Elder Sun and Elder Wu were prepared to use this method. They had no choice but to use it because they wanted to use Xiao Hai as a scapegoat. The two took out the best artifacts they had collected over the years in order to blow up Xiao Hai. They were confident that as long as Xiao Hai was within their range, they would be able to blow up Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai held his sword as he slowly walked towards the two. The two calculated the distance between them and Xiao Hai. As long as he takes 10 more steps, Xiao Hai would enter their attack range. At that time, they would be able to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Hai. But at this time, Xiao Hai suddenly stopped. Elder Sun and Elder Wu calmly looked at Xiao Hai. However, their hearts were very anxious. They hoped that Xiao Hai would take 10 more steps. As long as he takes 10 more steps, they would be able to blow up Xiao Hai. But at this distance, even if they use all of their artifacts, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you want me to take a few more steps so that you can blow up all of your artifacts?" Self-destructing artifacts, ha ha ha. It seems like you really think highly of me. Elder Sun and Elder Wu's expressions changed. They didn't think that Xiao Hai would be able to guess what they were thinking. The two of them couldn't understand why Xiao Hai knew about the Six Realms Alliance's artifact explosion. Xiao Hai didn't know much about it. Xiao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you think that it's strange that I know about self-destructing artifacts? Actually, it's nothing. This is because I used to fight the same way as you. It's just that I stopped using it later on." After Xiao Hai said that, he looked at the two and said, "Do you think that it's strange that I'm telling you these things? If I kill you, then the other cultivators of the Six Realms Alliance would want to break out of the encirclement and run away. And if they run away, then they would tell your base that I know about the Six Realms Alliance's base. Because of this, I can't kill you immediately. With the two of you here, the other cultivators would feel hope and stay here to resist. Then I'll have time to leisurely make my arrangements until I kill all of you. Isn't this good?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "That's right, I don't want to kill you right now. You don't have to worry about the Six Realms Alliance's base. Wouldn't that be great?" Blood drained from Elder Sun and Elder Wu's faces. They didn't think that they would be led by the nose by Xiao Hai. Now, even if they wanted to leave, it would be too late. Xiao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "You two don't need to be too surprised. Now that the arrangement is complete, the other cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance would lose their confidence. When the time comes, I'll deal the final blow and they'll be finished. Therefore, the two of you should take care." After he said that, Xiao Hai waved his hand and sent out a sword chi. Before the two could react, their heads were chopped off. Zhao Hai waved his hand and collected the corpses of Elder Sun and Elder Wu. He also collected their artifacts, including the two damaged artifacts. In any case, the space can repair them. Since these artifacts can be treated as life source artifacts, they should be quite powerful. Just as Zhao Hai killed Elder Sun and Elder Wu, the Void Realm's attack was coming to an end. The cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance wanted to run, but none of them managed to. The battle quickly came to an end. With the advantage in numbers and the enemy losing their confidence, Zhao Hai and the others managed to kill the 10,000 people sent by the Six Realms Alliance. When Zhao Hai arrived, he took the corpses and artifacts into the space. However, he left behind the spatial bags and gave them to everyone who participated in the battle. He couldn't take everything away. After all, Xianxia and the others had risked their lives to obtain those things. After Zhao Hai cleaned up the battlefield, Xianxia and the others arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Captain, a total of 3,000 people died. More than 1,000 people were injured. Nearly 500 of them were disabled." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You should immediately return to the base. With such a large number of people coming out, I think the Six Realm Alliance will be notified. They should know what you're doing. Maybe their reinforcements are already on the way. After you return, don't leave the base. Even if the Six Realm Alliance attacks the base, don't come out. Understood?" When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Captain, you're not going to return? It's very dangerous outside. If the Six Realm Alliance knows that you're outside alone, they would certainly go all out to hunt you down." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Hunt me down? How would they hunt me down? Send 10,000 people? Or all of them? If they really do send all of their people to hunt me down, then you can go to the Six Realm Alliance's base and completely destroy it. Let's see what they can do then." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Captain, why are you still outside? Is there anything else?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to study the vampires. Although their fighting strength is average, they have a lot of people. Most importantly, unless we know how to restrain them, they wouldn't be easy to kill. I want to see if we can find a way to make use of these vampires. If we can find a way to make use of these vampires, then the Six Realm Alliance would be finished." When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared. Then their eyes couldn't help but shine. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Captain, can this really be done?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have a clue right now. Therefore, I need to observe the vampires." "Alright, you can go back." Xianxia and the others also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't come back. Therefore, they nodded and immediately organized everyone. Then a white light flashed on their bodies as they disappeared. Zhao Hai looked around and then collected the formation plates that he arranged before leaving the battlefield. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to go to a place where there were high-level vampires. Then he would take them to the space and see their effects. If the high-level vampires couldn't survive in the space, then he would have to raise them in captivity. He wanted to see how strong the vampires' souls would be after their soul was restored. He also wanted to see how strong a complete soul would be. A day after Zhao Hai left, an army of about 30,000 people from the Six Realms Alliance arrived at the battlefield. Although the battlefield was cleaned up by Zhao Hai, the traces left behind by the battle couldn't be covered up. This time, the ones leading the army were Elder Tian and Elder Ji from the Six Realms Alliance. Elder Tian was very good at defense while Elder Ji was very good at commanding. However, at this time, the two of them didn't have good expressions. The two of them stared at the battlefield for some time before Elder Tian gave an order, "Everyone, look around. If you find anyone else, then immediately report back." The people behind the two immediately complied and looked around. However, aside from some traces of battle and blood, there was nothing of value. Even corpses couldn't be found. After listening to the report, Elder Tian's expression turned ugly. Then he turned to Elder Ji and said, "Old Ji, what do you think?" Elder Ji looked around, then he sighed and said, "I'm afraid that Old Sun and the others are in danger. Judging from the battle here, the Void Realm has dispatched at least several tens of thousands of people. Moreover, they seem to have used formations here. Therefore, Old Sun and the others don't have much hope of surviving. Elder Tian's face was ashen as he said, "What a void realm. I didn't expect that we would still fall into their trap in the end. I wonder who the leader of the void realm is. He is actually so cunning. What should we do next?" Elder Ji looked around and then said, "Let's go back. We'll discuss this in the base. This time, we've lost a lot of people. It's not suitable for us to fight in the short term. However, after we go back, we still need to organize people to attack the Void Realm's camp. If we don't retaliate, then our morale will be gone. At this time, we can't lose our morale." Elder Tian let out a long sigh and said, "All right, then we'll go back first. We'll slowly settle this account." Elder Ji's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "The Void Realm shouldn't be making any moves in the near future. They've already gained a big advantage this time. If they act recklessly, then they shouldn't blame us for being impolite." Elder Tian nodded, then he looked around again. In the end, he didn't find anything. Then he gathered everyone and returned to the base. However, the morale of the army was greatly affected. After all, there were 10,000 people there. If they were alive, they wouldn't be able to find them. If they were dead, they wouldn't be able to find their corpses. This feeling was very bad. Many people in the Six Realms Alliance's army had some kind of relationship with those 10,000 people. Some were fellow disciples, some were even brothers. In this case, how could their morale be good? Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the Six Realms Alliance. Instead, he went to the seaside. The Blood Continent seawater had been dyed red by the blood of the Kuanpeng. The seawater was filled with blood qi. There were a lot of vampires here. Moreover, these vampires were very strong. Zhao Hai looked at the shark-like vampires and knew that they were very strong. But since he was now a member of the blood race, these vampires didn't attack him. Zhao Hai looked at the vampires. Then with an intention, he opened the hell space. There were a lot of blood ponds in the hell space. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the vampires would react after entering the hell space. Sure enough, as soon as the vampires smelled the blood in the blood pond, they immediately rushed towards the hell space. Zhao Hai looked at the vampires rushing in, but he didn't have any reaction. He was waiting for the space's prompt. Sure enough, when the vampires rushed into the space, a prompt was heard, detected unconscious berserk program entering the space. Immediately subduing it. Subduing success. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he understood. It seems like these high-level vampires weren't very good. Otherwise, the space wouldn't have issued such a prompt. Before long, Zhao Hai calmed down. He looked at the vampires inside the space and discovered that after they were subdued, their bodies began to disintegrate. It seems like they weren't far from death. Zhao Hai sighed. He knew that the vampires were finished. However, Zhao Hai also thought about it. He immediately took out a formation talisman from the space and began to arrange a formation. This formation had only one function, and that was to trap the vampires. Before long, the formation was finished. This formation was very big. Even if it was used to trap high-level vampires, it could still trap about 10,000 of them. As for low-level vampires, it could trap even more. After the formation was finished, Zhao Hai waved his hand and poured some blood from the blood pond into the formation. Then he activated the formation. This formation can only be entered but not exited. Once the smell of blood attracted the vampires inside, Zhao Hai would be able to deal with them. Sure enough, as soon as the vampires smelled the blood, they immediately rushed into the formation. Before long, the formation was filled with 10,000 vampires. Zhao Hai looked at the vampires that were going back and forth inside the formation. He didn't stay idle as he immediately took out some soul fires and threw them into the formation. When the soul fires entered the formation, there wasn't any reaction. The vampires simply absorbed the soul fires. Moreover, they didn't seem to want to absorb the soul fires. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai stared. Then his expression couldn't help but change before he calmed down. He knew that the vampire souls were too weak. Moreover, they were only obsessed with flesh and blood. They didn't care about soul fires. Now that they were relying on their obsession, it was natural that they wouldn't be interested in soul fires. Zhao Hai looked at their situation and didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai could only sigh. Then he reached out and took out a soul fire from the space. Then he crushed the soul fire and threw it into the formation. The crushed soul fire had already turned into the purest soul force. When this soul force entered the formation, it immediately entered the bodies of the vampires. The vampires immediately absorbed the soul force. While absorbing the soul force, the vampires stopped moving. They just stood there in a daze, as if they were enjoying it very much. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of the vampires and knew that they must have felt that this would make them more comfortable. Because of this, they were very obedient. Zhao Hai looked like he was taking care of his pets. He carefully took care of the vampires. He crushed the soul fires and threw them to the vampires. The vampires just stood there obediently. Zhao Hai didn't know how many soul fires were thrown, but he could clearly feel that the soul fires of the vampires had become stronger. Zhao Hai took out a soul fire that he didn't crush and threw it into the formation. The vampires were like sharks that smelled blood. They immediately rushed towards the soul fire. The soul fire was immediately absorbed by a vampire. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that the time was right. He immediately took out more soul fires and threw them into the formation for the vampires to absorb. After each of the vampires had absorbed a soul fire, Zhao Hai waved his hand and opened the hell space. The vampires rushed in because they smelled the scent of the soul fire. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to open the hell space. Instead, he opened the hell space. When the vampires entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard, abnormal emotions detected. Immediately subduing them. Success. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. At this time, the vampires were still absorbing the soul fires. Before long, their souls became as strong as ordinary cultivators. At this time, they stopped eating. Then their bodies slowly changed. In the end, all the vampires turned into humans. However, their bodies were still blood red, making them look very strange. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared beside the vampires. The vampires bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, they can even speak. Alright, Kai, teach them the rules. I'll leave the matters of the blood continent to them." It wasn't known when Kai appeared beside Zhao Hai. She nodded and then led the vampires away. Zhao Hai could see that the vampires were now at least in the divine condensation stage. Moreover, their souls had been restored. However, they still needed to learn a lot of things. For example, how to make the best use of their bodies in battle. In the past, the vampires didn't have any intelligence. They could only rely on their instincts. Now that they have intelligence, although their fighting instincts were still there, they couldn't make the best use of their bodies. This was definitely a waste. Because of this, Zhao Hai had Kai teach them some rules. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, Laura and the others were already there. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "How is it? Is the underworld all right?" Laura shook her head and said, "It's fine. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. The people from the other realms can't hold on any longer. After all, it's impossible for them to go all out against the Void Realm. They wouldn't be able to bear such losses. Now, they have already decided to retreat. As long as we deal with them, they would certainly retreat." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, I won't worry about them anymore. Now that we've found a way to subdue the vampires, I need to quickly turn the vampires in the Blood Mainland into my subordinates. This way, the Blood Mainland will be ours." Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you handed over the task of subduing the vampires to the higher-ranked vampires. What do you want to do? Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's still time to rest. I want to go to the spatial barrier and take a look at it." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she stared for a moment before she nodded and said, "It's good to go there and take a look. It would be even better if we can absorb some law into the space." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "But 2 days won't make much of a difference. I'll rest inside the space first." "Right, give me the information about the underworld, I want to take a look at it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, then I'll take a look at it." Laura nodded, then she pointed her finger at the monitor. The monitor immediately showed the situation of Underworld. Underworld's situation was still very tense. Groups of cultivators were patrolling everywhere, just like when they were on the 8 Desolation ship. They were very alert. Laura looked at the cultivators and then said to Zhao Hai, "These people have been on the battlefield before. It must be said that the attack of the realms has given us an opportunity. We sent all the cultivators in the mansion who haven't participated in battles before. Now that they've experienced a great battle, they've finally matured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao nodded. "Yes, it's time to let them stand alone. You did a good job this time, better than I did. When I was in the mansion, I was always the first one to stand up, so naturally, those guys didn't get any training. You did a good job this time, letting those guys get enough training is a good thing." Zhao nodded. "That's right." Zhao nodded. "Yes." Laura smiled faintly and said, "We didn't manage it too much. We just handed it over to Tiger's Might and the others." "Right, Ji Wuming has already come out of seclusion. His strength has improved, he's about to reach the void-piercing realm." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect Ji Wuming to be so talented." "Hee. Forget it, let's not worry about him. In any case, I haven't ascended yet, so he can't. Let him be." Laura and the others nodded. What Ji Wuming used was the Heart Demon transformation technique. It was impossible for him to be stronger than Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about him. In fact, Zhao Hai had already comprehended the laws of the underworld. Even if he were to face a void-piercing realm expert, he would still be able to deal with them in a matter of minutes. Therefore, when he heard that Ji Wuming's strength had improved, he naturally didn't think too much about it. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I think the people from the other realms won't be able to hold on for long. Elder Tang and the others are about to make a move. As long as they make a move, the people from the other realms wouldn't be able to hold on. I think it's time for us to plan our retaliation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, prepare yourselves. Nobody can offend me without paying a price. I want those realms to be afraid when they hear my name." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura smiled faintly and said, "This time, we must teach them a lesson that they will never forget. We must make them understand that there are some people that they can't afford to offend. Their attack this time was because of our retaliation against the Blood Dragon realm. However, the Blood Dragon realm was very honest, they were just using the name of the Blood Dragon realm. It's time to let them know how fierce we are." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. However, his eyes flashed with a cold light. The attack of the Six Realms Alliance arrived as scheduled. However, the people in the base weren't surprised. This was because Zhao Hai had already told them that the Six Realms Alliance would retaliate. Moreover, he had given them a strict order to not attack. At this time, the people in the base were fully aware of Zhao Hai's orders. Because of this, the people in the base had an extra task every day, which was to sit in the base and watch the Six Realms Alliance put on a show. The people of the Six Realms Alliance kept on attacking the protective shield of the base. However, their attacks were useless. They couldn't break through the protective shield of the base. They were surprised to see that the protective shield of the base didn't respond to their attacks. The people of the Six Realms Alliance couldn't do anything about the base's protective shield. Therefore, they began to think of every possible way to lure the people from the base out. This included pretending to retreat, insulting the people from the outside, and doing everything they could think of. However, in the end, the people from the base just looked at them as if they were watching a play. They didn't react at all. The people in the base didn't dare to violate Zhao Hai's orders. Therefore, they could only watch the show. No matter what the people outside said or did, they just stayed in the base every day. If they weren't watching the performance of the Six Realms Alliance, then they were watching the projection of the Six Realms Alliance's base. Each and every one of them looked like they had nothing to do. Their reaction made the people from the Six Realms Alliance curse and curse. However, the people in the base didn't react at all. The people in the base slowly calmed down. After calming down, they stopped being angry. They just stood in the base and looked at the people from the Six Realms Alliance cursing outside. It was as if they were watching a show. From time to time, they would laugh and talk. The more they cursed, the angrier they got. On the other hand, the people who were cursing just stood there and watched the show. This made the people who were cursing even angrier. Time passed day by day. After 7 days, the people of the Six Realms Alliance had no choice but to return to their base. This was because the spiritual chi in their base was much richer compared to the outside. If they don't return to their base and just stay in the blood mainland, then their spiritual chi wouldn't be enough for them to use. Seeing that the people of the Six Realms Alliance had retreated, the people in the base split into groups. They stayed in the conference room day and night. They wanted to see how the people of the Six Realms Alliance would react after they returned to their base. However, the people from the Six Realms Alliance didn't disappoint them. After these people returned to their base, they couldn't help but curse at the Six Realms Alliance. However, they couldn't do anything to the Six Realms Alliance. Looking at these people, the Six Realms Alliance's mood suddenly became better. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the base. The reason why he returned was because the first batch of vampires that surrendered to the space had returned to the blood mainland. Moreover, they began to use the formation that Zhao Hai left behind to deal with the other vampires. These subdued vampires no longer thirsted for flesh and blood. Their thirst for flesh and blood was due to their obsession. However, this obsession disappeared when Zhao Hai subdued them. Because of this, the vampires can now be regarded as a very peculiar race. They no longer thirsted for flesh and blood. Since Zhao Hai handed over the matter of subduing the vampires to the Six Realms Alliance, he can now return to the base. He was preparing to go to the spatial hole from the base. This was because if he wanted to go to the spatial hole, then he must go through the base. The base was built to guard the spatial hole. The people in the base were bored, so when they saw Zhao Hai return, they immediately surrounded him. After Zhao Hai greeted everyone, he led Zhang Sunin and the others back to the conference room. After sitting down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, the best way to deal with the Blood Continent is not to fight against the Six Realms Alliance, nor to use the vampires. This time, I discovered that the vampires are like beasts without any intelligence. In their eyes, there is only flesh and blood. They have an incomparable thirst for flesh and blood. Because of this, it is very difficult to make use of them. But to eliminate them all is even more difficult. This is because the Blood Continent is still producing more vampires. Nobody knows how many vampires there will be, so it is almost impossible to eliminate them all. Therefore, we can only think of other ways to deal with the Six Realms Alliance's threat to the Void Realm from the root. Therefore, we have to solve the problem of the Six Realms Alliance." Everyone nodded. However, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to say. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "So far, the Six Realms Alliance has yet to obtain the coordinates of the Void Realm. In other words, they can't use the transmission formation to go to the Void Realm. They can only enter the Void Realm through the spatial hole. What would happen if we restore the spatial hole? Does this mean that the troubles in the Blood Mainland can be completely solved?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhang Sunin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Captain, do you have a way to restore the spatial hole?" Zhao Hai replied, "If I don't see it, then how would I know? However, when the martial god realm attacked us, I obtained some fragments of the laws of space. I've already refined those fragments, so I know a bit about the laws of space. Therefore, I want to go there and see if I can fix the hole. If I can fix it, then all of our problems would be solved." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go there and take a look." Zhang Sunin and the others nodded. However, they looked at Zhao Hai with uncertain eyes. When Zhao Hai saw their eyes, he couldn't help but become angry. "What's with your eyes? Don't you trust me? Do you believe that I won't strip you naked, chop you up a couple of times, and then hang you outside to attract the vampires?" Everyone shook their heads and then said, "I don't believe you." Zhao Hai rolled his eyes while the others laughed. They knew that although Zhao Hai hated the people from the Six Realms Alliance, he treated his own people differently. He simply wouldn't be angry with them. Because of this, they were able to joke around with him. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right. However, after laughing, everyone decided to get down to business. Zhang Sunin and the other vice captains led Zhao Hai to a cave behind the base. Zhao Hai had already paid attention to this cave, but he didn't find anything special about it. However, when Zhang Sunin and the others led Zhao Hai into the cave, the situation inside the cave changed. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he discovered that there was a very powerful illusion formation inside the cave. This illusion formation didn't have any energy fluctuations, making people unable to tell that it was an illusion formation. Inside the cave was a huge natural cavern. This cavern was very large, about 10 acres in size. In the middle of this cavern was a spatial hole. This spatial hole wasn't small. Outside of this spatial hole, there were countless void realm cultivators and large artifacts patrolling the area. When the people outside saw Zhao Hai and the others, they enthusiastically greeted them. However, nobody entered the cavern to talk to them. After Zhang Sunin greeted these people, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Captain, this is what we've been guarding. From here, we can directly enter the void realm. Moreover, this place is connected to the center of our 5 great clans. Outside of this place is the void." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the situation outside and said, "Send a letter to the family. Tell them that I want to study the spatial hole. Tell them not to make a fuss." Zhang Sunin nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Captain, I'll go and tell them. Do you want to go back and take a look before coming here?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No need, I'll stay here. After you go back, send a letter to the family. At the same time, prepare your defenses. Remember, no one is allowed to go out. Even if the sky falls, you have to stay in the base. Understand?" Zhang Sunin and the others quickly nodded, then they turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he focused his attention on the spatial hole. This spatial hole was very strange, it was very round. It looked like a person had drawn a circle on a piece of white paper and then cut the paper according to this circle. This round shape surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the edge of the spatial hole. There were no changes there, it looked like it was cut by a knife. It was very neat. Moreover, the spatial barrier was very smooth, it didn't look like it shrank at all. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows, then he closed his eyes and calmly felt it. He already had the experience of feeling laws, so Zhao Hai quickly felt that there was a layer of law on the spatial barrier. This layer of law wasn't very strong, it couldn't even compare to the law that Zhao Hai felt from the Kuanpeng. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled, he didn't understand what was going on. Why were there some low-level laws here? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the base and then returned to his room. Then his body flashed and entered the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to look for the Kuanpeng. The Kuanpeng was still swimming in the sea. The space that Zhao Hai was in had a special feature, it seemed to have no end. The Kuanpeng could swim freely in the sea. As long as it didn't swim towards the land where Zhao Hai was, it would never reach the shore. This was what the Kuanpeng wanted. The Kuanpeng also felt that Zhao Hai was on the sea. It immediately floated up from the sea and looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. "Young master, how come you have time to look for me today?" Kuanpeng also knew that Zhao Hai wanted to give him his freedom. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, he would come and look for him. Therefore, he asked this question. Zhao Hai replied, "I have something to ask you. Kuanpeng, I found a spatial hole in the blood continent. The spatial barrier couldn't be closed. I thought that it was because of some powerful law. But later on, I discovered that it wasn't the case at all. Although there are laws there, they aren't very strong. They aren't even as strong as the blood continent's laws. What's going on?" Kuanpeng nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kuanpeng, I found a spatial hole in the continent. This is because the strength of spatial barriers varies. Since the young master isn't very strong, the spatial barrier here is very weak. This makes it easy for people to break through and ascend. If we were in the human immortal realm, then the spatial barrier would be very strong. If I didn't go all out, then it would be impossible for me to break through the barrier and escape here. The young master isn't in the human immortal realm. Because of this, the spatial barrier can be broken. Moreover, the spatial barrier can never be closed, even if it's a low-level law. Kuan-Pung smiled faintly and said, "Young master, there's nothing strange about this. This is because the strength of spatial barriers can also change. Since the young master is in the human immortal realm, the spatial barrier here would be very strong. If I didn't go all out, then I wouldn't be able to break through the barrier and escape here." Upon hearing the Kuan-Pung, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he became overjoyed. He immediately said, "In other words, I can also break through the spatial barrier?" The Kuan-Pung shook his head and said, "This is possible. But young master, you can only break through the barrier of this realm. It's impossible for you to break through the barrier to ascend to the higher realms because it's against the law." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Isn't the spatial barrier formed by the power of law? Why can I break through the spatial barrier, but can't ascend?" The Kuan-Pung said, "Young master, you're right. The spatial barrier is formed by the power of law. But young master, don't forget that the spatial barrier isn't a law. There are many kinds of laws. The spatial barrier is just a situation of the law, and it's the most common situation. Young master, you have the power of law, so you can easily break through the spatial barrier of this realm. But because young master's level isn't high enough and you haven't reached the void-piercing realm, you can't ascend. Even if you have the power of law, you still can't ascend because the law doesn't allow it. Although it seems rigid, it's precisely this rigid power of law that has been maintaining the balance between the realms." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, I understand. You can go." The Kuan-Pung nodded, then his figure moved and sank back into the sea. At the same time, Zhao Hai came out of the space and left his room. Then he rushed towards the cave. While walking towards the cave, Zhao Hai called Zhang Sunin and said, "Zhang Sun, I'm going to the cave for a period of time. Without my order, nobody can enter the cave. I don't want to be disturbed. Do you understand?" Zhang Sunin also knew that Zhao Hai's matter wouldn't be simple, so he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Captain. Rest assured, I know what to do. I won't let anyone disturb you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he entered the cave once again. Zhao Hai sat inside the cave as he carefully observed the spatial barrier. He couldn't see anything special on the smooth walls of the cave. However, Zhao Hai knew that there were countless forces of law fighting inside. The natural restoration ability of the spatial barrier was fighting against these forces of law. Moreover, this battle didn't stop for even a moment. Zhao Hai quietly sensed these two forces. Although his spiritual force was very strong, his perception of these two forces was very weak. It was as if he was looking at these two forces through a layer. He could see something, but what he saw was blurry. Zhao Hai sensed for a while. Although he could feel the two forces fighting, he couldn't sense the characteristics of these two forces. This made Zhao Hai feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows, then he slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust his thinking power. Then he slowly sent his thinking power towards the hole in the spatial barrier. Before long, Zhao Hai's thought force arrived at the edge of the hole in the spatial barrier. Just as his thought force arrived, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. He felt like he was in a battlefield. The two sides on the battlefield were two incomparably solid thought forces. These two thought forces were constantly fighting each other. At present, both sides were evenly matched. These were two incomparably powerful spiritual forces. However, compared to the rupture technique, they were still lacking. Zhao Hai slowly tried to divide his spiritual force into two. Then he slowly probed the two forces. Before long, Zhao Hai's spiritual force connected with the two forces. One of the forces gave Zhao Hai a very familiar feeling. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be interested. He paid attention to it and immediately understood that this force was the power of spatial laws. He had come into contact with some spatial laws in the past. It was during the battle on the Ark of Misfortune in the martial god realm that he obtained a small fragment of spatial laws. It allowed him to have a certain understanding of spatial laws. But after all, it was just a fragment. It was impossible for him to understand the power of spatial laws through that fragment. But now that he was connected with the spiritual force, Zhao Hai immediately felt that this spiritual force was the power of spatial laws. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, this was a rare opportunity. Zhao Hai immediately began to understand the spatial laws. But upon understanding, Zhao Hai discovered that the spatial laws here weren't complete, but rather a type of spatial law. Just like what the Kuanping said, laws were divided into high-level and low-level laws. And it was clear that the spatial laws were one of the lowest-level laws in the world. The higher the level of a law, the more things it would contain. Since the spatial laws were the highest-level laws, naturally, it would contain more things. But now, the spatial laws contain two abilities, defense and recovery. This spatial barrier didn't have any offensive capabilities, but it had strong defensive capabilities and recovery capabilities. Zhao Hai calmly felt the spatial laws. It wasn't until he discovered that he had a good understanding of this incomplete spatial law that he withdrew his spiritual force. The law of space was different from the law of cleavage. The law of cleavage contained a very strong willpower. You had to believe that you could cleave anything, and this kind of willpower had to be like Vajra. Only then could the law of cleavage display its greatest power. On the other hand, the spatial laws weren't the same. The spatial laws were one of the most fundamental laws in the world, its might was incomparable. Because of this, Zhao Hai found it very difficult to comprehend. If it wasn't for his spiritual force, then Zhao Hai didn't know how long it would take for him to comprehend the incomplete spatial laws. After comprehending the spatial laws, it was time to comprehend another type of law. Zhao Hai's spiritual force connected with the other type of law. Before long, he was able to feel the characteristics of this law. This was a low-level law, and it was somewhat similar to the spatial laws. It only had one ability, and that was to pierce through. Moreover, this was a piercing law, and it wasn't as powerful as the spatial laws. After comprehending the spatial laws, it wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai to comprehend the spatial laws. Therefore, after comprehending the spatial laws, a prompt was suddenly heard from the space: "Host has comprehended an incomplete low-level spatial law. The space can now produce 1,000 spatial law crystals per day. Host has comprehended a low-level piercing law. The space can now produce 1,000 piercing law crystals per day." Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but smile. He comprehended two types of laws, one for offense and one for defense. For him, this was very important. He had already discovered that after cultivating the complete version of the star art, the Tao cores that he cultivated before weren't affected. Even the spatial laws that he cultivated weren't affected. The spatial laws were still in his cells, slowly cultivating on their own. Now, his spatial laws were a lot stronger compared to when he first comprehended them. This was all thanks to the star art. Of course, the biggest credit was the magic cube. But now, the magic cube and the star art had combined together, turning into a different type of star art. If it was just an ordinary star art, then Zhao Hai would be able to form a huge perceptual energy net that connected all of his cells. All of the nodes would be like stars, not like the magic cube. However, the magic cube was the most powerful controller in Zhao Hai's body. It could control the operation of some cultivation methods. The star art was also a cultivation method, so naturally, it was also an exception. It was also under the control of the magic cube. Finally, when Zhao Hai completed the star art, a change occurred in his body, forming an energy net. If it was just the star art, then this energy net would only be able to transmit energy. However, the magic cube was also able to do the same. Not only could it transmit energy, but it could also transmit perception. Moreover, all of the nodes had turned into magic cubes. The most powerful of these magic cubes was the big magic cube in Zhao Hai's middle dantian. The next two were the two smaller magic cubes in the upper dantian and lower dantian. Then there were the smaller magic cubes in all of his acupuncture points. These magic cubes formed a huge net that connected Zhao Hai's body together. The magic cube seemed to be independent of Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai didn't need to care about the magic cube at all. The magic cube could operate on its own, and it could practice all of Zhao Hai's cultivation methods. It was as if the magic cube would operate without Zhao Hai. In fact, this wasn't the case. The magic cube was like a program and Zhao Hai was like a computer. This program could only be used when it entered the computer as a carrier. Once the carrier was gone, the program would naturally be useless. Whether it was the magic cube or the space, the root of all of this was Zhao Hai. Therefore, whether it was the space or the magic cube, they both served Zhao Hai the moment they appeared. Now that Zhao Hai had comprehended 3 types of law, these 3 types of law had entered his cells and turned into a true law crystal. Moreover, they were also under the control of the magic cube. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about them at all. Zhao Hai didn't have much of a reaction to the space's prompt. He turned his attention to the hole in the space barrier. Then he waved his hand and a suction force came out of his hand. The piercing law on the hole in the space barrier quickly gathered in his hand before entering the space and turning into law crystals. At this time, the space barrier began to slowly recover. It wasn't until all of the piercing law was absorbed by Zhao Hai that he turned his head towards the space barrier. The space barrier was already recovering. Although the speed of recovery wasn't very fast, it shouldn't take long for it to be completely restored. Zhao Hai looked outside and saw the void realm. The cultivators of the 5 great clans were still there. They were still patrolling, as if they weren't paying attention to the space barrier. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew out of the hole in the space barrier. His action immediately attracted everyone's attention and they immediately surrounded him. They were all standing on large artifacts with the insignia of the 5 great clans. On the leading large artifact was an old cultivator. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, are you the patriarch of the 5 great clans? Mister, did you come out for something?" Zhao Hai looked at the old man and said, "Report your identity?" The old man didn't get angry because of Zhao Hai's rudeness. On the contrary, he thought that it was normal. What was Zhao Hai's status? He was the underworld master. The underworld's strength was comparable to the 5 great clans. He was just an elder of the 5 great clans. His status was much worse than Zhao Hai's. Therefore, the old man didn't get angry. Instead, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Xianxia Su of the Xianxia clan greets Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I've already solved the spatial hole. The hole will be restored in a few days. During this time, you shouldn't leave this place. Prepare your defenses and inform the 5 great clans about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." When Xianxia Su heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai with ecstasy and said, "Mister, did you really solve the problem of the space barrier?" Zhao Hai said, "Follow me." Then he turned around and flew towards the space barrier. Xianxia Su followed behind Zhao Hai and flew towards the space barrier with an excited expression on his face. One couldn't blame him for being so excited. This spatial hole had always been a sore point for the 5 great clans. Because of this spatial hole, they had no choice but to guard against the 6 Realms Alliance. If the spatial hole was restored, then the 6 Realms Alliance wouldn't be able to enter the void realm through the spatial hole. At that time, the 5 great clans wouldn't need to worry anymore. In order to deal with the 6 Realms Alliance, countless men of the 5 great clans had died in the Blood Continent. Although the Blood Continent provided the 5 great clans with the best training ground, the number of casualties they suffered every year still made the 5 great clans fearful. For so many years, the 5 great clans hadn't developed much. This had nothing to do with the space barrier. The 5 major clans were like a single person, and the Blood Mainland was like a burden on their shoulders, slowing down their progress. If the spatial hole was repaired, the 5 major clans would be able to put down this burden and go into battle with less baggage. When Zhao Hai came out of the cave, Xianxia and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Xianxia and the others didn't dare to disturb Zhao Hai. They knew what Zhao Hai did in the cave meant for them. It meant that the Void Realm can leave the Blood Mainland forever. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai come out, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he sighed and shook his head. When they saw Zhao Hai shaking his head, the hearts of Xianxia and the others sank. The hope that rose in their hearts vanished like a bubble. Xianxia's face showed a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, "Forget it, Captain. It doesn't matter if we didn't succeed. After all, we're already used to it. Now that we're in the Blood Mainland, we have the upper hand." Sima Dao nodded and said, "Right, Captain. Don't be sad." Morong Qian said, "I still haven't had my revenge." Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and said, "This is what gives me the biggest headache. We're about to leave this place, but you still have so many things to do. What should we do? When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Shang Guanyin looked at Zhao Hai with uncertainty and said, "Little Zhao Hai, what do you mean? Did you succeed?" The little flame of hope in their hearts was once again ignited. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I succeeded. The spatial barrier is now slowly recovering. In a few days, it will be fully restored. When that time comes, we won't need to stay here. Of course, this will depend on the 5 clans." Zhang Sunin and the others were stunned. After a while, they started to cheer. They were really excited. After all, they had stayed in the Blood Mainland for a long time. Seeing their family members being killed one by one made them feel very uncomfortable. Now, they finally saw the hope of leaving this place. Zhang Sunin and the others were in a daze. After some time, the group calmed down. Then Zhao Hai led them into the conference room. After sitting down, Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "I've already met with Zhang Sun Su, who is guarding the spatial hole outside. I had him report the matter of the spatial barrier's recovery. You should also report this matter to the clans and see what they think." The group nodded excitedly. Although they had calmed down a bit, they were still excited when this matter was brought up. Shang Guanyin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, how did you restore the spatial barrier?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In the Divine Ox Ridge, before the battle with the martial god realm, I obtained a fragment of the laws of space. Later on, I refined this fragment. Although I haven't yet comprehended the laws of space, I have some understanding of the laws of space. Spatial barriers are a manifestation of the laws of space. Moreover, spatial barriers can be restored on their own. Since they haven't been restored, then there must be something preventing them from doing so. Later on, when I was at the edge of the spatial hole, I discovered that there was a very powerful force that was preventing the spatial barrier from restoring itself. In the past few days, I've been grinding away that force bit by bit in order to restore the barrier." Zhao Hai's words were half true and half false. He really did obtain a fragment of spatial law. This was something that many people in the Void Realm knew. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of being exposed. When Shang Guanyin and the others heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. Then Shang Guanyin said, "Good job. Our 5 families have paid a lot in the Blood Mainland over the years. Now, we don't have to bleed anymore." "Good, very good." The others nodded as well. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. "I still don't know what the family is thinking. What if they want to use the Blood Continent as a place for training? If that's the case, they won't let us leave so quickly." Zhang Sunin shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Nobody knows the family's situation better than us. The family doesn't lack training grounds. There are almost no resources left in the Blood Mainland. Even if we have a way to deal with the Blood Elementalists, the family wouldn't be interested in this place. Therefore, it's impossible for the family to let us stay here." The others nodded as well. When Zhao Hai heard this, he didn't say anything else. Then he nodded and said, "Then let's prepare. But before we leave, I must teach the 6 Realms Alliance a lesson. I must make them understand that there are some people that they can't mess with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's prepare. But before we leave, I must teach the 6 Realms Alliance a lesson." When Zhang Sunin and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would still want to retaliate. Wasn't this revenge too strong? But to be honest, they were still looking forward to it. After so many years, the hatred between them and the 6 Realms Alliance couldn't be resolved. In this case, if they could retaliate against the 6 Realms Alliance before they leave, then they would be in a good mood. However, at the same time, they also placed Zhao Hai on the list of people that they can't afford to offend. This was because Zhao Hai's revenge was too strong. They were afraid that after offending Zhao Hai, they would suffer from Zhao Hai's endless revenge. That would be a nightmare for them. In the past few days, they had already seen Zhao Hai's strength. Although Zhao Hai looked like a spirit condensation expert, Zhang Sunin and the others knew that Zhao Hai was an invincible existence in the spirit condensation realm. Even void-piercing experts wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. For someone like Zhao Hai, even the 5 great clans weren't sure that they could deal with him. If they couldn't kill Zhao Hai, then they could only wait for Zhao Hai's revenge. Morong Qian didn't care about this. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you want to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is actually very simple. We can borrow the strength of the vampires. The Six Realms Alliance isn't like us, they haven't found the weakness of the vampires. They still haven't found the most effective way to deal with the vampires. As long as we can lure the vampires to attack them, then we can make them suffer a big loss." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Morong Qian and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Morong Qian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But mister, how can we make the vampires help us? They don't seem to have any wisdom, they only act based on instinct. It's impossible for us to negotiate with them." Zhao Hai looked at Morong Qian and the others, then he said, "You haven't hunted before, right?" The group looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression, they didn't know why he suddenly asked this. However, they all shook their heads at the same time. Shang Guanyun said, "During the trials, we dealt with a lot of beasts. How could we not have hunted before?" "Little Hai, are you joking?" Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he smiled faintly and said, "The mistake I'm talking about isn't hunting beasts. You should know that even beasts don't act based on instinct. Their wisdom isn't inferior to humans." After Zhao Hai said this, he paused, then he looked at the group and said, "But the vampires are different. The vampires are like a group of beasts without wisdom. They only act based on instinct. To be honest, in this aspect, they are inferior to beasts. To deal with them, there's no need to use complicated methods. The simplest and most direct method is the most effective." Why are the vampires called the vampires? When Zhang Sunin and the others heard this, they couldn't help but stare. But then they immediately responded. Zhang Sunin said, "It's because they have an unimaginable thirst for flesh and blood." Zhao Hai nodded, "Right, it's because they have an endless thirst for blood and flesh. Then we can start from this aspect. You guys, send a letter to the family and tell them to kill more beasts. Then send the blood of the beasts here, the more the better." Zhao Hai nodded. When they heard Zhao Hai, Zhang Sunin and the others stared, then their eyes lit up. They didn't think of using this method to get the vampires to help. Right, the vampires have an endless thirst for flesh and blood. If they can use the blood to lure the vampires, then they would naturally be able to use them. Zhang Sunin and the others were excited. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really didn't understand. For people like Zhang Sunin and the others to reach this level of cultivation, they certainly weren't stupid. But why were they so inflexible when it came to dealing with enemies? Aside from fighting head-on, they were still fighting head-on. It was as if they didn't know how to turn around. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, go and send a letter to the family. Tell them about our situation here as well as my plan." Then Zhao Hai stood up and turned around to leave. When Zhao Hai left the conference room, Zhang Sunin immediately turned to the others and said, "This matter must be reported to the family immediately. At the same time, I also think that Captain's plan is very good. What do you think?" Morong Qian said, "Very good, I'll be leaving." Then he turned around and walked out, not paying attention to the others. When the others saw Morong Qian's appearance, they knew what he was going to do. He must have sent a letter to the Morong family. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then Zhang Sunin said, "Forget it, don't pay attention to him. Let's go and send this news back." The others nodded, then they stood up and walked out. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately entered the space and opened the monitor. The monitor showed the situation of Underworld. At this time, Underworld had already repelled the attacks of the other realms. The entire Pluto domain was now peaceful. Underworld was also slowly recovering. This made Zhao Hai relax. However, he still turned to Laura and said, "How is the retaliation against the other realms going?" Laura and Zhao Hai nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded. Laura smiled faintly and said, "We've just started. Brother Hai doesn't need to worry. Since they dared to deal with us, then our retaliation wouldn't be easy. We must make them pay a heavy price." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Not only do we want them to pay a heavy price, we also want everyone to know that we're the ones who did it. We want them to know that they can't afford to provoke us. Zhao Hai was sitting in the conference room. Zhang Sunin and the others were looking at Zhao Hai with excitement. The 5 great clans just gave their orders. They agreed to Zhao Hai's plan and also agreed to withdraw their troops from the Blood Mainland. In other words, Zhao Hai and the others can now carry out their final plan. They can retaliate against the Six Realm Alliance before retreating back to the void. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Sunin and the others and said, "You go and prepare. I'll go out and make arrangements. From now on, nobody is allowed to use the transmission formation without my permission." Zhang Sunin looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Captain, why is that?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I can't leave anything behind for the Six Realms Alliance. When we withdraw, the base will still be in its original state. When the Six Realms Alliance comes to retaliate, they can easily open the base's defensive shield. And when they do, the entire base would explode. When the time comes, they would suffer a lot." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I can't leave anything behind for the Six Realms Alliance." Zhang Sunin and the others felt a chill in their hearts. If they were in Zhao Hai's position, then they would have blown up the entire base before leaving. They never thought that they would use the base to deal with the Six Realm Alliance. This move was too ruthless. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, "All right, let's move out. Prepare everything in the shortest time possible. Right, distribute the blood to the cultivators." Zhang Sunin and the others nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai also left the conference room. He wanted to make arrangements for the base. Even if they leave, he wanted to teach the Six Realm Alliance a lesson that they will never forget. Naturally, part of the reason for this was because Zhao Hai wanted to retaliate against the Six Realm Alliance. But the main reason was that he wanted to make the 5 great clans understand that those who offend him will be punished. Zhao Hai didn't intend to let the Six Realm Alliance off. Once the 5 great clans retreated from the Blood Mainland would be his domain. Once he subdued the vampires, once they become stronger, he would command them to conquer the Six Realm Alliance. The entire base was busy. They already knew that they can leave this place. They also knew that they would have to retaliate against the Six Realm Alliance. Moreover, this retaliation wouldn't be too dangerous. This was because each of them received a blood bag. Everyone understood the plan. They believed that the Six Realm Alliance was out of luck. They also knew that this plan was thought up by Zhao Hai. To be honest, they weren't angry. They also wanted to retaliate against the Six Realm Alliance. Although the cultivators in the base were newcomers and had only fought with the Six Realms Alliance once or twice, these people were all from the 5 great clans. How could they not have any enmity with the Six Realms Alliance? This enmity wasn't formed in a day or two. Instead, it was formed over countless years. Because of this, nobody opposed Zhao Hai's plan to deal with the Six Realm Alliance. On the contrary, they were very excited. Not only would they be able to leave the Blood Mainland, they would also be able to teach the Six Realm Alliance a lesson. Why not? At this time, Zhao Hai had already started to arrange the formations. What he said before wasn't false. He wanted to blow up the entire base, leaving nothing behind for the Six Realm Alliance. After 2 days of preparation, the entire base was ready. Zhao Hai gathered everyone in the base and said, "Brothers, we're about to leave the Blood Continent. But as I said, I want to retaliate against the Six Realms Alliance. This is our last operation. This operation is very important for us. I think that the Six Realms Alliance is monitoring the base right now. They should be aware of our movements, but this isn't important. After we leave, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the Six Realms Alliance would set up a formation outside their base and fight against us. However, this possibility isn't big. We just killed more than 10,000 of their people, causing them to lose strength. Moreover, this time, we're the ones who took the initiative to attack, so they would certainly use their base to wait for us. This is what we want to see. As long as they hide in their base, then we'll be able to break their defensive formations. You can sprinkle your blood on their bodies and leave the rest to the vampires. As long as we finish our revenge, then we can immediately return home." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Six Realms Alliance's base is very important. I think that the base should be under the surveillance of the Six Realms Alliance. They should be aware of our movements here, but this isn't important. Once we're done, we'll return to the Void Realm. Everyone cheered. To be honest, they wanted to return to the Void Realm as soon as possible. Although revenge was important, their lives were more important. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Brothers, this is the final battle. Whether we return to the Void Realm with glory or as a loser, it all depends on this. Let's go." After he said that, he flew out of the base. The others quickly followed. After Zhao Hai flew out of the base, his figure flickered from time to time before he returned with a corpse in his hand. These corpses belonged to the Six Realm Alliance. Zhao Hai wanted to clean up the Six Realm Alliance's spies. Before long, the Six Realm Alliance's spies were cleaned up. Then the army rushed towards the Six Realm Alliance's base. They didn't plan to hide their whereabouts, they just swaggered towards their base. The Six Realm Alliance received news that Zhao Hai's group came out. But after that, they lost contact with their spies. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. The loss of more than 10,000 people was enough to make them suffer. Because of this, they decided to defend their base and repel Zhao Hai's group. The Six Realm Alliance's decision was understandable. This was because in the Blood Mainland, the strongest force wasn't Zhao Hai's group, nor was it the Six Realm Alliance. Instead, it was the vampires. If they really fought against Zhao Hai's group, then they would attract a large number of vampires. This wouldn't be good for either side. Moreover, this time, Zhao Hai's group took the initiative to attack. The Six Realm Alliance could just rely on their base and wait for the enemy to arrive. So why would they risk their lives against Zhao Hai's group? Because of this mentality, the people of the Six Realm Alliance stayed in their base and didn't go out. They wanted to see Zhao Hai's group fail to break through their base and retreat with their tails between their legs. Zhao Hai didn't make them wait too long. After a few days, he finally led the cultivators of the 5 great clans to the Six Realm Alliance's base. The Six Realm Alliance's base was also filled with cultivators. These cultivators were all staring at Zhao Hai. Both sides were separated by a defensive barrier as they coldly stared at each other. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Six Realm Alliance, then he coldly said, "Six Realm Alliance's Elder Hong, come out and answer me." His voice condensed into a beam that directly passed through the Six Realm Alliance's base. The people of the Six Realm Alliance stared. Then an old voice was heard, "Who are you? What's your status in the Void Realm?" Then 4 old men walked out from behind the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance. They coldly looked at Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai had caused them to suffer losses time and time again, even to the point where they suffered heavy losses. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Hong and the others and said, "Underworld King Zhao Hai of the Underworld King domain has seen Elder Hong. Elders, you sent people to kill me last time. This time, I've delivered myself to your doorstep. Are you happy?" As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, Elder Hong and the others paled. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others laughed. Zhao Hai's words were too infuriating. The last time the Six Realm Alliance chased after Zhao Hai, they lost 10,000 people. Now that Zhao Hai said these words, the people of the Six Realm Alliance couldn't help but explode in anger. The people of the Six Realm Alliance were in an uproar. Then Elder Hong opened his mouth and said, "Zhao Hai, you don't need to waste your time. It's impossible to lure us out of the base and fight you. This old man will be standing right there. I want to see how you break through our base." Zhao Hai looked at Elder Hong, then he laughed and said, "Elder Hong, you've always thought that you're infallible. You always think that I'm the same as you. Today, I'll tell you that you're wrong. You want to block this Zhao Hai with a shield? You're dreaming. Brothers, get ready, we're going to attack." Xianxia and the others nodded and took out their weapons. However, they didn't take out their blood bags. They thought that Zhao Hai wanted them to attack the Six Realm Alliance's base together. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, his face couldn't help but sink. Then he loudly said, "Bastards, I said that we're going to attack. Did you forget what I said before?" Zhao Hai's shout made everyone stare. But then they remembered that Zhao Hai told them to prepare their blood bags before attacking. But now, they didn't take out their blood bags and instead took out their weapons. Zhao Hai was angry because of this. However, they were also puzzled. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Does Zhao Hai really not need them to help him break the shield? Although they were puzzled, they still took out their blood bags and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. His long sword was narrower than the long swords used in the Void Realm. However, nobody dared to underestimate this sword because it was in Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao adjusted his breathing. Then he slowly raised his long saber and swung it down. "Kill," he shouted. Bang! 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 His voice was like a clap of thunder. A bright sword chi flew out from his sword and slashed towards the shield of the Six Realms Alliance. After this attack, Zhao Hai's body shook and he almost fell down. Morong Qian, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, immediately went over to support him. He saw that Zhao Hai's face was pale. It seems like he used too much strength. But before he could say anything, his attention was attracted by something else. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Everyone's attention was drawn towards the explosion. When they saw the explosion, they couldn't help but stare. The source of the sound wasn't anything else, it was the Six Realm Alliance's defensive shield. After the shield was struck by Zhao Hai's saber chi, it exploded. The situation was very frightening. Compared to the shield of the Six Realms Alliance, Zhao Hai's sword chi was like a toothpick compared to a house. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai's sword chi would have any effect on the shield of the Six Realms Alliance. However, when the saber chi hit the shield, they suddenly felt that the Six Realm Alliance's base wasn't a house, but a balloon. It was pierced by the saber chi and burst. The Six Realm Alliance's base wasn't a house, but a balloon. Everyone stood there in a daze, they forgot to speak, they even lost the ability to think. Morong Qian was the same. While Morong Qian was in a daze, he heard a weak voice, "Morong, pass down the order. Throw the blood bags over. Blow them up and throw them over." Morong Qian recovered. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. He saw that Zhao Hai's face was still pale, but his eyes were shining. Morong Qian immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, listen to the order. Throw the blood bags over." This sudden order made everyone recover. The cultivators of the 5 great clans subconsciously threw the blood bags over. Then those who received the order immediately broke the blood bags. Immediately, a rain of blood fell from the sky above the Six Realms Alliance's base. However, the people of the Six Realms Alliance didn't understand what was going on. They looked up at the sky. They didn't understand why the people from the Void Realm didn't attack after breaking the shield. Instead, they threw the blood bags over. At this time, the rain of blood fell from the sky. At the same time, the restless vampires were like sharks that smelled blood. They immediately rushed towards the Six Realms Alliance's base. When Elder Hong touched the blood on his face, he couldn't help but stare. He thought that the other party threw poison, but he didn't expect it to be blood. Then his expression couldn't help but change as he loudly shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Pay attention to the vampires." Although his order was issued quickly, it was still too late. The vampires from all directions had already flocked towards the Six Realms Alliance. The complexions of the Six Realms Alliance's cultivators changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would use this method to deal with them. Seeing the blood, it would be strange if the vampires didn't go crazy. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he turned to Morong Qian and said, "Morong, pass the order. Retreat. Let the vampires play with them first. We'll watch the show." Morong Qian turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you alright?" Zhao Hai took a deep breath. His face had recovered a lot. Then he said, "Rest assured, I'm fine." Morong Qian nodded, then he loudly said, "Everyone, retreat." This was also Zhao Hai's plan. After throwing the blood bags over, they would immediately retreat and watch the vampires deal with the Six Realm Alliance's people. They would try not to make a move as much as possible, lest they get stained with blood and attract the attention of the vampires. This time, nobody hesitated. Everyone moved and retreated. At this time, the Six Realms Alliance's cultivators were busy dealing with the vampires. They didn't have time to deal with the vampires. Before long, Zhao Hai led everyone to a safe place. Everyone looked at the chaotic Six Realms Alliance's base. Their expressions were indescribably wonderful. Zhao Hai stood there with a calm expression. From time to time, vampires would pass by him, but he didn't seem to notice them. These vampires only had one goal in mind, the Six Realm Alliance's base. Zhao Hai was sure that the Six Realm Alliance's base was finished. As more and more cultivators died, the smell of blood in the Six Realm Alliance's base would become heavier and heavier. This would attract even more vampires. And the more vampires there were, the more enemies the Six Realm Alliance would have to face. In the end, it would be very difficult for the Six Realm Alliance to resist the attack of the vampires. This time, the Six Realm Alliance's situation was very different from the last time Zhao Hai attacked. Although Zhao Hai destroyed the defensive formation of the Six Realm Alliance, it was from the inside. He only destroyed a few talismans, allowing the Six Realm Alliance to easily repair the defensive formation. Then they could rely on the defensive formation to repel the vampires. However, this time was different. This time, the defensive formation was violently destroyed from the outside. The damage to the defensive formation was very serious. The Six Realm Alliance simply couldn't repair it in a short time. In other words, they had no way to use the defensive formation to defend themselves. This made it impossible for them to repel the endless vampires. Morong Qian stood by Zhao's side, his face flushed with excitement. He thought that he would only be happy if he could personally take revenge, but he didn't think that one day, he would be even happier to see his enemy struggling in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at Morong Qian's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "This is just some interest. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll lead the Six Realm Alliance to completely destroy them." Morong Qian turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr." Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just patted Morong Qian's shoulder. Then he turned to Zhang Sunin and the others and said, "Does anyone have any ideas? If we still want to watch the show, then we need to find a safer place. The smell of blood in this place is getting heavier and heavier, the number of vampires is increasing as well. It's no longer suitable for us to stay here. Additionally, this place isn't too far from the Six Realms Alliance's base. If the Six Realms Alliance were to risk their lives to lure the vampires here, then it would be very troublesome. If everyone doesn't want to watch the show, then we'll return to the Void Realm." All the cultivators looked at the Six Realms Alliance's base. The excitement on their faces slowly receded and was replaced by fear. They were truly afraid. They were afraid of being attacked by so many vampires. What would happen if they were attacked by so many vampires? Because of this, when they heard Zhao Hai, everyone subconsciously wanted to return to the Void Realm. Zhang Sunin and the others were the same. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "All right, it seems like everyone doesn't want to watch the show. Then let's return to the base and then return to the Void Realm." At this time, a sharp whistle was heard. This whistle wasn't made by a person, nor was it made by a vampire. Instead, it was made by a sharp weapon that cut through space. Everyone stared before they saw a red dot flying towards Zhao Hai. The speed of the red dot was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Everyone's expression changed. This was because they could see that Zhao Hai wasn't prepared. Now that he was suddenly attacked by this artifact, everything pointed to disaster. However, what surprised them was that when the red dot arrived in front of Zhao Hai, it stopped. When everyone saw the red dot, they were startled. It was a throwing knife. It wasn't a very big throwing knife, it was only half a foot long. It was red in color and had a very beautiful shape. On the blade were 7 images of evil spirits. It was very beautiful. However, this knife was currently being held by Zhao Hai's 2 fingers. The knife was still struggling, it seems like it wanted to break free from Zhao Hai's grasp. Zhao Hai didn't seem to feel anything. His 2 fingers were still holding the throwing knife. His eyes were looking towards the direction of the Six Realm Alliance's base. Then he said, "Elder Hong, since you want to give me a gift before leaving, then I'll accept it." "Elder Hong, there's no need to send me off." Elder Hong's voice was heard, "Zhao Hai, you won't have a good death. This old man won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Don't be complacent. I've already sent news of you back to the Six Realm Alliance. They will definitely take revenge for us. They will definitely tear you to pieces and let you die without a burial place." Elder Hong's voice was mournful. Zhao Hai didn't seem to care. He sneered and said, "There are a lot of people who want to take my life. There are also a lot of people who want to kill me. However, up until now, nobody has been able to do it. You won't let me off even if you become a ghost? Ha ha ha. That's ridiculous. I'm a ghost cultivator, why would I be afraid of ghosts? There's no need for you to look for me. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll look for you. Don't worry." After he said that, Zhao Hai didn't leave Elder Hong's side. Instead, he turned around and left. Zhang Sunin and the others quickly followed behind him. At this point, they really admired Zhao Hai. They didn't dare to show any disrespect towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai brought everyone back to the base. Then Zhao Hai had Zhang Sunin take out the projection formation disc and placed it outside the base. Then he activated the formation disc. A huge projection appeared on the disc. This projection showed the situation of the Six Realm Alliance's base. Moreover, it also had sound. This attracted everyone's attention. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to leave as soon as he came back. However, when he saw the unsatisfied expressions on everyone's faces, he changed his mind. Then he took out a formation and showed everyone the situation of the Six Realms Alliance's base. Zhao Hai nodded. The Six Realm Alliance's base was finished. Although they still had about 90,000 people, and all of them were experts, they still had to face countless vampires. Nobody knew how many vampires were there, nor did they know how far they came. However, there was one thing that was certain: the Six Realm Alliance's base was completely destroyed by the vampires. Nothing was left behind. Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave. They stayed in the base and watched as the Six Realm Alliance's base was destroyed bit by bit. The initial excitement of the cultivators in the base slowly turned into fear. They were truly afraid. If they were to encounter an attack like the vampires, then they were sure that they wouldn't be able to survive. What surprised the people in the base the most was that after the vampires absorbed the flesh and blood of the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance, they actually became stronger. The vampires actually managed to level up. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but think of Zhao Hai's conjecture. In the beginning, they didn't believe in Zhao Hai's conjecture. But now, they were completely convinced. It wasn't until the last person from the Six Realms Alliance died that Zhao Hai took the disc. This time, the Six Realms Alliance's base was thoroughly destroyed. Not a single person survived, including the 4 Supreme Elders. In the end, there were still some cultivators who wanted to use the transmission formation to escape. However, they were quickly disappointed. The energy fluctuations in the base were too chaotic, making it impossible to use the transmission formation. Because of this, nobody was able to escape. After Zhao Hai closed the formation plate, a flying sword appeared in his hand. It was a blood-red throwing knife that Elder Hong used to sneak attack him. Zhao Hai didn't know where Elder Hong obtained this throwing knife, but he was certain that this throwing knife wasn't Elder Hong's life source artifact. Although there were traces of Elder Hong refining this throwing knife, the feeling it gave off was completely different from a life source artifact. This should be a high-grade artifact that Elder Hong obtained by accident. He refined it and then used it for a sneak attack. What made Zhao Hai happy was that the material of this throwing knife was something that the space didn't have. It was a material called blood jade. Now that the space has blood jade, it was the best material for replenishing blood qi. However, it also has another function. After it is made into an artifact, it can absorb the blood qi of the enemy. It can even poison the enemy. It can be said that blood jade is the best material for making artifacts. Zhang Sunin and the others looked at Zhao Hai fiddling with the throwing knife. However, they didn't say anything. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking, but they didn't dare disturb Zhao Hai. The battle between the 5 great clans and the Six Realms Alliance wasn't just a day or two ago. Both sides had suffered a lot of casualties. However, Zhao Hai was able to destroy the Six Realms Alliance's base in just a short period of time. The number of casualties reached more than 100,000. Such a result made Zhang Sunin and the others convinced. One must know that the 5 great clans and the Six Realms Alliance had been fighting for so many years, but the number of casualties was only about 1 million. Moreover, these million people didn't die in a single year, they died over the course of more than 100,000 years. If Zhao Hai was able to kill so many people in such a short period of time, then the Six Realms Alliance would have been wiped out long ago. After a while, Zhao Hai put away the throwing knife. The reason why he wanted to use this throwing knife was because he wanted to use it as a long-range weapon. He wanted to let everyone know that he had this throwing knife. When the time comes, he would take it out and use it, so that no one would be suspicious. Another point was that Zhao Hai found a spirit in the flying knife. A spirit was something extraordinary. Ordinary magic tools simply couldn't produce a spirit, but this flying knife had one. And this spirit wasn't condensed from Elder Hong's soul. This was why Zhao Hai was sure that this flying knife wasn't Elder Hong's life source magic tool. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was sure that this flying knife wasn't Elder Hong's life source magic tool. However, this artifact spirit's intelligence wasn't high. Moreover, it was subdued by the space as soon as it entered. Now, this throwing knife still has an artifact spirit. However, the artifact spirit has already recognized Zhao Hai as its master. Zhao Hai received the throwing knives, then he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone should have seen this situation in the Six Realms Alliance's base. After using blood to attract the vampires, it would be very difficult to survive in the Blood Continent. This is because the other party would also use this method. If we weren't about to leave the Blood Continent, then I wouldn't have used this method. But no matter what, we've won. We will leave the Blood Continent and return home." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Zhao Hai looked around. He was the last person to come out of the Blood Mainland because he had to make the final arrangements there. The base in the Blood Mainland would be preserved, but once it was attacked, the entire base would explode. The power of the explosion wouldn't be small. Even a void-piercing realm expert wouldn't be able to escape injury if he was hit by the explosion. It was precisely because of these arrangements that Zhao Hai didn't come back until now. However, when Zhao Hai saw the situation around him, he was stunned. This was because he found that there were a lot of people standing outside the teleportation formation, and these people were the patriarchs of the 5 great clans. Although the 5 great clans had their own conflicts, they were still very united when dealing with outsiders. However, the patriarchs of the 5 great clans rarely gathered together. Now that the patriarchs of the 5 great clans had gathered together, this was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the patriarchs of the 5 great clans and quickly gave a deep bow. Zhao Hai greets the seniors. "How can I make you wait here? Forgive me." The patriarchs of the 5 great clans cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai at the same time. The patriarch of the Xianxia family, Xianxia Shund, said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Pluto is too polite. What your Majesty did in the Blood Mainland is a great contribution not only to us, but also to the entire Void Realm. We just came to welcome you. Your Majesty is too polite." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Seniors are too polite. Zhao Hai doesn't deserve it." Xianxia Shund waved his hand and said, "We don't need to be polite here. We have already prepared a banquet and invite Mr. to join us." Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't object. After greeting the patriarchs, he went to the banquet hall. When they arrived at the banquet hall, everything was prepared. After everyone sat down, Xianxia Shund looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, Pluto." Before he could finish, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Senior, you don't need to be polite. Just call me Zhao Hai. I really don't deserve to be called Your Majesty." Xianxia Shund and the others appreciated Zhao Hai's humble attitude. Although Zhao Hai's strength and the strength of the underworld behind him were obvious, Zhao Hai's age and qualifications were also there. Therefore, if Zhao Hai was too arrogant, Xianxia Shund and the others would be the first to dislike him. Xianxia Shund wasn't polite. He laughed and said, Good. Then I'll call you Little Hai. Little Hai, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, then the spatial hole wouldn't have been repaired. This is undoubtedly a great contribution to the Void Realm. Today, on behalf of the 5 great clans, on behalf of the Void Realm, I offer you a toast." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I'm also a person of the Void Realm. Doing something for the Void Realm is something that I ought to do. Please don't be polite. If it's not for the great clans who have been silently blocking the 6 Realms Alliance, then I'm afraid that the Six Realms Alliance would have already invaded the Void Realm. At that time, it would be hard to say what would happen to the Void Realm. Therefore, you shouldn't be toasting me, I should be the one toasting you. Come, let's drink together. Let's toast. As soon as Xianxia shunned and the others heard Zhao Hai, they felt happy. Then they said in unison, all right, cheers. Then they clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. After everyone put down their glasses, Xianxia shunned looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, some time ago, the other realms launched a retaliatory attack on the underworld. But rest assured, the underworld is fine. The people from the other realms have already retreated. You don't have to worry. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not worried. Those realms can't do anything to the underworld. But if there's an opportunity, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. The people from the 5 great clans heard about Zhao Hai's character from Xianxia and the others. They knew that Zhao Hai was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Therefore, they weren't surprised by Zhao Hai's answer. Shangguan Leitang also said, it's time to teach those guys a lesson. Little Hai, if you need manpower, just tell us. We'll certainly support you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's no need to worry about this matter. If I really need people, then I'll certainly ask the seniors for help. Zhang Shun smiled and said, Mr. said before that if there's an opportunity, you'll retaliate against the Six Realms Alliance. Is that true? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course it's true. The Six Realms Alliance's base has been destroyed, but I still left some small undead there. I believe that the Six Realms Alliance will certainly send people to the Blood Mainland and establish a transmission formation there as soon as possible. This is because they still don't know that we've left the Blood Mainland. This time, they suffered a big loss because of us, so they'll certainly want to retaliate. As long as they arrive at the Blood Mainland, they'll discover that we've left. Moreover, the spatial hole has been repaired. They'll also leave the Blood Mainland. After all, there are too many vampires there, so there's no reason for them to stay there. My undead will also follow them to the Six Realms Alliance. As long as I know the coordinates of the Six Realms Alliance, then sooner or later, I'll go there. As soon as Zhang shunned and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhang Shun said, if Mr. wants to attack the Six Realms Alliance, then you must count on us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, certainly. Then everyone raised their glasses and drank. The atmosphere of the meditation meeting slowly warmed up. What Zhao Hai did this time was a great help to the 5 great clans. Although the 5 great clans said that they were dealing with the Six Realms Alliance in the Blood Mainland for the sake of the Void Realm, in the end, they were doing it for their own sake. The spatial hole was located in the middle of the 5 great clans. If the Six Realms Alliance or the vampires were to escape from the Blood Mainland, then the 5 great clans would be the first to suffer. Because of this, they had no choice but to fight the Six Realms Alliance and the vampires. For so many years, the blood of countless disciples of the 5 great clans flowed in the Blood Mainland. However, they had no choice but to send their disciples to their deaths. For the 5 great clans, the Blood Mainland was their eternal pain. But now, Zhao Hai solved this problem for good. This was equivalent to saving the 5 great clans. Naturally, the 5 great clans were grateful to him. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had the underworld behind him. The underworld was established by Zhao Hai and was very loyal to him. Moreover, the underworld controlled a star field. They also knew about the battle between the Dark Prince and the other realms. Zhao Hai wasn't present, but the underworld cooperated with the ghosts left behind by Zhao Hai to repel the attacks of the other realms. Such strength was enough to shake the entire Void Realm. The 5 great clans wanted to deal with Zhao Hai before. But now, they no longer had such thoughts. They only had one thing in mind, and that was to befriend Zhao Hai and befriend him. This was because they discovered that befriending Zhao Hai was much more fortunate than being his enemy. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the 5 great clans' territory for long. He wanted to return to the underworld as soon as possible. The underworld had just gone through a war, so he wanted to go back and see the situation. However, no one in the underworld knew about Zhao Hai's visit to the Blood Mainland. They all thought that Zhao Hai was in seclusion. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't return through the transmission formation. Instead, he used the space to return to his room on the Ba Huang ship. Then he came out of his room. Although the underworld had been fighting with the other realms, Tiger's Might and the others still left some people outside Zhao Hai's room to keep an eye on Zhao Hai's room. Now that Zhao Hai came out, some people immediately noticed him. A cultivator greeted him with a surprised expression. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Realm Lord, you've come out of seclusion?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Go, call them to the conference room. I have something to say." The cultivator immediately complied, then he turned around and ran. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai went to the conference room alone. Not long after Zhao Hai sat down in the conference room, Tiger's Might, Fan Minghui, Ji Wuming, and the other underworld executives arrived. When they saw Zhao Hai's gloomy expression, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Therefore, they all sat down obediently. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had arrived, he opened his mouth and said, "I know about what happened in the underworld. You've done well. The other realms actually dared to provoke the underworld. This is unforgivable. Do they think that the underworld is easy to bully? This time, I'll teach them a lesson that they'll never forget." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately understood that Zhao Hai wasn't angry with them, he was angry with the other realms. Their hearts relaxed as Bai Huwei said, "Elder brother, our casualties this time aren't small. We shouldn't have any conflicts with the other realms in the short term." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder brother, we've suffered a lot of casualties." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know. Report the casualties." Fan Minghui said in a low voice, "Mansion Lord, this time, we lost nearly 200,000 people in total, and more than 100,000 were injured. Some cities on the planets also suffered a certain degree of destruction. The direct losses reached nearly 10 billion jade essences." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, 10 billion jade essences isn't a big deal. What's important is the people. All the brothers who died, their families should be taken care of. If the family members want to cultivate, they should be nurtured. As for the injured brothers, they should be taken care of. Fan Minghui nodded and said, "Yes, Realm Lord can rest assured. I'll take care of it." Zhao Hai said, "What's the situation with the Iron Armor Army?" Before the Iron Armor Army arrived, the underworld had a total of 100,000 iron armor soldiers. These people wore iron armor and held formal weapons in their hands. They didn't just go through simple military training. It can be said that they were a true professional army of the underworld. When Fan Minghui heard Zhao Hai, he opened his mouth and said, replying to the Mansion Lord, "The casualties of the Iron Armor Army are very heavy. There were nearly 20,000 casualties." Zhao Hai's expression was heavy as he nodded and said, "All right, we'll expand the scale of the Iron Armor Army as soon as possible. Our eyes don't only focus on the other realms. If they didn't have a lot of people, then we would have already destroyed them. Our real enemy is the martial god realm." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can all leave." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai stood up and left the conference room. When he returned to his room, Laura and the others immediately came to greet him. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, he couldn't help but smile and said, "How are the preparations?" Laura replied, "Everything is ready. I guarantee that we'll be able to clean them up. Moreover, the people from the other realms would certainly know about our methods." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. You stay here while I go to Elder Tang's place." "Right, how's the situation with the life and death arena?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing wrong with the life and death arena, you can rest assured. However, Elder Tang has finally chosen a successor. He's doing very well." "Right, that person is called Lu Yang." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Do you know his background?" "Although I don't care about the life and death arena anymore, and Elder Tang doesn't need to look for people outside, we can't let Elder Tang's life's work be taken advantage of by those with bad intentions." Laura replied, "Don't worry, that won't happen. This Lu Yang really did come from another plane. He's just like Pine Tree and the others, he offended someone in his plane and ran away. I've sent people to investigate his plane. This Lu Yang is very famous in his plane. He's a core disciple of a medium-level force. Later on, the sect master made him manage the sect. He managed it very well and the sect developed well. but because the sect developed well, it was targeted by a great sect. In the end, the great sect destroyed the sect and fled to the void. There shouldn't be any problems with his identity. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if there's no problem, then that's good. I'll go to Heavenly Planet to take a look. You can stay here and prepare. Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the room. In the next moment, the transmission formation on Heavenly Planet flashed as Zhao Hai appeared. When Zhao Hai appeared, the cultivator guarding the transmission formation immediately recognized him. The cultivator was pleasantly surprised as he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, you're here. Elder Tang has been talking about you for the past few days. He's worried about you, but he didn't know how you're doing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, I'll go look for Elder Tang. Here, take this. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and threw it over to the cultivator. Inside the spatial bag was an artifact. For Zhao Hai, this artifact was useless. However, it was very useful as a gift. These artifacts were obtained by Zhao Hai in the final battle. Because the vampires were dealing with the Six Realms Alliance, Zhao Hai couldn't collect the undead. However, the artifacts used by the Six Realms Alliance were left behind. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite as he received all of them into the space. These things were meant to be a gift to others. Zhao Hai didn't want to be polite. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't want to collect any more undead into the space. In the past, because he was weak, he collected the undead into the space so that he could send them out when necessary. But now, things were different. He now has 3 types of law. As long as he uses these 3 types of law well, he wouldn't be afraid even if the entire plane attacked him. Because of this, he didn't want to collect more undead into the space. When Zhao Hai arrived at Elder Tang's villa, he heard voices coming from inside. However, these voices didn't only belong to Elder Tang and the 6 Supreme Elders, there was also a very young man's voice. Zhao Hai stood in front of Elder Tang's villa. Before he could speak, Elder Tang's voice was heard, little Zhao Hai, come in. There's no need to be polite. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he pushed the door open and entered the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw Elder Tang and the 6 elders sitting in the living room. There was also a cultivator sitting in the living room. This cultivator looked to be around 30 years old. He wore a very beautiful mustache and a moon-white cultivator robe. He looked very cultured and elegant, and was very handsome. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Elder Tang and said, I've seen Elder Tang and the elders. Zhao Hai gives his greetings. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, you're back. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Yang. Lu Yang, this is Zhao Hai. You should have heard of his name, right? The handsome Lu Yang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, the Hell King's name reverberates like thunder. It's my honor to be able to meet you today. Lu Yang gives his greetings. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment before he smiled faintly and said, you're too polite. I've also heard of Mr. Lu Yang's name. Jade-faced scholar, hee hee. You're really handsome. Let's not go out together in the future. I'm ashamed to be by your side. When Elder Tang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, kid, you also know that you're not that good looking? Ha ha ha, take a seat. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and directly sat down. Lu Yang wasn't affected by Zhao Hai's joke and also sat down. Elder Tang looked at Lu Yang before he turned to Zhao Hai and smiled, in the future, I'll hand over the matters of the life and death arena to Lu Yang. Us old fellows will have to let go. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, all right, you should take a good rest. Elder Tang let out a long breath, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, I've heard about what happened some time ago. You've done well. The 5 great clans are now very appreciative of you. They even sent people to thank me. Ha ha ha, this is the first time that the 5 great clans have been so polite to this old man. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, no matter what, that matter has already passed. I came back this time to tell you that the matter has been resolved. Elder Tang nodded, then he sighed and said, it must be said that you have a way. The 5 great clans have been fighting with those fellows for so many years, but they still couldn't do anything about it. Yet you were able to resolve the matter in such a short time. Alas, it seems like I really have to admit that I'm old. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai, then he looked at Lu Yang and said, Lu Yang, us old fellows will slowly hand over the matters of the life and death arena to you. If you have something that you can't solve, then just tell Zhao Hai. Understood? Lu Yang nodded and said, yes, Elder Tang can rest assured. Elder Tang turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, although you don't care about the life and death arena, if there's something that you can't pass, then you can't just sit back and watch. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, Elder Tang, what are you talking about? If there's something happening in the life and death arena, then I'll naturally take care of it. However, you don't seem to have reached the age where you don't care about anything. What's wrong? Do you really want to just sit back and watch? Do you want to retire? Elder Tang sighed and said, right, we want to retire. We old fellows have been working hard for the life and death arena all these years. Now, we're really tired, so we want to retire. The earlier we hand over our authority, the earlier we can relax. Elder Tang sighed and said, that's right. We want to retire. Zhao Hai smiled and said, retiring is also good. You've been working hard these years. You should relax a bit. Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, right, we should relax a bit. Right, what are you going to do next? You wouldn't want to retaliate against those realms, right? The fact that the underworld was able to repel those fellows surprised me. You shouldn't push them too hard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the underworld. Zhao Hai sneered and said, if we don't retaliate against them, they'll think that our underworld is easy to bully. Humph. Our underworld has already occupied their territory. Even if we don't deal with them, they'll still think about taking back their territory. When that time comes, we'll only be in a more passive position. Only by hurting them and making them afraid that they won't dare to look directly at Pluto King's domain can our underworld be truly safe. Old Tang looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and didn't know what to say. He sighed and said, kid, you don't do things that you aren't sure of. If you need us old fellows, just say the word. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you don't want to do things that you aren't sure of. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, when I dealt with the Dragon Blood Realm, I didn't kill too many people. But if I don't kill them, then they'll think that I'm afraid of them. Hee hee. Alright, then I'll kill them this time. I hope that they can withstand my anger. Elder Tang and the others stared. They could feel the monstrous killing intent coming from Zhao Hai's mouth. Lu Yang's eyes lit up as his face showed a hint of joy. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai but didn't say anything. He knew that once Zhao Hai made up his mind, then no matter what they say, it would be useless. Elder Tang didn't try to persuade him, he just said, do as you wish. How are the underworld's losses this time? Zhao Hai replied, our losses aren't small. We'll always suffer if we fight against those realms. We have to be ruthless when dealing with them. Alright, let's not talk about this. After I deal with those realms, I'll find some time to go to the martial god realm. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, his spirit shook. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, are you sure? The martial god realm isn't an ordinary place. The people there are very powerful. If you aren't sure, then it's better if you don't go. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, there won't be any problems. This time, I gained some insights from the Blood Mainland, especially from the spatial hole. Hee hee, I believe that even if I have to face a void-piercing realm expert, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Elder Tang stared, then he showed a happy expression and said, is that true? What new things did you learn this time? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's a trace of law power. There's a trace of law power in the spatial hole. Because of this trace of law power, the spatial hole couldn't be repaired. I used a lot of methods and finally got rid of that trace of law power, allowing the spatial hole to recover. During this process, I gained a certain understanding of law power. Although I haven't comprehended a law yet, it still made my attacks more formidable. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you're reading on novel full thanks for your help. Although you're reading on novel full thanks for your help. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people in the room stared. Elder Zhao looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, little Zhao Hai, you said that you comprehended a trace of the power of laws? Really? What kind of law is it? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I really don't know. I know too little about the power of laws. Moreover, it can't be said that I have comprehended the power of laws. I just touched the surface of the power of laws. Elder Tang regained his calm and said, no matter what, this is a good thing for you. In the future, you have to put more effort into comprehending the power of law. As long as you can comprehend the power of law, then you can ascend. Do you understand? Elder Tang nodded and said. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, you seem to have a good understanding of the power of laws. Could it be that there were people in the void realm who cultivated the power of laws before? Elder Tang said, of course, but it's just a legend. It's said that more than 100,000 years ago, there was a powerful person who cultivated the power of laws before he ascended. Once he cultivated the power of laws, he became an invincible existence in this realm. I heard that when he used the power of laws to fight against his enemies, no one was a match for him. Finally, when he reached a certain realm, he was able to ascend immediately. At that time, he was very famous in the void realm. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, then who is this powerful person? Elder Tang said, you might have heard of his name. He's called Lu Zhan. He's known as the god of war in the void realm. Have you heard of the god of war, Lu Zhan? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've heard of him, but there aren't many rumors about him in the void realm. There are only some records. Why is that? Elder Tang sighed and said, Lu Zhan's strength is incomparably powerful, but he's also very arrogant. At that time, he single-handedly made the Lu family, which wasn't very strong, into the #1 family in the void realm. At that time, no one dared to provoke the Lu family in the void realm. Even the 5 great families had to avoid the Lu family. This also made the disciples of the Lu family arrogant. Later, when Lu Zhan ascended, the Lu family was wiped out by the other families. Now, the Lu family no longer exists in the void realm, and Lu Zhan's matter has been jointly erased by the various great families. There are only a few records left and some information. The god of war of a generation has fallen to a state where no one knows about him. I wonder how Lu Zhan would feel if he knew about this situation in the upper realm. Zhao Hai was stunned. He really didn't expect that there would be such a secret in the void realm. Elder Tang glanced at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Little Hai, you're too vengeful. I'm afraid that you'll follow in Lu Zhan's footsteps, so you have to control your temper. Don't be too overbearing, lest you leave behind future troubles for the underworld. Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. This news spread throughout the void realm in a very short period of time, and all eyes in the void realm were now on the underworld. The people in the void realm also knew a little about Zhao Hai. They knew very well that Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who would remain silent after suffering a loss. This time, the various realms had gathered millions of troops to deal with the underworld, causing the underworld to suffer a lot. At that time, Zhao Hai was still in seclusion. Now that Zhao Hai had come out, it would be strange if he didn't retaliate after hearing about this matter. But what made them feel strange was that there was no movement from the underworld in the following period of time, especially from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't seem to have come out of seclusion. He didn't appear in front of people at all, which was very strange. Just when the people in the void realm thought that the underworld had suffered heavy losses due to the attack of the various realms and had no way to retaliate, a piece of news suddenly spread. People in the viburnum flower realm were killed. More than 10 million people were killed in the viburnum flower realm. At the same time, an iron plate appeared beside these dead people. On one side of this iron plate, a gate with a ghost face was engraved, and on the other side, 2 words were written, Underworld. When the people in the void realm received this news, they couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's retaliation to come this quickly and fiercely. The viburnum flower realm was one of the main realms that attacked the underworld last time. It could be said that it was one of the few realms that took the lead. When the viburnum flower realm attacked the underworld last time, it sent a total of 200,000 troops, which was also one of the realms that sent the most troops. And this time, the underworld's revenge came very quickly and fiercely. 10 million people in the viburnum flower realm were slaughtered in an instant. Such a number was a very terrifying number no matter which force it was placed in. Even for the 5 realms, such a number was enough to cause a great loss to a realm's vitality. Although the cultivators from the immortal flower realm that the underworld had massacred this time were not high-level cultivators and were only mid-level cultivators, everyone knew how ruthless the underworld's move was. High-level cultivators were the strongest fighting force in a space. They were equivalent to a nuclear bomb in that space. They were the highest level of power, and such power would not be used lightly. Low-level cultivators were the cornerstone of a force. This was because the strength of a force had to come from these low-level cultivators. The middle-level cultivators were the walls on top of the cornerstone. If the three types of cultivators in a realm were to be compared to a house, then the low-level cultivators would be the foundation, the high-level cultivators would be the roof, and the mid-level cultivators would be the walls. Without the foundation, the house would be solid and could collapse at any time. Without the roof, the house would only be a fence. And without the walls, the house would not exist. What Zhao Hai did now was equivalent to destroying the walls of an entire realm. Even if he didn't completely destroy the walls would still be very fragile. It can be said that the inheritance of the Jasper Flower realm had been broken off. Zhao Hai didn't care about this at all. This was the revenge of the underworld. This was Zhao Hai's means. As soon as this news came out, the entire Void realm was shaken. They did not expect that Zhao Hai's revenge would come so quickly and so fiercely. Not long after the incident in the Viburnum Flower realm, several other realms that had attacked the underworld encountered problems. A large number of people in those realms were also massacred, and the ones who died were all mid-level cultivators. This kind of thing happened 5 times in a row before it stopped. These realms, without exception, were the main forces that had attacked the underworld. Beside the people who died in all the realms, there was an iron plate engraved with the words Underworld. Even an idiot would know who killed the cultivators. For a moment, not only were those realms collectively speechless, but even the forces in the Void realm were collectively speechless. No one would have thought that the revenge of the underworld would be so fierce. A total of 6 realms were targeted, and the number of people who died in these 6 realms had reached a terrifying 70 million. That was 70 million, not 7,000, not 70,000, but 70 million. 70 million, what kind of concept was that? If it was in the Void realm, the total population of the 7 planets would not even reach 70 million. Now, the underworld had actually wiped out 70 million people from the other side. This was too terrifying. In the past, people called Zhao Hai the Underworld King because Zhao Hai had a lot of ghosts in his hands. However, under normal circumstances, people would not think that those people were killed by Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai must have found a large number of corpses somewhere, and then refined those corpses into ghosts. That must be it. However, after this incident, people did not think so. The underworld had killed nearly 70 million people from 6 realms at once. Such an order was definitely given by Zhao Hai. Would a person who could give such an order care about how many people he killed? No one would believe it even if they said it out loud. Now, people completely understood why Zhao Hai was called the Underworld King. He was definitely a ruthless, butcher-level character. On the other hand, those realms that had attacked the underworld had all become well-behaved. They did not expect the underworld's revenge to be so crazy. To be honest, no normal person would want to fight with a madman, and they were the same. Therefore, they did not dare to attack the underworld now. They were afraid of the underworld's revenge. The entire Void realm quieted down at once. The underworld would still make contact with the outside world. Moreover, when they made contact, they would still be very calm and peaceful. However, none of the forces dared to underestimate the underworld. The 5 major families and some forces in the Void realm immediately contacted the underworld. Both sides officially established diplomatic relations and began to trade with each other. It was not only the forces in the Void realm, but also the forces in the other realms. They also sent people to try to contact the underworld. At the same time, they established diplomatic relations and began to trade with each other. After this contact, the people from the various realms discovered that the underworld was different from what they had imagined. The underworld treated ordinary trading partners very well. They were very peaceful and would take good care of you. They would also send you some small gifts from time to time. In short, it was completely different from the previous situation of slaughtering tens of millions of people. The more people came into contact with the underworld, the more they understood that the underworld was only cruel to their enemies. Anyone who became their enemy, they would do everything they could to deal with them. As for those who were not their enemies, they would treat them with a peaceful attitude. The underworld's performance made those who had some conflicts with the underworld before breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also made up their minds that they would not be enemies with the underworld anymore because it was really too dangerous. Just when the peace in the Void Realm was restored, a piece of news suddenly broke out. As soon as this news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Void Realm. At the same time, the 5 major families and other forces in the Void Realm joined forces and prepared to take action. This news was actually nothing special. There was only one thing, and that was, the forces in the Viburnum Flower Realm that had been retaliated against by the underworld actually joined forces and sent out 6 void-piercing realm experts from their respective realms to take revenge on the underworld. The Void Realm and the other realms had an agreement. When both sides fought, the void-piercing realm experts could not participate. The void-piercing realm experts could not enter the other party's territory and could only guard their own territory. The Viburnum Flower Realm and the other realms had obviously violated this agreement, so the major forces in the Void Realm could not sit still. They were very clear that this precedent could not be set. If this precedent was set, then the void-piercing realm experts of the other realms would all come to the Void Realm to cause trouble. Then, the Void Realm would really be in complete chaos. It was precisely because of this that all the forces in the Void Realm joined forces at the same time. The 5 major families and other families all sent out void-piercing realm experts to kill those void-piercing realm experts. At this time, the Viburnum Flower Realm and the other realms released a statement at the same time. They stated that they would send void-piercing realm experts into the Void Realm this time, and they would definitely not carry out any operations in other places of the Void Realm. Their operation this time was mainly aimed at the underworld, because the underworld had gone too far this time. This statement made many forces in the Void Realm shrink back. Those forces did not want to offend these realms with void-piercing realm experts for the sake of the underworld. Only the 5 major families had been supporting the underworld. Some of the major families in the Void Realm also supported the life and death arena. Just when people wanted to see how the underworld would respond, the underworld also issued a statement. They announced that they would wait for the arrival of the void-piercing realm experts on a large meteorite called the Giant Egg in the Pluto King Star region. At the same time, they also invited the cultivators of the Void Realm and other realms to come and be witnesses. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. In people's opinion, the underworld had just been established not long ago, so there might not be any void-piercing realm experts in the underworld at all. Under such circumstances, they actually dared to openly accept the challenge from the people of the Viburnum Flower Realm. This courage was really rare, but at the same time, in their opinion, the underworld would probably not be able to escape this time, especially the underworld King Zhao Hai. At this time, Elder Tang and the representatives of the 5 major families had already arrived on the Ba Huang ship. Zhao Hai personally welcomed them and invited them to his room. The representatives of the 5 major families were all acquaintances of Zhao Hai. Shang Guanfeng, Morong Lin, Zhang Sunji, Dongfeng Lian, Sima De, these important elders of the 5 major families had all come to the underworld. Elder Tang and these people had known each other for a long time, so when everyone greeted each other and sat down, Elder Tang did not stand on ceremony and directly said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, you were too reckless this time. Those are void-piercing realm experts, how could you accept their challenge? They're clearly here for you." Shang Guanfeng also said in a deep voice, "Yes, Little Hai, our 5 major families will not ignore this matter. We absolutely can't let their void-piercing realm experts enter the Void Realm and do whatever they want. Otherwise, the Void Realm will never have peace in the future. You were a little reckless this time. Once your statement was issued, it would be difficult for us to help. The people of those realms will seize this point, and if we can't turn our hands, then we will be in big trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your concern for me, but Underworld must pass this test. Since the establishment of Underworld, everyone thinks that Underworld doesn't have any high-end strength, which is to say, void-piercing realm experts. If Underworld can't pass this test with our own strength, then there will be more void-piercing realm experts coming to suppress Underworld in the future. This is an opportunity to establish our might, so how can I let it go? When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the representatives of the 5 great clans. He finally understood Zhao Hai's meaning. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to personally deal with those void-piercing realm experts was also to show the 5 great clans. He wanted to let the 5 great clans understand that Underworld didn't have no high-end strength, and that he, Zhao Hai, was Underworld's highest-end strength. Elder Tang remembered what Zhao Hai said before about him comprehending a trace of the power of laws. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't do something he wasn't sure of, so now he thought that Zhao Hai really wanted to use the void-piercing realm experts of the Jasper Flower Realm and the other realms to establish his might. When Shang Wanfeng and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were also stunned. They weren't idiots. When Zhao Hai said this, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. To be honest, they really did have a higher attitude when they came into contact with Underworld because they also thought that Underworld didn't have high-end strength. If Underworld didn't have void-piercing realm experts, then it didn't have high-end strength, and a force without high-end strength would never be valued by other forces. The reason why each of the 5 great clans could control a star field was because they had void-piercing realm experts in their clans, and more than one. With these void-piercing realm experts, the 5 great clans were as stable as Mount Tai. Now, Underworld also controlled a star field, but because it had been established for a very short time, and because Underworld had never had a void-piercing realm expert, many people were somewhat unconvinced. They refused to accept that Underworld could control a star field, but they couldn't, especially those forces with void-piercing realm experts. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's good relationship with the 5 great clans and his relationship with the life and death arena, someone would have already caused trouble for Underworld. Zhao Hai also realized this. It just so happened that the Jasper Flower Realm and the other realms sent void-piercing realm experts at this time. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. He was just thinking about who to use to establish his might, and now someone had delivered themselves to his door to him. If he wanted others to know that he had the strength to fight with void-piercing realm experts, then he had to fight with void-piercing realm experts. However, for ordinary forces, even if they had void-piercing realm experts, those void-piercing realm experts would hide somewhere and go into seclusion. They wouldn't come out at all. If Zhao Hai went up to challenge the other party, it was equivalent to provoking the other party's entire force, and the 2 sides wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Therefore, Zhao Hai hadn't moved. Although someone had said before that when he was fighting with the Dragon Blood Realm, he had fought with void-piercing realm experts and escaped unscathed. However, that was in the Dragon Blood Realm after all, and no one had seen it, so not many people believed it. Now there was a chance. The Jasper Flower Realm and the other realms had sent void-piercing realm experts, and they had made it clear that they were aiming for Underworld. For Zhao Hai, this was tantamount to someone sending him a pillow. Naturally, he would immediately issue a statement and accept the challenge. Shang Wanfeng and the others looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They had been in contact with Zhao Hai before, so they were very clear about how powerful Zhao Hai was. The matter of the Blood Mainland had been a headache for the 5 great clans for many years, but after Zhao Hai went there, it didn't take long for those problems to be completely solved. Not only that, he also made the 6 Realms Alliance suffer a great loss. In the end, he completely destroyed the 6 Realms Alliance's base in the Blood Mainland. It can be said that a person with such means was absolutely not a simple person. Would such a person act recklessly? Obviously not. Then, when he accepted the challenge of void-piercing realm experts from the Jasper Flower Realm and the other realms, would he not have the confidence to put himself in danger? Obviously, this was also impossible. In other words, he had the confidence. But where did his confidence come from? Listening to his words, it seems like he was going to personally fight. Does he really have the strength to fight against void-piercing realm experts? If this was the case, then Zhao Hai needed to pay more attention to him. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "Since you're here, you should take a good rest. In a few days, when I fight against those void-piercing realm experts, you can be the witnesses." "Right, do you know where those void-piercing realm experts are?" Shang Wanfeng said, "They should have already arrived in the Void Realm, but I don't know where they are." However, I think that they will certainly bring some people this time. Those people will also be the witnesses. After all, the Void Realm is our territory, they should be on guard against us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this is within my expectations, but it doesn't matter, as long as they dare to come. Hehe, I am very much looking forward to fighting with them. Speaking of this, Zhao Hai stood up, glanced at them, and said, the banquet is ready. I ask you to do me the honor of joining us. The four righteous wine of our underworld tastes pretty good. Zhang Sunji laughed and said, of course, the four righteous wine of your underworld is pretty good. I have heard of the reputation of the four righteous wine. Hehe, I must drink more today. The others also smiled slightly. They had heard of the reputation of the four righteous gang, and even drank it. To be honest, the taste was really good. The banquet went very smoothly. Everyone drank happily. After drinking, Zhao Hai invited them to rest. On the 8 Desolation ship, Zhao Hai arranged accommodations for them. Moreover, they were very good accommodations. The meeting between Zhao Hai and the cultivators from the Jasper Flower Plain and the other realms was scheduled to take place 1 month later on a large meteorite known as the Giant Egg. The size of this meteorite was no less than that of an ordinary planet. However, it was oval-shaped and looked just like an incomparably large egg. This giant egg was very famous in the Pluto domain. Although the meteorite was big, there was nothing useful inside. Although there were some ores, those ores were low-grade ores. Nobody would pay attention to those ores. There was no value in mining them at all. Therefore, this giant egg had always been in the Pluto domain and nobody paid attention to it. But now, it had become the focus of the entire Void Realm. Time passed day by day. More and more people came to the Underworld's King's Star. These people were all famous in the Void Realm. They all came to watch this competition. On the day of the competition, the void-piercing realm experts who had come to challenge the Underworld finally showed up. These people were all dressed in black cultivator robes, and each of them had a frosty expression. Following some witnesses from other realms, they arrived at the huge egg. There were already a lot of people around the giant egg. Some cultivators from the Void Realm and other realms had all appeared here. They were all sitting on large Dharma artifacts, surrounding the entire giant egg tightly. At this time, a large artifact slowly drove to the side of the giant egg. There were many cultivators standing on this large artifact. There were 6 cultivators in the lead. They were all wearing black cultivator clothes. They were the 6 people who came to challenge the Underworld. As soon as they arrived at the giant egg, it immediately caused a commotion because everyone knew that these were void-piercing realm experts. What was surprising was that these people didn't look very old. The oldest one was only about 60 years old. His hair was slightly gray, but his complexion was very good. He was also very tall. The black cultivator clothes on his body made him look even more mighty. He looked like an old lion. No one dared to underestimate him. The other 5 looked to be between 40 and 50 years old. Each of them had a very unique temperament that was unforgettable. When their large artifact stopped, the old cultivator in the lead said, Cultivator Zhu Dao from the Viburnum domain is here to invite Underworld King Zhao Hai to come out. As soon as his voice fell, a figure appeared on the giant egg. This person was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Zhu Dao and said, Zhao Hai greets everyone. You are very punctual. Zhu Dao and the others looked at Zhao Hai with strong hatred in their eyes. Zhu Dao said with a frosty face, Zhao Hai, you killed countless cultivators from my realm. Today, we are here to take revenge. Just wait for your death. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Dao and sneered, revenge? If you didn't come, would the underworld kill your people? If you want to talk about revenge, we are the ones taking revenge. You actually dare to say that you want to take revenge. Huh, what a joke. Zhu Dao coldly snorted and said, no need to talk nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal. But before the competition, let's make it clear first. This is a matter between the 6 realms and the underworld. Others are not to interfere. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Dao and couldn't help but laugh, of course, others won't interfere. Zhu Dao, you don't have to be so careful. As long as you don't let others interfere, it's fine. Zhu Dao looked at Zhao Hai and said, just a competition like this is really boring. How about we add a little steak? As soon as Zhu Dao said this, everyone understood what he wanted to do. Zhao Hai was at the spirit condensation realm, while the 6 of them were at the void-piercing realm. There was a difference of 1 realm between them. Moreover, there were 6 of them while Zhao Hai was only 1. In terms of numbers, Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Zhao Hai was bound to lose. In this case, Zhu Dao actually wanted to add a stake. This clearly showed that he wanted to take advantage of the underworld. This was too shameless. In the surrounding void, people couldn't help but scold Zhu Dao and the others for being shameless. However, it was obvious that Zhu Dao and the others had long been trained to be thick-skinned. They simply didn't take it seriously. Zhao Hai naturally knew what Zhu Dao was planning. He looked at Zhu Dao and said with interest, "Oh, what stake do you want to add?" Zhu Dao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This battle is a life and death battle. Therefore, it doesn't matter if one of us dies or dies. The loser will not only lose their authority, but they will also have to pay tribute worth 100 billion jade essence every year for 100 years. Do you dare to accept?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Dao and faintly smiled, 100 billion a year? Are you sure you want to do this? Zhu Dao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What? You don't dare?" Zhao Hai suddenly laughed and said, "Don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Not to mention 100 billion a year, even if it was more, I would still accept it. I'm just afraid that you don't have that much money." Zhu Dao coldly snorted and said, "You don't need to worry about our matters. Zhao Hai, call your people. I want to see who will fight with us." Zhu Dao deliberately said this. He had already investigated Zhao Hai. He also knew from the dragon blood world that Zhao Hai indeed had several void-piercing realm undead. In his opinion, this was Zhao Hai's biggest reliance. He said this because he wanted to make Zhao Hai lose face and let the others from Underworld fight instead of him. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Dao and sneered, "Today, I will fight by myself. Do you want to fight together or take turns? Come on." When Zhao Hai said this, everyone was stunned. Then, there was an uproar. No one thought that Zhao Hai would fight by himself. Zhu Dao looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "I heard that you have several void-piercing realm undead. Let us experience it today. Release them." Zhao Hai coldly said, "Rest assured, I won't use the undead today. I will deal with you myself. Come on." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a long saber appeared in his hand. When Zhu Dao heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then, he said, "Good, you have guts. Since you said so, we won't take advantage of you. Hao Donglai, go and experience Underworld King's methods." Standing next to Zhu Dao was a thin cultivator who looked to be in his 40s. His figure moved and appeared on the giant egg. He looked at Zhao Hai with a cold expression and said, "I am Hao Donglai, from the New Territories. My elder brother's family was killed in your last attack." Zhao Hai shrugged and said, "That's a pity. If you give us a little more time, we will confirm that it isn't your family." When Hao Donglai heard Zhao Hai, his face turned ashen. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't have the chance. Die." After saying that, he threw a punch at Zhao Hai. His punch didn't make any sound, but it gave a feeling like Mount Tai was pressing down. At the same time, this punch also contained a sad emotion. When this punch was thrown, the world seemed to be in sorrow. Everyone who saw this punch knew how powerful this punch was. Integrating one's own emotions into one's own cultivation method, this was exactly what void-piercing realm experts could do. Only a small number of geniuses of the divine condensation realm could do this, and these geniuses, without exception, would become void-piercing realm experts. Therefore, to see how a person's strength was, as long as one could see whether they could integrate their own emotions into their own cultivation method, it could be seen. And this seemingly dark and thin Hao Donglai had already integrated his own emotions into his own punch. Now, everyone who had a relationship with Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai with a worried face, especially Elder Tang and the others. Although Elder Tang and the others' strength hadn't reached the void-piercing realm, they were people who knew what was good for them. They knew very well that even if it was them, they couldn't take this punch. Void-piercing realm experts were indeed void-piercing realm experts. They couldn't help but worry about Zhao Hai even more. Zhao Hai looked at this punch and couldn't help but shout, "Come on." Then, he turned his body and moved to the side. At the same time, the long saber in his hand also slashed forward. As soon as this saber came out, everyone felt that there was darkness in front of him. A kind of despair that could only be produced in the endless darkness suddenly appeared in their emotions. However, no one present was weak, and Zhao Hai wasn't going to attack them, so they just lost their minds and immediately woke up. Although they woke up, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai could integrate his emotions into his cultivation method, and it seemed that the integration was very perfect. When Zhao Hai fought with people before, he had never used this kind of power. It seemed that he didn't use his full strength when fighting with people before. However, no one thought that Zhao Hai could defeat Hao Donglai. Zhao Hai was very strong, this was something that everyone acknowledged. However, they also knew that Hao Donglai wasn't a simple character. This time, the 6 realms came for revenge. If the people they sent weren't strong, then they would just be bringing disgrace upon themselves. Therefore, Hao Donglai's strength wasn't limited to this point. If Zhao Hai wanted to rely on his emotions to defeat Hao Donglai, then it would be impossible for him to do so. At this time, Zhao Hai and Hao Donglai had already fought dozens of times. The two were fighting with their sabers and fists. Moreover, it was a draw. This was somewhat unexpected to everyone. After about 50 moves, Hao Donglai suddenly retreated and jumped out of the circle. He had his hands behind his back as he coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Your strength isn't bad. But if this is all you've got, then you'll die today." Then his hand moved as a sword appeared in his hand. Hao Donglai's sword wasn't the same as ordinary swords. The blade of his sword was curved like a snake, making it look very strange and dangerous. Hao Donglai took out his sword and gently stroked the blade as he muttered, "This sword is called sorrow. I made it when my first son died. It was also at that time that I integrated my emotions into my cultivation method. I rarely used weapons in my life, but those who forced me to do so all ended up dying. I want their families to feel the sorrow I felt at that time." Zhao calmly looked at Hao Donglai, holding a long sword in his hand. "I have a wife, and I have several wives. I don't want them to be sad, so all those who want to make them sad will eventually die under my sword. All those who want to make the people around me sad will eventually pay the price, no matter what their identity is, and so will you." Hao Donglai looked at Zhao Hai calmly, holding a long sword in his hand. Hao Donglai turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Then they will certainly be sad today. June's flying snow." Then the sword in his hand went straight towards Zhao Hai. However, the sword's trajectory was quite surprising. This was because the sword wasn't going straight, but rather curved. The sword's trajectory was also very crooked, making it hard to tell where the sword was going to stab. Zhao Hai looked at the sword in surprise. Zhao Hai looked at the sword in surprise. Zhao Hai looked at Hao Donglai's sword and couldn't help but hold his saber with both hands. Then he raised his saber above his head and shouted, "Kill." Then the saber slashed forward. This saber didn't have any tricks, it was just a straightforward slash. However, this saber was filled with an unparalleled sense of desperation. It was as if a soldier was on the battlefield and his comrades were falling down one by one, leaving him alone. However, the order he received was to move forward, so he couldn't retreat. Even if he saw his comrades falling down, he couldn't retreat. He could only move forward, forward, forward in an incomparably desperate manner. Clang, the saber and the sword clashed. An incomparably huge energy wave spread out from the center of the two. The two stood face to face. Zhao Hai's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the other hand, Hao Donglai's face was filled with sadness. Even his eyes were filled with sadness. "Ha!" Zhao shouted, and the two figures retreated at the same time, but then the horses rushed forward again. The two men's movements began to speed up. Everyone could see two groups of light and hear the sound of weapons clashing, but they couldn't see the two men's figures. Inconsolable. Disheartened. Heartbroken. Suddenly, Hao Donglai's voice echoed in the field. After 3 consecutive shouts, everyone discovered that Hao Donglai's sword light had expanded a bit and covered Zhao Hai's saber light. At this time, Zhao Hai calmly said, "Mountain splitting." Mountain splitting was the simplest technique among all the techniques. However, Zhao Hai used this technique at this time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. However, people soon discovered that a huge saber light suddenly appeared. This saber light broke out from Hao Donglai's saber light and directly split Hao Donglai's saber light into two halves. Then the saber light and sword light disappeared. Zhao Hai and Hao Donglai stood with their backs facing each other. Zhao Hai was still holding his saber while Hao Donglai was still holding his sword. Both of them looked as if they weren't injured as they stood there calmly. At this time, Hao Shidu's body suddenly changed. From the top of his head down, a red line appeared between his eyebrows. This red line slowly grew longer and bigger until his entire body was split into two halves. Hao Shidu's body was actually split in two by Zhao Hai's saber. Zhao Hai's clothes also had a lot of holes, but his body didn't have any injuries. In other words, Zhao Hai completely defeated Hao Donglai. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, he received Hao Donglai into the space. Then he pointed his saber at Zhu Dao and laughed, "Haha, I was just warming up. Who's next?" Zhu Dao looked at Zhao Hai with an ugly expression. He already saw that Zhao Hai's strength was comparable to a void-piercing realm expert. Moreover, he had integrated his emotions into his saber technique for a long time. Most importantly, he was a body cultivator. Zhu Dao looked at Zhao Hai. He knew that if they fought alone, it would be very difficult to defeat Zhao Hai. Even if they took turns to fight, they might not be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. One must know that body cultivators were all people with long meridians. Thinking of this, Zhu Dao immediately said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that you actually hid your strength. Sure enough, you are treacherous. Today, we came to take revenge, not to compete. So, I'm sorry. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this bastard." When Zhu Dao's words came out, there was a burst of cursing on the scene. A voice suddenly came, "Ha ha ha, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people. Zhu Dao, you can be considered a famous person for a long time. Today, I see that you are a shameless villain. It's really disappointing. You 5 void-piercing realm experts actually want to deal with a spirit condensation realm cultivator together. If this spread out, it would really make people laugh their heads off." Zhu Dao's face turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Who's talking? Come out for this old man. Hiding the head and showing the tail, what kind of ability is that? Ha ha ha, this old man is hiding? This old man hasn't been hiding." Along with this voice, a cultivator slowly flew out from the outside. He was holding a purple wine gourd in his hand and was constantly pouring wine into his mouth. He was wearing a gray cultivator's robe, but he looked sloppy. It seemed that he hadn't washed for a long time. On his face, there was a thick and messy beard, giving people the impression that he was a beggar. However, his body exuded a frivolous, slovenly, and natural aura, which made him seem like he was floating in the air. Zhu Dao looked at that person and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Tell me your name. Could it be that you want to help Underworld and become enemies with us?" That cultivator laughed and said, "I don't want to help. I just saw that someone was too shameless, so I came out to say a few words. Moreover, it was you who asked me to come out." Zhu Dao looked at that cultivator, and a dignified expression flashed in his eyes. He found that this cultivator was definitely a void-piercing realm expert. At this time, he really didn't want to make an enemy of such an unknown person, so he coldly snorted and said, "It's best if you don't interfere." After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at the cultivator holding the wine gourd. Suddenly, he cupped his fists at that cultivator and said, "Senior, may I ask for your name? In the future, Zhao Hai will definitely repay you." That cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said with a curious face, "Kid, you're really clear about gratitude and grudges, but do you think you still have a future?" Zhao Hai glanced at Zhu Dao and the others, and coldly snorted and said, "Mud dogs, not worth mentioning." When Zhao Hai's words came out, the scene was in an uproar. Zhu Dao and the others' faces were ashen. Even Elder Tang and the others thought that Zhao Hai was too arrogant. No matter what, they were 5 void-piercing realm experts, and no one dared to treat 5 void-piercing realm experts as mud dogs. He actually dared to say this, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. When that cultivator heard Zhao Hai say this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai with a curious face, and suddenly laughed and said, "Kid, I like you. If you don't die today, this old man will definitely make friends with you. Kid, remember, this old man is Tang Zhenzhou." Upon hearing the old man's name, the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. Then a voice was heard, "Ancestor, you're actually still alive." Junior Tang Hai has seen the ancestor. Zhao Hai looked at the speaker and couldn't help but stare. This was because the person who spoke was Elder Tang. At this time, someone said, "I didn't expect it to be wine immortal Tang Zhenzhou's people. I didn't expect Senior Tang to still be alive. I heard that he died when fighting with a soul-eating beast, but I didn't expect that the rumors were false." Zhao Hai understood that this expert who just came out turned out to be Elder Tang's family. It seemed that he was Elder Tang's senior, which was really unexpected. At this time, Elder Tang had already bowed in front of the old man. Although Elder Tang looked older, everyone in the cultivation world understood that one couldn't judge a person's age by his appearance. This wine immortal Tang Zhenzhou had been famous for more than 100,000 years, and his age was probably not young. Tang Zhenzhou looked at Elder Tang, then he waved his hand and said, "You're little Xing, right? Get up, Tang clan. Don't act like a child. Is this kid your little friend?" "Ha ha ha, I've been paying attention to this kid for a long time. He's quite a character." Elder Tang took note of Tang Zhenzhou's words. He said that Zhao Hai was a character, not a talent. Although Tang Zhenzhou called Zhao Hai a kid, his final words revealed that he regarded Zhao Hai as an existence similar to himself, not a junior. At this time, the people from the 5 great clans gave their greetings to Tang Zhenzhou. Tang Zhenzhou just waved his hand, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, didn't you say that they're mud dogs? Then kill them and treat this old man to a drink." Zhao Hai looked at Tang Zhenzhou, then he laughed and said, "Senior, please wait for a moment. This junior will immediately treat you to a drink." Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhu Dao and the others, then he said, "I originally wanted to exchange moves with you. But I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. So you should all attack together. Hurry up." Zhu Dao's eyes were spitting fire. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you'll pay the price for your arrogance." Then he and the others rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai held his saber and slowly closed his eyes. When the people were less than 2 meters away from him, Zhao Hai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Kill." Then he waved his hand, causing a dazzling saber chi to fly out from his saber and cut through the bodies of the 5 people. Zhu Dao and the others were still in a forward posture, but their upper bodies suddenly stopped. Their lower bodies ran forward a few steps until they were in front of Zhao Hai. Then they stopped and fell to the ground. Zhu Dao and the others' upper bodies also fell to the ground. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he looked at the dead Zhu Dao and the others. Then he waved his hand and sent them to the space. Originally, with injuries like this, Zhu Dao and the others should have been able to live for some time. But now, it was impossible. This was because Zhao's move had directly destroyed all the tissues in their bodies. So Zhu Dao and the others were all dead. They didn't even have the chance to struggle. Zhao Hai used the law of laceration this time. How could the power of law be so simple? Without enough strength, how could Zhu Dao and the others resist the destruction of the law? When Zhao Hai received Zhu Dao and the others' corpses, there was no sound at all of the people around the giant egg. They didn't know what to say to describe to them. Their mind's attention, they had lost all ability to think. It wasn't until Zhao Hai received Zhu Dao's corpse that the people recovered. Then there was an uproar around the giant egg. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to kill all of them so easily. At this time, Zhao Hai flew up and stopped in front of Tang Zhenzhou. He cupped his fist and said, "Senior, would you like to have a drink with this junior?" Tang Zhenzhou looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good. Ha ha ha. Of course I'll have a drink today. If I don't drink it this time, then I'll feel sorry for myself." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then Elder Tang, please." Tang Zhenzhou laughed and then flew forward along with Zhao Hai. At this time, the Hell King's ship flew over. Ji Wuming and Tiger's Might were standing on the ship. Ji Wuming cupped his fist and said, "Friends who came to watch the battle, my underworld has prepared a banquet. I invite you to join us." The people who came to watch the battle stared, but nobody dared to say anything. They all cupped their fist towards Ji Wuming and said that they wouldn't dare to disobey. They were really shocked today. They didn't even dream that Zhao Hai's strength would be so formidable that he was able to kill 5 void-piercing realm experts with a single slash. Those were void-piercing experts, not 5 pigs. Zhao Hai only used 1 strike to kill 5 void-piercing experts. This was too surprising. At this time, nobody dared to go against the underworld. Everyone was frightened by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, Tang Zhengzhou, Elder Tang, and the 5 great clans arrived on the 8 Desolation ship. Tang Zhengzhou looked at the ship and sighed, "What a pity, did you change its name to 8 Desolation ship? I didn't expect the Void Realm to have such a good thing. If we found it earlier, then perhaps the Void Realm wouldn't have to go through so many hardships." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If we didn't go through so many hardships, then perhaps the Void Realm wouldn't be what it is now." "Senior, please." Tang Zhengzhou laughed and said, "That's right, everyone has their own fate. If we found the 8 Desolation ship earlier, then who knows what the Void Realm would be like." Then he followed Zhao Hai into the ship. Upon arriving at the ship, Zhao Hai invited everyone to the dining room. After they sat down, Laura and the others immediately served Zhao Hai food and wine. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Tang Zhengzhou and the others and said, "It's my honor to be able to invite Senior Tang here today. Come, let's give a toast to Senior Tang." The others also raised their glasses. Tang Zhengzhou laughed and said, "Good, good, come, cheers." Then he also raised his glass and drank the wine in it. Zhao Hai poured a second glass of wine, then he raised his glass and said, "Today, I want to thank everyone for coming. With everyone here, those fellows from the other realms wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Come, let me give everyone a toast." Just as Zhao Hai raised his glass, Shang Guanfeng shook his head and said, "Little Hai, you don't need to flatter us. You're still the best. If you eliminated those fellows in the beginning, then they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This is because they're afraid of you, not us." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "No matter who they're afraid of, they're still afraid. Come, let's drink." Everyone laughed as well. Then they raised their glasses and drank with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai poured another glass of wine and said, "This one is for Zhu Dao and the others. They came just in time. I was just about to look for them when they came. Ha ha ha. Come, let's drink." When everyone heard this, they also laughed and drank another glass. After drinking 3 cups of wine, Zhao sat down. Tang Zhengzhou looked at Zhao and said, "Little Hai, I have something to ask you. You have to answer me truthfully." Zhao nodded and said, "Little Hai, I have something to ask you. You have to answer me truthfully." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "Senior, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know." Tang Zhengzhou looked at Zhao Hai and said, "When you dealt with Zhu Dao and the others, did you use the power of laws?" Upon hearing Tang Zhengzhou, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly as he said, "Right, it's the power of laws. I was able to comprehend a trace of the power of laws in the Blood Continent. Although I don't know what kind of law it is, it can indeed increase my attack power. I was only able to use it recently. Moreover, I can only use it once a day." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, it's the power of laws." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare and said, "Little Hai, isn't it the space law?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I thought that it was because I obtained a fragment of the space law. Later on, I felt the fluctuations of the space law. I always thought that it was the space law, but later on, I discovered that it wasn't. It's a very powerful attack power. I can only use it once. If I use it too much, it would be harmful to my body. Moreover, it's the kind of damage that I can never recover from." Tang Zhengzhou nodded and said, "That's right. In the past, there were also people who comprehended the power of laws in the Void Realm. However, no one was able to use the power of laws here. Those who comprehended the power of laws could only use 1 or 2 types of laws. If they use it too much, it would cause harm to their bodies. Moreover, it's very likely that they would lose the opportunity to ascend. You did the right thing." Upon hearing Tang Zhengzhou, Shang Guanfeng and the others felt relieved. If Zhao Hai could use the power of laws at will, then they would have a headache. This would mean that Zhao Hai was an invincible existence in the void realm. Although he was almost at the same level, he still couldn't use the power of laws at will. This way, the threat to them would be much smaller. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't say anything. He was very clear about the thoughts of the 5 great clans. Although the 5 great clans had a good relationship with him, if he seriously threatened their rule, then the 5 great clans would still deal with him. They might even join forces to deal with him. Zhao Hai didn't want to have a conflict with the 5 great clans. Therefore, he deliberately said that he couldn't use the power of laws too much. This also made the 5 great clans feel relieved. Tang Zhengzhou turned to Zhao Hai and said, "In any case, Zhao Hai, you were able to comprehend the power of laws. This is already very amazing. You will certainly ascend in the future. Let me congratulate you in advance." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior is too polite." Tang Zhengzhou sighed and said, "In the past, this old man fought with a soul-eating beast. It was a soul-eating beast king, it was very powerful. This old man used all of his strength to kill it. However, my soul was damaged, causing my cultivation to stagnate. By the time this old man recovered, I was already too old. I lost the opportunity to ascend and could only stay in this realm." Upon hearing Tang Zhengzhou, everyone understood why Tang Zhengzhou didn't ascend. Elder Tang looked at Tang Zhengzhou and said, "Since the ancestor didn't ascend, then why didn't you show yourself? We haven't heard any news about the ancestor for so many years. We thought that the ancestor had already ascended." Tang Zhengzhou looked at Elder Tang, then he coldly snorted and said, "Where is this old man? This old man has been watching you all this time. You are a genius in cultivation, but I didn't expect you to not cultivate properly. Instead, you ran to the life and death arena. You really made this old man angry. Kid, do you think that you can guarantee that the life and death arena will be independent? Kid, stop dreaming. If this old man didn't protect you, then you would have already been eaten alive by those fellows." Tang Zhengzhou's words made Elder Tang startled. He didn't think that Tang Zhengzhou would be behind the life and death arena. The banquet went smoothly. Because there weren't a lot of people who participated, the 5 clans wanted to befriend Zhao Hai. Tang Zhengzhou also thought highly of Zhao Hai, so the banquet went smoothly. However, Elder Tang suffered a blow. This was because he heard from Tang Zhengzhou that the reason why the life and death arena was independent was because of Tang Zhengzhou's protection. This wasn't entirely due to Elder Tang's ability. This was a huge blow to Elder Tang. After the meal, Tang Zhengzhou drove away Old Tang and the other members of the 5 great clans. Then he followed Zhao Hai to the living room. After the two sat down, Laura served them tea before leaving. After seeing Laura and the others leave, Tang Zhengzhou turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I have something to ask of you. I hope you can agree to it." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "Senior, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll certainly help." Tang Zhengzhou smiled bitterly and said, "This old man doesn't want to ascend in this lifetime. My lifespan is also nearing its end. However, this old man wants to ask you for a favor. Can you teach Little Star the power of laws?" Zhao Hai knew that the little star that Tang Zhengzhou mentioned was Elder Tang. He frowned and said, "Naturally, teaching Elder Tang this isn't a problem. However, with Elder Tang's age, I'm afraid that he won't be able to ascend. Teaching him the power of laws in this layer isn't a good thing." Tang Zhengzhou replied, "Of course I know this. To use the power of law, one's body needs to be strong enough, but Little Star's body isn't strong enough. If he uses the power of law in this layer of space, then he will only hurt himself. But you don't have to worry, this old man didn't waste all these years. Now, this old man has 2 pills, one is the Cold Year pill and the other is the Void Cleaving pill. These 2 pills took this old man many years to refine. With these 2 pills, Little Star can restore his body to its youthful state, and at the same time, he can reach the Void Cleaving realm. But if he wants to ascend, these 2 pills aren't enough. If you can teach him the power of law, then he can ascend." When Zhao Hai heard Tang Zhengzhou, he couldn't help but stare. He had heard about the void-breaking pill before. It was a very magical pill. Anyone in the divine condensation realm who takes the void-breaking pill can directly reach the void-breaking realm. Naturally, once you reach the void-breaking realm, then whether you can ascend or not would depend on your own ability. However, he hadn't heard about the cold year pill. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Zhenzhou in confusion and said, Senior, this junior has heard about the void-breaking pill. What kind of pill is the cold year pill? Does it really work? Tang Zhenzhou replied, the cold year pill is a very rare pill in the void realm. It's very difficult to refine, and very few people know about its recipe. This pill has only one ability, and that is to restore a person's body to its youthful state. Moreover, it doesn't have any side effects. Speaking up to here, Tang Zhenzhou sighed and said, although a cultivator's body is very strong and aging is very slow, once a cultivator's body ages, it would be very difficult to recover. And the aging of a cultivator's body also has a great impact on a cultivator. If your body ages too much, then it would be impossible for you to ascend. This is because when a cultivator ascends, they would have to go through heavenly tribulation. It's impossible for an aging body to pass through heavenly tribulation. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Zhenzhou and said, then if Senior learns about the power of laws, you can't ascend? Tang Zhenzhou looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, it's useless. This old man's lifespan is about to come to an end. At most, I only have 100 years left. In order to restore my soul, I ate a strange fruit called the source spirit fruit. This source spirit fruit can restore my soul. Moreover, it allows me to maintain my body's condition until my death. However, my lifespan doesn't increase by much. At this point, I only have 100 years left, it's impossible for me to ascend. I only have 100 years left at most. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, Senior can rest assured. I'll certainly teach Elder Tang how to comprehend the power of laws. Tang Zhenzhou nodded, then he said, this old man has been secretly observing you for some time. I know that you're a man of your word, so this old man came looking for you. This old man won't let you do it for free. I'll give this to you. Then he waved his hand and something appeared in his hand, it was a book. This was a golden book, as if it was made of gold. It shined with a golden light. On the cover of the book, there were 4 words written on it, golden glazed body. Tang Zhenzhou looked at Zhao Hai and said, I found this golden glazed body in an ancient ruin in another realm. That ancient ruin used to belong to a huge Buddhist sect. According to legend, this Buddhist sect was connected to the upper realm. Many of their cultivation methods came from the upper realm. Among them, this golden glazed body is the top cultivation method of their sect. I've seen this cultivation method before, it's very powerful. It's a very powerful body cultivation method, so I'll give it to you. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He took the golden book and found that it was very heavy. He opened the book and found that it was actually a Buddhist scripture. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Zhenzhou with some confusion. Tang Zhenzhou smiled faintly and said, Buddhist cultivators are like this. They always like to write Buddhist scriptures in front of their cultivation methods. Moreover, it's stipulated that if you want to learn a cultivation method, you must first learn the Buddhist scriptures. Actually, you don't have to learn the Buddhist scriptures. Zhao Hai nodded, but he didn't look at the book. Instead, he turned his hand and received the book. Then he looked at Tang Zhenzhou and said, Senior, where are you going next? Why don't you rest in the underworld? Tang Zhenzhou looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, this old man is used to wandering outside. It's impossible for me to stay in one place for a long time. You don't need to worry about this old man. However, I'll be bothering you for the next few days. I'll have to make Little Star take the pill. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, this old man is used to wandering outside. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll have someone arrange a place for Senior to stay. I still have to go to the front and meet with the other forces. I'll have to send them away. Tang Zhenzhou looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, Zhao Hai, you're a genius, a true genius. You established Underworld by yourself, but you were still able to make steady progress in your cultivation. This is something that most people can't do. You're a great genius. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Tang Zhenzhou and smiled. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, Laura, prepare a quiet room for Senior. Without Senior's permission, don't let anyone disturb Senior. Also, prepare some wine for the previous life. Laura nodded, then she walked out and said to Tang Zhengzhou, Senior, please. Tang Zhengzhou stood up and followed Laura. On the other hand, Zhao Hai left the room and went to the 8 Desolation ship's transmission formation. Then through the formation, they arrived at a planet under the underworld. This planet wasn't a great place, but because it was close to the egg, Zhao Hai chose it as a place to entertain the other forces. When Zhao Hai appeared in the transmission formation, an underworld cultivator immediately greeted him. The underworld cultivator bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Palace Lord. He was very respectful towards Zhao Hai. In fact, nobody in the underworld sect had the slightest disrespect towards Zhao Hai. This was because underworld was established by Zhao Hai, and because of his strength. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, What's the situation in front of us? Are those fellows still there? The cultivator immediately replied, They're still there. The elders are accompanying those people. Although they didn't drink much, they still refused to leave. It seems like they're waiting for you, Palace Lord. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, A bunch of clowns. Alright, I'll go see them. After he said that, Zhao Hai walked forward. The underworld cultivator followed Zhao Hai with a respectful expression. He looked at Zhao Hai's back with eyes full of worship. Before long, Zhao Hai left the transmission formation. This transmission formation was located in a large courtyard. It was exclusively used by the underworld sect. Outsiders couldn't use it. After Zhao Hai left the courtyard, it didn't take long for him to arrive at a huge square in front of him. This square was actually a martial arts field. The underworld sect was different from other forces. The underworld sect's cultivators would receive some military training. This training required the use of a martial arts field. Therefore, all the planets in the underworld had such training fields. But now, there were a lot of tables in the martial arts field. Moreover, all of them were full of people. Although there were a lot of food and drinks on the tables, it was clear that the people sitting here weren't paying attention to the food. They were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. It was unknown what they were talking about, but the entire martial arts field was filled with buzzing sounds. White Tiger's Might, Ji Wuming, and the others were also gathered together. Just now, White Tiger's Might gave a toast to these people and also invited them to eat. However, these people's minds weren't here. White Tiger's Might and Ji Wuming were too lazy to pay attention to these people. They knew what these people were waiting for, so they weren't in a hurry. White Tiger's Might looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, These guys, it seems like if they don't see Big Brother, they won't leave. Fan Minghui sneered and said, The strength that the Palace Lord showed today made them understand that they can't afford to offend the Palace Lord. Therefore, they want to curry favor with the Palace Lord. If they miss today's opportunity, then it would be difficult for them to see the Palace Lord again. After all, with the Palace Lord's current strength and status, he isn't someone they can meet whenever they want. Ji Wuming said in a deep voice, Mansion Master is so powerful. No wonder my strength increased again a while ago. It turns out that even if I become a void-piercing realm expert, I can't be a match for Mansion Master. White Tiger's Might looked at Ji Wuming, then he smiled faintly and said, Wuming, I noticed that your strength has been increasing very quickly recently. Tell me, what's going on? Ji Wuming turned to White Tiger's Might and said, It's nothing. It's because of my inner demons. Don't you remember? You told me about it. Hearing Ji Wuming, Fan Minghui couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that Ji Wuming would use the inner demon transformation technique. He looked at Ji Wuming and said, Even if it's the inner demon transformation technique, it's impossible for your strength to increase so quickly. Did you take some kind of pill? Ji Wuming smiled faintly and said, If you didn't take any pills, then it's because of the inner demon transformation technique. Your strength didn't increase because you didn't use the technique, or because you didn't understand the true meaning of the technique. White Tiger's Might and Fan Minghui looked at Ji Wuming in confusion. They didn't quite understand what Ji Wuming meant. There were a lot of people in the continent who knew about the heart demon transformation technique, and there were also a lot of people who used it. However, wasn't that how the heart demon transformation technique was used? What was the true meaning behind it? Ji Wuming looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, You must be very confused. Isn't it just the heart demon transformation? What's the true meaning behind it? White Tiger's Might and Fan Minghui nodded. The two didn't notice that Ji Wuming's tone was very similar to Zhao Hai's. Ji Wuming looked at the two and said, "Then let me ask you, what is the basic principle behind the heart demon transformation?" White Tiger's Might frowned and said, "Of course it's to turn your heart demon into a god. This way, you can continue to cultivate." Fan Minghui looked at Ji Wuming thoughtfully. Ji Wuming looked at White Tiger's Might and said, "You don't understand the true meaning of the heart demon transformation. What is a god? A god is a supreme existence that we revere the most. For a god, we can give up everything. In order to follow a god, we must constantly increase our strength. This way, we can help a god and get closer to a god. It's because of this firm belief that my strength increased so quickly. Do you understand now?" Seeing Ji Wuming's expression, Fan Minghui and White Tiger's Might were stunned. When Ji Wuming talked about a god, his expression looked like a madman. He was a madman who had fallen into a cult and couldn't extricate himself. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Underworld Palace Lord, Underworld King Zhao Hai has arrived." As soon as this voice was heard, the entire martial arts field went silent. Then Zhao Hai slowly walked into the field, followed by a cultivator from the underworld. When Zhao Hai entered the training field, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai is late, please forgive me." Zhao Hai nodded and said. These people quickly stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. It's fine, it's fine. Mr. is too polite." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please have a seat." At this time, White Tiger's Might and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai nodded to them and then waved his hand as a jade cup appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and said, "Zhao Hai would like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for coming here to witness this competition. Zhao Hai would like to express his sincere gratitude to all of you. Please drink up." How would those people dare to not give Zhao Hai face? This person in front of them was a ruthless person who killed 5 void-shattering realm elites with one strike. Not giving him face, wouldn't that be courting death? So everyone downed this cup. Zhao Hai poured another cup of wine and said to everyone, "Everyone, please feel free. No need to be polite." Then he turned his head and said to the underworld cultivator who had been following behind him, "Take the wine and follow me." The underworld cultivator responded with a face full of excitement, took a jar of wine, and followed Zhao Hai forward. Zhao Hai stopped at each table for a while. He could clearly call out everyone's name. Although he only proposed a toast to each table, it made them feel flattered. At the same time, they also felt warm in their hearts. White Tiger's Might and the others did not follow Zhao Hai, but they all looked at Zhao Hai. Watching Zhao Hai propose toasts to each table, watching Zhao Hai chat happily with those people, Fan Minghui suddenly sighed and said, "Now I understand why Mansion Master can create such a situation today. Compared to Mansion Master, we seem to be children." White Tiger's Might also nodded and said, "Your feeling may be a little worse. My feeling is stronger, because when Big Brother first said that he wanted to create the 4 righteous gang, in fact, there were only 4 of us. In the end, from 4 people, we developed to control an entire star field. Such an ability, I can't learn it even in 100,000 years." Ji Wuming looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes and said, as expected of Mansion Master. His words caused White Tiger's Might and Fan Minghui to look at him strangely. They discovered that Ji Wuming was about to turn into a fanatic. Fanatics were a term that didn't exist in the Void Realm. They heard about it from the extraterritorial devils. The extraterritorial devils were very good at cultivating believers, especially fanatics. Fanatics were very powerful believers cultivated by the extraterritorial devils. They madly worshipped the Devil King and were willing to do anything for the Devil King. It was precisely because of this crazy belief that they weren't afraid of any danger. They were able to undergo the harshest training. Because of this, the strength of each fanatic was incomparably strong. Most importantly, even if they were about to die, they would still self-destruct. They would never give the enemy any chance to capture them alive. All fanatics were the most troublesome existences to deal with. The people of the Void Realm also had conflicts with the extraterritorial devils in the past. In the beginning, the extraterritorial devils would come out on their own. But after they conquered several realms, they stopped doing it themselves. Instead, they let the cultivators of the conquered realms do it. Among those cultivators, there were many fanatics. This also made the people of the Void Realm see for the first time what fanatics were. It wasn't difficult to cultivate fanatics. However, it wasn't easy to turn a cultivator into a fanatic. This was because it was very difficult to make a cultivator worship someone. Cultivators' cultivation was to defy the heavens and change their fate. If they regarded someone as a god, then they would lose their cultivator's heart. In the eyes of other cultivators, this wasn't desirable at all. Therefore, aside from the extraterritorial devils, no other realm or force would cultivate fanatics, even if they knew how to cultivate fanatics. After Zhao Hai finished his toast, he returned to the table and sat down. White Tiger's Might and the others also sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I don't think anyone would come to the underworld to cause trouble for us. I'll be going into seclusion for a while. Your next task is to cultivate as many armored cultivators as you can. Also, Tiger's Might, you can take out your transformative iron." White Tiger's Might stared, but he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, you mean to say that we should prepare to go to the martial god realm?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we should prepare to go to the martial god realm. But right now, we're just making preparations. Later on, I'll give you a formation. Find a place and arrange it. This is a gravitational formation. We need to get everyone used to fighting and moving under 10 times the normal gravity. Only then can we go to the martial god realm. Do you understand?" White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "I'll be heading back. I'll leave this matter to you. Be polite to these fellows. Although we're strong, there's no need to make enemies everywhere. One more friend is always better than one more enemy." White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Zhao Hai stood up, then he cupped his fist towards the cultivators and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll have to leave. Please forgive me." These people knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to accompany them all the time. Therefore, when they heard him, they immediately stood up and said that they wouldn't dare. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the crowd before he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai returned to the 8 desolate ship, he heard that Elder Tang was called away by Tang Zhengzhou. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he knew that Tang Zhengzhou wanted Elder Tang to take the 2 pills. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he took Laura and the others to the space. After entering the space, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out the book that Tang Zhengzhou gave him. Looking at these 4 words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He really wanted to know what kind of cultivation method this glazed golden body was. One must know that Zhao Hai also knew about Buddhist cultivation methods. However, such cultivation methods weren't necessarily strong. With his current body, it was hard to say how much the glazed golden body could do for him. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he heard the name glazed golden body. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he heard the name glazed golden body. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to keep this book wasn't because of the cultivation method inside, but because of the book itself. Zhao Hai might not necessarily be able to use the cultivation method inside the book. However, Zhao Hai was very interested in the book's material. He wanted to know what material this book was made of, and whether or not it would be useful to the space. However, before dissecting the book, Zhao Hai wanted to take a look at the cultivation method inside the book. Zhao Hai was very clear that he shouldn't use his own ideas to make decisions. Otherwise, he would miss out on a good opportunity. Zhao Hai opened the book and saw that it was still a Buddhist scripture. However, Zhao Hai didn't skip the Buddhist scripture like Elder Tang said. Instead, he carefully studied the Buddhist scripture. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Buddhist scripture was useless. Studying the Buddhist scripture would allow one to produce Buddhist force. And as long as Buddhist force was used well, it would become a very powerful force. This was a Buddhist scripture that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. The Buddhist scripture was written in ancient language, making it very obscure and difficult to understand. Zhao Hai had no choice but to slowly study it word by word, hoping that he would be able to slowly digest it. Slowly, Zhao Hai felt his spirit enter a very ethereal realm. He felt as if he had turned into a Buddha, sitting in a lotus position in the air, calmly looking at everything below. Below was Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai's body was also sitting in a lotus position. Moreover, he was still flipping through the golden scripture, as if he wasn't affected by it. This feeling was very mysterious. Zhao Hai's spirit seemed to have entered another realm. His spiritual force were slowly increasing. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. He looked down and saw that he had already flipped through half of the golden scripture. The Buddhist scripture had already ended. Zhao Hai stared, then he slowly closed his eyes and experienced the feeling. However, that feeling seemed to have disappeared. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai could clearly feel that this Buddhist scripture wasn't simple. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and carefully read the Buddhist scripture. That mysterious feeling appeared once again. Zhao Hai's heart was like an ancient well. After he finished reading the Buddhist scripture, that feeling disappeared once again. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that his soul had grown stronger. Zhao Hai was sure that this Buddhist scripture wasn't an ordinary Buddhist scripture. It was a method to cultivate one's soul. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel excited. Zhao Hai now had the star art. The star art can cultivate one's soul. However, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied. He discovered that the star art can absorb other cultivation methods and slowly upgrade itself. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. And this time, the Buddhist scripture could be used together with the star art. This would allow his soul to cultivate faster. This was what Zhao Hai needed the most. Zhao Hai calmed his emotions. Then he slowly sent his thought force towards the golden book. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that just as his thought force reached the golden book, it was immediately blocked by a layer of golden light. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He felt the golden light and discovered that it seemed to be Buddhist force. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. He didn't think that Buddhist force could block thought force. Before long, Zhao Hai calmed down. He slowly mobilized his Buddhist force and attached it to his thought force. Then he made contact with the golden book. He wanted to see if his thought force could enter the golden book. It went in. Zhao Hai's thought force and the golden book were tightly connected. At the same time, Zhao Hai adjusted his thought force and slowly found the thought force on the golden book. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the thought force on the golden book was actually the image of a Buddha. Zhao Hai's thought force slowly attached itself to the Buddha. Soon, Zhao Hai felt that he was a Buddha, neither sad nor happy. But at the same time, he also discovered that this Buddha was indeed a cultivation method. And this cultivation method was indeed the golden glazed body. However, this golden glazed body was very different from the golden glazed body that Zhao Hai had come into contact with. The golden glazed body that Zhao Hai knew was a body cultivation method. But this golden glazed vajra wasn't a body cultivation method. Instead, it was a soul cultivation method. The body cultivation method was just a cover. The golden glazed body in the golden book was actually divided into two parts. The first part of the Buddhist scripture was actually the real golden glazed vajra. It was a soul cultivation method. If the first part of the golden glazed body was cultivated, then one's soul would be like glass, making one's soul more condensed. The second half of the golden book was a body cultivation technique. Its name was also called glazed golden body. However, that body cultivation technique could only be regarded as ordinary. Of course, this golden book could really be brought down from the previous world. The body cultivation technique in the second half of the golden book could be regarded as a body cultivation technique in the upper realm. However, in this realm, it could be regarded as an extraordinary body cultivation technique. The reason why this was done was to test one's temperament. Almost all cultivators wouldn't study Buddhist scriptures. Even Buddhist cultivators were the same. When people saw the golden book, they directly skipped the Buddhist scriptures at the front and looked at the cultivation method at the back. This way, they would naturally abandon the pearls and jade for the stones. Zhao Hai had to admit that the body cultivation method was indeed unique. However, for someone like Zhao Hai who had a strong body, this method was nothing. However, this method could be used as a cover for Zhao Hai. This was because the golden glazed body was able to crystallize the body. This was very similar to Zhao Hai's crystallization ability. Naturally, the golden glazed body wasn't as good as the crystallization ability. The glazed golden body in the Buddhist scriptures was indeed an extremely powerful cultivation method. This cultivation method was mainly used to train the divine soul. It could allow your divine soul to be independent of your body, making your divine soul incomparably powerful. Even if your body was destroyed, your divine soul could still survive independently. It could even possess a body and be reborn. And this was exactly what Zhao Hai needed. Zhao Hai didn't need his soul to possess a body and be reborn. However, he hoped that his soul could become stronger. This was because this way, he would be able to achieve an immortal body as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's thought force and the golden glazed body were perfectly integrated. This allowed Zhao Hai to have a deeper understanding of the golden glazed body. Time passed by little by little. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. When he woke up, he felt that there was a new Tao core in one of his cells. It was the golden glazed body's Tao core. At the same time, he also felt that his soul force was increasing faster than before. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the book in his hand. This book was very strange. It actually contained Buddhist force. This was something that wasn't present in ordinary Buddhist scriptures. Ordinary Buddhist scriptures can be communicated with using thought force. However, Buddhist scriptures didn't contain Buddhist force. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very curious about this book. Zhao Hai moved his hand as the golden glazed book flew towards the universal analysis machine. Then Zhao Hai said, "Analyze." The universal analysis machine swallowed the golden glazed book. Before long, the universal analysis machine reported, "Analysis successful. Results, 1,000 degrees of Buddhist force, 5,000 kilograms of pure gold, and 2 cultivation methods." When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the analysis machine would only analyze these things. What made him even more surprised was that the analysis machine was able to analyze Buddhist force and cultivation methods. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai said, "When analyzing the pure gold, the most important thing is its use. Pure gold. High-grade training material. Strong defense. Can be used to record words. Can store pure energy such as Buddhist energy. Other uses unknown." Zhao Hai sighed. It seems like the universal analysis machine wasn't able to completely analyze pure gold. But now that pure gold has been produced in the space, he would be able to use it in large quantities in the future. Zhao Hai said, "Resynthesize the golden glazed book." The universal analysis machine swallowed the materials. Before long, the golden glazed book appeared in the space's law. Zhao Hai received the golden glazed book before he went to the living room of the villa. Laura and the others were looking at the monitor in the living room. The monitor was blood red, it was showing the situation of the blood continent. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and saw that a group of vampires had been brought to the space. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, how many vampires are there in the space right now?" Laura smiled and said, "There are already more than 10 million. Moreover, as time passes, the vampires will be taken in even faster. The blood continent will soon be ours." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "What's the situation with the Six Realms Alliance?" Laura waved her hand as the monitor changed to another image. On the screen was a base that hadn't been fully built yet. From the clothes of the people who built the base, one could see that they were from the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai looked at the location of the base and said, "They changed their location?" Laura nodded and said, "Right, they changed their location. After their previous base was destroyed by us, they changed their location. Their current location is a valley. They're preparing to rebuild their base there. This way, even if the vampires attack them in the future, the vampires would only be able to attack them from the front and the top. This way, they wouldn't be besieged." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They're smart." "Right, did they go to their base?" Naturally, Laura knew that the base that Zhao Hai was talking about was the one that the 5 great clans had built in the Blood Continent. She smiled faintly and said, "That base is still there." After the Six Realms Alliance appeared in the Blood Continent, they immediately found a place to build their new base. "I haven't seen the base yet, but I think it won't be long before they do. When the time comes, it will be very interesting." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That base is still there." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's the situation with the Six Realms Alliance?" Laura replied, "A lot of information has been collected into the map. Don't worry, it's about to be collected." Zhao Hai asked, "What's the strength of that place like?" Laura replied, "It's very strong. The Six Realms Alliance is made up of 6 interconnected space gates. The terrain of each realm is different. However, the situation there is similar to the True Spirit Realm. Each realm seems to be an entire continent. Moreover, each continent is very large." "Right, the space gate is something unique to that place, this is it." Then Laura waved her hand as a gate appeared on the screen. The gate was erected in the void. The bronze gate was engraved with mysterious patterns. Zhao Hai could see that these patterns were formations. The entire gate seemed to be a formation. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what this formation was. Zhao Hai looked at the gate and couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "Was this gate installed by the people of the 6 realms?" Laura shook her head and said, "I don't know. The 6 realms can use this gate to communicate with each other. They can also use transmission formations. However, most of the people from the 6 realms use transmission formations. The space gate is rarely used. However, people from the 6 realms would come here from time to time. It seems like they want to study the formation on the gate." Zhao Hai asked, "Have you recorded the formation on the gate? Have you studied it?" Laura replied, "I've already recorded it. This formation is a very high-level formation. Currently, we only know that it has a function similar to a door lock. In other words, it can only be opened by infusing spiritual qi using the normal method. As for the other methods, we haven't been able to find out." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, we can study it slowly. First, we'll make all the vampires in the Blood Continent our people. Then we'll send troops to flatten the 6 realms." Laura nodded, then she said, "Right, I also found out about Elder Tang's situation. Elder Tang has already taken some medicine. I'm afraid that it would take some time before he comes out. Senior Tang Zhengzhou is currently guarding him." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior Tang Zhengzhou is still worried about Elder Tang. Alright, let him be. Don't worry about it, just make sure that he's safe." Laura smiled faintly and said, "I'm afraid nobody would dare to cause trouble in Underworld's territory, let alone the 8 desolate ship. Brother Hai, you don't need to worry. Right, Brother Hai, do you want to take a look at the Martial God Realm?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he immediately replied, "Alright, let's take a look. I really want to know what the Martial God Realm is like." Laura smiled faintly, then she waved her hand and changed the image on the monitor to the Martial God Realm. Zhao Hai had already paid attention to the Martial God Realm twice, but he didn't look at it carefully. This time, he looked at it very carefully. The Martial God Realm was composed of a lot of realms. Among them, the main realm surprised Zhao Hai. This was because the main realm was actually a desert. The living environment there was very bad. There were oases in the desert, each oasis was like a city. There were plants growing in the oases as well as water sources. Most of the time, they used large artifacts instead of transmission formations to communicate with each other. This made Zhao Hai quite surprised. However, after Laura and the others explained to Zhao Hai understood that Jade Essence was a very important resource in the Martial God Realm. People would use Jade Essence to make transactions. Moreover, the value of Jade Essence in the Martial God Realm was much higher compared to here. Because of this, people would use large artifacts to communicate with each other. However, using large artifacts also required a fee. However, this fee was much cheaper than using transmission formations. Because of this, large artifacts became the main means of transportation in the Martial God Realm. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai was surprised. Since the Martial God Realm conquered so many realms, then they should have obtained a lot of resources. They should have used these resources to build their own realms. If they really did this, then the Martial God Realm's situation should have improved. So why was it still like this? Zhao Hai didn't expect this. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and knew why he was puzzled. She couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "The situation of the Martial God Realm is different from ours. The Martial God Realm is more like a country. There are kings and nobles there, and nobles are given land. When the Martial God Realm goes to war, the things that they get would belong to the kings and nobles. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get anything good. Therefore, this situation isn't surprising. Currently, there are some great nobles in the martial god realm who have left their original fiefs. This is because they obtained large fiefs from the realms that they conquered. They have already moved to their new fiefs. After all, when it comes to living conditions, the realms that they conquered are much better than the martial god realm. Zhao Hai stared, then he muttered, I didn't think that there would be such a realm. This is very interesting. Alright, we'll pay attention to them and understand them. Then we'll go there. I want to see how they react when we arrive at the martial god realm. Laura smiled and said, Don't worry, I believe that it wouldn't take long before the martial god realm's situation is recorded in the space. Elder Tang slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mirror. However, the person in the mirror was unfamiliar to him. The person in the mirror was a young man, a very handsome young man. However, this young man's eyes were filled with wisdom, which didn't match his appearance at all. Elder Tang looked at the mirror and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. It took him a while to react. The person in the mirror was himself. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but gently touch his face. The person in the mirror also did the same. This made Elder Tang feel as if a lifetime had passed. I've become younger, I've really become younger. When he thought of this, he didn't know what to feel. He was very clear that although his cultivation was very strong, he was too old and his body had aged. Therefore, not to mention ascension, even reaching the void-piercing realm was very difficult. But now, not only did he become younger, but his strength had also reached the void-piercing realm. And all of this was only because of 2 pills. At this moment, a voice was heard, Alright, you can come out now. Go and find Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai will give you the power of laws, he comprehended. When you learn the power of laws, you can break through the void and ascend. The mirror disappeared and Tang Zhengzhou appeared in front of Elder Tang. Elder Tang looked at Tang Zhengzhou and immediately said, Ancestor, what about you? Tang Zhengzhou looked at Elder Tang and smiled faintly, Me? I don't have any hope of ascension, but I still have 100 years of life. I don't want to waste these 100 years. I want to play around in the void realm and see the scenery of the void realm. Finally, I'll go to Elder Tang's ancestral mountain and quietly wait for my death. When Elder Tang heard Tang Zhengzhou's words, he couldn't help but feel sad. The Tang family wasn't a big family in the void realm. It could only be regarded as a medium-sized force. Now, it wasn't even a medium-sized force. Elder Tang didn't help the Tang family too much before because he didn't dare. Elder Tang was very clear that what he did had offended all the forces in the void realm. When he was still alive, those people wouldn't dare to touch Elder Tang. But if he died one day, then the Tang family would probably be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Therefore, before Elder Tang carried out his plan, he didn't reveal his identity. Instead, he made another identity to make others think that he came from another realm. This way, no one would suspect him. Although Elder Tang didn't take care of the Tang family over the years, he still gave them a lot of good things. However, the Tang family didn't have any decent experts. If people knew that they had good things in their hands, then the Tang family would be annihilated. Therefore, the Tang family had been very low-key all these years. However, Elder Tang still had a city under his control. Outside the city was the Tang family's ancestral mountain. This mountain was the place where the ancestors of the Tang family passed away. Every member of the Tang family would build an immortal cave on the ancestral mountain when they died. Therefore, Tang Zhengzhou said that he would return to the Tang family's ancestral mountain to wait for his death. This was the destiny of all the members of the Tang family. Tang Zhengzhou looked at Elder Tang and said, Alright, don't be like that. You can rest assured that before I die, I will leave all my inheritance to the Tang family. If the Tang family wants to develop, it's impossible to rely on our help. They must be strong. We can only do what we can. In the end, the Tang family's fate will depend on themselves. Elder Tang nodded and said, Yes, I'll follow the ancestors' orders. Tang Zhengzhou looked at Elder Tang and said, Zhao Hai's strength is unfathomable. He will definitely ascend. Fortunately, you have a good relationship with him. Remember, you can't go wrong by being on good terms with him. I'll be leaving now, you can go see Zhao Hai. Then Tang Zhengzhou stood up and turned around to leave. Elder Tang quickly followed behind. After Elder Tang sent Tang Zhengzhou to the transmission formation, he walked towards Zhao Hai's room. But before he could take a few steps, an underworld cultivator came over and cupped his fist towards Elder Tang and said, "I've seen Elder Tang. Elder Tang, please, the sect leader is waiting for you." Elder Tang nodded, then he followed the cultivator. Before long, the two arrived outside Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai was standing in front of the door, waiting for him. When Zhao Hai saw Elder Tang, he chuckled and said, "I didn't expect Elder Tang to be so handsome. No wonder you like Lu Yang so much." Elder Tang was in a sad mood, but when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but feel better. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, now you're teasing me. Come, accompany me for a drink or two." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he extended his hand and invited Elder Tang inside. While walking, he said, "Elder Tang, you're not old anymore. It wouldn't be good for you to act like an old man." Elder Tang sighed and said, "I'm already used to this identity. If I want to change it, it would be very difficult." After that, the two sat down in the living room. At this time, Laura delivered some food and wine. Then she bowed to Elder Tang before withdrawing. Zhao Hai gave Elder Tang a glass of wine, then he said, "Elder Tang, you don't need to think too much about it. Senior has his own choice, he knows what he's doing. It can be said that you're his hope. He wants to see you ascend before he passes away. Because you're his hope, there's no point in thinking too much about it. What you need to do now is to ascend as soon as possible." Elder Tang nodded, then he took his glass and drank it. Then he said, "I understand, that's why I came looking for you. I heard from the ancestor that you're willing to teach me the laws you've comprehended." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Naturally, Elder Tang. You should rest for a few days and stabilize your realm. When the time comes, I'll teach you the laws." Elder Tang nodded and said, "All right. But do you have a way to make old Zhao and the others learn the laws as well? They've been with me since they were young. After so many years, I've held them back. Now that I'm about to ascend, I don't have the heart to leave them here." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "Elder Tang, to be honest, I've done a lot of research on alchemy. Moreover, Underworld has a lot of good things. If Elder Tang can give me the 2-pill formulas, then I might be able to find the materials to make the void-breaking pill and the cold year pill. If I succeed, then Elder Zhao and the others might ascend as well." Elder Tang didn't doubt Zhao Hai. He knew that with Zhao Hai's strength, he simply didn't need those two things. Therefore, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll contact the ancestor and get the 2-pill formulas." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. It doesn't matter if it's a bit late." Elder Tang nodded, then he sighed and said, "These 2 pills are very strong. I'm afraid that the materials won't be easy to find. I hope that we can find them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. After the two drank for a while, Elder Tang said his goodbyes. After returning to his room, he immediately sent a letter to Tang Zhengzhou, hoping that Tang Zhengzhou would give him the pill formulas. He and Tang Zhengzhou used small transmission formations to communicate. This was the most reliable long-distance communication system so far. Before long, Tang Zhengzhou gave him a reply. Not only did Tang Zhengzhou give him the pill formulas, he also gave him the leftover materials. This made Elder Tang very happy. He immediately took these materials to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't expect Elder Tang to return after he sent him off. However, he still invited Elder Tang to the living room. Upon entering the living room, Elder Tang immediately took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, this is for you. It contains the 2-pill formulas as well as the materials needed to refine the 2 pills. The ancestor sent them over as well. The remaining materials aren't enough to refine the 2 pills. You can keep them and see if you can use them." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Little Hai, this is for you." Zhao Hai received the spatial bag, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll keep these things." "Right, do you want to go back to the life and death arena to take a look? At the same time, I'll also invite Elder Zhao and the others too. Come and sit with us." Elder Tang nodded and said, "We should go back and take a look." "All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. You just need to collect the materials. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. After sending Elder Tang away, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip from the spatial bag and probed it with his spiritual force. When he did, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the contents of the jade slip would be so rich. After carefully looking at the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh at Tang Zhengzhou's attentiveness. Not only did Tang Zhengzhou tell Zhao Hai about the materials needed to refine the 2 pills, he also wrote down every step of the refining process. It can be said that if an alchemist were to take this jade slip and give them the materials, they would be able to directly refine the pills. Then Zhao Hai took out the materials inside the jade slip. They were all processed herbs. These things weren't very useful to Zhao Hai. This was because processed herbs couldn't be turned into living plants by the space. For the space, they were dispensable. However, Zhao Hai had no way to refine the 2 pills. This was because although he had most of the herbs in the space, there were still a lot that he didn't have. Even if he did, some of the herbs weren't old enough, or they couldn't be used due to other reasons. If Zhao Hai wanted to refine these 2 pills, it would take a long time. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He immediately mobilized the people of the underworld to look for the herbs. Naturally, it was impossible for him to find the herbs that he wanted. For example, herbs that needed to be aged for a long time wouldn't be easy to find. Otherwise, Tang Zhengzhou wouldn't have been able to refine 2 pills after so many years. Others might be helpless in this situation, but for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a problem. He could use the space to make the herbs mature in a short time. Because of this, the herbs that he was looking for were much worse compared to the pill recipe. This made it easier for him to find them. Moreover, with the strength of the underworld, it wasn't difficult for him to find the herbs. It didn't take long for the herbs to be found. Zhao Hai wanted these herbs to be alive. Therefore, when he found them, he immediately sent them to the space. Then he sent them to the accelerated time zone. This way, the herbs would be able to mature in a short amount of time. Just as Zhao Hai finished collecting all the herbs, Elder Tang came out of seclusion. Elder Tang had been in seclusion all this time. His seclusion was mainly to stabilize his realm. This wasn't a difficult matter since his realm had already stabilized at the void-piercing realm. Naturally, he would come out of seclusion. Because Elder Tang's realm was promoted using herbs, it would be very difficult for him to ascend. Tang Zhengzhou had already thought of this point, so he had Elder Tang study law from Zhao Hai. Hearing that Elder Tang came out of seclusion, Zhao Hai invited Elder Tang to his room. After the 2 sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, when are you going to study law? Do you want to go back to the life and death arena to take a look?" Elder Tang nodded and said, "Go back, of course I'll go back and take a look. Call Elder Zhao Hai and the others. In the future, Lu Yang will be in charge of the life and death arena." "Right, Zhao Hai, if Lu Yang has any difficulties, you must help him." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem, you can rest assured." Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "Then I'll go back first. Let's keep in touch." Then he stood up as Zhao Hai sent him to the door. After watching Elder Tang leave, Zhao Hai returned to his room and then entered the space. After sitting down in the villa's living room, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "How are the herbs collected?" Laura smiled and said, "Rest assured, we've already collected them. The void-piercing pill is really a good thing. It can make a person advance from the divine condensation realm to the void-piercing realm." This was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The reason why this pill can achieve this is because of its refining method. Have you noticed that in order to refine the void-breaking pill, one of the most important parts is the core of a monster beast? And this monster beast must be killed in a very angry or desperate situation. Why is this so? I think this is mainly for the sake of the demonic beast's emotion. When the demonic beast is killed under this kind of emotion, a part of its emotion will also be integrated into the essence core. When refining medicinal pills, this trace of emotion will be integrated into the medicinal pills, helping people to comprehend the feeling of integrating emotions into cultivation methods. In this way, people can reach the void-piercing realm." Laura nodded and said, "Yes, after reaching the spirit condensation realm, they would have their own understanding of how to integrate their emotions into their cultivation methods." As long as they are inspired by the emotions of the pills, they would be able to integrate their emotions into their cultivation methods. However, because these emotions were inspired by the demonic beasts, it would be very difficult to make them stronger. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, after reaching the spirit condensation realm, they would be able to integrate their emotions into their cultivation methods. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if one doesn't comprehend it by themselves, then there would always be a lack of understanding. Naturally, it would be very difficult to improve one's strength. Laura said, the cold year pill is useless to us, but we can use it as a beauty pill. Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course you don't need it. However, we can change the recipe so that we don't need too many high-grade herbs. We also don't need to restore the body to its youthful state. As long as we restore our youthful appearance, I think the cost would be reduced. Moreover, it would also be very popular. Laura smiled and said, that's a good idea. We can give it a try. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything else. They weren't short on money. Even if they could make the pill, it would be for Underworld to increase their revenue. Laura didn't continue with this topic. Instead, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, the conquest of the vampires is about to be completed. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what's the situation with the Six Realms Alliance's base? Laura smiled and said, our base has been destroyed. More than 10,000 people from the Six Realms Alliance were killed in the explosion. Now, their base has gained a lot of people. However, they're still looking around. It seems like they're looking for us. It seems like they don't believe that we'll leave the Blood Continent. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, oh? They're quite persistent. Does it affect our conquest of the Blood Continent? Right, is there really nothing in the Blood Continent that can be used? Laura shook her head and said, absolutely not. Not only can the things in the Blood Continent be used, they also have great uses. Those things have been contaminated by the blood qi of the Kuanpeng for a long time. They contain a lot of blood qi as well as a trace of the law of severing. If we can use them, then they would be good materials. However, the people of the Six Realms and the 5 great clans don't know how to refine them. Additionally, their bodies can't withstand the blood qi of the Kuanpeng. Because of this, they thought that it was blood poison. We hope that we can collect more things from the Blood Continent, even if it's the most common ore. Zhao Hai smiled and said, what's wrong with that? Once the Blood Continent is ours, we'll be able to collect as much as we want. Laura smiled and said, right, we can collect as much as we want. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Hee hee. Right, the Six Realms Alliance's maps have already been sent to the space. I didn't expect them to have conquered several planes. Moreover, they had already divided those planes. If we want to deal with the Six Realms Alliance, then we can start from those planes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, then we'll start from those planes. We need to swallow the Six Realms Alliance's territory bit by bit. Laura replied, in about 5 days, we can make all the vampires in the Blood Continent our people. When the time comes, we can have the vampires attack the Six Realms Alliance's bases. Zhao Hai nodded and said, 5 days isn't that long. Perhaps Elder Tang and the others would return in less than 5 days. Right, how's the development of the life and death arena? Is there any problem with Luyang? Laura replied, the development of the life and death arena has actually reached its peak. Now, they just need to maintain their current scale. Lu Yan hasn't had any problems for the time being. However, he seems to be too quiet. His sect was destroyed and he was forced to flee to the Void Realm. He didn't seem to have any reaction at all. This is something that I don't understand. Zhao Hai replied, just keep an eye on him. As long as he doesn't act rashly, then let him be. I'm not interested in the life and death arena, but I don't want Elder Tang's life's work to be taken advantage of by others. Laura nodded, then she turned to Julie and said, Julie, I'll leave Lu Yang's matter to you and Kai. You two keep an eye on him. If he has any problems, then deal with him first. Julie and Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt something and said, Ji Wuming is outside my room. It seems like he came to see me. I'll go out and take a look. Then his figure moved as he left the space. Just as he returned to his room, he heard someone knocking on the door. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Come in." Just as his voice fell, Ji Wuming came in from outside. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Wuming and said, "Wuming, you're here. Take a seat." Then he waved his hand and had Ji Wuming sit down. Ji Wuming cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Dark Lord." Then he sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Wuming and said, "Wuming, why did you come?" Ji Wuming replied, "Mansion Lord, I want to join the Iron Armor team." The Iron Armor team was the Iron Armor Cultivator Brigade. It was under the direct command of Zhao Hai. It was currently the strongest team in the underworld. However, Ji Wuming wanting to join the Iron Armor team was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Although the Iron Armor team was the best team in the underworld, it was also the most dangerous team. When the Iron Armor team fought, they would generally be on the front lines. Because of this, the casualties of the Iron Armor team were very high. Because of this, the Iron Armor team didn't have an official leader. Some of the team captains were appointed by Zhao Hai. High-level members of the underworld like Ji Wuming weren't willing to lead the Iron Armor team. This was because it was too dangerous. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Wuming and said, "Why do you want to join the Iron Armor team? Don't you know that the Iron Armor team is very dangerous?" Ji Wuming replied, "I know, that's why I want to go. The Iron Armor team is the sharpest sword in the Mansion Lord's hand. However, this sword doesn't have a hilt. The Mansion Lord wouldn't be able to use it well. I want to be the hilt of this sword." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but look at Ji Wuming deeply. He noticed that there was something familiar in Ji Wuming's eyes, a trace of fanaticism. This fanaticism might not be noticed by most people, but as the space god, Zhao Hai was able to notice it. A lot of people in the space would look at him with this kind of expression. This kind of expression represented fanatical worship. In other words, these people would be absolutely loyal to him. Zhao Hai didn't understand what happened to Ji Wuming. Why would there be such a fanaticism in his eyes? This was too unusual. One must know that Ji Wuming was his enemy in the beginning. He was forced to join the underworld. Now that Ji Wuming had such a look in his eyes, how could Zhao Hai not be surprised? Zhao Hai looked at Ji Wuming and said, "Wuming, why are you doing this? Don't you hate me? I was the one who forced you to join the underworld. I was the one who made you lead the Ji family. Do you not hate me at all?" But as time passed, I didn't hate Mansion Master anymore. In fact, I'm even grateful to you. This is because Mansion Master is much stronger than the Ji family. Mansion Master's wisdom and strength are things that I can never catch up to. Because of this, I changed my mind. I want to become Mansion Master's sword. Mansion Master's consciousness is my direction, and your enemies are the direction my sword points towards. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wuming and said, "Since the beginning, I hated you, Mansion Master. Mansion Master, your consciousness is my direction, and your enemies are the direction my sword points towards." Wuming didn't say anything, but instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Since the beginning, I hated you, Mansion Master." Looking at Ji Wuming's fanatical expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare blankly. However, he now understood why Ji Wuming became like this. It was because of strength. His strength had convinced Ji Wuming. No matter how the cultivation world discovered it, worshipping the strong was an eternal law. Zhao Hai was a strong person, but Ji Wuming made a great heart demon oath to him. Because of this, Ji Wuming became like this. This was Zhao Hai's first believer in this layer. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't think that an expert like Ji Wuming could become a believer. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately asked the space, "Is there any change in my faith power?" Zhao Hai didn't expect Ji Wuming to become a believer. The space prompted, "The host's faith power has undergone a significant change. Because the host has ascended to a higher plane, there's very little faith power in this plane. It can be said that faith power is useless in this plane, especially the faith power collected in the lower realms." But a few days ago, a trace of faith power suddenly appeared. This trace of faith power was produced in this plane. The host can use this trace of faith power to increase the host's attack and defense. It's the same as the faith power in the lower realms. Zhao Hai didn't think that this would happen. Zhao Hai already discovered that after entering the space, the faith power he obtained in the lower realms was useless. In other words, faith power was useless to him. Although this made Zhao Hai puzzled, he didn't care too much about it. After all, whether faith power was useful or not didn't matter to him. He was already very strong, so even if faith power was useless, he wasn't afraid. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the space suddenly issued a prompt, because host obtained faith power in this layer, faith power has undergone an unknown change. That trace of faith power is assimilating and absorbing the faith power from the lower realms. In the future, host will be able to use more and more faith power. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that faith power would have this kind of use. However, he immediately recovered. He looked at Ji Wuming, who had a fanatical expression on his face, and thought for a moment before he said, "Alright, Wuming, you can become the captain of the Iron Armor team. However, you don't need to use the same armor as them. This is for you." Then Zhao Hai took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball had a constellation symbol on it, the symbol of the Scorpio constellation. Ji Wuming was puzzled as he received the crystal ball. He didn't know why Zhao Hai gave him a crystal ball. Zhao Hai looked at Ji Wuming and said, "This is a constellation battle armor. I obtained it by accident. I'll give it to you. The way to use it is very simple. You can refine it. When you want to use it, you can control it with your mind. You can also store it." Ji Wuming nodded before he turned around and left. What Zhao Hai gave Ji Wuming was indeed a constellation battle armor. However, it wasn't the same as the one Zhao Hai got in the past. The constellation battle armors that Zhao Hai got in the past were made from plants. But after many improvements, the constellation battle armors that were made from plants had formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. They weren't any worse than the artifacts here. Elder Tang led Elder Zhao and the others to the 8 Desolation ship. Just as they came out of the transmission formation, a cultivator came over and bowed, "Seniors, the sect master is waiting for you inside. Please come with me." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Senior, please come with me." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Alright, let's go." Then he led Elder Zhao and the others to Zhao Hai's room. When the group arrived outside Zhao Hai's room, they saw Zhao Hai standing in front of the door to greet them. After both sides exchanged greetings, they followed Zhao Hai into the room. After sitting down in the living room, Laura served them tea before turning around and leaving the room to them. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Zhao and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Elders, it's great to see you. You're finally free." Elder Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "What else can I do? Seeing old Tang become my grandson, if I don't take it easy, wouldn't I feel uncomfortable?" These words caused Elder Tang to laugh and scold, and the others also laughed. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. "Recently, I've been preparing the herbs. I hope that I can refine the pill as soon as possible. However, it's impossible for me to refine a pill as good as Senior Tang Zhengzhou's. The effect of my pill might be worse than his. Therefore, before I give you the pill, I need to condition your bodies for a period of time. I want to make your bodies better so that the effect of the pill will be better." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've been preparing the herbs. I hope that I can refine them as soon as possible." When Elder Tang and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they stopped joking around and nodded. Then Elder Tang said, "What Zhao Hai said makes sense. The ancestor spent countless years to collect those 2 pills. It's not surprising that you couldn't collect those herbs. But Zhao Hai, how far can your pills reach?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai replied, "The cold year pill can restore your bodies to around 30 to 40 years old. As for the void-piercing pill, it won't have any problems, it can directly make you reach the void-piercing realm." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Elder Tang and the others relaxed. Elder Tang's body had reached the age of 20 years old. Although Elder Zhao's body wasn't as good as his, it was still good. This made them very satisfied. Zhao Hai turned to Elder Zhao and said, "Everyone, for the next month, please listen to us. Your diet will be rearranged. After a month, you will be able to take the pills. Is there any problem with that?" Elder Zhao nodded and said, "Alright." Elder Zhao smiled and said, "What problem can there be? We don't need to eat anything. Rest assured, we'll leave it to you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "Then I'll ask the elders to take a rest first. It's not that I don't want to treat you to a drink, but after you've advanced, I'll treat you to a drink. This month will be the time for you to transform your bodies." Elder Zhao and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Come in." Along with his voice, a cultivator pushed open the door and walked in. Zhao Hai said, "Take the elders to rest. At the same time, give them the time to rest as well as their meals." The cultivator nodded and then led Elder Zhao and the others away. Elder Zhao and the others nodded. After they left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, you're next. When do you want to comprehend the power of laws?" Elder Tang thought for a moment and said, "Can I do it now? I want to comprehend the power of laws right now." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's not a problem. I'll explain the power of laws to you first. The power of laws is a comprehensive power. And the power of laws that I study is the division law." Elder Tang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai continued, "The law of rupture is a very simple law. This is because it's a very singular law. The law of rupture is composed of 3 components. The 3 most important components are strength, speed, and faith." Zhao Hai nodded. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, "Strength and speed aren't a problem for cultivators. Especially for cultivators like us, we don't lack strength and speed. But why are there so many people who have strength and speed but haven't comprehended the power of laws? Actually, this is very simple, it's because they don't have faith." Elder Tang stared, then he knit his brows and said, "What is faith?" Zhao Hai replied, "Faith power is the power of belief. You believe that you can cut through everything. You believe that you can cut through heaven and earth with a single slash. You believe that you can tear a hole in space with a single slash. This is the power of belief." Elder Tang stared, then he frowned and said, "But faith power isn't that easy to cultivate. It requires years of polishing one's faith. Only then can faith power be produced." Elder Tang stared, then he frowned and said, "But faith power isn't easy to cultivate." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Right, only those who have been polishing their beliefs for a long time can have faith power. However, there is another method that can allow people to learn the power of laws as soon as possible. This method is the law crystal." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, only those who have been polishing their beliefs for a long time can have faith power." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Law crystal? What's that?" Zhao Hai replied, "Law crystal is a kind of crystal condensed from the power of laws. This kind of law crystal can be refined by people. After refining it, people would be able to feel the power of laws inside. It's something that can help people comprehend the power of laws as quickly as possible. I have a law crystal in my hand, so you can cultivate the power of laws. However, you can only cultivate the law of severing because I don't have any other law crystals." Elder Tang closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Do the law crystals you took out have any effect on you?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, you can rest assured." Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "All right, I'll go back and rest first. I'll cultivate the power of laws in 2 days." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Anytime." Then Elder Tang stood up and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang's departing figure and couldn't help but smile. Then his figure moved and returned to the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai heard some movements in the villa's living room. When he returned, he saw that Laura and the others were already there. However, Laura and the others seemed to be very busy right now. All of them were looking at a monitor, making a big fuss. When Zhao Hai looked at the monitor, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the monitor was showing the situation in the Blood Mainland. At this time, the vampires in the Blood Mainland were besieging the Six Realm Alliance's base. Naturally, the Six Realm Alliance didn't expect the vampires to attack their base. They thought that by using their illusion formations, they would be able to rest easy. They didn't think that they would be attacked right now. They also noticed the changes in the vampires. In the past, the vampires were like wild beasts, they did everything based on their instincts. Even in some aspects, they weren't as smart as wild beasts. But now, the vampires were different. Under the leadership of some powerful vampires, they formed a formation and attacked in waves. This kind of attack didn't look like the vampires at all, it looked more like an army. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that Laura and the others were currently commanding the vampires. It seems like the vampires in the Blood Mainland had been subdued by them. The Blood Mainland was now their territory. At this time, Laura and the others discovered that Zhao Hai had arrived. They greeted Zhao Hai and then focused on commanding the vampires to attack the Six Realm Alliance's base. Zhao Hai sat down on the sofa and calmly looked at Laura and the others. At this time, the Six Realm Alliance's base was in a very dangerous situation. Laura and the others taught the vampires how to fight, allowing them to display their full strength. Naturally, the Six Realm Alliance's shield couldn't stop them. Before long, the Six Realm Alliance's shield was broken. With the shield broken, the Six Realm Alliance had no way to stop the vampires. The attacks of the vampires became even more fierce. The Six Realm Alliance's cultivators couldn't resist anymore. In the end, they could only leave through the transmission formation. In the end, they blew it up. Seeing the Six Realm Alliance's cultivators running away, Laura and the others relaxed. Then they ordered the vampires to clean up the battlefield. After that, they began to explore the Blood Mainland. They wanted to see if there were any good things in the Blood Mainland. Naturally, these matters could be handed over to the vampires. Laura and the others didn't need to worry about it. Therefore, after a few words, they turned off the monitor. Zhao Hai looked at the excited Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "What? Are these vampires very useful?" Laura nodded and said, "They're very useful. These vampires are very strong. Moreover, they're almost immortal. Ice spells are now useless against them. The only way to deal with them is to erase their soul imprints. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to kill them." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Erasing their soul imprints isn't easy. Now that the vampire's soul power has been restored, their soul imprints seem to have a very peculiar ability. They can freely travel through their cells. This makes it very difficult to find their soul imprints." Laura nodded and said, "It can be said that in this layer, with the Blood Race army, we can be invincible. We can fight against any race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. It can be said that in this layer, with the Blood Race army, we can be invincible." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "However, I discovered that the vampires also have their nemesis. Take the soul-eating beasts for example. In the past, the vampires weren't afraid of soul attacks because of their obsession. Now that their souls have been restored, but their obsession has disappeared. Their defense against soul attacks isn't as good as before. It can be said that the vampires have a weakness, they're more afraid of soul attacks than before." Laura nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. But in this layer, it isn't easy to find people who are good at soul attacks. This is especially true for those who haven't reached spirit condensation or void-piercing realm. Soul attacks are very difficult to deal with. Even spirit condensation cultivators have very little understanding of the soul. Aside from some special races, ordinary cultivators facing the vampires would be like facing an undying monster. It would be strange if they didn't lose." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's prepare. When Elder Tang and the others start cultivating, we'll make our move against the Six Realms Alliance." Elder Tang sat across from Zhao Hai and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at him, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like you've recovered well. Alright, Elder Tang, do you want to study law strength now?" Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "I'll study it sooner or later. I've already adjusted myself to the best state, so I can study it now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "When it comes to comprehending the power of laws, nobody can help you. I'll leave these law crystals for you to slowly comprehend. However, you should use them sparingly. If you use too much, it might cause harm to your body." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a tray. On top of the tray was a pile of law crystals. These law crystals didn't look very big, but there were about 100 of them. Elder Tang looked at the crystals and then at Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Thank you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite, there's no need to be polite with me. Alright, you should cultivate. Just use your spiritual force to communicate with the crystals. Don't inject your spiritual chi into the crystals. These law crystals also have offensive properties. If you inject spiritual chi into them, they will turn into law fragments and destroy the 8 Desolation ship. Elder Tang nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Elder Tang picked up a law crystal and looked at it carefully. This crystal didn't look any different from an ordinary crystal. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai telling him about it, then he wouldn't have taken it. This was because in the eyes of cultivators, crystals weren't anything good. Since he couldn't see anything, Elder Tang decided to directly cultivate. He slowly sent his spiritual force into the crystal. Just as his spiritual force entered the crystal in his hand disappeared. Then he felt a flash of light as his spiritual force was split in half. Elder Tang stared blankly, he didn't understand what was going on when the white light disappeared. Elder Tang stared blankly at his spiritual force. Although his spiritual force was split in half and didn't recover for a long time, he still felt that he wasn't injured. This made Elder Tang stare blankly, he didn't comprehend even a bit of the power of laws. After sitting for a while, Elder Tang smiled bitterly. Then he slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Use less law crystals? How can I use less of them?" Then, Elder Tang picked up another crystal. This time, he was much more careful. He was fully prepared. Then, he probed the crystal with his spiritual force. As soon as his spiritual force entered the crystal, he immediately felt a flash of white light. But this time, Elder Tang was prepared. He finally felt the power and speed of the crystal. Incomparably fast speed and incomparably powerful strength were perfectly combined together. As Elder Tang slowly comprehended, he quickly discovered that the combination of power and speed wasn't easy. The power might not be the strongest, and the speed might not be the fastest. However, the combination of power and speed produced a very subtle change. Elder Tang was also able to feel the subtle changes that occurred in these two forces. Although he felt it, it was still somewhat vague. So Elder Tang didn't think about it. He knew that being able to feel these things was already very good. He didn't want to use the law crystal right away. He wanted to comprehend it first. After digesting everything that he felt, he would use the law crystal. After making up his mind, Elder Tang calmly sat there and carefully comprehended the two forces as well as the 2 rays of white light that disappeared in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how long he had been meditating. When he felt that he had completely digested the things he had obtained previously, he slowly opened his eyes. Elder Tang looked around and saw that there was no dust in the room. It was still very clean. Did he not use it for a long time? After thinking about this, Elder Tang immediately said, "Come in." A cultivator pushed the door and walked in. Then he bowed to Elder Tang and said, "I've seen Elder Tang. Do you have any orders?" Elder Tang looked at the cultivator and said, "How long has Zhao Hai been gone?" The cultivator replying to Elder Tang, "The mansion master has been gone for 1 day and 5 hours. Elder Tang nodded. He felt that it was impossible for him to only be in seclusion for a short time. Then he said, "Has this room been cleaned? Why is it so clean?" The cultivator smiled and said, "Elder Tang might not know, but this room has its own cleaning function. When the time comes, it will automatically remove the dust in the room. There's no need for us to clean it." Elder Tang didn't think that the rooms on the 8 Desolation ship would be so advanced. He nodded and said, "Do you have something to keep track of time? When I go into seclusion, I need to check the time." The cultivator smiled faintly. Then he turned his hand and took out a metal timer. Then he handed it over to Elder Tang and said, "This is the timer that we use. The top row shows the normal date and time while the bottom row shows the time of seclusion. Before you go into seclusion, press this button. When you wake up, you can look at the numbers below and see how long you've been in seclusion." Elder Tang looked at the timer that the cultivator gave him. It looked very small and beautiful. He didn't expect it to have such a function. It was really good. Elder Tang waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave." The cultivator cupped his fist to Elder Tang before he turned around and left. When Elder Tang saw the person leave, he let out a long breath and muttered, "If I'm not wrong, then the power that increases one's strength and speed should be the faith power that Little Hai mentioned. Next, I'll have to cultivate faith power." Elder Tang nodded and said, "That's right." After thinking about this, Elder Tang picked up a law crystal and slowly probed it with his spiritual force. Just like before, a white light flashed. This time, Elder Tang was more prepared than before. Although his spiritual force couldn't keep up with the white light, he could still feel the power within it. Inside the white light, strength and speed were only secondary. The most important thing was a power that he didn't know about. This power was incomparably solid. Elder Tang's spiritual force couldn't penetrate it. Although his spiritual force couldn't penetrate it, Elder Tang could still feel it. This was an incomparably powerful faith power. This faith power was like a diamond that couldn't be interfered with. Moreover, Elder Tang also understood the content of this faith power. It was to sever everything. Now, Elder Tang finally understood what Zhao Hai meant when he said that the main source of law was faith power. Elder Tang calmly sat there as he accumulated faith power bit by bit, polishing it. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't attack the Six Realms Alliance. He wanted to keep an eye on Elder Tang and the others. He didn't want any accidents to happen to Elder Tang. Elder Tang had been in seclusion for a week now. He woke up once before and called a cultivator in to ask about the time. After that, he didn't call anyone in. However, Zhao Hai knew that Elder Tang was fine, he was just cultivating. Elder Tang wasn't like Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai could turn his law cores into law cores, Elder Tang couldn't. Therefore, if Elder Tang wanted to comprehend law cores, then he would have to rely on himself. Now that he was in seclusion, it showed that he had some insights. It was much better than nothing. Sitting inside the space, Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang. After seeing that he was fine, he turned his attention to the Six Realms Alliance. At this point, the Six Realms Alliance no longer dared to send people to the Blood Mainland. Their losses in the Blood Mainland were too great. Especially in recent times, they had lost nearly 200,000 people. Even the Six Realms Alliance couldn't afford such a loss. One must know that the people who went to the Blood Mainland were all experts. The loss of these experts was a huge blow to the Six Realms Alliance. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at the Six Realms Alliance. He wanted to see how many troops the Six Realms Alliance had left. It must be said that the Six Realms Alliance was very large. Besides the original Six Realms Alliance, there were more than 10 other realms that they had conquered. In these realms alliance, there were still a lot of sects. However, these sects had to pay tribute to the Six Realms Alliance every year. If the Six Realms Alliance wanted to conquer a realm, then these sects would also have to send troops. The Six Realms Alliance had severely suppressed the Realms Alliance. In these Realms Alliance's conquered Realms Alliance, even the great sects didn't have a good time. If there were any decent disciples in these sects, then they would either be taken away by the Six Realms Alliance or be assassinated. This made these sects very weak. However, the Six Realms Alliance had a lot of troops at their disposal. At this time, the Six Realms Alliance had several tens of millions of troops. At the same time, they also had about 10,000 large artifacts. Such strength was truly astonishing. Zhao Hai looked at the statistics of the Six Realms Alliance's forces and muttered, "I didn't expect the Six Realms Alliance to be this strong. It seems like it would be very troublesome to deal with them." "Laura, what do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at the statistics of the Six Realms Alliance's forces and muttered. Laura replied, "Big Brother Hai, I think we can start from the Realms Alliance's conquered Realms Alliance. We can recruit some people from those Realms Alliance. Then we can deal with the Six Realms Alliance. Even if those Realms Alliance can't help us, as long as they don't send troops, then they would be able to save us a lot of trouble." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "I'm afraid this won't be easy. The Six Realms Alliance's strength is very good. Those Realms Alliance have been under their rule for more than a year or two. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them." Laura asked, "Brother Hai, what are you going to do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he asked, "What about the pressure of the Six Realms Alliance?" When Laura heard this, she couldn't help but stare. She thought for a moment before she replied, "It's stronger than the Void Realm. It's about 5 times stronger than the Martial God Realm's gravity, which is half of the Martial God Realm." Zhao Hai replied, "This is a good opportunity to train our troops. If we want to go to the Martial God Realm, we can't just rely on the formations. Since the Six Realms Alliance has a lot more pressure compared to us, we can use it as a training ground." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Laura stared, "Brother Hai, are you going to send the Iron Armor team?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's time to let them take a look. Of course, the vampires should also be sent out." Hee, what a good training ground. After a month passed, Elder Tang was still in seclusion. However, Elder Zhao and the others were invited to Zhao Hai's room. After the group sat down, they looked at Zhao Hai. Elder Zhao was the first to speak. "Where's old Tang? Is he in seclusion?" They all knew that Elder Tang wanted to learn the power of law from Zhao Hai, therefore, they asked this question. Zhao Hai looked at the group. Their complexions looked much better, their complexions were rosy, as if they were 10 years younger. Zhao Hai knew that this was because of the detoxification that he had done in the past few days. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had given them good things that were produced in the space. These things were able to detoxify their bodies. At the same time, they were also able to restore some of their vitality. Their bodies were now much stronger than before. Zhao Hai also used this month to make a batch of cold year pills and void-cleaving pills. Just as Zhao Hai said, Zhao Hai found it difficult to make the cold year pills. This was because the cold year pills had 2 herbs that needed to be grown in a special environment. Zhao Hai didn't have these 2 herbs, so he could only use the processing machine to find substitutes. However, these substitutes weren't as good as the genuine ones. Therefore, Elder Zhao and the others needed to be detoxified. Moreover, after taking the pills, their bodies would only be able to recover to the age of 30 or 40 years old. They wouldn't be able to recover to the age of 20 years old like Elder Tang. Seeing that the group had recovered well, Zhao Hai said, "Right, Elder Tang is in seclusion. It seems like you've recovered well. Alright, let's move on to the next step." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as 12 jade boxes appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai pointed at the jade boxes and said, "These jade boxes contain pills. The cyan ones are called cold year pills. You should take the cold year pills first. After adjusting your body, you can take the void-cleaving pills. The void-cleaving pills are red. After taking these 2 pills, you can become void-cleaving experts. Then you can stabilize your realm and study the power of law." When Elder Zhao and the others looked at the jade boxes, their expressions changed. After some time, they let out a long breath. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we will remember your kindness today. Words cannot express our gratitude, we won't say anything else." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Little Hai, we will remember your kindness today." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. Everyone, go back and take the pills. I don't know when Elder Tang will come out of seclusion." The group nodded, then they took the pills and left. After the group left, Zhao Hai went to the conference room and called Tiger's Might and the others. Of course, Gao Chonggong was also present. He was still a senior member of the underworld and was trusted by Zhao Hai. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at Ji Wuming, who was wearing the Scorpio constellation's golden battle armor, and said, "Wuming, after you go back, take half of the Iron Armor army and have them be under your command. Have them wait for my orders." As soon as Ji Wuming heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "Yes, Mansion Lord." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Bai Huwei and the others and said, "Prepare 2 million ordinary cultivators. Prepare 200 large artifacts as well as supplies." Bai Huwei nodded, then he turned to Bai Huwei and the others and said, "Prepare 2 million ordinary cultivators." Everyone nodded. Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, are we going to deal with the martial god realm?" They already knew that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the martial god realm. Therefore, they asked this question. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, this time, we're going to use another plane to practice. The gravity of that plane is several times that of the void realm. It's the most suitable place for training. Prepare yourselves." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai stood up and returned to his room. Then he entered the space and used the space to monitor Elder Tang and the others to see their progress. Elder Tang's situation wasn't bad. Zhao Hai could already feel a trace of law from Elder Tang's body. However, his law hadn't taken shape yet, so he couldn't use it. However, this trace of law was definitely a good thing. This meant that he wasn't far from comprehending the power of a law. Elder Tang's body was filled with a trace of law. However, Zhao Hai also knew that Elder Tang didn't have the power of thought. It would be impossible for Elder Tang to comprehend law like him. Because of this, it would take a long time for Elder Tang to comprehend law. As for how long it would take, Zhao Hai had no way to calculate it. On the other hand, Elder Zhao and the others seemed to be in good condition. They had already taken some pills and were now refining their potency. As long as they can refine the potency, their bodies should be able to recover. Seeing that they were fine, Zhao Hai turned the monitor to the Six Realms Alliance. The Six Realms Alliance didn't have any problems, they didn't need to send people to the Blood Mainland. This made the people of the Six Realms Alliance relax. However, at the same time, the Six Realms Alliance wanted to conquer other planes. Naturally, they wanted to conquer the Void Realm the most. It was just that they haven't been able to get the coordinates of the Void Realm for so many years. Because of this, it was impossible for them to conquer the Void Realm. After carefully observing the Six Realms Alliance, Zhao Hai no longer paid any attention to them. After he turned the monitor off, he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, do you think that we should train the Iron Armor Army like this? There will be a lot of casualties." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, if we train the Iron Armor Army like this, there will be a lot of casualties. However, don't forget that we will have to face the demons sooner or later. If they don't know how to cooperate when the time comes, then more people will die. Also, we will ascend sooner or later. Once we ascend, what will happen to Underworld? We need to take the 8 Desolation ship, the undead, and the vampires. This is equal to taking away a large part of Underworld's strength. When the time comes, if Underworld doesn't have a strong army to support it, then I'm afraid it would be eaten by the demons. Therefore, although there will be casualties in training the Iron Armor Army, we still need to do this for the future." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "Right, we have to do this for the future. We've already offended a lot of people. If we don't leave enough strength for Underworld, then Underworld would be in danger in the future. After we reach the upper realm, it would be impossible for us to return. When the time comes for Underworld to be in danger, we wouldn't be able to help." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "Right." Laura nodded and said, "That's right. Therefore, Big Brother Hai, we need to do this. We need to train the Iron Armor Army to become Underworld's strongest army. When the time comes, even if we leave, with the Iron Armor Army, nobody would dare to underestimate Underworld." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'm tired. I need to rest for a while. You should pay attention to Elder Tang and the others. If Elder Tang or Elder Zhao comes out of seclusion, then call me." Laura nodded, then Zhao Hai turned around and went to the hot spring below the villa. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, he returned to his room and slept. After an unknown amount of time, Elder Tang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he stood up. At the same time, his temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. Elder Tang was already very old. He relied on medicine to promote himself to the void-piercing realm. Although he was now old, his body inevitably had some lethargy. However, it was different now. Now, when Elder Tang stood there, he looked like an unsheathed long saber. This saber was incomparably sharp, as if it wanted to cut the sky and split the earth. Elder Tang also felt the changes in his body. He frowned slightly. He knew that this was because he had just comprehended the power of law. He didn't leave the room in a hurry. Instead, he stood there and slowly retracted his aura. Soon, Elder Tang's aura completely disappeared. He returned to his previous appearance. However, his aura was sharper than before, but it wasn't as eye-catching as before. Elder Tang nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the timer. When he saw the timer, Elder Tang couldn't help but stare. This was because the timer clearly showed that he had been in seclusion for 45 days. Elder Tang let out a long breath. Then he looked at the tray with the law crystals. The tray originally had nearly 100 law crystals, but now, less than half of them were left. Although he had been in seclusion for the past 45 days, he would still absorb a law crystal every once in a while. Just like Zhao Hai said, he didn't have the power of thought, so it was impossible for him to absorb a few law crystals to comprehend the power of laws. Because of this, Zhao Hai left him a lot of law crystals. If he absorbed more than 100 law crystals and still couldn't comprehend the power of laws, then there was no need for him to continue learning. Even more law crystals would be useless. Elder Tang waved his hand and received the timer and the law crystals. Then he walked out of the room. Just as he opened the door, he saw Zhao Hai standing outside with a smile on his face. Upon seeing Elder Tang come out, Zhao Hai immediately cupped his fist and said, "I've seen Elder Tang. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Right, I came out of seclusion. I have to thank you this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite with me. Let's go to my place and have a drink or two. Elder Zhao and the others have been in seclusion for some time now, so you won't be able to see them." Elder Tang stared, then he said, "So they've also started cultivating the power of laws? Alright, but Big Brother Hai, I feel that my current body isn't suitable for using the power of laws. My body's strength isn't enough. If I use the power of laws, I might get injured. If I'm not a body cultivator, then it would be impossible for me to use the power of laws. I would also get injured. But it doesn't matter. You can comprehend the power of laws and use it on your own cultivation methods. This way, your attack power would increase greatly. I believe that there aren't many void-piercing experts who could be your opponent. But in order to solve the problem fundamentally, I will concoct some pills. You can take the pills while practicing some body cultivators' cultivation methods. This way, your body's strength would increase and you might even be able to use the power of laws. However, the number of times you can use it should be limited." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, your body's strength isn't high enough." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Alright, we'll do as you say. It doesn't matter if we can't use it that much, as long as we can use it." "What's wrong? Did someone come to deal with the underworld? Why does it seem like they're mobilizing?" Elder Tang looked at the warriors in the underworld and saw that they were mobilizing, so he asked curiously. Zhao Hai replied, "They're mobilizing. However, it's not that they're going to attack us. Instead, we're going to attack them. The enemy we're going to face this time is very strong, so we need to bring more people." Elder Tang stared, then his expression changed as he said, "You're going to the martial god realm so soon? Are you ready?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "I'm not going to the martial god realm, I'm going to the Six Realms Alliance." After so many years, the Six Realms Alliance still hasn't given up on the void. If we don't teach them a lesson, then they won't be honest. Therefore, I'm going to take them to the Six Realms Alliance and clean them up. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Six Realms Alliance? Your target this time is the Six Realms Alliance? Why? Did you manage to get their coordinates?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I did. I can go at any time. Hee hee. This time, I'm going to the Six Realms Alliance to cause trouble." Elder Tang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Take us with you. This time, you must take us with you." When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, what do you mean? When the Six Realms Alliance attacked the Blood Continent, our families used our family's secret treasures to escape to the Void Realm. The spatial hole in the Void Realm was created by our family's secret treasure. Unfortunately, the secret treasure can only be used once. After our families arrived in the Void Realm, we slowly integrated into it. Although our families were glorious for a period of time, we slowly declined. Our hatred towards the Six Realms Alliance has been passed down from generation to generation. Who knows how many of our people died in the hands of the Six Realms Alliance? Now that they have the opportunity to take revenge, how can we not count on them?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Tang Hao and said, "The Six Realms Alliance has a very deep hatred towards us. To tell you the truth, our families were born in the Blood Continent. When the Six Realms Alliance attacked the Blood Continent, we used our family's secret treasure to escape to the Void Realm." Zhao Hai didn't think that Elder Tang and the others were born in the Blood Mainland. This was beyond his expectations. However, after hearing Elder Tang, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. Alright, in any case, the Six Realms Alliance hasn't signed an agreement with the Void Realm. Naturally, we can bring void-piercing experts to the Six Realms Alliance. After Elder Tang and the others comprehend the power of laws, I'll take everyone to the Six Realms Alliance. Elder Tang nodded, his eyes shined even brighter. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Do you want to call the 5 great clans as well? These years, the 5 great clans and the 6 Realms Alliance have a blood feud. If they know that we're going to the 6 Realms Alliance, wouldn't it be bad if we don't call them?" When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but frown. His main force in dealing with the 6 Realms Alliance was the vampires. If the 5 great clans were to know that he had subdued the vampires, then this matter wouldn't be easy to handle. However, if he were to bring Elder Tang and the others to the 6 Realms Alliance, then the matter of him subduing the vampires wouldn't be able to be concealed. However, it wouldn't be good if he didn't bring Elder Tang. After all, Elder Tang had a blood feud with the 6 Realms Alliance, and Zhao Hai had a good relationship with Elder Tang. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel regret. He regretted telling Elder Tang about this matter. However, it was too late for regrets, Elder Tang already knew. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen? You don't want the 5 great clans to go?" What made Elder Tang feel strange was this. Zhao Hai wasn't a stingy person. Moreover, for this matter, bringing along the 5 great clans was the same as having 5 helpers. In this case, Zhao Hai should be happy to agree. Why does he look like he's in a dilemma? Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go to my room." Then he led Elder Tang to his room. The two arrived at Zhao Hai's living room and sat down. After pouring a cup of tea for Elder Tang, Zhao Hai said, "It's not that I don't want to bring the 5 great clans, but I'm afraid that the 5 great clans would be angry." Elder Tang looked puzzled at Zhao Hai and said, "Angry? Why would the 5 great clans be angry?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Tang, you should know about the vampires, right? You fought against the vampires on the Blood Mainland. Later on, the vampires became the largest race on the Blood Mainland. They also became our biggest enemy on the Blood Mainland." Elder Tang nodded and said, "Right, the vampires are very difficult to deal with." "What's wrong? Is it related to the vampires?" Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "I've learned a method to subdue vampires." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, "Zhao Hai, are you serious? Can you really subdue the vampires?" Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "How would I dare to joke about this? You also know that I'm a ghost cultivator. Subduing ghosts for my use is my profession. There's nothing strange about this." Old Tang shook his head and said, "That's not right. Do you think we haven't taken ghost cultivators to the Blood Mainland before? Do you think that you're the only ghost cultivator in the Void Realm? In the Void Realm, there are several ghost cultivator clans. Their strength isn't weak. They also went to the Blood Mainland in the past. Because we discovered that the characteristics of the vampires were very similar to ghosts, we wanted to see if they could subdue the vampires. But in the end, they didn't succeed. The vampires didn't seem to have any spiritual wisdom. They weren't affected by ghost cultivators at all." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "That's because they didn't use the right method. To tell you the truth, I also observed the vampires for a long time before finding a way to deal with them." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you really find a way to subdue the vampires? What method? Is it useful?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "If you want to subdue the vampires, then you have to understand them first. After my observation, I discovered that the vampires were actually killed cultivators in the Blood Mainland. Their obsession survived with a small part of their soul force. Then after absorbing the blood energy for a long time, they slowly mutated into a race. Because their souls weren't complete, they didn't have any spiritual wisdom. Therefore, they couldn't be subdued." Elder Tang nodded, then he said, "We also observed this before, and the results were similar to yours. But it's precisely because of this obsession that the vampires exist. But it's also because of this obsession that it's not easy to subdue them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it's because of this obsession that the vampires exist. Because of this obsession, they couldn't be subdued. Therefore, I used a method to strengthen their souls. Once their souls are strengthened, they would have spiritual wisdom. Then they would be able to let go of their obsession. Just like a fool, they would do whatever you want them to do." But one day, they would become smart, they would be able to distinguish right from wrong. But if you want them to wholeheartedly do something, it would be very difficult. This is because with spiritual wisdom, there would be distracting thoughts. Very few people would be able to control their distracting thoughts and wholeheartedly do something. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he continued, but once these vampires become intelligent, they can be controlled by us. In the Blood Continent, I've arranged a formation that can collect broken souls that haven't yet turned into vampires. After collecting these souls, I'll have the vampires absorb them. Slowly, the vampires' souls would recover. Once they become intelligent, I'll naturally be able to take them for my own use. However, the enmity between the vampires and the 5 great clans is as deep as the sea. I'm afraid that the 5 great clans wouldn't feel comfortable with me taking them for my own use. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, but once the vampires become intelligent, they can also be controlled by us. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, it doesn't matter if I see it. The vampires didn't have any intelligence in the past, killing people is just their instinct. Now that they've become your subordinates and have intelligence, the 5 great clans shouldn't mind. After all, the vampires in the past couldn't be used by you, but now, the vampires have become your slaves. I haven't heard of anyone being angry with the slaves of others. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, this time, the outside world should already know about the large-scale mobilization of the underworld. How about this, I'll invite the 5 great clans to discuss this matter with them. If they really don't mind the vampires, then we'll bring the 5 great clans to the 6 Realms Alliance. The 6 Realms Alliance should have a lot of good things. Even if we can't get anything else, we'll still be able to rob some good things. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai's tone made him sound like a bandit. However, Elder Tang didn't object. After all, there were cultivators who haven't robbed before, so this wasn't surprising. Elder Tang nodded and said, that's a good idea. Tidying up the 6 Realms Alliance can also be considered as revenge for us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, come in. A cultivator pushed open the door and came in. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Palace Lord, what are your orders? Zhao Hai nodded and said, send a letter to the 5 great clans. Ask them to send someone over. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them. The cultivator nodded before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, you should rest for a while and carefully sense the power of law. It would be best if you can determine how long it takes for you to use the power of law. Moreover, it would be best if you can adapt to your void-piercing realm strength. After all, you haven't fought with anyone yet. This time, when we go to the 6 Realms Alliance, they will certainly send void-piercing realm experts to deal with us. If you aren't familiar with your strength, then you might suffer a loss. Elder Tang nodded and said, right. Ever since I obtained the potion and became a void-piercing realm expert, I haven't fought with anyone yet. I should familiarize myself with my strength. Alright, I'll leave the 8 Desolation ship for a while. I'll go to the void and temper myself. I'll come back in a few days. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, alright, Elder Tang doesn't need to worry. When Elder Zhao and the others come out, then I'll inform you. Elder Tang nodded, then he turned around and left the 8 Desolation ship. Just as Zhao Hai thought before, Underworld's large-scale deployment of troops had already alerted the outside world. They didn't know what Underworld was planning to do. Therefore, everyone was paying attention to Underworld. This was especially true for the people from the other realms. They were very sensitive, they were afraid that Underworld would deal with them. Naturally, the 5 great clans also noticed Underworld's movements. They didn't know what Underworld wanted to do, but they had some understanding of Zhao Hai. They were very clear about what Zhao Hai did in the Blood Mainland. They knew that Zhao Hai was the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Although Underworld retaliated against the other realms, the Jasper Flower Realm and the other realms sent void-piercing realm experts to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. Although they were killed by Zhao Hai, wouldn't Zhao Hai be very unhappy? Could it be that Zhao Hai wanted to retaliate against the Jasper Flower Realm? While they were wondering what Zhao Hai wanted to do, Zhao Hai suddenly sent people to invite them. It seems like he had something to discuss with them. Although the 5 great clans didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, they still sent people to the 8 Desolation ship. With Zhao Hai's status, and the fact that he did them a big favor, they still needed to give him some face. The people who came to the 8 Desolation ship were all acquaintances of Zhao Hai. They were Shang Guanyun and the other vice-captains of the Blood Mainland. After the group returned from the base, they all held important positions in the family. After all, their strength was there for all to see. However, there was one exception, and that was Morong Qian. The Morong family arranged some things for him to do, but Morong Qian didn't do it. Instead, he seemed to be wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. The Morong family didn't care about this. Morong Qian's strength wasn't weak. If he could take another step forward, then it would be even better. But this time, Zhao Hai sent people to invite the 5 great clans. The 5 great clans thought that Zhao Hai's relationship with these people was the best, so they sent them to the underworld to establish a good relationship with Zhao Hai. The group sat on the transmission formation and appeared on the 8 Desolation ship. As soon as they arrived, a cultivator immediately greeted them. The cultivator bowed and said, "Please come in. The mansion lord is waiting for you." Morong Qian looked at the cultivator curiously and said, "Did Mr. know that we would come?" The cultivator smiled faintly and said, "The mansion lord guessed that you would come, so he had us wait here. Please come in." The group didn't say anything as they followed the cultivator inside the ship. Zhao Hai was standing in front of his door. When he saw Shang Guanyun and the others arrive, they cupped their fists and gave him a salute. Zhao Hai returned the salute, then he laughed and said, "I guessed that you guys would come. Ha ha ha. Come in, I've already prepared some food and wine. Let's have a drink." Sima Dao smiled and said, "Captain, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. To be honest, it's not as interesting as drinking together." Zhao Hai led the group into the dining room. The dining room was already filled with food and wine. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Pour your own wine, don't be polite." There was already a jar of wine on the table. Everyone wasn't polite as they poured themselves a glass of wine. Zhao Hai raised his glass and looked at everyone. "Come, don't be polite. Let's have a toast." Naturally, everyone wasn't polite as they drank the wine in their glasses. After drinking, everyone filled their own glasses. Then Zhang Sunin opened his mouth and said, "Captain, why did you call us here?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Of course there's a good reason. But before that, let me ask you. Do you hate the vampires the most or do you hate the 6 Realms Alliance the most?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Shang Guanyun and the others stared. They didn't know why Zhao Hai asked this. Shang Guanyun replied, "Little Hai, why do you ask?" Among the people present, only Shang Guanyun dared to call Zhao Hai Little Hai. After all, he and Zhao Hai had known each other for a long time. Moreover, the two of them had a very good relationship. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Answer me first, then I'll tell you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone thought for a moment. Then Sima Dao said, 6 Realms Alliance, it's definitely the 6 Realms Alliance. The vampires are just a group of ghosts that act on instinct. What's there to hate about them? The 6 Realms Alliance is the real culprit. The others nodded, they had the same idea as Sima Dao. In their minds, if it weren't for the 6 Realms Alliance, then they wouldn't have gone to the Blood Mainland. Naturally, the things that happened afterwards wouldn't have happened. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Actually, I called you here today to tell you that I've subdued the vampires in the Blood Continent. Those vampires have become my ghosts." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Actually, I called you here today to tell you that I've subdued the vampires in the Blood Continent." When Zhao Hai said this, Shang Guanyun and the others couldn't help but stare. Shang Guanyun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you serious? Did you really subdue the vampires?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand as a blood-red figure appeared beside him. Zhang Sunin and the others had been fighting against the vampires for many years. When they saw this blood-red figure, they immediately recognized it as a vampire. However, after the vampire appeared, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Nice to meet you." The vampire immediately turned his head to Shang Guanyun and the others and said, "Nice to meet you, misters." Shang Guanyun and the others stared blankly at the vampire. They couldn't believe that this person was a vampire. This was too strange. When did they see such a polite vampire? Shouldn't vampires be like beasts, acting on instinct? Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he waved his hand and sent the vampire back to the space. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "In the past, I arranged a formation in the blood continent. This formation can absorb the soul force of the vampires. In the end, the vampires became like this, allowing me to control them. But in the process, I also destroyed a lot of the vampires in the blood continent. Using the soul force of several vampires, I created new vampires. These new vampires are like the one I just released. They are as intelligent as humans." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the others and said, "I've already arranged a formation in the blood continent." Zhao Hai thought that Shang Guanyun and the others would be angry. However, he didn't expect that Shang Guanyun and the others would look at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Sima Dao said, "Captain, does this mean that these vampires are stronger than before? They're harder to kill?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, these vampires are stronger than before. They're harder to kill." Everyone had a smile on their faces. Shang Guanyun chuckled and said, "Congratulations, little Hai. You didn't call us here because of this matter, right?" Zhao Hai looked at everyone's reaction. He didn't expect this. However, this also made him feel relieved. He immediately said, "Of course it's not because of this matter. I told you about the vampires because I was afraid that you would be angry with me. After all, the vampires are your enemies. Now that I've subdued them, it wouldn't be good if you get angry because of this." Zhang Sunin waved his hand and said, "You can rest assured. Although we have enmity with the vampires, now that you've subdued them, they're like a weapon in your hand. It's like a blade, you can't kill our people because of this blade. Now that you've taken this blade, we'll treat you as an enemy, right?" "That's impossible." The others nodded in agreement. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He nodded and said, "All right, since you've said that, then I'm relieved. However, I didn't call you here just to talk about this matter. You should know that Underworld has been mobilizing troops recently. Don't you want to know why Underworld is mobilizing troops?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'm relieved. However, I didn't call you here just to talk about this matter." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's spirits were lifted as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "This time, our Underworld has been mobilizing our troops because we want to attack the Six Realms Alliance." Shang Guanyun and the others stared, then a trace of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Morong Qian stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. "Mister, are you telling the truth?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, are you serious?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "How could I joke about this matter? It's true. This time, we're going to attack the Six Realms Alliance." Bang! Morong Qian slammed the table and loudly said, "Good, very good. Attacking the Six Realms Alliance is an opportunity that I've been waiting for many years." The others were also excited. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "This time, I asked you to come here because I wanted to ask the 5 great clans for their opinion. If you want to go with us, then you need to go back and prepare. After a while, I will be sending my troops." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, then I'll be sending my troops." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't sit still. Morong Qian directly said, "I'll immediately contact the clans." "Mister, please wait a moment." Then he took out a jade slip and entered the contents inside. Then he turned his hand and took out a transmission formation. Then he placed the jade slip on the transmission formation and sent it out. Shang Guanyun and the others also did the same. Several of them quickly took out jade slips. After inputting the contents, the jade slips were sent out. After sending the jade slips out, the group couldn't sit still. They kept walking around the room, they didn't even look at the food and wine on the table. These people have been in the Blood Mainland for a long time. It wasn't the first time they fought against the Six Realms Alliance. It can be said that each of them had a deep grudge against the Six Realms Alliance. Now that they finally saw the hope of destroying the Six Realms Alliance, how could they not be excited? Before long, the transmission formations of the group lit up one after another. Then jade slips appeared on the transmission formation. After taking a look at the jade slips, their faces couldn't help but smile. After the group put down the jade slips, Shang Guanyin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The clans have agreed to send troops. However, I asked Mr. to wait for some time. We're not ready yet. The clans want us to go back immediately and tell them the specifics. Then we'll prepare and send our troops." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. After you go back, discuss it carefully. I'll be waiting here for your news. If you don't want to send troops, then just tell me. Everyone, I don't think we're in a hurry. Let's finish our drinks before going back. Come, sit down, let's have a good drink." Shang Guanyin and the others weren't in the mood to drink. They hastily drank a cup and then said their goodbyes. Naturally, Zhao Hai also told them about the number of troops that the underworld would send. When Shang Guanyin and the others heard that the underworld would send 2 million troops as well as 200 large artifacts, they knew that Zhao Hai was going to play big this time. One must know that the underworld only had 300 large artifacts. Now that Zhao Hai wanted to send more than half of them, it can be seen how much importance the underworld attached to this war. Looking at the group leaving, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then his body flashed and entered the space. After sitting down, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "How was it? Are there any good things in the Blood Continent?" Laura smiled and said, "There are a lot of good things. Although the plants in the Blood Continent are almost extinct, we still found some special plants. Look, this is the blood jade moss, this is the blood dripping mushroom, this is the blood patterned grass, and some other medicinal materials. These things are all rare blood nourishing herbs. There are also ores, some of these ores are contaminated by blood qi. If you use these ores to refine some artifacts, you can use them to replenish your blood qi. These are all good things. Most importantly, besides us, nobody can enter the Blood Continent. Brother Hai, we have another plane, a plane that completely belongs to us." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Good, that's good. Right, how are the preparations of the vampires? Also, let's use some robots to excavate the Blood Continent. In any case, we don't have any use for those things." Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry, Brother Hai, I know what to do. The vampires are very strong, their bodies can transform, and their attack power is also very good. It would be a waste to have them mine ores. However, we still have to leave some vampires to guard the Blood Continent. This way, we can avoid other realms from intruding. Because of this, I'll leave some of the weaker vampires here. As for the more powerful ones, they'll go with us to the Six Realms Alliance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry. In the Six Realm Alliance's Upper Pillar Realm, under the High Fei Realm, in the chaotic Ghost Mountain, a white light suddenly flashed. Large artifacts suddenly appeared in the chaotic Ghost Mountain. The chaotic Ghost Mountain was a large mountain range in the Upper Pillar Realm. It can be said that this place was the domain of ghost cultivators. It was said that there were countless ghost cultivators there. The strongest ghost cultivators had reached the void-piercing realm. Because of this, nobody went there. The Upper Pillar Realm was one of the realms under the control of the High Fei Realm. It was also one of the realms conquered by the Six Realm Alliance. However, the Upper Pillar Realm was different from other realms. The land here was barren and there weren't a lot of cultivation materials. Because of this, the cultivation speed of the people here was much slower compared to other realms. However, the Upper Pillar Realm was recognized as a place that produced warriors. Although the cultivators of the Upper Pillar Realm were slower compared to other realms, the people here were brave and ruthless. Each and every one of them was good at fighting. In the past, the Six Realm Alliance suffered a lot of casualties when conquering the Upper Pillar Realm. Even after conquering the Upper Pillar Realm, in order to prevent the people of the Upper Pillar Realm from rebelling, the Upper Pillar Realm was given strong autonomy. The people of the Upper Pillar Realm were still in control of their own realm. More and more large artifacts appeared in the chaotic Ghost Mountain. After these large artifacts appeared, they immediately began to patrol the surroundings. As long as they see ghosts, they would immediately eliminate them and take control of the area. The transmission formation flashed for nearly 1,000 times before it stopped. At this time, nearly 1,000 large artifacts appeared in the chaotic Ghost Mountain. Among all the large artifacts, there was one that was particularly eye-catching. This large artifact looked very strange. It had a ship at the bottom and a tower at the top. Moreover, it looked bigger than the other large artifacts. This large artifact was the Hell King's ship. At this time, Shang Guanyun and the others were inside Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. This time, the 5 great clans sent 8 million troops. Along with Zhao Hai's 2 million troops, they formed an army of 10 million. The large artifacts carried the army into the Six Realm Alliance's territory. Zhao Hai naturally became the commander-in-chief of this army. The Hell King's ship also became the flagship. Shang Guanyun and Zhao Hai were sitting in the Hell King's ship's conference room. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Everyone, we've arrived at the Upper Pillar Realm. The Upper Pillar Realm is under the jurisdiction of the High Fei Realm of the Six Realms Alliance. However, the people of this realm are very brave. Because of this, although the Six Realms Alliance conquered this place, they still allowed the people here to govern themselves. As long as they hand over some things every year, this is our opportunity. The people of the Upper Pillar Realm have always refused to submit to the Six Realms Alliance. Now that we're here, as long as we show them our strength, the people of the Upper Pillar Realm might join us in dealing with the Six Realms Alliance. What do you think?" Zhang Sunin smiled faintly and said, "Captain, we don't know much about the Six Realm Alliance. We'll just depend on you. We'll do whatever you say. Wherever you point, we'll attack." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, if you don't have any objections, then I'll order the ships to make some repairs. After that, clean up this mountain area. If you encounter a strong opponent, report it immediately. I heard that there are void-piercing ghosts here. I want to see them." The group nodded before they turned around and left. After Shang Guanyun and the others left, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Elder Tang and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "If there really is a void-piercing realm ghost cultivator here, then I'll have to ask Elder Tang to make a move." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then he scolded, "Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Don't worry, if there are void-piercing ghosts here, then I'll give it a try and see if I can deal with them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he stood up and walked out of the cabin. Zhao Hai stood on the deck with Ji Wuming beside him. Zhao Hai looked around before he turned to Ji Wuming and said, "Pass down my order. Don't compete with the 5 great clans for merits. These merits are useless, so there's no point in competing. Make sure that everyone recuperates. If we encounter a tough battle, I'll take anyone's life." Ji Wuming received the order and left. The Alliance's large artifacts immediately dispersed and patrolled the surroundings. As long as they discover a ghost cultivator, they would immediately hunt them down. For a time, the chaotic ghost mountain was filled with killing intent. Soon, news came that a ghost cultivator had been discovered. It was a void-piercing realm ghost cultivator. This void-piercing realm ghost cultivator had already heavily injured one of the 5 great clans' large artifacts. Elder Tang and the others immediately rushed over. In the end, Elder Zhao acted and killed the ghost cultivator. After the void-piercing realm ghost cultivator was killed, Zhao Hai and the others didn't encounter any decent resistance in the chaotic ghost mountain. Zhao Hai was very clear that the chaotic ghost mountain wasn't without ghost cultivators. On the contrary, there were many ghost cultivators in the chaotic ghost mountain. However, these ghost cultivators weren't fools. When they saw how strong Zhao Hai and the others were, they all went into hiding. No one came out to fight with Zhao Hai and the others. The reason why the disorderly ghost mountain was called the disorderly ghost mountain was because there were a lot of caves here. Who knows how many caves there were in the disorderly ghost mountain? Moreover, there were caves within caves, and caves within caves. The entire disorderly ghost mountain was like a huge maze. It was impossible to eliminate all the ghost cultivators in the disorderly ghost mountain. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't plan to stay in the chaotic ghost mountain for a long time. The Yin-Qi in the chaotic ghost mountain was too heavy. It was precisely because of this that there were so many ghost cultivators in the chaotic ghost mountain. However, the ghost qi was too heavy for ordinary cultivators. It would affect their cultivation. Zhao Hai certainly didn't want to stay in the chaotic ghost mountain for a long time. After clearing out an area, Zhao Hai had the cultivators on the large artifacts take a rest. Then they prepared to leave the chaotic ghost mountain. Outside of the chaotic ghost mountain was a very famous sect in the Upper Pillar realm. This sect was called the Ghost Dance sect. This sect was mainly made up of ghost cultivators. They were backed by the chaotic Ghost Mountain. Most of the cultivators in the sect came from the chaotic Ghost Mountain. Additionally, all of them were ghost cultivators, making them very difficult to deal with. Because of this, the Ghost Dance sect was like an overlord in the upper pillar realm. No one dared to provoke them. Zhao Hai had people clean up the area before he called Shang Guanyun and the others to the Hell King's ship. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "After leaving the chaotic Ghost Mountain, our next target is the Ghost Dance sect. This sect is the biggest sect in the chaotic Ghost Mountain. They are a ghost cultivator sect, very difficult to deal with. Everyone, take a look at the map of the surrounding area." After that, Zhao took out a jade slip and placed it on a jade slip player. Immediately, a map appeared on top of the jade slip. Our target is the Ghost Dance sect. When we came this time, we didn't bring a lot of cultivation materials. We need to capture the Ghost Dance sect and take everything that they have. At the same time, we need to use the resources of the Ghost Dance sect to arrange a formation. As long as this formation is completed, then there would be no way for the upper pillar realm to communicate with the outside world. This way, we can clean up the upper pillar realm bit by bit without worrying about being discovered by the Six Realms Alliance. Even if they discover that the upper pillar realm is cut off, they would only think that the people of the upper pillar realm are rebelling and wouldn't suspect us. However, there are some prerequisites for all of this. We need to capture the Ghost Dance realm as soon as possible. We can't let the people of the outside world know about the war in the Ghost Dance realm. Otherwise, we would become more passive. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Ghost Dance sect is the largest sect in the area. Our goal is to capture the Ghost Dance realm as soon as possible. We can't let the people of the outside world know about the war in the Ghost Dance realm. Otherwise, we would become more passive." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I believe that the Ghost Dance sect has already received news about our sweep of the scattered Ghost Mountain. They will certainly set up a defensive formation. The Ghost Dance sect has 13 mountains. I believe that they will use these mountains to set up a defensive formation. In other words, their defensive formation will be very large." Everyone didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai wanted to say. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "We now have 1,000 large artifacts. If these large artifacts are used to deal with some small sects, then it would be impossible for them to be fully deployed. For example, against a large sect like the Ghost Dance sect, our 1,000 large artifacts wouldn't be able to be fully deployed. However, we can use other methods to deal with them. Let these large artifacts participate in the attack as much as possible. This way, we can use the fastest speed to achieve victory." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone's spirit was shaken as they listened to Zhao Hai's arrangement. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Take out 600 of the 1,000 large artifacts. These 6 large artifacts will be the main attacking force. Remember, attack in a figure 8 formation. That is to say, these 6 large artifacts will be divided into 2 teams. Each team will have 300 large artifacts. The 300 large artifacts of each team will line up in a long line and then brush against the side of their defensive formation like a knife, cutting off a thin piece of meat." Zhao Hai said as he gestured. This figure 8 formation was to brush past the 2 sides of the Ghost Dance sect, just like playing a side ball. Zhao Hai continued, "The Ghost Dancer gang's defensive formation has already been set up. There's nothing new about it, it's just a defensive shield. If our 1,000 large artifacts want to break this shield, it would be very easy. As long as we fly in the shape of an 8, our large artifacts would be able to scratch the shield. Their shield isn't very high grade, so once it's broken, the entire shield would disappear. Of the 400 large artifacts, 200 of them will be equipped with interference formations. You must fly around the periphery of the Ghost Dancer gang. You mustn't let the Ghost Dancer gang's people escape. The remaining 200 ships will be the main attack force. As long as the shield is broken, you will immediately attack the Ghost Dancer gang. Understand?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Of the 400 large artifacts, 200 of them will be equipped with interference formations. As long as the shield is broken, you will immediately attack the Ghost Dancer gang." Everyone said in unison, "Understood." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, as long as you understand." This time, the main attacking task will be handed over to the Xianxia clan and the Sima clan. The cultivation methods of your two clans are mostly masculine, which happens to restrain ghost cultivators. Therefore, your two clans will be the main attacking force. The Dongfeng clan, you are responsible for the interference and catching people on the periphery. The others are responsible for breaking the shield. Remember, you must act fast. After breaking the shield, except for the people on the periphery, everyone else will attack the ghost dance sect with all their strength. The people on the periphery are not allowed to attack, and can only catch people on the periphery and interfere. If anyone dares to disobey the order, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone responded in unison. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because they were only an alliance, and there had always been a rule in their battles. Whoever made the greatest contribution and snatched the most things, would get the most benefits in the end. The Xianxia clan and the Sima clan were the main attacking force. Needless to say, their contributions were the greatest, and they would get the most benefits in the end. On the other hand, the Dongfeng clan could only catch people on the periphery and interfere, which naturally did not have much credit. Zhao Hai was afraid that the Dongfeng clan would steal the credit, so he said those words. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "This time, I want to change the previous rules. This time, all of the loot must be taken out and distributed to everyone. Naturally, those who made the attack can get more, but they will be distributed according to their contributions. No one is allowed to steal, no one is allowed to hide. Moreover, I want to say that those who died or were disabled will be given a portion of the loot as compensation. If I find out that someone dares to take money from the dead, then no matter which family you belong to, I won't let you off. Pass down my orders without missing a word. Remember, in this Zhao Hai's army, the military law is ruthless. No matter who breaks the law, I will kill them." They understood that they were now in the territory of the Six Realms Alliance. So they had to listen to Zhao Hai's orders. If they annoyed Zhao Hai, then they would be done for. Zhao Hai didn't want them to be left behind. Zhao Hai didn't want them to be left behind in the Six Realms Alliance. Moreover, even if Zhao Hai didn't use this matter to threaten them, if Zhao Hai wanted to kill someone, then no one would be able to stop him. This time, Elder Tang and the others who came with Zhao Hai were all void-piercing realm experts. Elder Tang and the others obviously had a good relationship with Zhao Hai. With 7 void-piercing realm experts present, who would dare to be rude to Zhao Hai? Wouldn't that be courting death? Even if Elder Tang and the others didn't make a move, among these 10 million people, how many of them could be Zhao Hai's opponent? Zhao Hai was someone who killed 4 void-piercing realm experts with a single blade strike. Who would dare to oppose such a person? Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "This is the territory of the Six Realms Alliance, but the Upper Pillar Realm is a realm that we need to win over. Therefore, we can't casually kill people here. We don't want to give them the impression that we're easy to kill. Otherwise, even if they want to surrender to us, they wouldn't dare. Once we're in the territory of the Six Realms Alliance, we'll be able to act freely. Therefore, after you return, keep an eye on them and don't let them act recklessly." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Go and prepare. We'll act on time tonight. I hope that by dawn, the Ghost Dance sect will have become our territory. Go." Everyone cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai, then turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at their backs and faintly smiled. The first step of conquering the 6 realms was about to begin. As the sky slowly darkened, the fleet of 1,000 large artifacts slowly flew out of Chaotic Ghost Mountain. Along the way, the ghost cultivators that came out of Chaotic Ghost Mountain all ran away. None of them dared to approach. Although ghost cultivators were arrogant, they were still able to distinguish the severity of the situation. If a fleet of this size were to rush out, then it would be no different than courting death. When the fleet was about to reach Chaotic Ghost Mountain, Zhao Hai issued an order and the fleet stopped. Then the fleet slowly separated into 4 groups. The first group had 200 large artifacts. They moved forward first and then scattered like scattered stars. The other 200 large artifacts stayed behind and didn't move. As for the remaining 600 large ritual implements, they slowly split into 2 groups and lined up in columns. Apart from the 200 large ritual implements that had left, the rest of the large ritual implements remained in formation. They did not take a single step forward, as if they were waiting for news. Zhao Hai quietly stood on the Hell King's ship. He was waiting for the 200 large artifacts that the Dongfeng family led. Once they were ready, they would attack. Ji Wuming calmly stood by Zhao Hai's side. Although he hadn't participated in an operation involving tens of millions of people, he had commanded several battles involving millions of people. Naturally, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. However, Ji Wuming couldn't help but stare at the people beside Zhao Hai. The people beside Zhao Hai were none other than Laura and the others. At this time, each of them had a communication device in their hands. Zhao Hai had already told Shang Guanyun that Laura and the others would be his heralds. All of his orders would be passed on through them, so that they would be able to follow his orders. Besides Laura and the others, Elder Tang and the others were also standing beside Zhao Hai. However, they didn't seem to have any intention of giving orders. They just stood there calmly. If Ji Wuming didn't know the identity of these people, he wouldn't have thought that these young people were Elder Tang and the others. Elder Tang and the others had seen each and every one of them was old, but these people were still young and strong. However, Ji Wuming also knew that these people had eaten Zhao Hai's pills. This made Ji Wuming feel even more respect towards Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai's bannerman participated in breaking the enemy's shield. Because of this, he was at the forefront of the two columns. After half an hour, a voice was suddenly heard from Laura's communication device. Captain, this is Dongfeng Xue. Please respond, please respond. Zhao Hai didn't reply. Instead, Laura replied, received. The voice is clear. Have you arrived at the designated location? This communication device was made by Zhao Hai. One must know that there weren't a lot of communication devices in this situation. Because of the chaotic energy here, communication devices couldn't be used at all. Even small transmission formations wouldn't necessarily work. Because of this, communication between large artifacts was a big problem in the battlefield. However, Zhao Hai's communication device didn't have that many problems. Zhao Hai's communication device was very good. Even if the energy was chaotic, it could still communicate. This was the biggest advantage of this communication device. Zhao Hai equipped all of the large artifacts with this communication device so that they could communicate at any time. However, Zhao Hai only gave orders to Shang Guanyun and the others, and then Shang Guanyun would relay the orders. However, the communicator wasn't easy to use. Zhao Hai also taught Shang Guanyun and the others how to use the communicator. The so-called communicator language needed to be as simple as possible, but it also needed to be repeated so as to avoid making mistakes. Dongfeng Xue's voice was heard. We have arrived at the designated location. We have arrived at the designated location. Activating the interference formation. Repeat. Activating the interference formation. Laura replied, flagship received. Flagship received. Proceed according to the original plan. Then she turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai gave the order, attack. Laura immediately took the communication device and said, attack. Along with her order, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship moved first. The other large artifacts followed behind as they rushed forward. Just as they were rushing forward, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in front of them. This huge fireball flew directly into the sky. The fireball flew into the sky, but it didn't fall. Instead, it floated in the air, illuminating the surroundings. This fireball wasn't released by the Ghost Dance sect, it was Dongfeng Xue. As soon as the fireball rose into the air, Zhao saw a huge semicircular shield in front of them, covering a large part of the mountain inside. The Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts rushed forward. But as they moved forward, they changed their direction slightly and formed an 8 formation. Before long, the Hell King's ship approached the shield. The side of the Hell King's ship brushed past the shield. A flame appeared where the ship collided with the shield. The speed of the Hell King's ship was very fast, so the collision was very heavy. After the Hell King's ship passed by, the other large artifacts followed suit. Large artifacts continued to fly past the Ghost Dance sect's barrier. Sparks flew everywhere as the Ghost Dance sect's barrier began to shake. It wasn't until Zhao Hai's 263rd large artifact brushed past the shield that the Ghost Dance sect's shield couldn't hold on any longer. With a bang, it shattered. As soon as the shield was broken, the large artifacts of the Ghost Dance sect also rushed out, but at this time, the 200 large artifacts that were already prepared, under the joint command of the Shangguan family and the Sima family, had already rushed over, and the large artifacts of both sides collided. At this time, the Hell King's ship turned around and launched an attack. The entire Ghost Dance sect only had 30 large artifacts. Now that all of them had come out, these large artifacts simply couldn't block the attack of the 2,000 large artifacts of the Shangguan and Sima clans. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were attacking, the Ghost Dance sect couldn't resist at all. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he launched energy cannons. Energy beams illuminated the entire Ghost Dance sect. Naturally, the other large artifacts wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Energy attacks followed. In just a short time, the buildings of the Ghost Dance sect were destroyed by the energy beams. The ghost cultivators of the Ghost Dancer gang flew out one by one towards Zhao Hai's large artifacts. For a time, the entire battlefield was filled with the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods, making people's hair stand on end. This was also a characteristic of ghost cultivators. When they attack, they would make some noise. And these noises could also be used to disturb the enemy. At this time, a very sharp, ghostly voice was heard, "Who dares to invade my Ghost Dance sect? Fight this old man." Along with this voice, a huge ghost head flew out of the Ghost Dance sect and hit the Hell King's ship. Upon seeing this ghost head, Zhao Hai knew that it was a void-piercing realm ghost cultivator. Without waiting for him to speak, Elder Shui laughed and said, "This old man will meet you." Then Elder Shui waved his hand as a sword chi flew out from his hand. The sword chi slashed towards the ghost head. Then with a bang, the sword chi and the ghost head disappeared. Then Elder Shui flew out of the Hell King's ship and stood in midair. He looked down at the Ghost Dance sect and laughed, "Hiding your head and showing your tail, still not coming out." Then another sword chi flew out and slashed towards a mountain of the Ghost Dance sect. Humph! A cold snore was heard, and then a figure flew out from the top of the mountain. This person was wearing a black robe, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, his entire body was surrounded by black chi, and he was emitting a ghostly aura. Waves of ghostly cries were heard from his body, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. After Elder Shui forced the person to come out, he coldly snorted and said, "A trivial ghost dares to block the path of my army. You really don't know how to live. If your Ghost Dance sect surrenders and hand over everything, I can ask the captain to spare your life. What do you think? Humph, shameless boasting. You want to destroy my Ghost Dance sect? This old man wants to see if you have the teeth to do so." Along with his words, the black chi around his body became heavier and heavier. Finally, a huge ghost head wrapped around him. The ghost head's eyes were like buckets, flashing with green flames. It was very frightening. However, how could such a thing scare a cultivator? Elder Shui coldly snorted and said, "Reckless thing, you call yourself a ghost cultivator? Compared to the captain, the difference is like heaven and earth." Then he waved his hand and sent out a sword chi towards the ghost cultivator. At this time, a loud roar was heard from the Ghost Dance sect. Then a white jade-like skeleton flew out from the Ghost Dance sect. The skeleton stopped in midair and shouted towards the Hell King's ship, "Bones is here. Who dares to fight me?" Just as Elder Tang and the others were about to go out, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Bones, interesting. I didn't expect the Ghost Dance sect to have a ghost cultivator. Very well, let me see what you've got." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a skeleton appeared beside him. This skeleton was blood red and had a golden light coming out of it. Most importantly, the skeleton was wearing clothes. Although it looked scary, it didn't look too scary. Zhao Hai waved his hand. The skeleton cupped its fist towards Zhao Hai and then rushed out of the Hell King's ship towards the white jade-like skeleton. When the white jade-like skeleton saw that it was another skeleton, it couldn't help but stare. Then it immediately said, "I didn't expect it to be another ghost. Ha ha ha, you're also a ghost. You're also a martial artist?" Naturally, what Zhao Hai released was an undead. Moreover, it was a void-piercing undead. Most people thought that Zhao Hai was the strongest in the underworld. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a void-piercing undead. Although Elder Tang and the others had their suspicions, they couldn't confirm it. After seeing Zhao Hai's strength, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a void-piercing undead. This time, Zhao Hai released an undead to let the 5 great clans know that he wasn't the only expert in the underworld. On the other hand, the white jade-like skeleton was surprised to see a ghost with such strength. When it spoke, it didn't expect the undead to answer. It just sighed and muttered to itself. However, it didn't expect the undead to actually open its mouth. When the undead released by Zhao Hai heard what the white jade skeleton said, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Hee hee, how can you know how powerful my young master is? You're just a ghost. Even if your cultivation is good, it's extremely difficult for you to ascend. The heavenly tribulation for a ghost to ascend is greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Do you think you can fight against the heavenly tribulation? I'll follow the young master. As long as the young master ascends, we'll be able to ascend smoothly. We can cultivate freely, what's wrong with that?" When the white jade skeleton heard what the undead said, it couldn't help but stare blankly. Then it angrily said, "So you have your own thoughts. With your thoughts, how can you rely on a human? If you rely on others, how can you cultivate? You're just a slave for others. What's good about that? Where's your Tao?" The undead laughed and said, "My Tao is to follow in the footsteps of the young master. I'll travel through the thousands of worlds and pursue the true Tao of the world." When the white jade skeleton heard what he said, it couldn't help but angrily shout, "Shameless boasting. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Prepare to die." After that, it waved its hand forward and a bone spear pierced towards the undead. The undead stood in place. With a turn of its hand, a bone blade appeared in its hand. It blocked the bone spear with the blade, then its figure moved and slashed towards the white jade skeleton. At this time, the white jade skeleton also had a bone spear in its hand. Then its figure moved and fought with the undead. The undead's blade technique carried a trace of silence. This silence seemed to be nothing, but when it was used, it was very effective. With a slash, the world became silent, making one unable to feel the surrounding sound. One couldn't even feel the surrounding spirit chi. The white jade skeleton's spear technique carried a trace of fear. Fear was also one of the main attacks. When the two fought like this, all the cultivators around them made way. Zhao Hai glanced at the two and didn't speak anymore. He said in a deep voice, "Pass the order, attack at full speed. Take down the ghost dance sect as soon as possible." This ghost dance sect seemed to only have 2 void-piercing realm experts. Now, one was fighting with Elder Shui and the other was taken down by the undead. In the entire ghost dance sect, there was no cultivator who could fight with Zhao Hai. For a while, the battle situation became one-sided. Zhao Hai saw that the situation was about to end. He shouted, "Those who surrender, I'll spare your life. Those who don't, I'll kill them all." With his words, the attack of the allied forces couldn't help but slow down. When the ghost cultivators heard Zhao Hai's words and saw that the offensive power of the allied forces had slowed down, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then, some clever ones immediately surrendered. The cultivators of the ghost dance sect could see that today, the ghost dance sect was doomed. If they continued to fight like this, there would definitely be no good result. They were different from the ordinary cultivators of the upper pillar realm. They were ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators were more selfish and vicious than ordinary cultivators. For them, the ghost dance sect was a small matter, as long as they were still alive. As soon as the people of the ghost dance sect surrendered, their spirit chi was immediately sealed. However, they were not embarrassed. They were just concentrated on a large instrument. As more and more people of the ghost dance sect surrendered, their resistance became less and less. At this time, the void-piercing realm ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton in the sky also felt that something was wrong. They also wanted to leave, but found that it was already too late. Several void-piercing realm auras had firmly locked onto them. How could they dare to leave? Zhao Hai looked at the 2 void-piercing realm cultivators and said in a deep voice, "Both of you, how about coming to the ship?" When the void-piercing realm ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton heard Zhao Hai say this, they also stopped. Then both of them looked at Zhao Hai. The white jade skeleton said, "You're the leader?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, "You can say that." The white jade skeleton pointed to the undead creature and said, "You're the young master he mentioned?" Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, yes. The white jade skeleton said in a deep voice, what ability do you have? You dare to let a void-piercing realm ghost cultivator become your subordinate and call you young master? If you don't make it clear today, even if I, White Bone, stake 10,000 years of cultivation, I will make you pay with your life. Zhao Hai looked at the white jade skeleton and smiled. With a wave of his hand, a white light appeared in front of the white jade skeleton. Before the white jade skeleton could react, one of its arms had been cut off. The white jade skeleton stared for a moment before it issued an earth-shattering scream. Ghosts like it could reattach their limbs if they were cut off. However, Zhao Hai was using the power of laws. How could it reattach itself? This was also the reason why the white jade skeleton was afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the white jade skeleton and said in a deep voice, I'll teach you a little lesson. After 2 hours, your arm can be reattached. How about it? Now can we talk? Whether it was the white jade skeleton or the ghost cultivator, both of them were shocked. The two stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Then the ghost cultivator said in a sharp voice, the power of law? Zhao Hai looked at the two and didn't speak. The two looked at each other before their figures moved and landed on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he gestured and said, please. When the ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton saw Elder Tang and the others beside Zhao Hai, their last bit of resistance disappeared. They knew very well that under the gaze of so many void-piercing realm experts, they didn't dare to make any moves. Making a move was no different than courting death. After everyone entered the cabin, Zhao Hai led the two to the conference room and sat down. Then he smiled faintly and said, you two are the last pillars of the ghost dance sect. As long as you say the word, the entire sect will give up. To be honest, I don't want the ghost dance sect to have too many casualties. Therefore, I decided to talk to you too. The ghost cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, who are you? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm the Void Realm's Hell King, Zhao Hai. We're both from the Void Realm. Have you heard of the Void Realm? When the ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then the ghost cultivator exclaimed, are you really from the Void Realm? The Void Realm has a great enmity with the Six Realms Alliance. How did you get here? Zhao Hai looked at the ghost cultivator, then he smiled faintly and said, it seems like Mr. knows about the Void Realm. Right, the Void Realm and the Six Realms Alliance have a great enmity. It's precisely because of this enmity that we came here to take revenge. Mister, was your upper pillar realm conquered by the Six Realms Alliance? What? Are you willing to serve the Six Realms Alliance forever? The ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton stared. With their strength, they naturally know a lot of things that ordinary cultivators don't. Naturally, they knew that the Six Realms Alliance and the Void Realm were locked in a fierce battle in the Blood Mainland. Moreover, they heard that the Six Realms Alliance suffered a great loss in the Blood Mainland. However, they didn't expect the Void Realm to attack the Six Realms Alliance so quickly. Moreover, it seems like the Void Realm was aware of the enmity between the Six Realms Alliance and the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, there's no need for you two to feel strange. We have enmity with the Six Realms Alliance, but we don't have any enmity with you. Moreover, to be honest, the Void Realm doesn't want to take over the Six Realms Alliance. We came here to take revenge. In other words, if we can deal with the Six Realms Alliance, then your upper pillar realm would be free. The ghost cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, why do you think you can deal with the Six Realms Alliance? Zhao Hai smiled and said, has the Six Realms Alliance completely withdrawn from the Blood Mainland? Do you know why? It's because we repelled them. Ha ha ha. They aren't our opponents. The white jade skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and said, why should we believe you? What if you take over the Six Realms Alliance's territory and turn around to deal with us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's something that's far away from you. Why don't you take a gamble? If you win, then your upper pillar realm would be free. But if you don't agree, do you think the Ghost Dance sect would still exist? You don't know if the future is good or bad, or you're about to die. Which would you choose? The ghost cultivator stared, then he said, before you attacked, we've already informed several sects that have a good relationship with our Ghost Dance sect. Their reinforcements will arrive soon. This matter will spread throughout the Upper Pillar realm. When the time comes, the Six Realms Alliance will certainly know about it. They will send their army to the Upper Pillar realm, turning it into a battlefield. Although we are ghost cultivators, we're still cultivators of the Upper Pillar realm. We don't want the Upper Pillar realm to perish. Zhao Hai replied, this is also the reason why I came here. I came here because the Upper Pillar realm is still relatively independent. The Six Realms Alliance doesn't have many hands in the Upper Pillar realm. On the other hand, the ghost dance sect's relationship with the other sects can only be regarded as ordinary. Even if they came to rescue you, they wouldn't be able to do so quickly. They wouldn't even spread the news that the ghost dance sect was being attacked. They would only come to observe the situation. If the ghost dance sect was really attacked, they might not be able to save you. I think that they might just want to take advantage of you. Therefore, this news wouldn't spread out in a short period of time. As long as I get the ghost dance sect supplies, I can turn the Upper Pillar realm into a place where information can only enter and not leave. When the time comes, the Six Realms Alliance wouldn't be able to know that we came to the Upper Pillar realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. The white jade skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're here for our ghost dance sect supplies? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, I'm here for the ghost dance sect supplies. If you surrender, then I'll use the ghost dance sect supplies to create a formation that will turn the Upper Pillar realm into a place where people can only enter but not leave. If you don't agree, then we'll take it ourselves. Naturally, if you surrender and hand over your supplies, then I won't treat you unfairly. I can give you a batch of the supplies we obtained from the attack on the Six Realms Alliance. The amount won't be any less than what you paid. What do you think? The two looked at each other and secretly sighed. The situation was stronger than the person. Gui Xiao and the white jade skeleton were both old and experienced people. Naturally, they understood the meaning of this sentence. Zhao Hai called them on the ship to negotiate because he saw that they still had some use. If they were really useless, Zhao Hai would have ordered them to be destroyed long ago. The ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton weren't naive enough to think that Zhao Hai was a kind-hearted person. From Zhao Hai's actions, they could see that he was a very standard cultivator. He was ruthless and merciless, but he also placed benefits above everything else. Gui Xiao and the white jade skeleton were very clear that if they really dared to say that they did not want to surrender, then the next order would kill both of them on the spot. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said with a slight smile, what do you two think? Do you want to work with us? You should also know that we just came from the Void Realm to the Upper Pillar realm. If you work with us, then you will be the first to follow us. Even if we mistreat others in the future, we will not mistreat you. What do you think? Looking at Zhao Hai's demonic expression, Gui Xiao and the white jade skeleton could not help but smile bitterly again. They knew very well that Zhao Hai was just saying nice words. If they did not cooperate at all, they were afraid that Zhao Hai would immediately turn hostile. Gui Xiao and the white jade skeleton looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The white jade skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and said, we can surrender, but please be sure to respect what you said before. We can take out all the materials of the ghost dance sect, but we hope that you will compensate us in the future. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not a problem at all. Then I'll have to ask the two of you to go out and make things clear to the ghost dance sect's cultivators, so that when the time comes, there won't be any unpleasant things. The two didn't object. They stood up and walked out, Zhao Hai and the others following behind them. In fact, there was now a ceasefire outside. The cultivators of the ghost dance sect were not idiots. They put saving their lives as the priority, so they had already surrendered. At this time, the ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton came out of the Hell King's ship and announced the ghost dance sect's unconditional surrender. This made the ghost dance sect's cultivators feel relieved. They were afraid that the two wouldn't surrender. If the other party became angry, then they would be in trouble. After surrendering, they would become family. Naturally, they wouldn't go on a killing spree. However, Zhao Hai still ordered the 400 large artifacts to monitor the ghost dancer gang's every move. Then he took Shang Guanyun and the others to the ghost dancer gang's meeting hall and sat down. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai turned to the ghost cultivator and the white jade skeleton and said, we've been chatting for so long, but I still don't know your names. This is really a little rude. The ghost cultivator replied, Ancestor Ghost Mist. The white jade skeleton replied, Ancestor White Bones. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that once a person reaches the void-piercing realm, they could be called Ancestor. Therefore, the two's address wasn't wrong. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, You two, how many sects did you send a letter to? When will they arrive? I think we should solve this matter first. The ghost cultivator replied, I'll send a letter immediately. Tell them that nothing happened here and ask them to return. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, No, that won't do. That would only make them more suspicious. If they want to come, then let them come. But I want to know when they will arrive. The ghost cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, I don't quite understand what you mean. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Let them come, then take them down. Then use their large artifacts and their identities to attack their sections. In the shortest time, take down their sections. Isn't this better? The ghost cultivator and White Bones were both shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a crazy idea. The ghost cultivator immediately said, Will this work? Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, You send a letter to them and see where they are. Others, leave 100 large artifacts in the sky above the ghost dance sect and pretend to attack. When I give the order, you will start attacking. Of course, it's just pretending to attack. The other large artifacts, go to the mountains outside the ghost dance sect and hide. Don't be discovered and wait for my order. Everyone obeyed. When Gui Wu and White Bones saw the way these people treated Zhao Hai, they immediately realized that in this group, Zhao Hai's words were absolute. If they don't listen to Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai might not be polite to them. Gui Wu and White Bones didn't delay any longer. The two immediately sent letters to the sects and asked when their reinforcements would arrive. Soon, the other side replied that they would arrive in the evening of the second day. After confirming the arrival of the other side, Gui Wu and White Bones led Zhao Hai to the Ghost Dance Sect's warehouse. It must be said that the Ghost Dance Sect had accumulated a lot of good things over the years. In fact, even if he didn't use these things, Zhao Hai could still arrange a spirit formation. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He didn't want to expose too much. Zhao Hai quickly took out the things needed to arrange the spirit formation. Then he began to arrange the spirit formation. To put it bluntly, this spirit formation was very simple. It was to make all the transmission formations in the upper pillar realm lose their function. Making the transmission formations lose their function was easy and difficult. The easy part was that the transmission formation wasn't omnipotent. As long as there was something that could make the transmission formation's energy fluctuations chaotic, then the transmission formation would lose its function. The difficult part was that it wasn't easy to make the transmission formation's energy fluctuations chaotic. This was because the transmission formation's energy fluctuations were very stable. Moreover, most of the transmission formations were fixed on the ground, which made their energy fluctuations even more stable. It was very difficult to destroy these energy fluctuations and make them chaotic. However, Zhao Hai had a method, and that was a spirit formation. A spirit formation didn't represent a shield. It represented a lot of things, such as seals, small-scale formations, and so on. Zhao Hai's spirit formation was the result of the space's many years of research. It was a very special spirit formation. Its main function was to seal the spatial fluctuations. The reason why the transmission formation can be used as a transmission formation was because of the spatial energy fluctuations inside the transmission formation. The transmission formation was using the space's ubiquitous subspace. This subspace was like a passage inside the space. It existed in any space and was everywhere. The teleportation formation used this subspace to allow people to travel through it and reach the place they wanted to go. The formation that Zhao Hai made was very powerful. It absorbed spiritual chi from the space and then turned it into energy. This energy can seal the spatial energy fluctuations inside the transmission formation. Without the spatial energy fluctuations, the transmission formation would just be a decoration, it wouldn't have any use at all. However, this spirit formation wasn't easy to arrange. The situation of the spirit formation was very special. First of all, the materials needed were high-quality goods. Secondly, there was the energy. If there wasn't enough energy, then the spirit formation wouldn't be useful. Zhao Hai didn't lack materials, but the lack of energy made Zhao Hai's heart ache. In the end, he thought of a method, and that was to make each of the spirit formations small formation runes individually. After making the formation runes, each formation rune would contain a small formation rune. This formation rune's main function was to absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. This formation rune would be able to absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth to form a large formation rune. This way, the formation rune would be able to absorb the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. If it was an ordinary formation master, then it would be impossible for them to do this. Zhao Hai could only do this through the processing machine. Zhao Hai installed the spirit formation rune on top of a very tall mountain in the chaotic ghost mountain. This allowed him to use it in the shortest time possible. After Zhao Hai installed the spirit formation rune, the people of the upper pillar realm suddenly discovered that all the transmission formations in the upper pillar realm couldn't be used. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The entire upper pillar realm was in chaos. People didn't know what was going on. Cultivators were used to using transmission formations, just like how they were used to having electricity. One could imagine what would happen if the entire upper pillar realm lost electricity. The entire upper pillar realm was in chaos. Every city seemed to have become an isolated island. There was no way to communicate with the outside world. Although no one came to attack them, all the cultivators were in a panic. They didn't know what to do next. At this time, some cultivators suddenly remembered that the transmission formations couldn't be used. In other words, it would be very difficult to buy cultivation materials in the future. Some smart people began to rush to the shops in the city to buy things. They tried to spend the last piece of jade essence they had. Even if it was something they didn't need, they would still buy it. As for some slower cultivators, when they saw those people rushing to buy things, they also became confused. A kind of blind obedience spread among those cultivators. In an instant, all the shops in the city became lively. Almost everything was bought. In the end, the shops had no choice but to close because they had nothing to sell. This kind of rush caused a huge panic. Panic began to spread. All the cultivators looked at the people around them as their enemies. Weak cultivators hid in their homes and didn't dare to go out. Strong cultivators, even if they dared to go out, they would fight with others. The people that the sects sent to protect the city simply couldn't suppress the panic. In an instant, the entire upper pillar realm was in chaos. Zhao Hai didn't expect the upper pillar realm to be in chaos. After arranging the formation, he returned to the ghost dancer gang and waited for the reinforcements to arrive. But at this time a beeping sound was heard from the space. When Zhao Hai heard this sound, he knew that something must have happened to the space's monitor. He immediately called up the space's projection. When the projection appeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw a scene of chaos. Moreover, this scene was very familiar to him. It was the situation of the other cities in the upper pillar realm. Zhao Hai immediately asked, "Space, what's going on?" Due to host activating the barrier formation, all teleportation formations in the upper pillar realm have malfunctioned. A panic is spreading throughout the upper pillar realm. Now, the entire upper pillar realm is in chaos. All the cities are out of control. All the sects are currently researching how to restore the teleportation formations and have no time to worry. Now, all the cities in the upper pillar realm are in chaos. Large numbers of cultivators don't dare to leave the cities. The high-level cultivators in the cities have begun to divide their territories. Everyone in the upper pillar realm is in chaos. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the screen. When he used the formation, he didn't think that it would be like this. He had used a formation before, but this was the first time that all the transmission formations in the upper pillar realm malfunctioned. The reaction of the upper pillar realm was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "This is an opportunity. We can boldly deal with all the forces in the upper pillar realm. Moreover, we don't need to worry about large-scale resistance. I'm sure that the large sects won't be able to help each other. This is definitely a good opportunity." Zhao Hai stood up. The situation in the upper pillar realm was also beyond his expectations. However, for him, this was a good thing. Whether it was a city or a sect, as long as they had problems transmitting information, then the exchange of information in the upper pillar realm would slow down. Moreover, if two forces wanted to help each other, then they would have to fly or use large artifacts. No matter which method they use, it would be much slower than using a transmission formation. Moreover, it was impossible for a single force to resist their attacks. In other words, they could slowly swallow the entire upper pillar realm. Zhao Hai circled the ground twice before he understood that things weren't that simple. The cultivators in the upper pillar realm were all brave and ruthless. They might panic at the beginning, but once the panic passes, they would slowly adapt. It wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to conquer any force, especially the large sections. Because of this, the best way to deal with the Ghost Dance sect was to have them surrender and attack the Six Realms alliance with them. This was the best choice for the sects, as well as Zhao Hai's best choice. There were many kinds of conquest, but conquest wasn't the same as genocide. Zhao Hai wanted to conquer the upper pillar realm, but he didn't want to kill everyone in the upper pillar realm. He wanted the people in the upper pillar realm to cooperate with him in attacking the Six Realms alliance. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't rely on his own strength to deal with the Six Realms alliance. Instead, he wanted the cultivators in the upper pillar realm to understand that the Six Realms alliance wasn't something that couldn't be resisted. In the past, the Six Realms alliance ruthlessly oppressed the conquered realms. This made the people in the conquered realms very dissatisfied. However, they didn't have the strength to resist at that time, so they could only endure. But if someone suddenly stood up and defeated the Six Realms alliance, then what would the reaction of the people in the other realms be? Would they see hope and stand up to resist? If that happened, then the Six Realms alliance would be in trouble. In the sky above the Ghost Dance sect, nearly 100 large magic tools were roaming above. Beams of energy shot down from the sky from time to time. The entire Ghost Dance sect was filled with the cries of ghosts and shouts of killing. In the distant sky, a row of black spots suddenly appeared. Then the black spots slowly grew larger, slowly approaching the Ghost Dance sect. This row of black spots was a row of large magic tools. As soon as those large magic tools saw the situation at the Ghost Dance sect, they slowed down a little. Then they noticed that nearly 30 of the large magic tools above the Ghost Dance sect were rushing towards them. This time they had no choice. It took a certain amount of time for the large magic tools to turn. By the time they turned the corner, the other party had already caught up with them and entangled them. Those large magic tools immediately flew over. The two sides exchanged fierce fire in the air. Those large magic tools that came to support the Ghost Dance sect did not realize that they were slowly being led to the sky above the Ghost Dance sect. Just when they were still some distance away from the sky above the Ghost Dance sect, they suddenly found that they were surrounded. They were firmly surrounded by nearly 1,000 large magic tools. Those large magic tools that came to support, there were only more than 60 in total. Now that they were surrounded by so many large magic tools, they immediately knew that they were finished. It was impossible to escape. The difference in numbers was too great. Just when those cultivators on the large magic tools were in despair and ready to fight for their lives, a gentle voice suddenly came, "Friends, who is the leader? Can we have a chat?" Those people on the large magic tools hesitated for a while. At this time, they suddenly found a young man standing on a large magic tool. On the left side of this young man stood a man in iron armor. Behind him stood several women, and on his right side stood two people. One was a ghost cultivator in a black robe, and the other was a white jade-like skeleton. As soon as they saw the black-robed ghost cultivator and the white jade-like skeleton, there was a sudden angry roar from the large magic tool that came to support. "Gui Wu, by Gu, you two bastards, you actually set me up. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." Zhao Hai followed the voice and found a void-piercing realm cultivator standing on a chariot-like large magical tool. This large magical tool looked like a large iron box, but this iron box had an arc in front, allowing people to distinguish which side was the front and which side was the back. As for the cultivator, he was only 1.8 meters tall. However, he was very strong and had short hair. He wore a vest on his upper body, a long robe on his lower body, and a pair of boots on his feet. His skin was dark, and his two big round eyes were shooting out flames of anger. He had a big beard and carried an iron mace on his back. At this moment, Gui Wu said, Iron Man, stop bullshitting over there. What did this old man do to you? Iron Man pointed to Zhao Hai and said, who are they? Do you dare say that you didn't plan with them to lure us here? Gui Wu sneered, it's not too late to scold after you see the situation clearly. Didn't you see that the Ghost Dance Sex Mountain Protection Array has been broken? We found that there was no way to defeat Mr. Zhao Hai, so we surrendered. This old man didn't have the time to plot against you. Iron Man looked at the Ghost Dance sect and found that there were traces of a battle. Iron Man was relieved. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, boy, who are you? Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, Void Realm, Hell King Zhao Hai. Greetings, Iron Man. Mr. Iron Man, are you the leader of these people? Then can we talk on the ship? Iron Man looked at Zhao Hai and snorted coldly, talk? Talk about what? What's there to talk about? At worst, we'll fight to the death. Do you think I'm a coward like Gui Wu and Baigu? These words caused Gui Wu to snort coldly again, but he didn't say anything. He knew that this was not the time to bicker with Iron Man. Moreover, the one who was in charge here was Zhao Hai, not them. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Man and said with a smile, I'm just afraid that the fish is dead, but the net is not broken. Mr. Iron Man, I don't want to kill more people. I think we'd better talk. Iron Man glanced around and found that a large number of cultivators had appeared on the large instruments that surrounded them. They were all staring at them covetously, as if they would rush out at any time and destroy them. Although Iron Man was belligerent and reckless, being able to cultivate to this point didn't mean that he was a fool. He didn't want to die. When he found that Gui Wu and Baigu had surrendered, he knew that it was almost impossible to break through with strength alone. So when he heard Zhao Hai say this, he didn't immediately curse. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, you mean, you're from the Void Realm? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes. Can Mr. come and talk? I don't want to be an enemy of the Upper Pillar Realm. If Mr. knows about the Void Realm, then you should know who its biggest enemy is, right? Iron Man looked at Zhao Hai and said, alright, I'll see what you have to say. Then his figure moved and appeared beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Man, then he smiled and said, Mr. Iron Man, please come inside. Then he made a gesture to Iron Man. Iron Man looked at Zhao Hai and then walked inside. Zhao Hai walked side by side with Iron Man. At this moment, Iron Man suddenly attacked. His two hands were like eagle claws, grabbing towards Zhao Hai's neck. He found that Zhao Hai was only at the divine condensation stage, and Zhao Hai's identity didn't seem to be low, so he wanted to control Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Man's attack and his face sank. Then he leaned back and kicked up fiercely. Iron Man changed his claw into a fist and punched Zhao Hai's leg. Boom! Iron Man thought that he could break Zhao Hai's leg bone with one punch, but he found that a huge force came from Zhao Hai's leg. He was kicked up by Zhao Hai. As soon as his figure was in the air, he was immediately surrounded by several people. The aura of these people completely locked on him, which made his face change because he found that these people were all powerhouses of the void-piercing realm. Zhao Hai glanced at Iron Man and said in a deep voice, Mr. Iron Man, I think we'd better have a good talk. Don't take my kindness as weakness. If there is a next time, I will slaughter all the people you brought, and at the same time, I will slaughter your sect. I, Zhao Hai, will do what I say. Zhao Hai said this calmly, but the monstrous murderous aura made Iron Man's face change. He looked at Zhao Hai for a while and said with a long sigh, okay, I promise I won't attack you anymore. Zhao Hai nodded and then walked towards the cabin. Iron Man also walked towards the cabin, but he found that the auras of the other people were still firmly locked on him. After the group sat down in the cabin, Zhao Hai looked at Iron Man and said, since Mr. Iron Man has heard about the Void Realm, then you should know who our enemy is, right? Iron Man nodded and said, right, the Void Realm's biggest enemy is the Six Realms Alliance. You came here to deal with the Six Realms Alliance? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Mr. Iron Man is really smart. Yes, we came here to deal with the Six Realms Alliance. However, we want to pull the people of the Upper Pillar Realm along with us. What does Mr. Iron Man think? Iron Man looked at Zhao Hai, then after a while, he said, alright, I'll work with you. I can also persuade others to work with you. Iron Man's quick agreement was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Man and said, Iron Man, I didn't expect Mr. Iron Man to agree so quickly. How did Mr. Iron Man figure it out? Iron Man replied, I didn't figure it out. I just don't want to be ruled by the Six Realms Alliance. I wanted to rebel against the Six Realms Alliance before, but I couldn't find any allies. I can't rashly tell others about this. Otherwise, I'll be the one to suffer. As long as the Six Realms Alliance receives the news, they won't let me off. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Man and said, Mr. Iron Man seems to have a lot of confidence in us. Iron Man looked at Zhao Hai and said, our sect has a good relationship with the Six Realms Alliance. We can get some information that others don't. Some time ago, the Six Realms Alliance suffered a big loss in the Blood Mainland. They lost more than 100,000 people. It seems like the Void Realm's commander is Hell King Zhao Hai. Am I right? Zhao Hai looked at Iron Man, then he smiled faintly and said, you're right. I'm Hell King Zhao Hai. But why did you attack me just now? Iron Man smiled faintly and said, I want to confirm whether or not you are Zhao Hai. If you are Zhao Hai, then you must have a way to protect yourself. You should know that a person who can defeat the Six Realms Alliance wouldn't easily trust others. It seems like my guess wasn't wrong, you really are Zhao Hai. You were able to block my attack, no wonder the Six Realms Alliance suffered a loss in your hands. Iron Man smiled faintly and said, you're Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, although I don't believe what you said, I'm willing to cooperate with you. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if you have other ideas, I'm not afraid. Right now, all the transmission formations in the upper pillar realm can no longer be used. Even if you want to send a message to the Six Realms Alliance, you won't be able to do so. Therefore, I'll trust you for the time being. But if you dare to deceive me and send a message to the Six Realms Alliance, then I'll kill you and everyone related to you and turn them into undead. Iron Man looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, are you threatening me? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, you're not worthy of being threatened. I'm just warning you. If you really do that, then you'll have to bear the consequences, right? Iron Man snorted and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, then I'll have to ask Mr. Iron Man to cooperate. Tell your subordinates not to resist. We'll disperse them to the various artifacts. This is to prevent Mr. Iron Man's subordinates from having any strange thoughts. If they cause a misunderstanding, then it wouldn't be good. Iron Man looked at Zhao Hai and said, all right, but you must ensure their safety. Otherwise, I'll make you pay a heavy price even if I have to risk my life. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai, will do what I say. Mister, please. Iron Man coldly snorted, then he stood up and walked outside. Zhao Hai and the others followed behind him as they walked out of the room. A large ship was flying straight ahead. It was made up of more than 1,000 large artifacts. They were all different, but such a large fleet was still daunting to look at. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship. Behind him were Laura and the others. Ji Wuming was also by his side. On his side were Gue Wu, White Bones, and Iron Man. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. On the projection, green dots were moving quickly forward. Zhao Hai pointed at the green dots and said, these are us. We're going forward, we should be entering the Ping continent. The most famous sect there should be the Eagle sect. The Eagle sect is famous for their eagle claw technique and eagle movement technique. They should have more than 2 void-piercing realm ancestors in their sect. They should have about 20,000 people who can fight. The Eagle sect controls 5 cities, and in these 5 cities, they should be able to gather 10,000 people. But right now, these 5 cities are in chaos, so there's no need to worry about them. Our goal is the Eagle Gorge. Let's go. Gue Wu and the others stared at Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to know about these things. Wasn't it strange that he knew about the Flying Eagle sect? Where did he get this information from? Zhao Hai looked at the 3, then he smiled faintly and said, did I say something wrong? The 3 looked at each other and shook their heads. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, we don't know what happened to the Flying Eagle sect. Their transmission formation can no longer be used. However, they have already opened their mountain guarding formation. Moreover, they have sent their disciples to investigate the surrounding area. Their Flying Eagle Gorge is really big. No wonder they were able to provoke the ghost dance sect into the scattered ghost mountain. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Flying Eagle Gorge is really big. Gue Wu said, I didn't expect Mr. to know about our upper pillar realm. How does Mr. plan to deal with the Flying Eagle sect? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, do I need to use other methods? Do you think my army of 10 million is to be trifled with? When the ghost fog heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 large artifacts, and these large artifacts all had their own internal spaces. These internal spaces were very big. It was very easy for a large artifact to hold 10,000 people. If each of these large artifacts could hold 10,000 people, then they would have an army of 10 million. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Ghost Mist and the others. Instead, he said, pass my order to the Dongfeng family's interference team. About 1,000 li ahead of us is a canyon. Set up an interference net outside the canyon. Everyone else, get into battle formation. Laura and the others immediately passed on Zhao Hai's order. Just as the order was passed down, the fleet immediately began to move. 200 large artifacts flew out of the fleet and accelerated forward. Before long, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he calmly flew forward. Before long, a voice was heard from the communicator, reporting to the captain. We have arrived at the designated location. The interference net has been set up. Zhao Hai nodded, then Laura immediately said, the flagship has received. Zhao Hai then said, fleet, move forward. After we arrive at the Flying Eagle Canyon, don't rush to attack. Just get into formation. Laura and the others passed on Zhao Hai's order. The fleet's speed wasn't very fast. Before Zhao Hai arrived at the Flying Eagle Canyon, Dong Fengshua's voice was heard, reporting to the captain. The Flying Eagle gang seems to have discovered us. Several of their large artifacts are approaching us. Please give your orders. Zhao Hai replied, don't pay attention to them. If they dare to attack, then counterattack. If they don't, then don't attack first. I want to talk to them first. After Laura passed on the order, Dong Fengshua's voice was heard again, Dongfeng understands. At this time, the fleet wasn't far from the Flying Eagle Canyon. They could already see several large artifacts flying above the canyon. These large artifacts were very special, they were in the shape of eagles. Naturally, they couldn't be compared to real eagles, but they were still very beautiful. It was clear that the other party had also discovered them and were heading towards them. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the fleet slowed down. Before long, the large artifact stopped a kilometer away from Zhao Hai's group. A cultivator with a hooked nose stood on top of the large artifact and looked at Zhao Hai. When he saw Ghost Fog and White Bones, his expression changed. He couldn't help but angrily shout, Ghost Fog, White Bones, it's actually you two. Ghost Fog couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't make things difficult for him. He stepped forward and cupped his fist towards the hooked-nosed cultivator. Realm of the Void, Underworld King Zhao Hai greets Mr. I presume Mr. is the Eagle King, Senior Lin Jingfei? When the hooked-nosed cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, You're from the Realm of the Void? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Indeed. I'm Underworld King Zhao Hai from the Realm of the Void. Senior Lin, please don't misunderstand. The Ghost Fog sect has already surrendered to our Realm of the Void. I wonder if Senior Lin would be willing to come to my ship and have a chat. When Lin Jingfei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at Ghost Fog and White Bones. Then he saw Iron Man standing there with a calm expression. Lin Jingfei immediately understood what was going on. The day before yesterday, he heard that the Ghost Dance sect was being attacked and asked for help. It seems like the Ghost Dance sect was defeated and surrendered. Even the people who came to rescue them were defeated and surrendered. Lin Jingfei looked at Zhao Hai and said, What do you want to talk about? You want us to deal with the Six Realms Alliance with you? Ha, stop dreaming. The Six Realms Alliance isn't something you can deal with. My Eagle Gang will absolutely not join you. When Zhao Hai heard Lin Jingfei, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled at Lin Jingfei and said, I really didn't expect Senior Lin to be so loyal to the Six Realms Alliance. Does Senior Lin want to tell the Six Realms Alliance that we're here? You've already tried it, right? How was it? When Lin Jingfei heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but turn pale as he said, so it was you who did this. But you don't need to be complacent. Although I'm not loyal to the Six Realms Alliance, I also know that it's impossible for you to fight against them. When the time comes and you leave, what will happen to the Eagle Gang? When that time comes, my Eagle Gang's hundreds of thousands of years of foundation will be destroyed. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Jingfei, the smile on his face didn't change as he said, so Senior Lin doesn't want to surrender? Aren't you afraid that we'll break through your Eagle Gang? When that time comes, wouldn't your Eagle Gang's hundreds of thousands of years of foundation be destroyed? Lin Jingfei coldly snorted and said, then come and try. Let's see if you can break through my Eagle Gang's defenses. Then he commanded his large artifacts to slowly retreat. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Jingfei's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, since Senior Lin said so, how can I not fulfill Senior's wish? Senior can rest assured and return. I'll give Senior 2 hours to prepare. After 2 hours, we'll begin our attack. But I must tell Senior that if I break through your Eagle Gang, then I won't leave even a chicken or a dog alive. Senior, have you thought this through? When Zhao Hai said these words, Lin Jingfei's body couldn't help but shake. Then he coldly snorted and said, this old man wants to see if you have that kind of teeth. Then he commanded his large artifacts to retreat to Eagle Gorge. Just as they retreated, Ji Wuming stepped forward and said, Mansion Lord, let me lead the attack. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need. Now isn't the time for you to make a move. Don't forget, you came here to train your troops. The pressure here is the same as the pressure in the Void Realm, it's not enough to train your troops. Therefore, there's no need for you to make a move. Let the vampires deal with them. At this time, Gui Wu said, Mister, do you really want to wait 2 hours? 2 hours is enough for them to prepare a lot of things. Moreover, I've heard that the Eagle Gang's defensive formation was arranged by the Six Realms Alliance. It's the strongest defensive formation in the Upper Pillar Realm. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the strongest mountain. Protecting formation? Hee, I've already broken through the Six Realms Alliance's mountain protecting formation. Why would I be afraid of the Eagle Gang's mountain protecting formation? I want to give them 2 hours. I want to slaughter the entire Eagle Gang. Their foundation of hundreds of thousands of years? I want them to know that a foundation of hundreds of thousands of years can also be ruined in a day, just because they made the wrong choice. Making the wrong choice will lead to punishment, and the consequences are not something they can bear. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye for cultivators. During these 2 hours, the Eagle Gang was also making arrangements. All of the Eagle Gang's cultivators were in the air. All of the Eagle Gang's large artifacts were prepared. They coldly looked at Zhao Hai's group. Their faces were filled with determination. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, interesting, very interesting. Laura, do you want to play? When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, play? What do you want to play? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took out a handful of law crystals and said, after I break the Eagle Gang's shield, you can use these crystals to deal with their large artifacts. Then I'll release the vampires. You can command the vampires to destroy the Eagle Gang. Remember, I don't want to leave a single chicken or dog alive. How about it? Do you want to play? When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. They haven't commanded the undead in a long time. To be honest, they wanted to play. Everyone nodded and said, all right, all right. Zhao Hai laughed, then he waved his hand as several bone dragons appeared outside the Hell King's ship. On the back of each bone dragon was a throne made of white bones. These bone dragons exuded a terrifying aura, each of them had the strength of a void-piercing realm expert. Zhao Hai waved his hand and summoned several bone dragons. Zhao Hai looked at the bone dragons, then he smiled faintly and said, ladies, this is your throne. This time, I want to let the Upper Pillar Realm and the Six Realms Alliance know that you ladies cannot be provoked. Only you are worthy of this Hell King Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The Flying Eagle Gorge was a huge canyon. Looking at it from afar, it looked as if the earth had split open. One couldn't see the end of the canyon. Nobody knew how long and how deep it was. But now, above the canyon, there was a yellow translucent shield that separated the two sides. On one side was Zhao Hai's army with more than 1,000 large artifacts, while on the other side was the Flying Eagle Gang. Between the two sides, 9 bone dragons were flying. Laura and the others were sitting on the back of one of the bone dragons. The white thrones on the back of the bone dragons looked terrifying. However, Laura and the others didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They just sat there calmly, like cold-blooded queens. Zhao Hai and the others were also very calm. Both sides looked at Laura and the others. Beautiful women, bone dragons, and white thrones. All of these gave people a strange sense of beauty. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Laura, get ready. We're about to begin." Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the Flying Eagle Gang's barrier and coldly snorted. Then he took out a long saber and waved it. Saber chi flew out like lightning towards the opponent's barrier. Lin Jingfei looked at Zhao Hai's saber chi and couldn't help but sneer. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai could break the Flying Eagle Gang's barrier with just a saber chi. One must know that the Flying Eagle Gang's barrier was arranged by the Six Realm Alliance. It was much stronger compared to the barriers of the other sects in the Upper Pillar Realm. But at this time, his smile froze. He saw Zhao Hai's saber chi hit the barrier. Then a soft cracking sound was heard from the barrier. Then, like a piece of broken glass, the barrier shattered. The people of the Flying Eagle Gang were now exposed. While the people of the Flying Eagle Gang were in a daze, several white lights flashed. The Flying Eagle Gang's large artifacts were all hit by the white lights. Then the large artifacts were cut in half and fell from the sky. Countless cultivators scrambled to escape from the large artifacts. The Flying Eagle Gang's newly assembled large Dharma artifact battle team disappeared just like that. While the cultivators of the Flying Eagle Gang were in a daze, they suddenly realized that the color of the sky had changed. The originally blue sky had turned red. They looked up at the sky and didn't know when, but there were countless blood-red figures in the sky. These people wore blood-red armor and stood in a neat formation. They didn't make a single sound. Their bodies had a strong smell of blood that made people want to vomit. At this time, the blood-red figures moved. Under the command of Laura and the others, the blood-red figures lined up in a neat formation and went straight towards the Flying Eagle Gang. Lin Jingfei's complexion changed, his face turned ashen. He didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would have this kind of strength. They were able to break the Flying Eagle Gang's barrier and destroy their large artifacts. Lin Jingfei also recognized these people. They were the vampires, for realms like the Upper Pillar Realm that were conquered by the Six Realms Alliance. Every once in a while, they would send some people to serve the Six Realms Alliance. Lin Jingfei has also been to the Blood Continent. He also saw the vampires and knew how powerful they were. Because of this, when he saw those blood-red figures, he knew that they were vampires. Although these blood breeds were very different from the blood breeds he had seen before, he was still certain that these blood-red figures were blood breeds. Moreover, they were blood breeds that were even stronger than the ones he had seen before. It's over. This was the only thought in Lin Jingfei's mind. He saw the scale of the vampires. This wasn't something that the Flying Eagle Gang could resist. In other words, the Flying Eagle Gang was doomed. After thinking about this, Lin Jingfei couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai's words echoed in Lin Jingfei's mind. Leave no fowls or dogs alive. Leave no fowls or dogs alive. Lin Jingfei began to hate himself for being arrogant. He thought that the Flying Eagle Gang's large artifacts would be enough to stop the attack. He thought that the Flying Eagle Gang wouldn't waste too much time here. As long as he could block their attack for a while, they would retreat. After all, their enemy was the Six Realms Alliance. However, Lin Jingfei discovered that he was wrong. The other party didn't want to waste time. This was because in the other party's opinion, dealing with the Flying Eagle Gang was simply a waste of time. Lin Jingfei saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still had a smile on his face as he looked at Lin Jingfei. Lin Jingfei understood that Zhao Hai wanted to help him because he wanted to give him face. In Zhao Hai's eyes, Lin Jingfei was nothing. Although Lin Jingfei was a void-piercing expert, he was still nothing in Zhao Hai's eyes. Regret. Lin Jingfei really regretted it. However, regret was useless. He could only watch as the vampires killed the Flying Eagle Gang's cultivators. Strangely, the vampires didn't make a move against him. None of them even approached him. Lin Jingfei didn't think that the vampires were afraid of him. He saw with his own eyes that the other void-piercing realm cultivators of the Flying Eagle Gang were besieged by the vampires. In the end, they were killed on the spot by the women sitting on the back of the bone dragon. However, whether it was the vampires or the women, they all ignored him. As if he didn't exist. No one attacked him, and no one approached him. It was as if he was just a mass of air. Lin Jingfei understood that this was Zhao Hai's punishment for him. Zhao Hai wanted him to watch as the Flying Eagle Gang was destroyed because he resisted Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Lin Jingfei's eyes widened. He looked at Zhao Hai and roared, "Zhao Hai, die." After saying that, he moved and pounced on Zhao Hai like a goshawk. Just as he attacked Zhao Hai, no one stopped him. Everyone just looked at him, but no one made a move. Lin Jingfei's attack contained all his spiritual qi and a strong sense of despair. Originally, when he integrated his emotions into his cultivation method, it wasn't a sense of despair, but a kind of arrogance. This feeling was like a proud eagle that wouldn't bow to anything. However, what was fused into his cultivation technique now was a trace of despair. This trace of despair was something he had just comprehended. He had watched the Flying Eagle Gang get destroyed, but there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he was in despair. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Jingfei's attack with a smile on his face. However, the saber in his hand had already been withdrawn. When Lin Jingfei was about to attack him, Zhao Hai's hand suddenly slashed in the air. Then a saber energy was sent out, separating Lin Jingfei's upper body from his lower body. Then Zhao Hai casually waved his hand, separating Lin Jingfei's arms from his body. Lin Jingfei turned into a human stick. Zhao Hai grabbed Lin Jingfei's neck. Lin Jingfei didn't die. Zhao Hai was very good at controlling his power of law. Therefore, even though Lin Jingfei became like this, he was still alive. Lin Jingfei was still being held by the neck by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Jingfei with a smile on his face. "I didn't let you die, so you can't die. You haven't seen how the Flying Eagle Gang was wiped out. You aren't very confident, are you?" he said in a low voice. "Didn't you refuse to surrender? I want to tell you that you made the wrong choice. You have to pay a price you can't imagine." Lin Jingfei's eyes were about to fly out of their sockets. The corners of his eyes were already cracked and bleeding. He angrily roared, "Kill me, Zhao Hai. If you kill me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Zhao stretched out his other hand and gently shook his finger in front of him. No. I said that without my consent, you can't die. Similarly, without my consent, even if you want to become a ghost, it's impossible. Have you forgotten? Zhao said, "I said, you can't die without my consent. What's my nickname?" Hell King. What does Hell King do? He's the controller of Earth and Gain. If I say that you can't become a ghost, then you can't. You want to self-destruct? It's useless. You're in my hands. If I don't let you self-destruct, then you can't even self-destruct. You have to live to see the Flying Eagle Gang get destroyed little by little. Because all of this was caused by you, you made the wrong choice. Gue Wu and the others felt a chill from their backs to their heads. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was too terrifying. They had never seen a person who could treat a void-piercing expert like this. Lin Jingfei couldn't die even if he wanted to. They now understood why Zhao Hai was called Hell King. Based on Zhao Hai's current performance, he was worthy of being called Hell King. Even this title was looking down on him. Zhao Hai held Lin Jingfei's neck as he watched Laura and the others command the vampires to destroy the entire Flying Eagle Gang. This time, they were very thorough. Not even a chicken or a dog was left behind. Not even a chicken or a dog was left behind. Not even a chicken or a dog was left behind. Gue Wu and the others looked at the destroyed Flying Eagle Gang. Then they looked at Lin Tianfei and Zhao Hai's hand. Then they looked at the smiling Laura and the others who were commanding the vampires. Guiwu and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They now understood why Zhao Hai said that he wanted everyone to understand that Laura and the others were worthy of Zhao Hai. Looking at Laura and the others commanding the vampires with a smile on their faces, they couldn't help but feel cold. Actually, with Zhao Hai's temperament, he wouldn't do such a thing under normal circumstances. However, they were currently in the Upper Pillar Realm. The cultivators of the Upper Pillar Realm were known for their bravery. If Zhao Hai couldn't convince the cultivators of the Upper Pillar Realm, then it would be very difficult for them to deal with the Six Realms Alliance. It might even be possible for the Upper Pillar Realms people to rebel, which would put Zhao Hai in a more passive position. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the Upper Pillar Realms people rebelling. At worst, he would just kill them all. However, Zhao Hai didn't want trouble. If the Upper Pillar Realms people really rebelled, then Zhao Hai would have to spend a lot of time dealing with them. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use methods to deter the Upper Pillar Realms people. And sometimes, fear was the best method. In less than a day, the 100,000 years of the Flying Eagle Gang's foundation was destroyed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai grabbed Lin Jingfei's neck and showed him the entire process. Then Zhao Hai personally broke Lin Jingfei's neck and turned him into an undead. Under the guidance of Lin Jingfei and the other cultivators of the Flying Eagle Gang, Zhao Hai found the treasure house of the Flying Eagle Gang and emptied it. Not even a single jade slip was left behind. Seeing Zhao Hai's ability to scrape 3 feet of the ground, Guiwu and White Bones couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't empty the Ghost Dance Sex treasure house. Otherwise, not even a strand of hair would be left behind. Although the news of the Flying Eagle Gang's destruction hadn't spread out yet, Guiwu and White Bones had seen it with their own eyes. If they thought that Zhao Hai was strong before, then they were now really afraid of Zhao Hai. For such a character, if you want to live, then you live. If he wants you to die, then you die. If he wants you to die, then you don't even have the chance to die. Guiwu and White Bones also understood that if they really faced Zhao Hai in the future, then it would save them a lot of trouble and they could just slit their own throats. They didn't want to end up like Lin Jingfei. That was really a life worse than death. After destroying the Flying Eagle Gang, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He packed up all the things in the Flying Eagle Gang and set off with his army. He directly flew forward and took down the 5 cities of the Flying Eagle Gang. Then, he forced all the gangs along the way to surrender. Seeing White Bones, Guiwu, Lin Jingfei, Iron Man, and several other void-piercing realm experts of the Flying Eagle Gang coming to persuade them to surrender, who would dare to not surrender? They were courting death. As the army moved forward, the group slowly grew bigger. Wherever Zhao Hai went, all the sects in the Upper Pillar Realm, as long as they had cultivators who could fight, almost all of them had brought along their large artifacts. For example, although the Flying Eagle Gang's large artifacts were destroyed, Zhao Hai still took them away. Guiwu and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai did this, they only thought that Zhao Hai was just scraping the ground. It can be said that Zhao Hai had gathered all the cultivators in the Upper Pillar Realm who could fight. As the army grew bigger and bigger, the sects in the Upper Pillar Realm didn't dare to resist. There weren't any lunatics among them. As soon as they saw so many large artifacts, they immediately rushed over. Who would dare to resist? Additionally, Guiwu and the others' persuasion was very effective. Moreover, when Zhao Hai persuaded them to surrender, he had them bring along Lin Jingfei. When these people saw this, they naturally surrendered. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see that the cultivators in the Upper Pillar Realm were already dissatisfied with the Six Realms Alliance. The Six Realms Alliance had been suppressing them too much. Therefore, when they heard that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Six Realms Alliance, many of the sects in the Upper Pillar Realm immediately surrendered. Moreover, not only did these people surrender, they also packed up their things and joined Zhao Hai's army. When Zhao Hai gathered all the sects in the Upper Pillar Realm, he discovered that the number of people he could command had reached 30 million. 30 million cultivators wasn't a small number. Zhao Hai brought 10 million cultivators with him. Now, there were 20 million cultivators in the Upper Pillar Realm. Moreover, each and every one of them looked very dauntless. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why the Upper Pillar Realm was captured by the Six Realms Alliance with so many cultivators. This was too unreasonable. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about what the people of the Null Realm were thinking. For him, destroying the garrison of the Null Realm was just a casual move. If the people of the Null Realm dare to attack the Null Realm, then it would be for the best. But if they don't attack the Null Realm, then it wouldn't matter to Zhao Hai. He would just follow his own steps. Zhao Hai's next step was to attack the Alpha sect. Because of this, after returning from the Null Realm, he immediately commanded the army to attack the Alpha sect. At the same time, everyone who participated in the battle against the garrison went to rest. The battle in the Alpha sect was temporarily handed over to other people. Although Zhao Hai allowed the cultivators to rest, the advance of the allied army didn't stop. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't cancel his other order, which was to not seal their weapons. As soon as they entered the Alpha sect, killing intent, sword and blood flowed like a river. The people of the Six Realm Alliance didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't fight them head-on. Instead, he led the army to the Alpha sect. Moreover, as soon as they arrived at the Alpha sect, they started a massacre. One must know that although the 30 million troops weren't all of the Six Realms Alliance's troops, they still left their rear empty. Fortunately, they had ruled the rear for many years, so there shouldn't be any problems. Therefore, they didn't need that many troops. Zhao Hai was the only one who knew about the Six Realms Alliance. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would lead the army to the Alpha sect. Now that the Alpha sect was in danger, it was impossible for the Alpha sect to stop an allied army of 2,000 large artifacts. The higher-ups of the Six Realms Alliance gathered together. The six of them sat in a room with an ugly expression on their faces. This was especially true for an ordinary-looking cultivator. This cultivator seemed to be around 30 years old. His appearance was very ordinary and there was nothing special about him. However, he was the sect master of the heroic armor sect, Jia Daoi. Jia Daoi glanced at the others and said in a low voice, "Do the few of you have anything to say? Right now, people are being killed in the Alpha sect. Do you have any good ideas?" Tian Lingzi frowned and said, "Right now, we're being led by the nose by Zhao Hai. If we transfer our army to the Alpha sect, then I'm afraid that Zhao Hai would go to another realm. This would make us more passive." Jia Daoi's eyes narrowed. "Then what about the Alpha sect? Should we just ignore it?" Tian Lingzi looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Of course we can't ignore it. Otherwise, how can the Six Realm Alliance deal with Zhao Hai? How about this, we'll leave 10 million people in the Haifei realm. With the 10 million troops and the strength of the Haifei realm, even if Zhao Hai appears, you should still be able to stop him. Even if you can't stop him, you should still be able to stall him. As for the rest, 10 million will go to the Alpha sect to support them. Then we'll gather the strength of the Alpha sect and block Zhao Hai. As for the remaining 10 million, we'll go to the Dark Realm to prevent Zhao Hai from causing trouble there. As for the other 3 realms, immediately recall the garrisons of the other realms and guard their own realms. We don't have time to care about the reactions of the other realms. If we can't even protect our own home, then even if the other realms don't have any movements, what can we do? After all the troops are recalled, we'll immediately activate the barrier formations of the other realms. Only a few transmission formations will be used for communication. All realms will enter a state of emergency. If we don't eliminate or drive away Zhao Hai's group, the state of emergency will not be lifted." When everyone heard Tian Lingzi, they were stunned. But after thinking about it, they immediately understood that this was the best way to deal with the current situation. However, Black Phantom still frowned and said, "But this can only block Zhao Hai's attack. We can't eliminate them." Tian Lingzi snorted coldly and said, "As long as we activate the barrier formation, they won't be able to run away. When the time comes, as long as they are entangled, we can remove the barrier formation. Then, the army will directly suppress them. At that time, they won't be able to run away." Several people nodded. Tian Lingzi glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, now is the critical moment. If we can't eliminate Zhao Hai's group, then we will be in big trouble. Those guys from the other realms will definitely take the opportunity to intervene. At that time, we will be in danger. So what we have to do now is to eliminate Zhao Hai's group first, no matter the cost." Several people nodded. To be honest, they hated Zhao Hai's group the most now. If it weren't for the arrival of Zhao Hai's group, they wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. After the discussion, the group immediately left. the army in the Haifei boundary was also mobilized. Of the 30 million troops, only 10 million remained. The remaining 20 million left. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were discussing. However, he was still very concerned about the 30 million troops in the Haifei realm. Because of this, he paid attention to the movements of the 30 million troops. Before long, he discovered that the 30 million troops had started to move. It didn't take long before he discovered that only 10 million of the 30 million troops had entered the heroic armor realm. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the 30 million troops would enter the heroic armor realm. Through the space map, Zhao Hai discovered that the Six Realms Alliance had withdrawn their troops from the other realms. They were protecting the 6 realms that were under the Six Realms Alliance's control. It seems like they were abandoning the other realms. At the same time, there were also changes in the heroic armor boundary. The great sects of the heroic armor boundary began to withdraw their forces. Some of the cities in the periphery were abandoned. Some of the smaller sects in the periphery were also abandoned. All of their forces were concentrated in the great sects of the heroic armor boundary. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately leave the heroic armor boundary. He knew that the Six Realms Alliance was starting to pay attention to them. Even if he left the heroic armor boundary, he would still encounter the same situation in the other realms. Therefore, he might as well stay in the heroic armor boundary. Zhao Hai believed that when the other party discovered that he used the transmission formation to leave the Haifei boundary, they must have thought of a way to deal with him. In fact, there was only one way to deal with this, and that was to seal the transmission formations of the other realms. Only in this way would he be unable to use the transmission formations to go to other realms. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. He had already encountered this situation in the true spiritual realm. Therefore, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. However, before that, Zhao Hai still wanted to make some preparations. On the 7th day of the attack on the heroic armor boundary, that is, when the 10 million reinforcements from the Haifei boundary arrived, Zhao Hai stopped the attack. Then he chose a medium-sized city that was abandoned by the heroic armor boundary as a temporary place to rest. After the army stopped, Zhao Hai called the 5 great clans as well as the supreme elders of the upper pillar realm to the city's conference hall. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, we've been in the heroic armor boundary for 7 days. In these 7 days, our results have been very good. However, I want to tell you that our good days are about to come to an end. This is because the Six Realm Alliance has already reacted and is preparing to deal with us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, we've been in the heroic armor boundary for 7 days. A buzzing sound was heard from below. However, this time, there was no panic on the faces of the people present. It seems like Zhao Hai's words were effective. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Last time, the Six Realms Alliance mobilized 30 million troops to the Haifei boundary to deal with us. Although we've arrived in the heroic armor boundary, I still pay attention to the movements of the 30 million troops. The 30 million troops of the Six Realms Alliance have now been divided into 3 groups. One group is in the Haifei boundary, one group is in the heroic armor boundary, and one group is in the dark sky boundary. Each group has 10 million troops. Although the other 3 realms didn't send any troops, they did send their troops back to the other realms that they conquered. Because of this, no matter which realm we go to, we won't be too polite. Therefore, I think that we should stay in the heroic armor boundary and deal with the enemy once and for all." They also had an army of 30 million. To be honest, as long as the Six Realms Alliance didn't go all out, then they wouldn't be afraid. Last time, the people of the Upper Pillar realm were suppressed by the Six Realms Alliance for a long time. But now, the situation was different. After going from the Haifei realm to the heroic armor realm, the people of the Upper Pillar realm no longer feared the Six Realms Alliance. Because of this, they weren't afraid of the Six Realms Alliance anymore. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then Ji Wuming took out a jade slip. Zhao Hai opened the jade slip and a map appeared. This map was the map of the heroic armor boundary. On the map, there was a red dot where an army was gathered. Zhao Hai pointed at the red dot and said, "This is our position. The heroic armor boundary has already cleared out our surroundings. No matter which direction we go, it's impossible for us to meet any cultivators from the heroic armor boundary within 50,000 li. They want to use this distance as a buffer zone. But this is also good, it also gives us time to prepare. At this point, Zhao Hai paused and looked at the others. Seeing that there was no change in their expressions, he continued, "What I mean is that we establish a base here. With this base as the center, we can deal with the Six Realm Alliance's attack." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the others and saw that they didn't have any strange expressions. After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed at a place on the map. When everyone saw where Zhao Hai pointed, they couldn't help but stare. Then they frowned, they didn't understand why Zhao Hai chose this place. The place that Zhao Hai chose was very famous in the heroic armor boundary. It was called the Hell's Gate. The reason for this name was because it was a volcanic area. Moreover, there were active volcanoes inside. They erupt irregularly, causing flames to soar to the sky, black clouds to fill the air, and magma to flow. It looked like hell itself. Because of this, the people of the heroic armor boundary called it the Hell's Gate. Normally, cultivators like Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid of volcanic eruptions. This was why the Hell's Gate was called the Hell's Gate. However, the Hell's Gate was very lethal to low-level cultivators. Later on, when he fully understood the Upper Pillar Realm, Zhao Hai understood why the Upper Pillar Realm was defeated by the Six Realms Alliance despite having so many capable cultivators. First, the Six Realms Alliance was much stronger than the Upper Pillar Realm. The Six Realms Alliance was an alliance of 6 realms. Although the cultivators of the Upper Pillar Realm were strong, they were still only one realm. War didn't only involve people, it also involved many other things. The Upper Pillar Realm was at a disadvantage when it came to people. However, they weren't afraid of the Six Realms Alliance in this aspect. However, in other aspects, such as cultivation resources, the Upper Pillar Realm was inferior. War depends on logistics. Although the Cultivation Realm cultivators didn't understand this, the Six Realms Alliance, which often waged war against the outside world, understood this principle. Before the troops and horses move, the provisions must be prepared first. This was also the reason why the Upper Pillar Realm was defeated. Artifacts can also be damaged. If an artifact is damaged, then it can no longer be used. If you want to replenish an artifact, then you need to have a stockpile. Because of this, waging a war in the cultivation realm was sometimes easy, but sometimes it was very difficult. Second, the Upper Pillar Realm wasn't united. There were also conflicts between the sects of the Upper Pillar Realm. Because of these conflicts, the sects of the Upper Pillar Realm couldn't unite. Naturally, they couldn't fight against the Six Realms Alliance. The Six Realms Alliance had been waging war for many years. Because of this, the Upper Pillar Realm became a fist. Using a fist to fight against 5 fingers was naturally more powerful. Because of these reasons, the Upper Pillar Realm was defeated. However, the people of the Upper Pillar Realm weren't convinced of their defeat. Additionally, they had been oppressed by the Six Realms Alliance for many years. This made the people of the Upper Pillar Realm angry. They wanted to take revenge, but they lacked a powerful person to unify their forces. There was no such person in the Upper Pillar Realm. This was because everyone knew each other very well. They knew how strong each other was. Even if someone wanted to stand up and be the leader, there was no way. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared. Zhao Hai's appearance was very important for the Upper Pillar Realm. Zhao Hai was very strong. He also had a great enmity with the Six Realms Alliance. For someone like him to stand up and deal with the Six Realms Alliance, the sects of the Upper Pillar Realm were very willing. After convincing the people of the Upper Pillar Realm, Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack the Six Realms Alliance. Instead, he stayed in the Upper Pillar Realm for some time to train the people of the Upper Pillar Realm. The people of the Upper Pillar Realm were very brave, this wasn't wrong. However, because they were too brave, they were very hard to discipline. Moreover, they didn't undergo any military training. In this case, they couldn't compare to the Six Realms Alliance. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to stay in the Upper Pillar Realm for 2 more months in order to give the people of the Upper Pillar Realm some simple military training. These 2 months of training were very beneficial. At the very least, Zhao Hai knew that the people of the Upper Pillar Realm were very different from before. They began to listen to orders, they began to cooperate, they didn't rush in like a swarm of bees. During these 2 months, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation in the Void Realm. One must know that when they left the Void Realm, they brought along a large portion of the Void Realm's fighting strength. In this case, if the other realms were to cause trouble, then the Void Realm would be in trouble. However, Zhao Hai soon discovered that he was worrying too much. The people of the other realms were afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was too ruthless. If he wanted to destroy a realm, then the other realms wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Unless they were certain that something happened to Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to return to the Void Realm. In these 2 months, the Upper Pillar Realm had been in a closed state. Naturally, this situation attracted the attention of the Six Realms Alliance. The Six Realms Alliance tried everything to contact the Upper Pillar Realm. However, in the end, all of their efforts were in vain. The Upper Pillar Realm seemed to have disappeared into the vast universe. Although the Six Realms Alliance didn't understand how the Upper Pillar Realm managed to do this, they were still very careful. The people of the Six Realms Alliance knew that the people of the Upper Pillar Realm wouldn't be obedient. Each and every one of them was very strong. Moreover, they didn't want to submit to the Six Realms Alliance's management. If it weren't for the huge price of eliminating them, then the Six Realms Alliance would have already dealt with the Upper Pillar Realm. Now that the Upper Pillar Realm suddenly disappeared, the Six Realms Alliance was startled. Naturally, they became more careful. They were afraid that the group of madmen would come and deal with them. However, after 2 months, there was no movement from the Upper Pillar Realm. This caused the Six Realms Alliance to lower their vigilance. In their opinion, the people of the Upper Pillar Realm might want to break away from them, but they didn't necessarily have the ability to counterattack. In these 2 months, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the changes in the Six Realms Alliance. When he discovered that the Six Realms Alliance's vigilance had been lowered, he knew that his chance to make a move had come. After 2 months of military training, the people of the Upper Pillar Realm had already begun to look like an army. Zhao Hai was ready to make his move. He gathered all the people in charge of the Upper Pillar Realm on the Hell King's ship. Naturally, there were also the people he brought from the void. In the Hell King's ship's conference room, Zhao Hai was sitting on the main seat. He looked at the cultivators below and said, "Everyone, after 2 months of training, everyone has the strength to fight. I'm ready to make my move." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's spirits shook, especially the people of the Upper Pillar Realm. The people of the Upper Pillar Realm had been dissatisfied with the Six Realms Alliance for a long time. They thought that after defeating Zhao Hai, they would immediately attack the Six Realms Alliance. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would want them to train for 2 months. Although 2 months wasn't a long time for cultivators, it was still a long time for those who wanted to attack the Six Realms Alliance. Now that Zhao Hai was about to be in their hands, how could they not be happy? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "After 2 months of training, you finally understood what discipline is. I'm very happy about this. Moreover, when I sealed the Upper Pillar Realm, the Six Realm Alliance felt uneasy. After 2 months, their vigilance has been reduced a lot. This is a good opportunity for us to attack. Everyone, go back and prepare. After 3 days, we'll set out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they understood why he wanted to attack after 2 months. They nodded and then turned around to leave. Although Zhao Hai's army had more people from the Upper Pillar Realm compared to the Void Realm, the people from the Upper Pillar Realm didn't dare to challenge Zhao Hai. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai had 2 other armies that he hasn't revealed. One was the Blood Race army, while the other was the Undead army. Zhao Hai also made the people of the Upper Pillar Realm experience the might of these 2 armies. Needless to say, the Blood Race army destroyed the Eagle Gang. This made the people of the Upper Pillar Realm tremble in fear. As for the Undead army, Zhao Hai also used some of them. In the Upper Pillar Realm, there was never a lack of ambitious people. They thought that as long as they were strong enough, they would be able to see through Zhao Hai's strength. Then they would be able to kick Zhao Hai down and take his place. After Zhao Hai subdued the people of the Upper Pillar Realm and began to train them, some of the ambitious people in the Upper Pillar Realm began to become restless. Half a month after Zhao Hai's training, several elders of the Upper Pillar Realm decided to make a move. They joined forces with cultivators from other sects and prepared to force Zhao Hai to abdicate. Unfortunately, they didn't know about Zhao Hai's true strength. At that time, Zhao Hai revealed his other trump card, the undead army. When these people saw the undead army, they couldn't help but stare. They were really scared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a force in his hands. Before, they only heard that Zhao Hai had the blood race, but they didn't know that Zhao Hai had the undead. At the same time, the strength of the undead army made them feel fearful. Some of the undead were very strong, while some weren't. However, the weapons in their hands were very strong. The energy beams from these weapons were enough to kill a lot of cultivators below the divine condensation stage. If a few energy beams were to hit a divine condensation stage cultivator, then even a divine condensation stage cultivator would be injured. At that time, Zhao Hai killed a total of 50,000 cultivators who wanted to force the upper pillar realm to abdicate. Among them were 10 void-piercing experts. That battle really scared the guts of the cultivators of the upper pillar realm. What they were afraid of wasn't Zhao Hai's slaughter, but what Zhao Hai did after killing them. After Zhao Hai killed those 50,000 people, he turned them into undead. Seeing their companions and acquaintances turned into undead, the people of the upper pillar realm were truly scared. They finally understood why Zhao Hai was called the Hell King. This title wasn't just for show. Because of Zhao Hai's ruthless methods, the people of the upper pillar realm became well-behaved. They didn't dare look for Zhao Hai anymore. This was because they were afraid of Zhao Hai's slaughter. They were even more afraid of becoming part of Zhao Hai's undead army. Because they were afraid, they learned to obey. And because they were afraid, they didn't dare to disobey Zhao Hai's orders. Because of this, they completed their military training very well in the past 2 months. Zhao Hai looked at the backs of these people, then he turned his head to Elder Tang and said, "Elder Tang, what do you think would happen if we suddenly attack the Six Realms Alliance with an army of 30 million people? How would they react? Do you feel very surprised?" Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, not only would they be surprised, they would also be afraid. If we win a few battles, then the foundation of the Six Realms Alliance would be shaken. I'm afraid that the other Realms Alliance would have a reaction. When that time comes, the Six Realms Alliance would be in big trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "This is exactly what I want." Low-level cultivators couldn't compare to high-level cultivators. The volcanoes in the Hellgate weren't dangerous to high-level cultivators. However, volcanic eruptions were always accompanied by poisonous gas, volcanic ash, magma, volcanic rocks, and the like. But in the elite armor boundary, volcanic eruptions were accompanied by something else, fire crystal stones. The fire crystal stone was a special kind of crystal stone. It contained the power of fire essence. The power of fire essence was a rare treasure for cultivators who practiced fire attribute cultivation methods. If these cultivators were to absorb the power of fire essence, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. The power of the flame essence had another use, and that was for alchemy and artifact crafting. It was very beneficial. Whether it was alchemists or artifact refiners, their requirements for fire control were very high. Fire crystal stones were a very stable source of fire. As long as a formation was used, it could become a very good source of fire. This source of fire could automatically adjust its strength. It was one of the best sources of fire for alchemy and artifact refining. Naturally, the poisonous gas, volcanic ash, and volcanic rocks of the volcanoes were very lethal to low-level cultivators. But at the same time, fire crystal stones were also very attractive to low-level cultivators. Because of this, there were countless cultivators in the elite armor boundary who went to the Hellgate every year in order to find fire crystal stones. However, the number of people who died in the Hellgate was very few. The Hellgate was very lethal to Vajra realm cultivators. Everyone in the upper pillar boundary knew about this. And these days, everyone had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai was very familiar with the situation of the Six Realms Alliance. In other words, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to not know about the Hellgate. And now, he actually wanted to place his base in the Hellgate. This was too surprising. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "In the next period of time, the Six Realms Alliance's counterattack will be very fierce. In this case, we need a formidable defensive formation. And if we want a formidable defensive formation, we need something to provide it with a huge amount of energy. Jade essence alone isn't enough. But the Hell Gate has volcanic eruptions all year round. At that time, there would be a lot of fire energy underground. We need to use this fire energy as the energy source for our defensive formation. Only in this way would we be able to compete with the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "What do you think?" After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "The last time we went from the Haifei boundary to the Jiaoying boundary, we attracted the attention of the Six Realms Alliance. I think that after they entangle us, they will certainly activate the formation. When that time comes, it won't be easy for us to leave. Therefore, we need a base to fight against the Six Realms Alliance." Everyone nodded. They now understood why Zhao Hai wanted to make a base. However, they were still worried. If they were trapped in the Hell Gate, then they would have to face the endless attacks of the Six Realms Alliance. Although they had a lot of people, being trapped in the Hell Gate wasn't a good idea. Zhao Hai nodded. Although they had a lot of people, being trapped in the Hell Gate wasn't a good idea. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "You don't need to worry about the formation. If I can set up a formation in the upper pillar boundary, then I can also break it here. Therefore, you don't need to worry about being trapped here. As long as we can hold on for some time, then I can break the formation. If the Six Realms Alliance wants to trap us, then they're dreaming. I want them to know that we're not to be trifled with." As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, their spirits shook. This was what they were most worried about. Now that Zhao Hai said this, they no longer worried about it. Xianxia said, "Captain, the Hell Gate is very good. But if we go there, won't the volcanoes affect us?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You can rest assured about this. There won't be any problems. Does anyone have any objections? If not, then we'll immediately go to the Hell Gate. We still need to make arrangements in advance. I don't think the Six Realms Alliance will give us too much time." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Go and prepare. I'll give you 1 hour. Once you're ready, we'll immediately set off." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Looking at their backs, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Actually, even if the Six Realms Alliance activated their formation, he wouldn't be afraid. His transmission formation had a small formation that counteracts the power of the Six Realms Alliance's formation. Because of this, even if the Six Realms Alliance activated their formation, Zhao Hai's transmission formation would still be able to function normally. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell this information to the Six Realms Alliance. If the Six Realms Alliance knew that Zhao Hai could easily break the formation, then they might underestimate him. This wouldn't be good for them. If Zhao Hai were to resist the Six Realms Alliance's army at the Hell Gate, then the Six Realms Alliance would no longer underestimate him. Additionally, the Six Realms Alliance would think that they can only defend this place to the death. This way, the Six Realms Alliance would concentrate all their forces here to deal with Zhao Hai. When the time comes, Zhao Hai can use the transmission formation to leave and go to the hinterland of the Six Realms Alliance. When that time comes, the faces of the Six Realms Alliance would be very interesting. An hour quickly passed by as Zhao Hai led the fleet towards the Hell's Gate. The Hell's Gate was a very important training ground in the heroic First Plane. It wasn't far from the city that Zhao Hai and the others were in. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai and the others to arrive at the Hell's Gate. This place really looked like hell. Volcanic ash was floating in the sky, lava was flowing on the ground, and poisonous gases were everywhere. It really looked like hell. The Hell Gate wasn't a single volcano, instead, it was a group of volcanoes that covered a very large area. The volcanoes in the middle of the group were the most active. As for the volcanoes in the periphery, they weren't as active. Some of them even looked like extinct volcanoes. It was also because of this that the situation in the Hell's Gate did not affect the outside world. It was only within this area that the scene was like hell. Zhao Hai led the fleet straight towards the Hell Gate. Inside the Hell Gate, volcanoes could be seen everywhere. Some of these volcanoes were emitting black smoke, some were spewing flames, and some were spewing magma. It was a very terrifying sight to behold. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were protected by energy shields. And since the large artifacts were far away from the volcanoes, the people on the large artifacts weren't in any danger. A lot of curious cultivators came up to the large artifacts to look at the situation outside. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about these things. He didn't wander around the volcanoes in vain. He was currently thinking about what kind of formation he should arrange. The formation he wanted to arrange must be able to attack and defend. Otherwise, the Six Realms Alliance wouldn't believe that they would be able to defend this place. Moreover, this formation wasn't arranged in vain. If Zhao Hai and the others went to other places in the Six Realms Alliance, then they would still return here. Even if this place wasn't a permanent base, it still wouldn't be abandoned in a short time. Therefore, this formation needed to be properly arranged. Zhao Hai and the others had already entered the Six Realms Alliance. After circling around the Hell Gate, Zhao Hai led the large artifacts to a relatively safe place. Then he called the commanders of the large artifacts to the Hell King's ship. Once everyone was on board, the Hell King's ship began to move and enter the Hell Gate. Zhao Hai's ship was about to enter the Hell King's ship. While flying forward, Zhao Hai pointed to some locations inside the Hell Gate and said, "Now, the locations that I've pointed out have been numbered. I've also numbered each of you. After some time, I'll give you some talismans. You can place the talismans in the locations that I pointed out. You must remember those places clearly. If you're afraid that you'll forget, you can make a mark on the ground. But remember, the mark can't be too big, as long as you recognize it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When the people heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai began to determine the locations one by one. Then he pointed out the locations to the people and gave them a number. The number of the locations was the same as the number of the people. This way, the number of talismans that each person needed to place wouldn't be too much. This was fast and they didn't need to remember too much. These people were very serious. They knew that this formation was related to their life and death. Because of this, they didn't dare to be careless. Before long, Zhao Hai told them the locations of the talismans. The entire continent needed more than 5,000 talismans. After they memorized the locations of the talismans, Zhao Hai returned to the cabin and began to prepare the talismans. Defensive formations weren't necessarily better the bigger they were. The materials used to make the talismans weren't necessarily better. The bigger the formation, the more energy it would require. Ordinary defensive formations couldn't be made too big. This was because the energy required would be too much. If the energy wasn't enough, then the defensive strength of the formation would decrease. But regardless of whether the talisman was of a high grade or not, it must match the attribute of the energy used to supply the formation. This would be more conducive to the transmission of energy. The energy wouldn't be consumed during the transmission process. This would also strengthen the defensive strength of the formation. Zhao Hai wanted to use the volcanoes in the Hell's Gate as an energy source. Therefore, the best material to make the defensive formation would be fire-attributed materials. This way, the energy of the volcanoes could be used well. Before long, all the talismans were finished. Zhao Hai went out of the cabin and called the commanders of the large artifacts over. Then he gave each of them a few talismans. The commanders took the talismans and returned to their large artifacts. Then they began to place the talismans according to Zhao Hai's instructions. After these people placed the talismans, Zhao Hai carefully inspected them. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out the biggest talisman and placed it in the middle of the formation. This talisman was the core of the formation. As long as this talisman was placed, the entire formation would be activated. Zhao Hai made this core talisman with fire-attributed crystals. Although the strength of crystals wasn't the best among all the materials, it was still the most suitable for this formation. After Zhao Hai placed the talisman down, the people in the alliance suddenly discovered that the Hell's Gate had cleared up. The thick black clouds in the sky had also disappeared. The black clouds were made of volcanic ash, but now they were gone. What surprised people the most were the volcanoes. Some of the volcanoes were still spewing out lava, while others were still emitting flames. But when the formation was completed, the lava on the volcano slowly disappeared. It seems like something was absorbing the flames underneath. While everyone was still in shock, they suddenly discovered a red translucent barrier surrounding the Hell's Gate. This barrier didn't seem to be very thick, it was light red and translucent. There was even a faint flame on top of it, it looked very beautiful. Everyone looked at the shield curiously. At this time, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship arrived in front of everyone. Then he waved his hand and a jade token appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Hai said, "This jade token is the passage token. Only with this token can you smoothly enter this place. Otherwise, you will be blocked by the shield. Moreover, this shield has a certain degree of attack. If you don't want to stay in the large artifact, you can also build your own cave on the mountain. But remember, you must move in teams, you are not allowed to move alone." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, everyone can disperse and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. We will be living here for a long time. If you don't want to stay in the large artifact, you can also build your own cave on the mountain. But remember, you must move in teams, you are not allowed to move alone." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Then the commanders of the large artifacts left. They needed to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Some of the commanders were even curious as they drove their large artifacts towards the volcanoes. They wanted to see what was inside the volcanoes. When they drove the large artifacts to the volcanoes, they discovered that the heat inside the volcanoes seemed to have been sucked away by the formation. The volcanoes that were spewing lava before now only had red flames at the bottom of the volcanoes. They couldn't see the situation of the lava erupting from before. Seeing this, everyone understood how formidable Zhao Hai's defensive formation was. The energy of so many volcanoes was actually absorbed by the formation. One could imagine how formidable the defensive formation was. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the transmission formation in front of him. What was in front of him wasn't just one transmission formation, but a large number of transmission formations. There were nearly 100 of them. And these transmission formations all had one thing in common, they were very large. Zhao Hai's group currently had nearly 2,000 large artifacts. Such a large number of large artifacts couldn't be commanded by an average person. Moreover, it wasn't easy to move these large artifacts from one realm to another. Fortunately, the Six Realms Alliance's territory was large enough. It wasn't difficult to find a remote mountain. Because of this, Zhao Hai had the undead in the Six Realms Alliance build nearly 100 large transmission formations in the mountains. All of these were prepared for today. At Zhao Hai's side was a group of people. Among these people were Zhang Sunin and the others who followed Zhao Hai. There were also natives like Gui Wu and the others from the Upper Pillar realm. Zhao Hai looked at the transmission formations. After seeing that there were no problems, he opened his mouth and said, "Alright, all of the large artifacts enter one by one. Once you reach the other side, hide yourselves. Don't expose yourselves." Everyone complied. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Alright, according to the previous arrangement, enter the formation one by one." The group cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before returning to their own large artifacts and entering the formation. When the large artifacts entered the formation immediately activated. With a flash of white light, the large artifacts disappeared. Then came the second batch. Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship was the last batch to enter the formation. When the Hell King's ship came out of the formation, the other large artifacts were already hidden. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. As soon as he appeared, he immediately flew towards the sky. Then he had Laura send a message to the other large artifacts so that they could fly out of their hiding places. The other large artifacts quickly gathered around Zhao Hai. In the past 2 months, Zhao Hai didn't only train the cultivators of the Upper Pillar realm, he also trained the large artifacts of the Void realm and the Upper Pillar realm. Moreover, he divided the cultivators into small teams. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to command the large artifacts without any trouble. After the large artifacts were gathered, under Zhao Hai's command, the fleet set out. With such a huge fleet, it would be impossible to hide and launch a surprise attack. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't plan to launch a surprise attack. What he wanted was to attack, a crazy attack. Zhao Hai's choice of location was very particular. This place was the Flying Goose Mountains of the Six Realms Alliance's Haifei territory. The Flying Goose Mountains was a large mountain area in the Haifei territory. In this mountain area, there was a beast called the red-top flying goose. One shouldn't think that the red-top flying goose would be easy to deal with. The red-top flying goose was a very peculiar beast. Its body was very large, with a wingspan of 50 meters. It also had a slender neck that was very flexible. The red top on its head could emit a highly toxic energy beam. This energy beam's attack was very strong, comparable to a Vajra realm cultivator's attack. Moreover, it was highly toxic. However, the red-top flying goose could only emit energy beams 10 times a day. Any more than that and they wouldn't be able to do it. However, the red-top flying goose had another characteristic. This made them the most feared beast in the Flying Goose Mountains, and that was that they lived in groups. Red-top flying goose was a kind of demonic beast that lived in groups. Every race would have at least 300 red-top flying geese. 300. One could imagine what would happen if you were surrounded by 300 red-top flying geese. The red-top flying geese would constantly emit highly toxic energy beams. Not to mention that the energy beam's attack was very strong, the poison could also erode your energy shields and artifacts. If the energy beam touched your body, then even if you were a Vajra realm cultivator, you wouldn't be able to survive. Fortunately, these red-top flying geese were herbivores. Moreover, they were very docile. As long as you don't provoke them, they wouldn't do anything to you. Outside the Flying Goose Mountains, there was a big city in the Hefei boundary. This city was called Goose City. The reason why it was called this name was because of the Flying Goose Mountains. Although the red-top flying geese were very difficult to deal with, there were still countless cultivators entering the Flying Goose Mountains every year. Dodo hunted the red-top flying geese because not only was the red-top flying goose a rare delicacy, but their red-top flying geese could also be used to refine poisons and neutralize poisons. It was rumored that some major forces could even use the red-top flying geese to refine a powerful artifact. Therefore, the price of the red-top flying geese had always been high in the Hefei boundary. Logically speaking, with so many advantages, the red-top flying geese should be difficult to catch. However, it wasn't the case. Although the red-top flying geese weren't easy to catch, it wasn't difficult because the red-top flying geese also had a fatal weakness, which was their addiction to alcohol. It was hard to imagine that a beast would be addicted to alcohol, and the red-top flying geese were addicted to alcohol. Not only did they love alcohol, but they would also get drunk after drinking a little. This was also the biggest weakness of the red-top flying geese. People took advantage of this weakness to hunt the red-top flying geese. Goose City was a relatively famous city in the Hefei boundary. Because it was close to the Flying Geese Mountain, it was an important trading center for geese. It was also a haven for many adventurers. Some of the big sects in the Hefei boundary had branches here. However, the ones in charge of Goose City weren't the branches of the big sects, but the major forces of Goose City. There were several cultivation clans in Goose City. These cultivation clans had existed for a long time. The reason why these cultivation clans were able to gain a foothold in Goose City was because they could refine the red top of the red-top flying geese into a magic tool called the goose head ball. The goose head ball could also be like the red-top flying geese. It could emit highly toxic rays. Moreover, it could be added to other magic tools and be used together with other magic tools. These cultivation clans relied on the goose head ball to gain a foothold in Goose City. Although they couldn't drive away the forces of the big sects, they were the real masters of Goose City. In Goose City, all transactions between cultivators had to pay them a commission. Goose City had always been very peaceful. Although there would be some conflicts for benefits, the clans in Goose City had always kept the city in a state of tranquility. This was because they knew very well that if Goose City was in a mess, then their source of income would be cut off. Goose City was their root. Goose City's Ning clan was one of the biggest clans in Goose City. They controlled 1/5 of Goose City's territory. It could be said that they were the top force in Goose City. The Ning clan's patriarch, Ning Yuan, was sitting in his study dealing with matters. Suddenly, a voice was heard, "Patriarch, this little one has something to report." "Come in," Ning Yuan said with a frown. A cultivator pushed the door open and came in. His expression was very ugly and flustered. Ning Yuan's frown deepened. Before he could speak, he heard the cultivator say, "Patriarch, it's not good." Someone found a large number of large artifacts in Goose Mountain. There are nearly 2,000 of them. Ning Yuan was stunned. He looked at the man and said, "How many did you say?" "Say it again." 2,000, nearly 2,000 large artifacts. Their target is Goose City. "What should we do, Patriarch?" the man said in a deep voice. Ning Yuan stood up and looked at the man. "Are you kidding? Nearly 2,000? Are there really nearly 2,000 large artifacts?" The man shook his head. "There's no mistake. There are indeed nearly 2,000 large artifacts. This little one has already confirmed it." A trace of panic appeared on Ning Yuan's face. He muttered, "Nearly 2,000 large artifacts? Where did they come from? How could they appear here?" The man didn't know what to say. He just looked at Ning Yuan with a flustered expression. After a while, Ning Yuan recovered and immediately said, "Sound the alarm. Gather all the women and children in the family. The family will enter a state of alert. Hurry." The man didn't say anything else before he turned around and ran outside. Before long, ear-piercing alarms rang out. Almost at the same time, ear-piercing alarms rang out from the major clans in Goose City. The ordinary cultivators in Goose City were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. All the cultivators of Ning Yuan family gathered in the square of Ning City at once. Ning Yuan looked at them and said, "We've received news that a fleet of 2,000 large celestial devices is heading for Goose City. The situation is unclear, but I don't think they're here for tea. Now, I order the family to enter a state of emergency immediately. Ning Wen, take all the cultivators under the age of 100 to pack their things and escort the women and children out of the Ning family to Flying Cloud City. Remember, take a few more masters with you." A cultivator who looked to be in his 40s immediately responded. Then, he immediately picked a few people and turned around to leave. Then Ning Yuan said, "Everyone else, immediately go to the family's warehouse and pack the family's supplies into your spatial equipment. Pack them separately. But once you're done, don't leave. We'll observe the situation. If the other party doesn't attack us, then we don't need to leave. But if they do, then immediately leave Goose City." The people from the Ning clan nodded before they turned around and left. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, flew towards the Ning clan's backyard. Before long, Ning Yuan arrived in front of a small room. This small room was just an ordinary guest room in the Ning clan's backyard. Ning Yuan didn't care too much about it. After he entered the room, he immediately went to the wall of the room. There was a painting on the wall. This painting was very special. It looked like an ordinary formation diagram. The Six Realms Alliance was very calm. It was just an ordinary formation diagram that nobody would notice. Ning Yuan walked towards the formation diagram and then tapped on several runes on the diagram. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the wall. It was a dark hole with an unknown depth. Ning Yuan's figure moved and went straight into the hole. After some time, he stopped. In front of him was an iron door. Ning Yuan poured his spiritual qi into the iron door, causing it to open silently. Then Ning Yuan went inside. Inside the iron gate was a warehouse, a small warehouse. There weren't many things in the warehouse, but each of them was priceless. Ning Yuan looked at these things. These were the good things that the Ning family had accumulated over the years. He didn't think that there would be a day where he would make a move on them. But today, he had no choice but to make a move. Zhao Hai looked calmly at the approaching city in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th teams, surround them from the left. 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th teams, surround them from the right. The Dongfang family's interference team will also go over and seal off Goose City. Make all the formations in the city malfunction. If anyone dares to break out of the city, destroy them." After Laura passed down the order, the entire ship moved. Before long, Goose City was surrounded. The ordinary cultivators inside the city panicked. Some of them wanted to run out but were immediately shot back by the energy cannons. Even those who were strong enough to not be afraid of the energy cannons were immediately chased down by a large number of cultivators before they were killed on the spot. At this time, the Hell King's ship arrived above Goose City. Several people flew out of the city and looked at the large artifacts around them. In the end, they turned their attention to the Hell King's ship. Then one of them cupped his fist towards the ship and said, "May I ask who's in charge?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm the person in charge of Goose City." The leader cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Goose City's Ning family's patriarch, Ning Yuan, has seen Mr. This person is also a representative of Goose City's great clans. May I ask where Mr. came from? Did our Goose City offend Mr.?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No, you haven't offended me. But it's a pity that you're from the Haifei realm. Everyone from the Haifei realm has offended me. As for my name? I'm from the Void Realm, Hell King Zhao Hai." As a member of the Six Realms Alliance, he knew what kind of place the Void Realm was. They were the mortal enemies of the Six Realms Alliance. Now that people from the Void Realm had come here, this was too terrifying. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of place the Void Realm was. The Void Realm was the mortal enemy of the Six Realms Alliance. Now that people from the Void Realm came here, this was too terrifying. Suddenly, a cultivator behind Ning Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Hell King Zhao Hai? You're Zhao Hai? The Zhao Hai from the Blood Mainland?" Zhao Hai looked at the person who spoke, then he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect so many people here to have heard of my name. Ha ha ha. This is interesting. Right, I'm Hell King Zhao Hai, the one who destroyed 200,000 people of the Six Realm Alliance in the Blood Continent." Xiao Zhou looked at Zhao Hai with a fearful expression. He had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. Zhao Hai's name was now on the Six Realms Alliance's list of targets. Zhao Hai was someone that the Six Realms Alliance must kill. Ning Yuan and the others also heard that the Six Realms Alliance suffered a loss in the Blood Mainland. They didn't think that the person who caused the Six Realms Alliance to suffer a loss would appear here. What does this mean? They knew all too well. Ning Yuan took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Hai looked at Ning Yuan, then he smiled faintly and said, "What do you think? This time, I brought people from the Void Realm here for revenge. As long as you surrender and hand over everything in your house, I'll spare your lives if we seal your spiritual energy. How about that?" When Ning Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister's request is a bit excessive. Please allow us to discuss it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Go ahead." Then Ning Yuan and the others landed inside the city. Zhao Hai looked at the backs of Ning Yuan and the others, then he said, "Prepare your ships. After an hour, if they don't surrender, we'll attack immediately." Laura and the others immediately passed the message down. Then the ships began to prepare. At this time, the people from the great clans of Goose City were gathered inside the Ning family's residence. Ning Yuan looked at the others and then turned his head to the cultivator who said that Zhao Hai went to the Blood Mainland and said, "Mr. Zhu, can you tell me more about this Zhao Hai? Do you know something about him?" The person called Mr. Zhu by Ning Yuan was an elder of the Treasure Flower sect in the Haifei realm. He was also the hall master of the Treasure Flower sect's branch in Goose City. At this time, he was sitting there in a daze, there was no trace of anger on his face. When he heard Ning Yuan, he recovered. He looked at Ning Yuan and smiled bitterly, "I know some things about Zhao Hai. Several people from our Zhu family died in the Blood Continent. That's how I know about Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai, nicknamed the Hell King, is the underworld master of a force in the void called the Underworld. This underworld master seems to control a star field and is very formidable. This Zhao Hai is even more extraordinary, he's good at commanding and is as cunning as a fox. Our Six Realms Alliance's army in the Blood Continent had suffered several losses due to him, losing nearly 200,000 people. Now, we can't even go to the Blood Continent. Ning Yuan looked at Mr. Zhu and said, "Mr. Zhu, I want to know about Zhao Hai's strength as well as his attitude towards the Six Realms Alliance." Mr. Zhu looked at Ning Yuan and smiled bitterly, "It's hard to say how strong Zhao Hai is right now. This is because we don't know how strong Zhao Hai is. However, Zhao Hai isn't weak. He once killed 200 cultivators that we sent to the Blood Mainland by himself. As for his attitude towards the Six Realms Alliance? Let's put it this way, if we want to live, then we should do as he says. Moreover, we don't have much time. Although Zhao Hai said that he wants us to discuss, he didn't say how much time we have. If we don't make a decision soon, then he might attack. When Ning Yuan and the others heard Mr. Zhu, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ning Yuan looked at Mr. Zhu and said, "Even if we can't defeat them, can't we run away?" Mr. Zhu smiled bitterly and said, "This Zhao Hai is proficient in formations. I can guarantee that we can't leave this city. If you don't believe me, then you can try." When they heard Mr. Zhu, they couldn't help but stare. Ning Yuan frowned and said, "Mr. Zhu, aren't you exaggerating too much? Is Zhao Hai really that strong?" Mr. Zhu looked at these people and couldn't help but sneer. These people simply don't know what the Blood Mainland is. They also don't know what kind of people the Six Realms Alliance sent to the Blood Mainland. If they knew, then they wouldn't have said such words. Even the elites that the Six Realms Alliance sent to the Blood Mainland were killed by Zhao Hai. With just these people, they still want to resist? They really don't know the difference between life and death. Mr. Zhu looked at them and said, "Everyone, I've already said what I wanted to say. The choice is up to you. I'll return to the branch and take a look. Farewell." Then Mr. Zhu stood up and turned around to leave. Ning Yuan and the others looked at Mr. Zhu's back but didn't call him back. In their minds, Mr. Zhu must have been frightened by Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't act like this. Ning Yuan didn't pay attention to Mr. Zhu. Instead, he turned to the others and said, "Everyone, what do you think?" A person said, "Although Mr. Zhu's words are exaggerated, I think Mr. Zhu must know something. How about this, let's try and see if we can leave the city." Ning Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange for a few people to leave through the transmission formation." "Right, do you have a secret passage?" "This isn't the time to hide it." Ning Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange for a few people to leave through the transmission formation." Someone immediately said, "I do. It's a short secret passage. It's only 10 li away from the city." Ning Yuan said, "That's enough. Let's go. There's a small transmission formation in the backyard. Let's go take a look." Then Ning Yuan stood up and led the group to the Ning Mansion's backyard. Before long, they arrived at a room in the backyard. There was a small transmission formation in the room that could transport up to 10 people at a time. When Ning Yuan arrived at the transmission formation, he didn't call for anyone. Instead, he directly poured spiritual qi into the transmission formation to see if it could be activated. But they were quickly disappointed. The transmission formation didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Ning Yuan's expression changed. He said, "It seems like they're using a special method to make the transmission formation useless. Old Ling, let's go to your place." The old Ling that Ning Yuan spoke of was the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Zhifei. He nodded and said, "Let's go." Then he led the group to the secret passage. Before long, they arrived at the small courtyard where the secret passage was located. After entering the courtyard, the group immediately entered the room. The entrance to the secret passage was under a table. Ling Zhifei kicked the table to the side and opened the secret passage. Then the group jumped down. The passage was very deep, about 100 meters underground. The entire secret passage was made of stone and looked very solid. The group wasn't in the mood to appreciate the passage. They immediately flew along the passage. Suddenly, the passage in front of them fluctuated, causing the entire passage to collapse. Upon seeing this, how could they not understand that this was caused by Zhao Hai? The group immediately drilled out of the passage. However, their expressions weren't very good. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard from the sky. "How's the discussion going? You still have half an hour. After half an hour, if you don't surrender, then I'm sorry, you won't have a chance." Ning Yuan and the others looked at each other and saw a trace of despair in each other's eyes. At this time, they remembered Mr. Zhu's words. Their eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. Mr. Zhu came out of the Ning mansion and immediately returned to the Baohua sect's branch. The Baohua sect was a big sect in the Haifei boundary. Nobody dared to touch their branch, so it was very safe. Because of this, there weren't many people in this branch. The cultivators in this branch were those who offended people in the sect and were sent here. Mr. Zhu was sent here because he offended a direct disciple of his family. As soon as Mr. Zhu returned to the branch, he saw that everyone was gathered in the courtyard behind the branch. Their faces were filled with fear. When they saw him come in, they seemed to have found their backbone and immediately surrounded him. One of the cultivators who looked to be in his 30s said, "Hall Master? Who are these people? What should we do?" Mr. Zhu glanced at them and sighed, "Those who came are from the Void Realm. I'm sure all of you know about the Void Realm, and you should know why they came this time. With just the few of us, we're courting death if we want to fight against them. Everyone, I'm not afraid to tell you that I plan to surrender. If I surrender, they can at least keep their lives for a while. If I don't surrender, I'm afraid they'll die in the blink of an eye. So everyone, I don't care what you plan to do, I'm planning to surrender. I saw that everyone is in the same boat, so I came back to tell everyone. Everyone, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Mr. Zhu's figure flashed and flew up. When the people behind him heard what Mr. Zhu said, they stared. Then they looked at each other before they followed Mr. Zhu towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at Zhu Xing and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect the Six Realms Alliance to have such tactful people. This has saved me a lot of time. Wu Ming, prepare to receive them. Search their bodies and seal their spiritual qi. Then bring them to the ship's cabin. Remember, as long as they don't resist, don't worry about them." Wu Ming nodded and said, "Yes, Palace Lord." Then he turned his gaze towards Zhu Xing and the others who were flying towards them. Mr. Zhu also felt the people flying behind him. He couldn't help but slow down. When the group arrived, they flew towards the Hell King's ship. Upon arriving, Mr. Zhu cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Treasure Flower Sect Zhu Wuxin has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. We are willing to surrender." Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Wuxin and smiled faintly as he said, "All right, come on board. Hand over everything you have and let them seal your spiritual qi. I guarantee that I won't harm your lives." Zhu Wuxin and the others didn't have any other choice. They obediently boarded the Hell King's ship and handed over their spatial equipment. Wu Ming stepped forward and sealed their spiritual qi before bringing them to the ship's cabin. At this time, Zhao Hai saw Ning Yuan and the others running towards a house. Zhao Hai scanned them with his spiritual force and knew what they were doing. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "You want to be a mouse at this time? How could it be that easy?" After saying that, he moved his hand and a ball of spirit qi flew out from his hand and went straight into the ground. Then, the entire periphery of Goose City suddenly shook. It only shook twice before it stopped. At this time, Ji Wuming opened his mouth and said, "Palace Lord, attack." They actually dared to have crooked thoughts at this time. "I'll let them know how fierce we are." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, this is a normal reaction. I'll give them half an hour. If they don't surrender after half an hour, then there's no need to be polite." Ji Wuming nodded and no longer spoke. At this time, Ning Yuan and the others had gloomy expressions as they returned to the Ning mansion. Ning Yuan looked at everyone and said, "What do you think? Do you want to surrender or fight?" Ling Zhifei looked at Ning Yuan and said, "Fight? What do we have to fight? Even if we gather everyone in Goose City, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be their opponent. In this case, how can we fight? Although most of the family's things have been transferred out, if we die, the family will still be taken advantage of. I think we should surrender." Ning Yuan looked at the others and sighed, "Let's surrender." Zhao Hai was currently sitting in the Ning family's living room. Ning Yuan and the others were standing in front of Zhao Hai with a gloomy expression. Their spiritual qi had been sealed. All the good things in their hands had been taken away. However, just like he said, Zhao Hai spared their lives. Zhao Hai looked at Ning Yuan and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Are you still distressed about your things?" "Hee, there's no need to feel distressed. To tell you the truth, I just arrived at the High Fei realm and wanted to understand it. At the same time, I also wanted to find a place to settle down. Otherwise, do you think you would have been able to survive?" As soon as Ning Yuan and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be startled. Then they thought about what Zhao Hai said before. They were now certain that what Zhao Hai said was true. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, "I'm afraid that news of our arrival in Goose City has already spread out. It's good that news spread out. Let the Six Realms Alliance gather their forces. I'll deal with them all at once. Pass down my order, we'll rest in the city for a day. Tomorrow, we'll attack the High Fei realm. Remember, don't seal your weapons. Don't seal your weapons. In other words, you can burn, kill, loot, and do whatever you want. As soon as Ning Yuan and the others heard Zhao Hai's order, they couldn't help but sweat. They understood how lucky they were. If Zhao Hai also didn't seal his weapons in Goose City, then they would have been screwed. Actually, Ning Yuan and the others didn't know that Zhao Hai spared their lives not because he didn't want to kill them. He just wanted the people in Goose City to spread the news of their arrival. At the same time, he wanted the Six Realms Alliance to know that the Upper Pillar Realm was working with them to deal with the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai planned to scour Goose City and release some of the people in Goose City. This way, it wouldn't take long for the entire Six Realms Alliance to know that the Upper Pillar Realm was working with them to deal with the Six Realms Alliance. The Upper Pillar Realm wouldn't even have a way out. Moreover, Zhao Hai also ordered tomorrow's hand to attack the High Fei realm. He wanted the people of the Upper Pillar Realm to go all out. The Upper Pillar Realm had been suppressed by the Six Realms Alliance for many years, causing them to hold back their anger. Now that they were allowed to go all out, they were naturally happy. And the more they killed, the greater their enmity with the Six Realms Alliance. And the greater their enmity with the Six Realms Alliance, the better their relationship with Zhao Hai. This was what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai looked at Ning Yuan and the others who were sweating cold sweat, then he said, "You can go now. Later on, people will ask you about the High Fei realm. I hope that you can tell them the truth. As long as what you say is true, then when we leave, we will naturally restore your spiritual energy. However, I hope that you won't go against us in the future. If you do, then the next time we meet, I won't let you off." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, then the iron-armored army took Ning Yuan and the others away. At this time Elder Tang and the others came in. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you really going to let these people go?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I don't let them go, then how can I let them spread the news of our arrival? I wonder what kind of expression the Six Realms Alliance would have when they hear about our arrival." Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Rest for a day and then don't seal your weapons." "Is this true?" Zhao Hai replied, "When have I ever lied? We still don't know if the Upper Pillar Realm is willing to help us deal with the Six Realms Alliance. If we lose in the future and they betray us, then what should we do? Therefore, I want them to kill us. I want them to become enemies with the Six Realms Alliance so that they won't be able to betray us in the future. Also, what does it matter if we don't seal our weapons in the Six Realms Alliance?" At this time, a person rushed in from outside. Zhao Hai looked and saw that it was Murong Qian. Murong Qian arrived in front of Zhao Hai. He didn't give Zhao Hai a salute, he just looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister's previous order is true?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, I promised you that if there was an opportunity, I would destroy the Six Realms Alliance. Isn't this an opportunity? I want to see how the Six Realms Alliance would react. This is how they treated the Blood Mainland in the past. Now, I want to do the same to them." Murong Qian looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly gave a deep bow to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister. This Murong Qian will remember mister's kindness." Then he turned around and left. Old Tang replied, "The Six Realms Alliance isn't that easy to deal with. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that they haven't reacted yet and deal a heavy blow to them? Little Hai, if you give the order to kill, then the Six Realms Alliance will be pushed to the opposite side of us. If that happens, then I'm afraid that it will be more inconvenient for us in the future." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Now that we have so many troops, the Six Realms Alliance's small forces wouldn't be our opponents. Although the Six Realms Alliance has conquered more than a dozen realms, it's impossible for them to share the benefits with the smaller forces. Even if they do, they wouldn't get much. Now that we're here to kill, the smaller forces would certainly be dissatisfied with the bigger forces. When the time comes, we might even get some unexpected gains. Even if the smaller realms are our enemies, there's nothing to be afraid of. We came this time to kill people. They thought that they would be safe by blocking us, but they forgot that we have a transmission formation here. When the time comes, we'll have a good show to watch." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Although Old Tang didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he knew that Zhao Hai already had a plan in mind. Therefore, he didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "Alright, then let's take a rest. The Six Realms Alliance should have a lot of void-piercing experts. We need to maintain our condition." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't stop them. The reason why he had the army rest here was to allow them to adapt. The pressure in the Six Realms Alliance was much stronger compared to the Upper Pillar Realm and the Void Realm. It was at least 5 times stronger. Although this wouldn't cause any harm to the cultivators, it would still affect their fighting strength. Zhao Hai gave them a day to adapt to the pressure. The army rested and reorganized in Goose City for a day. During this time, people in other places had faintly heard some news. It was said that many large instruments had suddenly appeared in Goose Mountain. Of course, this was just a rumor. Not many people believed it. However, the great sects of the Six Realms Alliance began to move. They prepared to send people to Goose City to investigate. However, they soon discovered that Goose City's transmission formation couldn't be used. This discovery made the higher-ups of the Six Realms Alliance realize that something was wrong. They immediately began to gather their troops and send them to several nearby cities through transmission formations. After that, they sent people to Goose City to inquire about the situation. However, the closest city to Goose City would take 2 days to fly there. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others rested in Goose City for a day. When they came out of Goose City, the people of the Six Realms Alliance still didn't get any definite information. However, the news came very quickly. This was because, just like what Zhao Hai said, he rested in Goose City for a day. After that, he scoured the city and left. Before leaving, he also released Ning Yuan and the others. When Ning Yuan and the others regained their freedom, they immediately used the transmission formation to leave Goose City. It was only after Zhao Hai and the others left that they discovered that Goose City's transmission formation could be used again. When they saw that the transmission formation could be used again, they immediately left Goose City. Now that there was nothing left in Goose City, how could they stay? When Ning Yuan and the others left, they naturally spread the news about Zhao Hai and the others. At the same time, the news about the Upper Pillar Realm and the Void Realm attacking the Six Realms Alliance spread. Although the news spread quickly, Zhao Hai and the others weren't slow either. Before the people of the Six Realms Alliance could react, Zhao Hai's fleet had already set off from Goose City and headed towards the east. The east was the center of the Haifei territory. Naturally, Zhao Hai would go there to kill. Along the way, Zhao Hai encountered cities and sections. None of them were spared. All of them were destroyed by Zhao Hai. Almost no one was left alive. This time, Zhao Hai didn't release any undead to help. The ones who attacked were the Void Realm and the Upper Pillar Realm. Zhao Hai also discovered that the Upper Pillar Realm's cultivators really hated the Six Realms Alliance. They were even more ruthless than the Void Realm's cultivators. Moreover, Zhao Hai said that the Upper Pillar Realm's cultivators didn't need to hide their weapons. Anything they looted can be kept for themselves. This caused the cultivators' eyes to turn red. However, Zhao Hai also said that they mustn't fight amongst themselves. If they were found to be fighting amongst themselves, they would be punished according to military law. At this point, everyone knew about Zhao Hai's military law. Zhao Hai's military law was very strict. If someone breaks the military law, then Zhao Hai would kill them. Because of this, no matter if it was the Upper Pillar Realm or the Void Realm, no one dared to fight amongst themselves. In the next 7 days, Zhao Hai and the others continued to advance. In total, they conquered 13 cities and destroyed 7 sections. This shook the entire Six Realm Alliance, especially the people from the Haifei realm. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's offensive to be this fierce. Moreover, they left no survivors. This method was too vicious. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. However, Zhao Hai didn't hear what they said. Even if he did, he wouldn't take it seriously. They were now in the enemy's territory. If they weren't ruthless, then Zhao Hai was sure that someone would stab them in the back. He didn't want to be schemed against, so he had to be ruthless. Zhao Hai understood that although they had an army of 30 million people and 2,000 large artifacts, this was only because the Six Realms Alliance wasn't ready yet. If they wait for the Six Realms Alliance to be ready, then the Six Realms Alliance wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the Six Realms Alliance had tens of millions of troops and about 10,000 large artifacts. And this was only what he knew, there was a lot more that he didn't know. Inside a small room, 6 people were sitting. These 6 people were wearing luxurious robes. Their robes weren't ordinary robes, they were Taoist robes. When worn, not only can they provide good defense, but they can also repel water, fire, dust, and soothe the mind. It can be said that these robes were very good. From the robes worn by these 6 people, one can see that their status wasn't simple. Their status was indeed not simple. The Six Realms Alliance, although it was called the Six Realms Alliance, it was actually the 6 great sects that held the most power. These 6 sects were the Jiaying sect, the Celestial Arcanum sect, the Twilight sect, the Strange Union sect, the Strange Earth sect, and the Hi-Fei sect. The names of these 6 sects were the same as the names of the 6 realms. From this, one can see how powerful these 6 sects were. The sect master of the Celestial Arcanum sect was a scholar in his 40s. He had 3 strands of beard and looked very beautiful. He also had a folding fan in his hand. The word Dao was written on the fan. The handwriting was elegant and very beautiful. The sect master of the Celestial Arcanum sect was called Tian Lingzi. The Celestial Arcanum sect was famous throughout the Six Realms Alliance for their puppeteering techniques. Even the realms under the Six Realms Alliance were envious of their puppeteering techniques. However, very few people knew that the Celestial Arcanum sect was good at scheming. Scheming against the enemy, scheming against everything. Tian Lingzi looked at the others and said, "What we can be sure of is that the Upper Pillar realm has already moved together with the Void realm." Hearing Tian Lingzi's words, the others coldly snorted. Qi Yu, the sect master of the Hidden Qi sect, said in a deep voice, "The Upper Pillar realm really did have the intention to rebel. If we had known earlier, we would have paid a higher price to destroy the Upper Pillar realm." A cultivator wearing a black robe embroidered with a devil pattern said, "We must destroy them here. Otherwise, they will affect our rule." His voice was cold, just like a viper. The person who spoke was the Dark Sect's leader, Black Phantom. Black Phantom was just like his name. He was an assassin, an extremely powerful assassin. Although he had not reached the void-piercing realm, it was rumored that he had successfully assassinated a void-piercing realm expert, causing the expert to fall, but he was completely fine. Upon hearing Black Phantom's words, they all nodded. Of course, they knew how serious this matter was, so they only had one mission now, and that was to deal with Zhao Hai. Tian Lingzi replied, "Conscript the army. I've heard about this Zhao Hai. He's very difficult to deal with. Back in the Blood Continent, we've suffered a lot from him. About 200,000 of our elites were lost there. Now that he's here, we can take our revenge." Tian Lingzi nodded. The others nodded. A brawny man wearing a yellow robe said, "The enemy now has nearly 2,000 large artifacts. We can't be sure of the number of people, but we can be sure that it's more than 10 million. How many people should we send over?" If this was the sect master of the Strange Earth sect, his name was Sun Tianlei. The Strange Earth sect was known for their strong defense and great strength. When they fought with others, most of the time, they would fight fair and square. However, even such fair and square attacks were impossible to block. Tian Lingzi thought for a moment, then he said, "I don't know how many people the Upper Pillar realm sent this time, but I'm certain that the Upper Pillar realm has about 20 million soldiers. I don't think that the Upper Pillar realm would send all of them here, and it's also impossible for the Void realm to send too many people at once. Therefore, I think that they should have about 15 million people and about 2,000 large artifacts. This is a bit troublesome, but I think that 4,000 large artifacts and 30 million people should be enough to deal with them. What do you think? What do you think?" The others looked at each other and nodded without saying anything. Although they were all leaders of their own sects, they had to admit that they were far inferior to Tian Lingzi when it came to scheming. So, when they discussed something together, Tian Lingzi's opinion was very important. Black Phantom said, "I'll send a group of people here and do a good reconnaissance to see the true strength of those guys. Then, we'll make our move." Tian Lingzi said, "Everyone, immediately return to your respective realms and start mobilizing your forces. We must destroy them in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome." If we let them continue killing like this, I'm afraid the other realms will become unstable. After sending 30 million people, don't forget to monitor the other realms. The others nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai didn't know about the meeting between Tian Lingzi and the others, and he wasn't in the mood to know. The alliance was still advancing. Zhao Hai didn't let them stop. These days, the alliance's advance was very fast, but he didn't reveal all of his forces. Because there was no need to, the alliance had been taking turns to move these days. After a few days of killing, the alliance's appearance had changed. Everyone had a thick smell of blood on their bodies, and everyone had a murderous aura. Logically speaking, such an army was even more difficult to manage. But now, it was the opposite. They were much easier to manage. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with a different expression. They were afraid of Zhao Hai. Although these days of slaughter allowed the cultivators to snatch a lot of good things, they were now even more afraid of Zhao Hai. A lot of cultivators had experienced this kind of war before, but Zhao Hai was too ruthless. He didn't even bother to seal his blade and kill everyone. He was simply too ruthless. Although these cultivators obtained a lot of good things, Zhao Hai and the others got even more. The things of the cultivators who were killed were given to the ordinary cultivators of the alliance. However, the treasuries of the various clans and sects were given to Zhao Hai and the others. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't greedy for those things. All the things he got were equally distributed to everyone. But later on, Zhao Hai didn't do this anymore. Everyone who cultivated in the Hai Fei realm had to hand over their things. This was because the sects and clans had already stored their things in their spatial equipment and took them away. These forces had a lot of good things. If these things were given to the cultivators, then what would Zhao Hai and the others get? Because of this, Zhao Hai had no choice but to change his order. Naturally, if you get a lot of good things in your spatial equipment, then you would get a certain division. This could be considered as a reward for the ordinary cultivators. The cultivators were dissatisfied at first. But later on, they discovered that if the people they killed didn't have a lot of things in their spatial equipment, then the higher-ups wouldn't take it. Only when the cultivators who brought the treasures out were killed would the higher-ups collect them. Moreover, they would also be given a division. It must be known that these divisions were enough to make the cultivators laugh. They knew that if the entire treasury was given to them, then they wouldn't be able to eat it all. Because of this, the cultivators didn't have any objections. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at the city below. This wasn't a big city. Moreover, there were very few people in the city. However, these people still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. At this time, Shang Guanyin, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, said, "Zhao Hai, the people in the Hai Fei realm have begun to evacuate. This is the 5th empty city that we've passed. What do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Let's wait for a few days. Have the army rest and reorganize in the city. Right, arrange a one-time transmission formation in the city. I'll give you the coordinates later." Shang Guanyin stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "What are we going to do now? Are we going back? Isn't it too early?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Go back? Why would we go back? No, we won't go back. I want to use these transmission formations to send us to the rear of the Six Realms Alliance. Now that we're in the front line, the Six Realms Alliance will certainly send an army to deal with us. Moreover, they won't leave too many troops behind. This is because they still need to monitor their conquered realms. Because of this, their rear will be empty. Ha ha ha, that's the true rear of the Six Realms Alliance. Think about it, what would happen if we attack the Celestial Arcanum Sect's headquarters? The Six Realms Alliance has been suppressing us for a long time. It's time for them to pay the price. I want the Six Realms Alliance to flow with blood." As soon as Shang Guanyin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a chill. However, this was followed by excitement. He was indeed afraid of Zhao Hai's methods. However, he also knew that as long as they don't become enemies with Zhao Hai, then they would never be able to taste Zhao Hai's methods. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, they rested in the city for less than 2 days before they received news that the Six Realms Alliance had sent 30 million troops along with 3,000 large artifacts. It seems like they wanted to stop them here. Upon hearing this news, those who didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning to do couldn't help but feel restless. In terms of military strength, the Six Realms Alliance had a lot more than them. They also had a lot more large artifacts. Additionally, the Six Realms Alliance was fighting in their own territory. This was very disadvantageous for them. This was especially true for the people from the Upper Pillar Realm. The people from the Upper Pillar Realm had fought against the Six Realms Alliance before. Therefore, they were very clear about the strength of the Six Realms Alliance. The Six Realms Alliance was much stronger than the Upper Pillar Realm, they were even stronger than the Allied army. In the past, the Upper Pillar Realm was able to put the Six Realms Alliance in a difficult position because the Six Realms Alliance didn't react in time. Now that the Six Realms Alliance had reacted and sent an army, the Upper Pillar Realm's good days would come to an end. Although the people from the Upper Pillar Realm hated the Six Realms Alliance, they were also more afraid of them. Therefore, when they heard that the Six Realms Alliance had sent an army, the people from the Upper Pillar Realm panicked. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's suppression, then some of them might have already deserted. However, it was clear that Zhao Hai's performance made the people from the Upper Pillar Realm afraid of Zhao Hai. Therefore, they didn't run away. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the people sitting in front of him. At this time, all the important people in the alliance were invited to the conference room by Zhao Hai. There were now several hundred people in the conference room. Zhao Hai looked at the people sitting in front of him. Among these people, the cultivators from the Void Realm were calmly looking at Zhao Hai. These people had some understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai would be able to deal with this situation. On the other hand, the people from the Upper Pillar Realm were nervous. Zhao Hai said, "The Six Realms Alliance's army is coming. I think you've already heard the news. I noticed that the atmosphere in the army isn't very good. Some people are panicking, right?" Zhao Hai's voice was very deep and calm. However, when these words came out, the people from the Upper Pillar Realm couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the past few days, they had gained some understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who would curse when he was angry. He was always calm and always had a smile on his face. If he didn't have a smile on his face, then it meant that he was really angry. But now, Zhao Hai didn't have a smile on his face. Because of this, the people from the Upper Pillar Realm didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would make an example out of them. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Upper Pillar Realm and said, "What did we come here for? Did we send you to be bandits? No, we're here for revenge. Do you still remember the hatred? Those things are nothing, they're nothing more than the interest we collected in the process of revenge. I hope that you can straighten things out." The people from the Upper Pillar Realm didn't make a sound. To be honest, they had been thinking about robbing for the past few days. They had completely forgotten about the matter of revenge. "I just want to remind you what you should do and what you shouldn't help. Forget it, I want to talk about another thing, and that is our next course of action." Zhao Hai didn't say anything about this matter. Instead, he said, "I just want to remind you what you should do and what you shouldn't help." This time everyone paid attention. They wanted to know what they should do next. Now that the Six Realms Alliance's army was approaching, they wanted to know how to deal with it. Zhao Hai said, "The Six Realms Alliance's army is coming. But that's nothing. I've already thought that this day would come. I had everyone rest here and arrange transmission formations. I don't want to fight the Six Realms Alliance because there's no need to do so. I want to use these transmission formations to leave and go to the rear of the Six Realms Alliance." Everyone stared, then their eyes lit up as they looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What? Are you tempted? Ha ha ha, that's right. We're going to the rear of the Six Realms Alliance. I don't know how many troops the Six Realms Alliance has, but I can estimate that they have several tens of millions of troops. They also have about 10,000 large artifacts. However, it's impossible for them to gather all of their troops. They have to leave a large portion of their troops to watch over the conquered realms. This is the only way to ensure that those realms listen to them. Because of this, they can only transfer a small portion of their troops. Although they can't transfer all of their troops, it's still not an easy task. They still have to leave a large portion of their troops to watch over the conquered realms. This way, the hinterland of the Six Realms Alliance will be empty. This is an opportunity for us. When Zhao Hai said this, everyone understood what he meant. Their eyes shined even brighter. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Those transmission formations will allow us to go to the rear of the Six Realms Alliance. As long as we reach the rear of the Six Realms Alliance, then that place would be ours. Think about it, the rear of the Six Realms Alliance. Ha ha ha. If we can break through one or two great sects, then that would be even better. We'll have a lot of resources." Zhao Hai's words made everyone's eyes turn red. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. They really wanted to go to the rear of the Six Realms Alliance. They really wanted to rob the great sects of the Six Realms Alliance. Looking at their excited expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Therefore, don't worry. We'll wait here for the Six Realms Alliance's army for a few days. When they think that we're going to have a decisive battle with them, we'll leave and go to their rear. At that time, even if they want to go back, it would be too late." Everyone nodded excitedly. However, Zhao Hai didn't forget to remind them, however, this information must be kept a secret. For the next few days, nobody is allowed to contact the outside world. If anyone is found to be contacting the outside world, then no matter what they say, I won't be polite. I'll punish them according to military law. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their hearts couldn't help but shiver. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was afraid that someone in the upper pillar realm was a spy of the Six Realms Alliance. If the Six Realms Alliance were to be prepared, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone obeyed and then withdrew. Only Zhao Hai, Elder Tang, and the others were left in the room. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, what do you plan to do? Do you really believe that none of them would report to the Six Realms Alliance?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Of course I don't believe them. I want to find those spies in the Six Realms Alliance and then remove them. Only then can I feel at ease. This is also the reason why I want to stay here for 2 days." Elder Tang and the others nodded. For the next 2 days, the Allied army stayed in the small city without moving. On the surface, these 2 days looked very calm, as if nothing had happened. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Six Realms Alliance's army. However, nobody knew that a large net had been cast on the Allied army. The Six Realms Alliance's army didn't move at all. After 2 days, Zhao Hai gathered everyone in the small town. Everyone was driven out of the large artifacts by Zhao Hai. Everyone stood in the void as they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at everyone before he said, "Everyone, the Six Realms Alliance's army has arrived. They're only a day away from us. It's time for us to make our move. But before that, I still have something to do. We need to find the spies among us." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then they couldn't help but make buzzing sounds. It was obvious that Zhao Hai's words made them uneasy. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Silence, I know that this news surprised everyone. However, I've already given orders to forbid anyone from contacting the outside world for the next 2 days. If anyone is found to be in contact with the outside world, they will be dealt with according to military law. Those who are in contact with the outside world during these 2 days are the spies of the Six Realms Alliance. And if they spread the news, it's very likely that we'll die without a burial." I think everyone agrees with this. Nobody spoke, but everyone knew that Zhao Hai was right. If the Six Realms Alliance knew about their next move, then their good days would come to an end. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I ask everyone to cooperate. I'll have the undead capture some of you. I think it's best if you don't resist. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared beside Zhao Hai. Then these undead rushed towards the crowd like wolves and tigers. Among the people from the upper pillar realm, there were people who were captured by the undead. These people shouted that they were wronged. However, there were also some people who didn't care. They just cursed at Zhao Hai. Before long, more than 1,000 people were captured in front of Zhao Hai. Moreover, some of these people's status wasn't low. More and more people were captured from the crowd. The number of people in front of Zhao Hai kept increasing. After some time, the undead stopped. Then everyone saw that. Nearly 10,000 people were captured in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the captured people and said, "What else do you have to say?" A captured cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you capture us? What evidence do you have? You're framing us." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator. Then he waved his hand as a jade slip appeared in his hand. Then he said, "The Black Hawk knows about this. The big fish wants to go to the lake. The Black Hawk should be prepared." After he said that, Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, "Black Hawk? Big fish? From the way you're communicating, you should be from the Undark sect, right? Hee, you've been lurking for a long time. You should be an elder now, right? That's interesting." As soon as the cultivator heard Zhao Hai read the jade slip, his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, "Devil, you're a devil. Impossible. It's impossible for you to know that I'm sending a message. I didn't use a transmission formation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, you didn't use a transmission formation. This is because all the transmission formations in this place can't be used. Even if you wanted to use a transmission formation, it would be impossible. Hee, you're using this thing, right? To be honest, this thing is very exquisite. I like it very much." As Zhao Hai said that, he took out an object. It was a mouse made of metal. This mouse's skin was covered. If people didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see that this was a fake mouse. This was actually a puppet. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, "This should be the product of the Celestial Arcanum sect, right? Good, worthy of being the Six Realms Alliance. You're really close. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you. Do you still have any objections? If there's anything you don't agree with, you can tell me the truth. If there's no evidence, why would I arrest you?" The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai with an ashen face. After some time, he said, "Zhao Hai, you won't have a good death. Just you wait. Sooner or later, the Six Realms Alliance will destroy the Void Realm. You, your descendants, and your forces will all be wiped out from this world." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator, then he smiled faintly and said, "I believe what you said. If I give you the opportunity, then you might be able to do it. Therefore, before I give you the opportunity, I want to make sure that you never get the chance. The Six Realms Alliance has never thought of letting you go. Hee. Revenge? Haha. Haha. Everyone who wanted to take revenge was killed by me. Do you know why? I'm not afraid of you coming to me for revenge, because even if I can kill you now, I can still do it in the future. But I have a problem, I'm afraid of trouble. In order to avoid trouble in the future, I can only solve this problem in advance. What do you think of my approach?" The cultivator stared blankly at Zhao Hai, he didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators, then he waved his hand and said, "Behead." Following his order, the undead raised their swords and chopped off the heads of those people. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the cultivators to the space. After doing this, Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "Very good, everyone is very cooperative. I know that some of you don't believe that they are traitors. But that doesn't matter, I have evidence here." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out some jade slips and other communication tools that the cultivators hadn't seen before. Zhao Hai pointed at these things and said, "These are the things that the cultivators use to transmit information. If you don't believe me, then you can take a look. If you believe me, then there's nothing to say. Everyone, get ready, we'll be leaving soon." Naturally, no one doubted Zhao Hai at this time. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Alright, since no one is speaking, then that means that no one has any doubts. Everyone, return to the large artifacts. We'll set off immediately. Come, deliver these things to the high elders of the various sections." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, 2 armored soldiers walked over and picked up the evidence that Zhao Hai took out. Then they delivered it to the supreme elders of the Upper Pillar Realm. At this time, the cultivators of the Upper Pillar Realm returned to their large artifacts. Under Zhao Hai's command, the large artifacts entered the transmission formations and left the small city in batches. As usual, Zhao Hai was the last one to leave. Before leaving, Zhao Hai tampered with the transmission formations. Then he took the Hell King's ship and left. After Zhao Hai left, the transmission formations in the area exploded. The loud noise alerted the Six Realm Alliance's army. They immediately rushed over, but what they saw was a row of huge craters. It looked like countless mouths were laughing at them. Zhao Hai didn't wait for the Six Realms Alliance's people to arrive before he made the transmission formations explode. This was because it wouldn't work. Zhao Hai knew that the Six Realms Alliance and the Heavenly Mystery Realm were experts in formations. They might discover the traps in the transmission formations. If they break the traps, then they might know where the Alliance went. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for them to know where the Alliance went, Zhao Hai didn't want to take this risk. They were now fighting in someone else's territory. It was better to be careful. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already passed through the transmission formation and appeared in another place. This place was no longer the Haifei realm, but another realm of the Six Realms Alliance. The heroic armor field was an ordinary field in the Six Realms Alliance. They weren't the strongest nor the weakest in the Six Realms Alliance. The heroic armor sect of the heroic armor field wasn't the strongest nor the weakest among the Six Realms Alliance. However, the heroic armor sect had one thing in common: their life source artifacts were armors. It can be said that the people of the heroic armor sect were the most difficult to kill among the Six Realms Alliance. The place where Zhao Hai and the others appeared was a mountain in the heroic armor field. The mountain was very large and didn't have any special products. Because of this, it wasn't valued and only a few people came here. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and waved his hand as a map appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai pointed at the map and said, "We're now here. About 1,000 li east, we'll reach the formation area between the heroic armor field and the Null Realm. Our goal this time is to go there." Shang Guanyin and the others who were standing behind Zhao Hai, as well as the other cultivators from the Upper Pillar Realm, looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Shang Guanyin asked, "Zhao Hai, why are we occupying the formation area? Are we going to the Null Realm?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, we're not going to the Null Realm. We're going to kill the people sent by the Six Realms Alliance. After that, we'll return to the heroic armor field. I believe it won't take long." When Shang Guanyin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "What do you mean?" "First, we'll kill the people sent by the Six Realms Alliance. Then we'll cause trouble in the heroic armor field. When the time comes, I'm afraid the people in the Null Realm would listen to the Six Realms Alliance. If they see the Six Realms Alliance suffering a loss, they might even stab us in the back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I mean. Pass the order, the fleet is to set off." Laura and the others passed down the order as the entire fleet flew towards the formation area. The formation area was a place that the Six Realms Alliance established in order to consolidate their rule. There were large formations that lead to other realms. Every realm of the Six Realms Alliance had a formation area like this. These formations were generally located in mountains or canyons. They were guarded by an army and were the only passage to other realms. The formation area of the Armored Hero realm was connected to the Zero realm. It was on the Whitehead Mountain. The Whitehead Mountain was very special. The mountain wasn't very high, and there was nothing special at the bottom of the mountain. However, the top of the mountain was covered in white stones, and there wasn't even a blade of grass growing. The reason why the Jiaoying world set up the transmission area here was that the terrain here was flat, and the concentration of spirit qi in the White-Haired Mountain was also good. Although it was not as good as the headquarters of some big sects, it was still much better than some small sections. In this transmission area, the heroic armor field was guarded by 100,000 soldiers all year round. There were also 50 large artifacts among them. Moreover, this place was a restricted area. If cultivators from the heroic armor field were to enter Whitehead Mountain without permission, then they would be executed. The transmission area wasn't just for guarding the transmission formation. The troops stationed here were also there to guard the Null Realm. They were afraid that a large number of cultivators from the Null Realm would come to the heroic armor field. At the same time, they were also reinforcements. The heroic armor field had troops stationed in the Null Realm, numbering about 1 million. If the people from the Null Realm were to attack the heroic armor field's troops, then the troops stationed in the formation area would be able to provide reinforcements in the shortest time possible. It was precisely because of the importance of the troops stationed in the formation area that the people stationed here were very powerful. They could be said to be elites. However, because the cultivators from the Null Realm had been very well behaved over the years, the troops stationed here couldn't help but lower their vigilance. Wu Shuang was a small captain of the heroic armor sect stationed in the formation area. He was in charge of a large artifact. Today was the day he was patrolling with the large artifact. To be honest, Wu Shuang really wasn't interested in such a life. He heard that the Void Realm and the Upper Pillar Realm had turned the High Fei Realm upside down. He really wanted to go there and fight with the people from the Void Realm. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. Therefore, he couldn't lift his spirits these days. While patrolling, Wu Shuang also hid in his room and didn't go out. To be honest, he had already had enough of this monotonous life. While Wu Shuang was sitting there and feeling bored, there was a sudden knock on the door. Wu Shuang was stunned for a moment. Then he said impatiently, "Come in." "What's the matter?" A cultivator pushed the door open and walked in. He looked at Wu Shuang with an ashen face and said, "Captain, you better go out and take a look." Wu Shuang looked at the cultivator with some confusion. However, he still stood up and walked out while saying, "What's the matter?" "Looking at your face, it seems like something big has happened." After saying that, Wu Shuang walked out of the cabin. Once outside the cabin, Wu Shuang was stunned. This was because he saw large artifacts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flying towards them. They were only 10,000 meters away. Wu Shuang was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. Why were there so many large artifacts here? However, he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately shouted, "Alarm, answer the alarm." While he was speaking, the large artifacts had already arrived in front of him. As soon as they heard the alarm, a ship of large artifacts unreasonably crashed into their large artifacts. After a loud explosion, Wu Shuang didn't know what happened. At this time, the people in the formation area also noticed the situation. They all ran out of their rooms in panic. All of their large artifacts were ready to take off into the sky. However, it was already too late. At this time, the Alliance's fleet had already arrived above the formation area. Groups of cultivators came down from their large artifacts and rushed towards the formation area. They first took control of the formations in the area. Then they began to clean up the people who resisted. Slowly, the resistance in the area became smaller and smaller. In the end, all resistance disappeared. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and said, "Report your casualties and results." First team killed 2,000 enemies, no survivors. 500 casualties, 100 casualties, 4 injuries, no serious injuries. The second group has killed 1,500 enemies. There were no survivors. We suffered 431 casualties. Among them, 71 died in battle. The rest were injured. There were no serious injuries. The 10th squad killed 500 enemies and suffered 500 casualties. Among them, 200 were killed in battle, 300 were injured, and 100 were severely wounded. Captured 1 large artifact. The 11th squad killed 500 enemies and suffered 550 casualties. Among them, 150 died in battle, 400 were injured, and 150 were severely injured. 1 large ritual implement was captured. Finally, Laura summarized the situation and said to Zhao Hai, "This time, we killed a total of 100,000 enemies. There were no survivors. We lost 10,000 people and another 20,000 were injured. We also captured 20 large artifacts while the rest were damaged." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Pass down my order. Distribute the loot to each team. Also, send the cultivator's corpse and the meteor destroyer to me. Also, send 1,000 large artifacts to guard the formation area. As for the other large artifacts, prepare to enter the formation area and attack the heroic First Army in the Null Realm. Quickly." Laura and the others immediately passed down the order, causing the army to immediately move. Zhao Hai received the dead garrisons into the space as well as the damaged large artifacts. After that, the Hell King's ship entered the formation area and arrived at a large transmission formation. Then he activated the transmission formation. At this time, some large artifacts were already sent to the Null Realm through the transmission formation. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Zeroed Realm, he discovered that the large artifacts that he sent to the Zeroed Realm were already fighting with the Heroic Armor Realm's army. The large artifacts of both sides were bombarding each other with energy cannons. At the same time, some cultivators were flying down from their large artifacts and fighting in the air. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't say anything as he waved his hand. A large number of undead appeared on the battlefield as they rushed towards the garrisons of the heroic First World. In just a short time, the garrisons of the heroic First World were forced to retreat. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. He drove the Hell King's ship towards the heroic armor field's large artifacts. One of the heroic armor field's large artifacts wanted to attack the Hell King's ship with its energy cannons. However, the Hell King's ship didn't respond at all. It continued to charge forward and destroyed the large artifact. Then the Hell King's ship was like a red-eyed battle-chi beast as it rammed into the garrison's large artifacts. One ship, then two ships. The garrison were also stunned by Zhao Hai's crazy attack. They had never encountered such an attack before. They didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai's ship was like a mad beast. He didn't know what to do with it. On the other hand, the Hell King's ship's attack boosted the morale of the Alliance army. The Alliance armies. Large artifacts also rushed forward. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides wasn't too far. So even if they collided, the damage to both sides wasn't too heavy. However, when the two large artifacts collided, a battle ensued. The large-scale battle between the two sides also alarmed the forces of the Null Realm. The sects of the Null Realm sent people to investigate what was going on. Before long, they understood what was going on. And with the recent rumors, they were finally able to determine the identity of Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. The heroic armor field's garrison couldn't hold on any longer. More and more Alliance army arrived. And with Zhao Hai's undead, the heroic armor field's garrison understood that they were finished. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The heroic armor field's garrison in the Null Realm was completely wiped out. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others paid a price of 300,000 casualties. Zhao Hai didn't want to stay in the 0D realm for a long time. After cleaning up the camp and collecting all the large artifacts, they immediately left through the transmission formation. At this point, aside from the transmission formation, there was nothing left in the camp. Not even corpses could be found. This news spread throughout the Null Realm in the shortest time possible. The people of the Null Realm were left speechless. They didn't know how to deal with this situation. However, some of the great sects of the Null Realm were moved. They had been oppressed by the Six Realms Alliance for a long time. Now that they finally had an opportunity, it would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted. However, they still had some concerns. Therefore, they decided to send people to the heroic armor field to see the situation. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about what the people of the Null Realm were thinking. For him, destroying the garrison of the Null Realm was just a casual move. If the people of the Null Realm dare to attack the Null Realm, then it would be for the best. But if they don't attack the Null Realm, then it wouldn't matter to Zhao Hai. He would just follow his own steps. Zhao Hai's next step was to attack the Alpha sect. Because of this, after returning from the Null Realm, he immediately commanded the army to attack the Alpha sect. At the same time, everyone who participated in the battle against the garrison went to rest. The battle in the Alpha sect was temporarily handed over to other people. Although Zhao Hai allowed the cultivators to rest, the advance of the allied army didn't stop. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't cancel his other order, which was to not seal their weapons. As soon as they entered the Alpha sect, killing intent sword and blood flowed like a river. The people of the Six Realm Alliance didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't fight them head-on. Instead, he led the army to the Alpha sect. Moreover, as soon as they arrived at the Alpha sect, they started a massacre. One must know that although the 30 million troops weren't all of the Six Realms Alliance's troops, they still left their rear empty. Fortunately, they had ruled the rear for many years, so there shouldn't be any problems. Therefore, they didn't need that many troops. Zhao Hai was the only one who knew about the Six Realms Alliance. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would lead the army to the heroic armor boundary. At this time, the heroic armor boundary was already in danger. It was impossible for the heroic armor sect to stop an army of 2,000 large artifacts. The higher-ups of the Six Realms Alliance gathered together. The six of them sat in a room with an ugly expression on their faces. This was especially true for an ordinary-looking cultivator. This cultivator seemed to be around 30 years old. His appearance was very ordinary and there was nothing special about him. However, he was the sect master of the heroic armor sect, Jia Daoi. Jia Daoi glanced at the others and said in a low voice, "Do the few of you have anything to say? Right now, people are being killed in the Alpha sect. Do you have any good ideas?" Tian Lingzi frowned and said, "Right now, we're being led by the nose by Zhao Hai. If we transfer our army to the Alpha sect, then I'm afraid that Zhao Hai would go to another realm. This would make us more passive." Jia Daoi's eyes narrowed. "Then what about the Alpha sect? Should we just ignore it?" Tian Lingzi looked at Jia Daoi and said, "Of course we can't ignore it. Otherwise, how can the Six-Realm Alliance deal with Zhao Hai? How about this, we'll leave 10 million people in the Hai-Fei realm. With the 10 million troops and the strength of the Hai-Fei realm, even if Zhao Hai appears, you should still be able to stop him. Even if you can't stop him, you should still be able to stall him. As for the rest, 10 million will go to the Alpha sect to support them. Then we'll gather the strength of the Alpha sect and block Zhao Hai. As for the remaining 10 million, we'll go to the Dark Realm to prevent Zhao Hai from causing trouble there. As for the other 3 realms, immediately recall the garrisons of the other realms and guard their own realms. We don't have time to care about the reactions of the other realms. If we can't even protect our own home, then even if the other realms don't have any movements, what can we do? After all the troops are recalled, we'll immediately activate the barrier formations of the other realms. Only a few transmission formations will be used for communication. All realms will enter a state of emergency. If we don't eliminate or drive away Zhao Hai's group, the state of emergency will not be lifted." When everyone heard Tian Lingzi, they were stunned. But after thinking about it, they immediately understood that this was the best way to deal with the current situation. However, Black Phantom still frowned and said, "But this can only block Zhao Hai's attack. We can't eliminate them." Tian Lingzi snorted coldly and said, "As long as we activate the barrier formation, they won't be able to run away. When the time comes, as long as they are entangled, we can remove the barrier formation. Then, the army will directly suppress them. At that time, they won't be able to run away." Several people nodded. Tian Lingzi glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, now is the critical moment. If we can't eliminate Zhao Hai's group, then we will be in big trouble. Those guys from the other realms will definitely take the opportunity to intervene. At that time, we will be in danger. So what we have to do now is to eliminate Zhao Hai's group first, no matter the cost." Several people nodded. To be honest, they hated Zhao Hai's group the most now. If it weren't for the arrival of Zhao Hai's group, they wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. After the discussion, the group immediately left. The army in the Hai-Fei boundary was also mobilized. Of the 30 million troops, only 10 million remained. The remaining 20 million left. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were discussing. However, he was still very concerned about the 30 million troops in the Hai-Fei realm. Because of this, he paid attention to the movements of the 30 million troops. Before long, he discovered that the 30 million troops had started to move. It didn't take long for him to discover that only 10 million of the 30 million troops had entered the heroic armor realm. This was somewhat unexpected for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the 30 million troops would enter the heroic armor realm. Zhao Hai also discovered through the spatial map that the Six Realms Alliance had withdrawn their troops from the other realms. They were protecting the 6 realms of the Six Realms Alliance. It seems like they were abandoning the other realms. At the same time, there were also changes in the heroic armor boundary. The great sects of the heroic armor boundary began to withdraw their forces. Some of the cities in the periphery were abandoned. Some of the smaller sects in the periphery were also abandoned. All of their forces were concentrated in the great sects of the heroic armor boundary. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately leave the heroic armor boundary. He knew that the Six Realms Alliance was starting to pay attention to them. Even if he left the heroic armor boundary, he would still encounter the same situation in the other realms. Therefore, he might as well stay in the heroic armor boundary. Zhao Hai believed that when the other party discovered that he used the transmission formation to leave the Haifei boundary, they must have thought of a way to deal with him. In fact, there was only one way to deal with this, and that was to seal the transmission formations of the other realms. Only in this way would he be unable to use the transmission formations to go to other realms. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. He had already encountered this situation in the true spiritual realm. Therefore, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. However, before that, Zhao Hai still wanted to make some preparations. On the 7th day of the attack on the heroic armor boundary, that is, when the 10 million reinforcements from the Haifei boundary arrived, Zhao Hai stopped the attack. Then he chose a medium-sized city that was abandoned by the heroic armor boundary as a temporary place to rest. After the army stopped, Zhao Hai called the 5 great clans as well as the supreme elders of the upper pillar realm to the city's conference hall. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, we've been in the heroic armor boundary for 7 days. In these 7 days, our results have been very good. However, I want to tell you that our good days are about to come to an end. This is because the Six Realm Alliance has already reacted and is preparing to deal with us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, we've been in the heroic armor boundary for 7 days." A buzzing sound was heard from below. However, this time, there was no panic on the faces of the people present. It seems like Zhao Hai's words were effective. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Last time, the Six Realms Alliance mobilized 30 million troops to the Haifei boundary to deal with us. Although we've arrived in the heroic armor boundary, I still pay attention to the movements of the 30 million troops. The 30 million troops of the Six Realms Alliance have now been divided into 3 groups. One group is in the Haifei boundary, one group is in the heroic armor boundary, and one group is in the dark sky boundary. Each group has 10 million troops. Although the other 3 realms didn't send any troops, they did send their troops back to the other realms that they conquered. Because of this, no matter which realm we go to, we won't be too polite. Therefore, I think that we should stay in the heroic armor boundary and deal with the enemy once and for all." They also had an army of 30 million. To be honest, as long as the Six Realms Alliance didn't attack them, then they wouldn't be afraid. Last time, the Upper Pillar realm had been suppressed by the Six Realms Alliance for a long time. But now, the situation was different. After going from the Haifei realm to the heroic armor realm, the Upper Pillar realm sphere of the Six Realms Alliance had vanished. Their intrepid spirit had been stimulated. Because of this, they no longer feared the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then Ji Wuming took out a jade slip. Zhao Hai opened the jade slip and a map appeared. This map was the map of the heroic armor boundary. On the map, there was a red dot where an army was gathered. Zhao Hai pointed at the red dot and said, "This is our position. The heroic armor boundary has already cleared out our surroundings. No matter which direction we go, it's impossible for us to meet any cultivators from the heroic armor boundary within 50,000 li. They want to use this distance as a buffer zone. But this is also good, it also gives us time to prepare." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused and looked at the others. Seeing that there was no change in their expressions, he continued, "What I mean is that we establish a base here. With this base as the center, we can deal with the Six Realm Alliance's attack." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the others and saw that they didn't have any strange expressions. After saying that, Zhao Hai pointed at a place on the map. When everyone saw where Zhao Hai pointed, they couldn't help but stare. Then they frowned, they didn't understand why Zhao Hai chose this place. The place that Zhao Hai chose was very famous in the heroic armor boundary. It was called the Hell's Gate. The reason for this name was because it was a volcanic area. Moreover, there were active volcanoes inside. They erupt irregularly, causing flames to soar to the sky, black clouds to fill the air, and magma to flow. It looked like hell itself. Because of this, the people of the heroic armor boundary called it the Hell's Gate. Normally, cultivators like Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid of volcanic eruptions. It shouldn't have such a name. However, the Hell's Gate was very lethal to low-level cultivators. Low-level cultivators couldn't compare to high-level cultivators. The volcanoes inside the Hell's Gate weren't dangerous to high-level cultivators. However, volcanic eruptions were always accompanied by poisonous gas, volcanic ash, magma, volcanic rocks, and other things. But in the heroic armor boundary, volcanic eruptions were accompanied by another thing, fire crystal stones. The fire crystal stone was a special kind of crystal stone. It contained the power of fire essence. The power of fire essence was a rare treasure for cultivators who practiced fire attribute cultivation methods. If these cultivators were to absorb the power of fire essence, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. The power of the flame essence had another use, and that was for alchemy and artifact crafting. It was very beneficial. Whether it was alchemists or blacksmiths, the requirements for fire control were very high. Fire crystal stones were a very stable source of fire. As long as a formation was used, they could become a very good source of fire. This source of water could automatically adjust its strength. It was one of the best sources of fire for alchemy and blacksmithing. Naturally, the poisonous gas, volcanic ash, and volcanic rocks of the volcanoes were very lethal to low-level cultivators. But at the same time, fire crystal stones were also very attractive to low-level cultivators. Because of this, countless cultivators in the heroic armor boundary would go to the Hell's Gate every year in order to find fire crystal stones. However, the number of cultivators who died in the Hell's Gate was very few. The Hell's Gate was very lethal to Vajra realm cultivators. Everyone in the upper pillar boundary knew about this. And in the past few days, everyone had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai was very familiar with the situation of the Six Realms Alliance. In other words, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to not know about the Hell's Gate. And now, he actually wanted to place his base in the Hell's Gate. This was very surprising. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, in the next period of time, the Six Realms Alliance's counterattack will be very fierce. In this case, we need a formidable defensive formation. And if we want a formidable defensive formation, then we need something to provide it with a huge amount of energy. Jade essence alone isn't enough. But the Hell Gate has volcanic eruptions all year round. At that time, there would be a lot of fire energy underground. We need to use this fire energy as a source of energy for our defensive formation. Only in this way would we be able to compete with the Six Realms Alliance. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's right. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused. Then he looked at everyone and said, the last time we went from the High Fei boundary to the heroic armor boundary, we attracted the attention of the Six Realms Alliance. I think that after they entangle us, they will certainly activate their formation. When that time comes, it won't be easy for us to leave like last time. Therefore, we need a base to fight against the Six Realms Alliance. Everyone nodded. They now understood why Zhao Hai wanted to make a base. However, they were still worried. If they were trapped in the Hell Gate, then they would have to face the endless attacks of the Six Realms Alliance. Although they had a lot of people, being trapped in the Hell Gate wasn't a good idea. Zhao Hai nodded. Although they had a lot of people, being trapped in the Hell Gate wasn't a good idea. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, you don't need to worry about the barrier. Since I can set up a barrier in the upper pillar boundary, then I can also break it here. Therefore, you don't need to worry about being trapped here. As long as we can hold on for some time, then I can break the barrier. If the Six Realms Alliance wants to trap us, then they're dreaming. I want them to know that we're not to be trifled with. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, their spirits shook. This was what they were worried about the most. But now that Zhao Hai said this, they no longer worried about it. Xianxia replied, Captain, the Hell's Gate is very good. But if we go there, wouldn't the volcanoes affect us? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, you can rest assured about this. There won't be any problems. Does anyone have any other opinions? If there's none, then we'll immediately go to the Hell Gate. We still need to make arrangements in advance. I don't think the Six Realms Alliance will give us too much time. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, go and prepare. I'll give you 1 hour. Once you're ready, we'll immediately set off. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at their backs and smiled faintly, he didn't say anything. Actually, even if the Six Realms Alliance activated a barrier, Zhao Hai didn't need to be afraid. The transmission formation that he arranged had a small barrier. If the other party activated a barrier, then his transmission formation would be able to offset the power of the barrier. Because of this, even if the transmission formation was inside a barrier, it would still be able to function normally. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell this information to the Six Realms Alliance. If they knew that Zhao Hai could easily break the barrier, then they might underestimate him. This wouldn't be a good thing for them. If Zhao Hai were to resist the Six Realms Alliance's army at the Hell Gate, then these people would no longer underestimate him. Additionally, if they were to resist here, then the Six Realms Alliance would think that they could only defend this place to the death. This way, the Six Realms Alliance would concentrate all their forces here to deal with Zhao Hai. When that time comes, Zhao Hai would leave using the transmission formation and go to the hinterland of the Six Realms Alliance. When that time comes, the faces of the Six Realms Alliance would be very interesting. An hour passed by quickly. Zhao Hai led the fleet towards the Hell Gate. The Hell Gate was a very important training ground in the Jiaying world. It wasn't far from the city where Zhao Hai's fleet was located. Before long, Zhao Hai's fleet arrived at the place called the Hell Gate. This place really looked like hell. Volcanic ash was floating in the sky, lava was flowing on the ground, and poisonous gases were everywhere. It really looked like hell. The Hell Gate wasn't a single volcano, instead, it was a group of volcanoes that covered a very large area. The volcanoes in the middle of the group were the most active. As for the volcanoes in the periphery, they weren't as active. Some of them even looked like extinct volcanoes. It was also because of this that the situation in the Hell's Gate did not affect the outside world. It was only within this area that the scene was like hell. Zhao Hai led the fleet and flew straight towards the Hell Gate. Inside the Hell Gate, volcanoes could be seen everywhere. Some of these volcanoes were emitting black smoke, some were spewing flames, and some were spewing magma. It was a very terrifying sight to behold. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were protected by energy shields. And since the large artifacts were far away from the volcanoes, the people on the large artifacts weren't in any danger. A lot of curious cultivators came up to the large artifacts to look at the situation outside. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about these things. He didn't wander around the volcanoes in vain. He was currently thinking about what kind of formation he should arrange. The formation he wanted to arrange must be able to attack and defend. Otherwise, the Six Realms Alliance wouldn't believe that they would be defending this place. Moreover, this formation wasn't arranged in vain. If Zhao Hai and the others went to other places in the Six Realms Alliance, then they would still return here. Even if this place wasn't a permanent base, it still wouldn't be abandoned in a short time. Therefore, this formation needed to be properly arranged. Zhao Hai and the others had already entered the Six Realms Alliance. After circling around the Hell Gate, Zhao Hai led the large artifacts to a relatively safe place. Then he called the commanders of the large artifacts to the Hell King's ship. Once they were on board, the Hell King's ship started up and entered the Hell Gate. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. While flying forward, Zhao Hai pointed to some locations inside the Hell Gate and said, "Now, the locations that I've pointed out have been numbered. I've also numbered each of you. After some time, I'll give you some talismans. You can place the talismans in the locations that I pointed out. You must remember those places clearly. If you're afraid that you'll forget, you can make a mark on the ground. But remember, the mark can't be too big, as long as you recognize it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When the people heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai began to determine the locations one by one. Then he pointed out the locations to the people and gave them a number. The number of each location was the same as the number of each person. This way, the number of talismans that each person needed to place wouldn't be too much. This was fast and they didn't need to remember too much. These people were also very serious. They knew that this formation was related to their life and death. Because of this, they didn't dare to be careless. Before long, Zhao Hai told them the locations of the talismans. The entire continent needed more than 5,000 talismans. After they memorized the locations of the talismans, Zhao Hai returned to the cabin and began to prepare the talismans. Defensive formations weren't necessarily better the bigger they were. The materials used to make the talismans weren't necessarily better. The bigger the formation, the more energy it would require. Ordinary defensive formations couldn't be made too big. This was because the energy required would be too much. If the energy wasn't enough, then the defensive strength of the formation would decrease. But regardless of whether the talisman was of a high grade or not, it must match the attribute of the energy used to supply the formation. This would be more conducive to the transmission of energy. The energy wouldn't be consumed during the transmission process, and it would also strengthen the defensive strength of the formation. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to use the volcanoes inside the Hell Gate as an energy source. Therefore, the best material for the defensive formation would be fire attribute materials. This way, the energy of the volcanoes could be used well. Zhao Hai's plan was to use the volcanoes inside the Hell Gate as an energy source. Before long, all the talismans were finished. Zhao Hai went out of the cabin and called the commanders of the large artifacts over. Then he gave each of them a few talismans. The commanders took the talismans and returned to their large artifacts. Then they began to place the talismans according to Zhao Hai's instructions. After these people placed the talismans, Zhao Hai carefully inspected them. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out the biggest talisman and placed it in the middle of the formation. This talisman was the core of the formation. As long as this talisman was placed, the entire formation would be activated. Zhao Hai made this core talisman with fire-attributed crystals. Although the strength of crystals wasn't the best among all the materials, they were still the most suitable for this formation. After Zhao Hai placed the talisman down, the people in the alliance suddenly discovered that the Hell's Gate had cleared up. The thick black clouds in the sky had also disappeared. The black clouds were made of volcanic ash, but now they were gone. What surprised people the most were the volcanoes. Some of the volcanoes were still spewing out lava, while others were still emitting flames. But when the formation was completed, the lava and flames on the volcanoes slowly disappeared. It seems like something was absorbing the flames below. While everyone was still in shock, they suddenly discovered a red translucent barrier surrounding the Hell's Gate. This barrier didn't seem to be very thick, it was light red and translucent. There was even a faint flame on top of it, it looked very beautiful. Everyone looked at the shield curiously. At this time, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship arrived in front of everyone. Then he waved his hand and a jade token appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Hai said, "This jade token is the passage token. Only with this token can you smoothly enter this place. Otherwise, you will be blocked by the shield. Moreover, this shield has a certain degree of attack. If you don't want to stay in the large artifact, you can also build your own cave on the mountain. But remember, you must move in teams, you are not allowed to move alone." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, everyone can disperse and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. We will be living here for a long time. If you don't want to stay in the large artifact, you can also build your own cave on the mountain. But remember, you must move in teams, you are not allowed to move alone." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Then the commanders of the large artifacts left. They needed to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Some of the commanders were even curious as they drove their large artifacts towards the volcanoes. They wanted to see what was inside the volcanoes. When they drove the large artifacts to the volcanoes, they discovered that the heat inside the volcanoes seemed to have been sucked away by the formation. The volcanoes that were spewing lava before now only had red flames at the bottom of the volcanoes. They couldn't see the situation of the lava erupting from before. Seeing this, everyone understood how formidable Zhao Hai's defensive formation was. The energy of so many volcanoes was actually absorbed by the formation. One could imagine how formidable the defensive formation was. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. Jia Daoi stood on top of his large artifact and calmly looked towards the distance. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Jia Daoi's heart was filled with killing intent towards Zhao Hai. Because of Zhao Hai's appearance, the heroic armor world was flooded with blood. This forced the Six Realm Alliance to withdraw their troops from the other realms. Although the other realms didn't make any big movements, the withdrawal of their troops was still a huge blow to the Six Realms Alliance's prestige. In the future, it would be very difficult for the Six Realms Alliance to suppress the other realms like before. What angered him the most was that Zhao Hai actually wanted to stay in the heroic armor plane and not leave. Zhao Hai actually built a base in the heroic armor plane, this was something that he couldn't tolerate. Although there were a lot of forces in the heroic armor realm, as well as large and small sects, everyone knew that there was only one person in charge in the heroic armor realm, and that was Jia Daoi. But now, Zhao Hai had occupied a place in the heroic armor realm. If Jia Daoi couldn't get rid of Zhao Hai as soon as possible, then the blow to the heroic armor sect would be too big. Not only the outside world, even the people in the heroic armor realm wouldn't take him seriously. Zhao Hai must be eliminated. This was Jia Daoi's determination. This time, he gathered the majority of the heroic armor world's forces as well as the 10 million reinforcements. Altogether, he had an army of 30 million. At the same time, he also had about 1,000 large artifacts. Jia Daoi knew why Zhao Hai built a base in the Hell's Gate. It was because of the fire energy in the Hell's Gate. Jia Daoi knew that Zhao Hai was very proficient in formations. Because of this, he wasn't surprised that Zhao Hai was able to arrange a defensive formation in the Hell's Gate. However, in Jia Daoi's opinion, even if Zhao Hai was proficient in formations, they still had the Six Realm Alliance as their backer. They had endless resources at their disposal. Even if they wanted to grind Zhao Hai to death, they would still be able to grind him to death. Now that the Six Realm Alliance's army had returned, the Six Realm Alliance had used their formations. In other words, Zhao Hai and the others could only defend the Hell's Gate. They couldn't run away. Hell's Gate. Haha. What a good name. This is Zhao Hai's Hell's Gate. Jia Daoi's eyes were filled with endless hatred. Zhao Hai was currently in the Hell's Gate. This place had now become their base. People from the various large artifacts were living on the surface of the Hell's Gate. They built caves there. It must be said that living on the surface was much more comfortable than living on the large artifacts. This was because the fire in the volcanoes had been absorbed by the defensive formation. However, the heat from the volcanoes could still be maintained for some time. Because of this, the caves below were dry and warm. It was very comfortable to build caves there. Besides building caves, the cultivators also learned about the Hell's Gate. They learned that there were dozens of large and small volcanoes in the Hell's Gate. It covered an area of several million square kilometers. It could be said that the Hell's Gate was very vast. Zhao Hai didn't stay idle during this time. He trained the cultivators and the large artifacts every day. After such a long period of fighting, the cultivators were now aware of the power of battle formations. The reason why they were able to defeat the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance with less than half of their casualties was because of this battle formation. They were cultivators who grew up in battles. In the past, they believed in their own strength. But now that they knew about battle formations, they couldn't help but believe that battle formations had an unparalleled advantage in large-scale battles. Because of this, they put a lot of effort into their studies. Besides training them, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the movements of the Six Realms Alliance. He discovered that the Six Realms Alliance had indeed activated their barrier formations. This was because the cities of the Six Realms Alliance didn't use their own transmission formations. Instead, they could only use fixed transmission formations. Moreover, these fixed transmission formations could only be used for a few hours a day. They would only be open for a certain period of time and couldn't be used during other times. At this time, most of the cultivators of the Six Realm Alliance began to use their flying techniques to go to other places. From these signs, it can be seen that the Six Realm Alliance had activated their formation. For Zhao Hai, this was good news. At the same time, it also meant that a great battle was coming. Since the Six Realm Alliance had activated their formation, this meant that they believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't run away. In this case, the Six Realm Alliance could make a move to clean up the Zhao Hai's gate. Zhao Hai turned his gaze towards the heroic armor realm. Sure enough, he discovered that the heroic armor realm had sent an army towards them. Zhao Hai immediately called the commanders of the large artifacts to the Hell King's ship. After everyone was on the ship, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The heroic armor realm has sent an army towards us. They will arrive in 3 days. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Also, the Six Realm Alliance has set up their formation. We won't be able to leave in a short period of time." These people weren't afraid at all. They now knew about Zhao Hai's methods. Therefore, they weren't afraid. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai and waited for Zhao Hai's orders. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, this time, it's just the local forces of the heroic armor realm. They also have 10 million cultivators from the High Fae realm. Their total strength is about the same as ours. Although they have 1,000 more large artifacts, we still have our bases. We don't need to be afraid of them. Everyone just needs to be prepared. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai continued, these people aren't worth worrying about. Our real enemy is the Six Realm Alliance. Now that the Six Realm Alliance has activated their formation, they think that we can't escape. Therefore, they will gather all of their forces to deal with us. This will be the most dangerous time for us. Everyone's expression turned cold, then they calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, we need to block the Six Realms Alliance here for some time. This is because breaking this formation isn't an easy matter. As long as we break the formation, the Six Realms Alliance wouldn't be able to do anything to us. Therefore, we need to be mentally prepared for a tough battle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Everyone nodded. Then White Bones said, Mr. Can rest assured. The enmity between us and the Six Realm Alliance is irreconcilable. This time, we must let the Six Realm Alliance know how powerful the Upper Pillar Realm is. Shang Guanyin also said, right. Little Hai, you can rest assured. The enmity between the Void Realm and the Six Realms Alliance can't be washed away. This time, you must let the Six Realms Alliance know that the Void Realm isn't something they can casually touch. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, it's good that everyone has such determination. Go and prepare. We'll wait for them to arrive. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Laura went to Zhao Hai's side and whispered, Brother Hai, the transmission formation is ready. We can use it to leave at any time. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, where are we going this time? Laura smiled and said, the Celestial Arcanum Sect. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The Celestial Arcanum Sect was the sect that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the most in the Six Realm Alliance. It wasn't only because of their strength, being one of the six great sects, but also because of the Celestial Arcanum Sect's mechanical puppet techniques. A sect that was good at making mechanical puppets would have countless good things. It can be said that the Celestial Arcanum Sect was the wealthiest sect in the Six Realm Alliance. If Zhao Hai could rob them, then he would be rich. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also very curious about the Celestial Arcanum Sect's mechanical puppet techniques. Although the space could also make robots and mechanical puppets were two completely different paths. One walked the path of magic while the other walked the path of warlocks' mechanical puppets. They simply weren't the same thing. Although Zhao Hai had obtained some books about mechanical puppets before, the books weren't very detailed and were very superficial. On the other hand, the Celestial Arcanum Sect's mechanical puppet techniques weren't bad. If their puppets weren't strong, then they wouldn't have been able to become one of the six great sects. Zhao Hai's target this time was the Celestial Arcanum Sect. He didn't care about the Celestial Arcanum Sect's treasures. This was because most of the treasures in the Six Realm Alliance had already been taken to the space. There wasn't anything else that could attract his attention. What he cared about was the mechanical puppet techniques. 3 days passed by quickly. During these 3 days, the entire base was tense. Everyone knew that the Six Realm Alliance's army was about to arrive. They were all waiting for the other party. 3 days later, everyone woke up early and stood in the base. They looked at the distant sky but didn't make any noise. Suddenly, a row of black dots appeared in the distant sky. This caused an uproar. However, they weren't afraid, they were actually excited. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the black dots in the distance. He smiled faintly and said, "You're finally here. Jia Daoi, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Elder Tang, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Jia Daoi? Who is Jia Daoi?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Jia Daoi is the sect master of the Heroic Armor Sect, one of the 6 giants of the Six Realm Alliance. Jia Daoi hated us for causing trouble in the Heroic Armor Sect's territory. Hee. Him arriving now is already beyond my expectations. It can be seen that this person can endure." While they were talking, Jia Daoi's large artifacts were getting closer and closer. However, looking at their appearance, they didn't seem to want to stop. Instead, they sped up and rushed towards the base. Seeing this, Elder Tang's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "They want to break through our shield in one go?" Zhao Hai looked at Jia Daoi's movements and smiled faintly. "That's a good idea. However, it's a pity that they can't do it. Order all large artifacts to retreat." Tenli Laura immediately took out her communicator and gave the order. End of chapter 27-21. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.